User prefers that I translate stories directly, preserving the original Chinese wording as much as possible while ensuring the English translation evokes emotional responses and is easy for everyone to understand. This is a world of rule-based ghost stories. Anything you do could face strange dangers. 3 days ago, the global temperature suddenly dropped, and countless people froze to death on the streets. Then, all devices with display functions broadcasted the same message at the same time. The strange has arrived. Each country will select one chosen one to enter the world of rule-based ghost stories. Complete the ghost story world, and the temperature in your country will rise by 5 degrees. Fail the mission, and the temperature in your country will drop by 10 degrees. Fail the mission 3 times in a row, and half of the country's citizens will be wiped out. Lin Ku, shivering in the library, suddenly found himself in a strange office. Then, a prompt sounded in his mind. Welcome to the world of rule-based ghost stories. This world, a strange office building. Basic task, survive for 7 days in the office building. Warning, in the world of ghost stories, stay alert at all times. Do not be polluted. Do not be polluted. Rule A. Rule 1, the first colleague who talks to you will not harm you, unless she wears a red hairpin. Rule 2, there are only 3 people in the office who cannot harm you, unless you enter the finance room. Rule 3, do not drink the coffee your colleague gives you, and do not give coffee to your colleague. Rule 4, be cautious of people using Guagua phones. It is dangerous if they leave the office. Rule 5, employees do not sleep on their desks. If you see someone sleeping on their desk at night, immediately inform the manager. Rule 6, you cannot refuse the manager's request, or you will be fired immediately. Rule 7, leave the office quickly after work. If you see someone wearing a hat, do not speak to them. Rule 8, the general manager is on a business trip. If you see him in the office, immediately inform the finance department. Lin could have watched the live stream of the first batch of chosen ones. In the world of rule-based ghost stories, there are countless bizarre ways to die. Of the 233 chosen ones, most died within minutes of the ghost story world starting. Calm down. The announcement said that if you become a chosen one, the most important thing is to stay calm. This is a battle that is solved with your mind. Lin Ko placed both hands on the desk, slowly adjusting his breath. Lin Ko? Are you feeling unwell? The colleague next to him, Xiao Wei, saw him standing there, trembling, and thought he was sick. Lin Ku instinctively turned to look at Xiao Wei. A round-faced girl, with light makeup, looked ordinary. Xiao Wei was kind-hearted but not sociable, never attending colleague gatherings. A memory suddenly appeared, and Lin Ku was momentarily confused. It took him a few seconds to speak the 3 words, I'm fine. Really? Xiao Wei scrunched her nose, clearly not believing him. Lin Ku nodded firmly. Right now, he only wanted to figure out the 8 rules. He had no time for small talk. Just as he was about to sit down, Lin Ku's gaze fell on Xiao Wei's head. A hairpin? Lin Ku froze for a moment. The content of Rule 1 flashed through his mind. Rule 1, the first person to talk to you will not harm you, unless she wears a red hairpin. It was a red hairpin. Luckily, hers was blue. Lin Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could confirm that Xiao Wei was safe. Wait. Wearing a red hairpin would be dangerous. This means she very likely has another red hairpin. Lin Ku's gaze fell on Xiao Wei's desk. Documents, a water cup, a stapler. No hairpin. What are you looking for? Noticing Lin Ku's gaze, Xiao Wei asked, puzzled. Lin Ku hesitated. In the first round, a chosen one was contaminated after discussing the rules with an NPC. He couldn't take that risk. Didn't the manager ask me to help order meals for everyone? I was just thinking about who to start with. Lin Ku made up an excuse. Xiao Wei stared at him suspiciously for a while before saying, check the group chat. Everyone should have already posted there. Lin Ku smiled awkwardly. Xiao Wei didn't say anything else, flipping through the materials on her desk, then reached into the drawer to get something. A flash of red caught Lin Ku's eye. User is working on translating a Chinese story into English and prefers direct translations that maintain emotional impact while using simple, clear vocabulary. It wouldn't be. He immediately leaned forward to look. A red hairpin was lying next to a pile of documents. Have you been looking for it all this time? Xiao Wei put down the documents in her hands, picked up the red hairpin, her face showing some confusion. Seeing this, Lin Ku felt his throat dry up. Do I look better with this red hairpin? Seeing Lin Ku stutter, Xiao Wei's face suddenly became a little shy. Hearing this, Lin Ku's heart started pounding uncontrollably. Then I'll switch back to this one. I also think the red one looks better. Saying that, she took off the blue hairpin from her head. The moment the hairpin was taken off, Xiao Wei's smile instantly disappeared. Lin Ku could clearly feel the temperature around him drop. A chilly feeling ran down his back. Oh no, this is bad. Wait. In a panic, Lin Ku shouted out. Xiaowa slowly raised her head. Her face had turned pale, a faint cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. You don't want me to wear it? Facing her icy gaze, Lin Ku felt a chill run up his spine, his body shuddering violently. Looking at Xiaowei, he realized that if he tried to stop her, she might just snap. Lin Ku bitterly laughed in his heart. I only glanced at it. Isn't this clearly setting me up? No, I didn't mean that. Lin Ku quickly explained. Calm her down first, then think of a way. I'm very unhappy. Xiaowei didn't pay attention to his explanation. She stood up slowly and walked toward Lin Ku. Last month, that intern also wouldn't let me wear this hairpin. In the end, I still persuaded him. He said, I look best when I wear the red hairpin. Xiaowei cupped Lin Ku's head in her hands, her face coming closer and closer. Her originally cherry-like lips slowly started to stretch out. Bigger and bigger. A smell of blood began to spread. Lin Ku's calves were shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, he really wanted to run away. But he also knew that once he chose to run, it would all be over. I don't want to die yet. Lin Ku pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain calmed him down. Since that strange being chose humans as the chosen ones, it couldn't possibly give an unsolvable problem. There must be something I missed. Chapter 2, What's going on? Damn, what is this idiot doing? Who would just walk into danger like this? Such an idiot. Big brother, please don't, my blankets are running out. In the bottom right corner of the livestream, a series of bullet comments were scrolling like crazy. Seeing Xiaowei about to devour Lin Ku, everyone in Long Country felt hopeless. But didn't the rules say the first colleague to speak won't harm him? Why is it happening like this now? Could the rules be fake? Is it possible that it has something to do with taking off the blue hairpin? No way, just taking off the hairpin can ignore the rules? That's too ridiculous. I just tried replaying that part of the livestream. The woman really only changed after taking off the blue hairpin. So that means the rules can change under certain conditions. Unfortunately, Lin Ku in the strange world couldn't see the bullet comments. At the Long Country emergency base, an old man with gray-white hair stared intently at the live stream screen. What's the verdict? An impeccably groomed middle-aged man sitting below the old man spoke, unsolvable. What about the supercomputer center? The old man's gaze shifted to the other side. The person in charge, Zhang Shui, immediately answered, report, survival chances 0. The old man moved his lips, his thick eyebrows knitted together. What's the current temperature? -25 degrees. Immediately notify them, level 1 emergency plan. Tell them to do their best to protect the citizens. Yes. After 3 days of effort, most of the civilians had been relocated to nearby towns. But as the temperature continued to drop, cities in the south without heating systems would definitely face widespread deaths from freezing. Some energy-deficient remote towns might. The members of Long Country's think tank looked somewhat bitter. User is skilled in translating Chinese stories into emotionally engaging English while maintaining the integrity of the original text. Lin Ku failed too quickly. They didn't even have time to analyze the rules deeply before they were in imminent danger. Even with one opportunity for outside help, they were powerless to turn the situation around. The current situation. Lin Ku only had 2 choices. Stop Xiaowei from wearing the red hairpin and be consumed by her. Let Xiaowei wear the red hairpin and be contaminated. Either choice meant the failure of the Dragon Country mission. Everyone, get your act together. Let's analyze the rules first. He knocked on the table. But Elder Lin, he no longer has a chance. Zhang Shui asked, somewhat confused. Could it be that Elder Lin thought Lin Ku could break this deadlock? 3 consecutive failures, half of the citizens will be erased. We only have one last chance. Before that, we need to decipher the pattern of these rules. Elder Lin stood up, pressing both hands on the conference table. Now is the moment of life and death for Dragon Country. Everyone's body shook. Only one last chance left. Let's start with the first one. The 8 rules of the weird world were immediately projected onto the big screen. Rule 1, the first person who speaks to you will not harm you unless she wears a red hairpin. This rule is simple. We cannot let the first person to speak to the chosen one wear a red hairpin. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke first. This is an open rule, not directed at any specific person. That means the weird world isn't a fixed script. It's open and random. A young man wearing a black cap next to him added. The middle-aged man nodded. This point can be corroborated by the live broadcasts of other countries. After a pause, he continued, the first rule seems to be split into two parts, and they are opposites. Rule 5 and Rule 8 also have this situation. Is there something hidden in this? The middle-aged man quickly fell into deep thought. Look, Zhang Shui exclaimed. Lin Ke looked at the increasingly large mouth, his heart pounding wildly. The red hairpin. Unless she wears a red hairpin. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the blue hairpin on the table, his body suddenly shaking. Could it be like this? The foul smell had already sprayed onto his face. Lin Ke suddenly broke free from Xiaowei's grip. He leaned forward and grabbed the red hairpin from the table. Xiaowei's hands moved like lightning, gripping Lin Ke's neck tightly. Her sharp nails nearly pierced his flesh. Let me help you put it on, okay? Lin Ke stared at Xiaowei, trying to make his voice sound calm. Xiaowei's previously ferocious expression suddenly froze. The hands gripping Lin Ke's neck began to tremble. It worked! Lin Ke's heart lifted, and he immediately seized the opportunity. You look great with the red hairpin. Let me put it on for you, okay? Saying this, Lin Ke raised the hairpin with one hand, and gathered Xiaowei's hair with the other. Seeing this scene, the people of Dragon Country watching the livestream were all in an uproar. What the hell is he doing? Is he really putting the red hairpin on that monster? Is he trying to die faster? I can't even, what is he thinking? At the emergency base, the old man furrowed his brows sharply. This kid. The middle-aged man also stood up, his eyes fixed on Lin Ke's face. What is he trying to do? The voice of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses carried some anger. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Ke's strange actions. The red hairpin was firmly placed on Xiaowei's head. Her wide-open mouth instantly returned to normal. The cold, evil gaze became somewhat confused. Huh? It changed back? What's going on? Why is it fine after putting on the red hairpin? What the hell, is the first rule a trick? Could someone explain this? Dragon Country Emergency Base. Could it be that Lin Ke putting the red hairpin on her means it wasn't her who put it on, so the second part of the rule didn't trigger? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses said in disbelief. Since the second part of the rule hasn't been triggered, we must follow the first part which says not to harm Lin Ke. The middle-aged man's expression softened. I hope he isn't just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and can buy us more time. Zhang Shui said as she handed out the printed Lin Ke files to everyone. A college graduate? The man with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed his brows. This is just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill new graduate. It seems that the recent success was just luck, we can't have high hopes. The strategists exchanged glances, more or less thinking the same thing. We still need to quickly study these rules and bring in external support. Only then can we have a chance at winning. Everyone, do your best. The old man said with a serious face, his gaze returning to the live broadcast. So beautiful. Lin Ke stepped back, looking at little A, whose face had turned back to that of a round-faced girl, and sincerely praised. Thank you. Little A lowered her head, her face flushed with a shy red. Wait, I'll treat you to coffee. Lin Ke's smile instantly froze. Why coffee? Can't we go for milk tea? Chapter 3, Pushed to the Brink. Rule 3, do not drink coffee given to you by colleagues, and do not give coffee to your colleagues. Lin Ke felt incredibly unlucky. Just when he had escaped the tiger's mouth, he fell into the wolf's den. What's so good about coffee? Isn't milk tea more fragrant? Although Rule 1 clearly stated that little A would not harm him. Who knows which rule takes priority when two rules clash? Moreover, the danger of breaking Rule 3 might not come from little A, but from the system's contamination. This perfectly avoids the conflict with Rule 1. If he drinks the coffee little A hands him, he will undoubtedly get infected. The more Lin Ke thought about it, the more he felt it was close to the truth, and his expression grew tense. Damn, is it really this tricky? Again. Big brother, can you learn from other countries and talk less nonsense? When Lin Ke collided with another rule, the barrage of comments didn't care about the situation. They just started spewing their thoughts. Honestly, you can't blame him for this. Right, what did he do wrong? This is all the arrangement of the world of strange rules. If he hadn't reacted quickly earlier, some keyboard warriors might be freezing to death at their keyboards right now. Now you can still sit at home and send bullet comments. You should be grateful. Lin Ke couldn't see the barrage, and he had no interest in paying attention to it. How could he avoid the current risk? You don't like it? Little A noticed Lin Ke's strange expression and asked softly. Lin Ke looked at Little A and cautiously asked, if I don't like it, can I change it for something else? Little A gave him an eye roll. Of course, but... Then can we change it for milk tea? I prefer that. Lin Ke quickly said before Little A could finish. He didn't want Little A to pull some trick again. Little A looked at Lin Ke with a half-smile, and after a few seconds, burst into laughter. Lin Ke scratched his head, completely confused. You're silly. Do you know any milk tea shops around here? No milk tea shop? How could there not be a milk tea shop near the office building? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Ke instinctively pulled out his phone and opened the delivery platform. Coffee shop. Coffee house. Still a coffee shop. Damn, if there was a milk tea shop around here, it would definitely be a huge profit. What's wrong with you today? Are you sick? Little A noticed the lost look on Lin Ke's face and became a little worried. Why don't you take a leave and see a doctor? You're making me worried. No, no problem. Lin Ke immediately waved his hand. What nonsense. The mission is to survive in the office building for 7 days. If he took sick leave, wouldn't that be sending himself straight to his doom? Lin Ke was sweating heavily. This strange rule world is full of traps everywhere. One wrong step and you'd fall right into it, it's too dangerous. No wonder the first batch of chosen ones were wiped out in just 3 days. Sakura country. Has the analysis been done? The chosen one of the dragon country clearly violated the rules, why has he not been contaminated? According to the analysis, the condition for triggering contamination by the rules is that a woman must personally put on a red hairpin. Baka, it's just luck for the dragon country monkeys. Field Kuan did well this time, it's very likely he can clear the level. Go tell the special task force to get ready, once dragon country fails again. Hi. At the same time, the eagle country also issued similar orders. Alright, if you have any problems, make sure to tell me. I can help you. A said, sitting back down at her seat and getting busy. Of course, she didn't forget to order a cup of hot coffee for Lin Ke on the food delivery platform. At this point, all they could do was handle whatever came next. Lin Ke opened the office chat group. All 12 people ordered coffee. Lin Ke was too tired to complain. He opened the food delivery platform and placed the order obediently. Forgetting something intentionally? That's impossible. Rule 6, you cannot refuse the manager's request, or you will be directly fired. The manager asked to order food, does intentionally forgetting to order count as refusing the manager's request? Being directly fired would mean it's over. One way means death immediately, the other way means death later. Lin Ke isn't stupid. On the live chat, the people of Dragon Country began offering Lin Ke advice. If it's really impossible, pretend to trip when you get the food. Or you could try putting it on the table and let your coworkers take it themselves? Why not just not go to get the food? Would that violate Rule 6? Why would it violate Rule 6? The manager only asked him to order food, didn't say it had to be delivered to each person's hands. Not taking it is definitely the safest. At the emergency base. I also think letting other coworkers pick up the food is the safest. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses continued, this action doesn't violate any existing rules. On the surface, there's no problem. What worries me is that the world of the weird rules isn't that simple. How's the progress of other countries? They should be ahead of us. The old man looked at Zhang Shui beside him. Zhang Shui pulled up the broadcast screens of dozens of other major countries. The time flow in the world of the weird rules is problematic. It seems that for fairness, the time nodes for all the surviving countries are now the same. Hello, food delivery, please come pick it up. A loud voice came from outside the door. Lin Ke's body jolted, but he didn't immediately get up. His seat was the innermost, logically speaking, a coworker sitting near the door should have gone to get it. Food delivery, come get it. About 2 minutes later, the voice outside began to sound impatient. Lin Ke's gaze kept sweeping across the office. All the coworkers were engrossed in their work, showing no reaction to the food delivery man's voice. Damn, do they have to be this harsh? It's forcing me to go get it myself. Damn, is everyone inside dead? No one ordered food, I'm wasting my time running here, I'll take it back and feed it to the dog. What kind of delivery is this? Someone's here, wait a moment, I'll get it right now. Lin Ke immediately shouted. He didn't dare to delay anymore and immediately stood up. Damn, this world of weird rules is disgusting. They are definitely controlling the NPCs. The delivery person is shouting so loud, is the person outside deaf? It's over, this system doesn't want anyone to survive. This time, not just Dragon Country, but all the surviving countries' live chats exploded. There were even messages protesting, saying that the inevitable death situation was unfair. Changing the rules? That's impossible. The chosen ones of all the countries were forced to go out and pick up the food. As expected, it's not that simple. I guess the shortcut of putting the coffee on the table won't work either. The man in the Zhengshan suit said seriously.
Or could we use a prop to pass the coffee? Like putting it on a tray. Not very likely.
The old man said lightly. Everyone watched the live broadcast of Lin Ko, wondering how he would deal with this problem. User is working on a translation task involving a Chinese story, translating it into English with emotional impact while staying faithful to the original text. Park Yango was the chosen one of kimchi country. When the takeout arrived, he immediately stood up, trying to ask a colleague next to him to grab it.
Why is no one reacting? Are you all deaf? Park Yango angrily shouted in an employee's ear.
The employee paused for a moment, then looked up at him.
Do you need help? The takeout's here, can you go get it at the door? Park Yango tentatively asked. Sure, should I distribute it to everyone while I'm at it? The employee stood up, a strange look on his face. Sure. Park Yango happily nodded, completely unaware of the strange look on the employee's face. Soon, all the takeout was distributed.
Park Yango sat at his desk, picked up a cup of coffee, and took a blissful sip.
This coffee smells so good. All those rule-based weird stories? Not a big deal. Damn, this idiot. He's done for, he's been polluted. This is definitely an impossible task.
In the live broadcast from Kimchi Country.
After Park Yango woke up the employee, he had transformed into Park Yango's appearance. And Park Yango, on the other hand, became the employee, sitting back at the employee's desk.
A change in appearance is a typical scenario of being polluted in the rule-based weird stories. If Park Yango had realized it in time, maybe there would have been a chance to wake up.
No hope. Just like Kimchi Country, it's hopeless.
TSK, he got polluted so early, so embarrassing. A few keyboard warriors in Kimchi Country immediately started spamming.
Keyboard warriors in Kimchi Country wouldn't let themselves fall behind.
Not only did they spam, but they also flooded into Dragon Country's livestream.
You guys in Dragon Country aren't any better, are you? You still have to go get your own takeout. Later or earlier, sooner or later, you'll all be polluted.
I can't wait to see how you guys in Dragon Country die. Just as the people from Dragon Country were about to counterattack, an image in the bullet screen caught everyone's attention.
The image displayed detailed information about Lin Ku.
The chosen one from Dragon Country is just a freshly graduated college student.
A library administrator? Isn't that a job for old people? I heard Dragon Country has this thing called a sweeping monk. Is the library administrator the same role?
With some people stirring things up, the bullet screen in Dragon Country was filled with comments doubting Lin Ku. The people began to panic, realizing that their lives and fate were now tied to an ordinary college student.
Find out who leaked Lin Ku's information.
The old man looked at Zhang Shui, his expression stern.
Whoever did it, arrest them all. Lin Ku's personal information had already been classified as top secret.
Only those with the right status could access such detailed data.
Immediately arrange to spread the public opinion that Lin Ku's first breakthrough was due to analysis, not luck.
At this time, we cannot let the public panic, or else it will be a big problem. The emergency base immediately became busy. Lin Ku received the carton from the delivery guy. Inside were 13 neatly packed takeout orders and 13 cups of coffee. One of the cups of coffee was, of course, the one ordered by Xiaowei. As for why one delivery guy was bringing all of them, Lin Ku couldn't be bothered to question it.
He carried the carton into the office.
Passing by the first colleague's desk, then the manager's office, he walked to the farthest corner.
What the hell, what is this operation? Bringing all the takeout back to his own desk? What's he planning to do? Is he planning to eat it all by himself?
Here it comes again. When you don't know what Lin Ku is doing, you're already close to the breakthrough.
People in Dragon Country are crazy. I think he's going to be polluted soon. I believe in Lin Ku, he definitely won't be polluted. At least not right now.
The man with golden-rimmed glasses shook his head and sighed helplessly. The takeout is all in, no one can help him now. Originally, we could try swapping the coffee for something like hot water.
That might not work either. The man in the Zhongshan suit shook his head in denial. If we ask the staff to go pick it up, it'll get contaminated.
Replacing the coffee is also highly likely to cause contamination. If that's the case, this is another problem with no solution.
Yeah, another unsolvable problem. What would he do?
Boss, look at Eagle Country, their chosen one seems to have cracked the problem. Zhang Shui opened the live stream from Eagle Country while reminding the elder. Everyone's gaze turned to the live stream from Eagle Country. A delivery guy was distributing takeout and coffee in the office. Meanwhile, the chosen one, Alec, was leisurely sitting at his seat drinking coffee. When he took the delivery, Alec tipped 200 yuan, asking the delivery guy to hand the food to everyone personally.
Seeing this, everyone had the same thought. Was it really this simple? The face of the man with gold-rimmed glasses flushed a little. The seemingly unsolvable problem was cracked by a 200 yuan tip. But here in Longhua, the delivery guy had already left. Now, this is the real unsolvable moment. Soon, the remaining countries started copying the answer. Oh, looks like Longhua won't be copying the homework this time. The answer is right in front of them, yet they can't copy it. Doesn't that feel awful? The keyboard warriors from other countries immediately began to criticize Longhua's awkward situation. In no time, Longhua's livestream was in chaos. Zhang Shui saw this and gritted her teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, the supercomputer's results still showed a survival rate of 0. Lin Ke walked over to Xiaowei and patted her on the shoulder. Can you do me a favor? Seeing this, the people of Longhua painfully closed their eyes. Looks like your chosen one in Longhua is about to be contaminated. Longhua, indeed, a foolish nation. Only our great Sakura Empire is the most excellent race. Get out of here, little Japan. Get out of our Longhua livestream. Sigh, looks like we're heading down the same road as Kimchi country. The man with gold-rimmed glasses sighed. Xiaowei looked up at Lin Ke and smiled sweetly. Sure, what do you want me to help with? Seeing Xiaowei respond, Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed to the coffee on the table and smiled. I'll hand out the takeout, you help me distribute the coffee, okay? Okay. Xiaowei said and stood up. The two quickly finished distributing all the takeout. Lin Ke looked at the last cup of coffee left on the table and sighed in relief. Thank you, Xiaowei. You're welcome. I said I would help you. Quick, eat before it gets cold. Lin Ke picked up the coffee and took a sip. So bitter. Chapter 5, when his behavior became unexplainable. How is this possible? Why hasn't he been contaminated? In Longhua's livestream, Lin Ke showed no signs of contamination. Everything pointed to him not being contaminated. But why? He had clearly chosen to find staff to help, just like the chosen one from Kimchi country. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses stared at the livestream, murmuring softly to himself. Could it be because of Xiaowei? I remember Xiaowei had told Lin Ke before that she could help him. The man in the Zhengshan suit himself thought this guess seemed a little far-fetched. Other than this reason, he hadn't found a more reasonable explanation for now. It couldn't just be because Xiaowei is a woman, so they didn't get contaminated because of male and female cooperation, right? This possibility is very high. The elder's fingers rhythmically tapped on the conference table. According to Rule 1, Xiaowei cannot directly harm Lin Ke. Asking staff for help leads to contamination. But Lin Ke was immune to contamination from Xiaowei. The key to cracking this problem is that the person asking for help should be the first one to speak. But, Chief, there's one issue. Zhang Shui brought up the previous livestream from the Kimchi country chosen one. Everyone, look, he asked all the employees in the first round. No one responded to him. Including the first person who talked to him. It wasn't until this point that he loudly complained next to this person. Only then did the employee get activated. We can see that the contamination must have started when the employee left their seat. According to the Supercomputer Center analysis, the employee activation contamination began, and the contamination was completed when the employee left their seat. In this roughly 15-second window, is there any chance to avoid contamination? In Zhang Shui's view, debating how Lin Ke succeeded is meaningless. The next time the rules of the world of strange tales will be completely different. There is no chance of successful replication at all. Instead, resisting contamination seems more meaningful to her. Using controllable contamination to avoid a dead end, this might not be impossible, Zhang Shui said firmly. The members of the think tank all looked at this woman, who was not yet 30, with some surprise. Before this, no one had taken her seriously at all. The premise is that we find a way to get rid of the contamination. The man with gold-rimmed glasses frowned and continued, right now, we haven't even deduced the mechanism of how the chosen ones are contaminated. Do you think this is a bit unrealistic? You're right. So, the next main direction of our supercomputer center will shift to analyzing the mechanism of how the chosen ones are contaminated, Zhang Shui answered without backing down, looking at the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Fine, the think tank and the supercomputer center will work together. Let's see who produces results first. Seeing the elder make a decision, the man with gold-rimmed glasses swallowed the words he was about to say. 6:21 p.m. in the world of strange tales. Lin Ke threw away the trash and conveniently went to the bathroom. Walking to the office door, he bumped into two colleagues who were walking out and heading toward the bathroom. Then, one after another, more colleagues walked out of the office. Back and forth, soon only 5 people were left in the office. Creak. The manager's office door opened. Manager Chen, holding his little belly, walked slowly toward the door. Suddenly, Lin Ke stood up from his seat, quickly bypassed Manager Chen, and walked out of the office. Lin Ke's unusual action immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Didn't he just go to the bathroom a few minutes ago? Upstairs, please pay attention to the video. The time flow in the world of strange tales is twice as fast as ours. Lin Ke went to the bathroom 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes between bathroom trips, he must have weak kidneys.
Look at him running so fast, did he eat something bad for his stomach?
I'm saying, if you want water videos, go to Bilibili.
This is a very serious occasion. TCH, do you know? Stop nitpicking. Is it possible something happened that we didn't notice? Go check other countries? Soon, those who went to peek came back. Damn, Lin Ke is amazing.
Upstairs, stop self-indulging, tell us what happened. In neighboring Milan country, that bald guy walked out less than a minute ago, and their chosen one suddenly went crazy, choking themselves. They strangled themselves to death. The scene was terrifying, their face turned purple.
So, Lin Ke sensed the danger coming? Do you think he's the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel? Sensing danger coming. I just went around.
This round only has Eagle Country, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and our Dragon Country left.
Oh no, is it another all-out defeat coming? Don't jinx it. I believe Lin Ke will be fine.
The man with gold-rimmed glasses stared closely at the livestream, unable to understand how Lin Ke did it, predicting the future. He just watched the replay, and there was no sign at all. It was as if Lin Ke knew that as soon as Manager Chen left the office, danger would strike. How did he do it? I can't be worse than him. The man with gold-rimmed glasses stared fiercely at Lin Ke's face. As Manager Chen walked back into his office, Lin Ke re-entered. His gaze swept over everyone one by one. These people, in certain situations, will enter a strange state. Like just now. Lin Ke saw everyone inside the office had turned into ghostly faces. Maybe, all his colleagues weren't human at all. Thinking of this, a weird expression appeared on Lin Ke's face. His parents passed away when he was very young, and it was his grandfather who raised him. His grades were average, and he only attended a somewhat decent college. In his third year, his grandfather passed away due to illness. From then on, Lin Ke's life turned into stagnant water. Now, this strange world made him feel a bit excited. If this world were a book, the rules would be the table of contents. The people in this world would be its content. By finding the content through the table of contents, he could then interpret its meaning. Lin Ke could feel that this bizarre world of rules and strange tales wasn't just about killing. There was something deeper to it. He leaned back in his chair and began to recall the rules one by one. Red hairpin, coffee, fruit phone, finance room, manager, employees sleeping on their desks, general manager. One by one, keywords slid through his mind. These rules should be connected in some way, not independent of each other. The secret might be hidden in. Lin Ke suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had a bold guess. To verify this guess, he needed to do something. It might be a little dangerous. Lin Ke rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head to look at the small A beside him. Crack! A loud thunderclap echoed. The office was suddenly plunged into darkness. Damn, the power's out. Someone go check if the breaker tripped. Lin Ke saw a blurry figure walking towards the electric box. He looked towards the office area. Sure enough, there was a figure lying on the empty desk. Chapter 6, Lin Ke's first experiment. I see, there's someone lying there. Quick, quick, go tell the manager. It's Rule 5, hurry up, what are you standing there for? Damn, the guy next door has already gone to knock on the manager's door. The people in the live chat grew excited. They had been watching this confusing livestream for so long, and now it was finally their turn to make a move. Rule 5, employees do not lie down and sleep on their desks. If you see someone lying down and sleeping on their desk at night, immediately tell the manager. Lin Ke stared at the figure lying down and thought for a few seconds. He got up and walked out of his seat. His gaze swept over the location of the electric box, and the figure still seemed to be fumbling around with something. He walked past the manager's office without pausing. He walked straight out of the office. After stepping out of the office, Lin Ke turned and looked at his seat. Sure enough, just as he had guessed. The livestream chat room in Longwo went wild. Damn, is this an illusion? No way, he just walked straight out. His goal was clear. Is it possible that Lin Ke remembered the rules wrong? It's not impossible. After all, the chosen one only had such a short time to study the rules. This is it, Lin Ke was going to be tainted. It's over. I'm going to see how the guy next door is doing. Tianyi Zilang confidently pushed open the office door. This was too easy. As soon as the office lights went out, he thought of the content of Rule 5. Lights out, strange appearance, this kind of plot is so common in Sakura country. What's the matter?
Manager Chen asked from behind the desk without lifting his head. Tianyi Zilang's face flashed with a hint of displeasure.
Bowing slightly, he shouted loudly, "Report, manager, there's someone lying down sleeping in the office."
Lying down and sleeping?
Manager Chen slowly lifted his head. He had eyes that glowed green. A blood-red tongue hung from his mouth.
Even Tianyi Zilang, who had seen many bizarre things, took a step back in fear. Go chase him out.
Manager Chen said, then lowered his head to continue working, ignoring him.
Tianyi Zilang cursed inwardly and walked out of the office.
Hey, don't sleep here, get out of the office. He came up behind the shadow.
User is requesting a direct, emotionally stirring English translation of a Chinese story.
The translation should use simple and emotionally charged vocabulary, ensuring every Chinese word has a direct English equivalent without altering the expression or meaning. He shouted loudly. The shadow moved, quickly stood up, and then turned around.
Ha! Why doesn't this thing have a face? Tianyi thought with a flash of confusion in his mind.
Then, the faceless shadow slowly revealed its features.
Stop dawdling, hurry up.
The shadow said nothing and slowly floated out.
Tianyi looked at the shadow, feeling that its face looked a bit like his own.
Ha, little days are also over.
Baka, this fool. What's going on? Tianyekuan clearly didn't break any rules, why was he polluted? Dragon Country Emergency Base. The man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at the video of the Sakura Country's Chosen One with confusion. That shadow stood up and the Chosen One was already polluted. What's going on? He clearly followed Rule 5 and reported to the manager. Why was he still polluted? Where did the problem lie? Could Rule 5 have been a trap all along?
The man with gold-rimmed glasses immediately switched the live feed to Bear Country.
In Bear Country, the Chosen One hadn't reported yet.
Because this Chosen One was an electrician, and right now, he was messing around with the electrical box, not noticing the strange shadow at all. The screen switched again to Eagle Country. The black man, Auric, was also fiddling with the electrical box.
Damn, these two guys are way too lucky.
The man with the gold-rimmed glasses cursed under his breath and switched the video to Dragon Country's live feed.
He looked at Lin Ko, who was calmly watching from outside the office. A ridiculous thought suddenly appeared in the man's mind. Could Lin Ko not only have predicted the appearance of the strange shadow, but also seen through the trap of Rule 5? Bang!
With a sharp sound, the office lights came back on.
The Bear Country Chosen One proudly walked back to his seat. Soon, the lights in Eagle Country's office also turned on.
Everyone's gaze was focused on Dragon Country's live feed. Lin Ko stood motionless, like a piece of wood, at the door of the office.
What would happen next? Would Lin Ko be polluted?
The door to the manager's office slowly opened.
Manager Chen walked out. His eyes glowed with a green light as he looked at the figure outside the office.
Lin Ko met his gaze without fear. After a long while, Manager Chen showed a strange expression and slowly walked toward Lin Ko. Seeing this, everyone in Dragon Country held their breath.
Is it coming? Would the big boss make a move directly? Did Lin Ko still have a chance to survive? Are you ready?
Manager Chen stopped at the door, his voice sharp, sounding completely different from before. Lin Ko frowned, looking at the eerie expression on Manager Chen's face. The words left him confused. The two stood facing each other through the door. Lin Ko carefully observed every detail of Manager Chen.
He was ready to turn and flee at any moment. The game has begun.
Manager Chen suddenly turned and walked back toward his office, leaving behind a cryptic sentence. Warning, the Chosen One has activated hidden conditions, canceling the pollution protection area. A bold red message passed through the live feeds of all three countries. The Chosen Ones in the rule world also received the alert.
Lin Ko's expression turned serious. The lights in the office flickered, constantly going from bright to dim. 1, 2, 3.
Except for Little A and the employee closest to the office door, everyone else had their heads down on their desks. This strange scene made everyone watching in the live feed gasp in horror.
What's going on? Did Godko's trick open hidden mode? Damn, what the hell?
If he fails, the whole country will go down with him.
Stop complaining, think of something. Everyone else has one monster, but we have 9. What's left to do?
Quickly throw some wood in the furnace at home.
The atmosphere in Dragon Country's emergency base became extremely tense.
It was clear that Dragon Country's rule world had completely derailed.
Now, there wasn't even a chance to copy someone's homework. What do you think?
The old man looked towards the Zhongshan suit. The Zhongshan suit paused for a moment before speaking. From the very beginning, we never kept up with Lin Ke's speed, so it's unlikely we'll come up with a solution. Record the analysis, and accumulate more experience for the next bizarre world.
Director Liu, I don't think we're worse than Lin Ke. We just haven't been involved, so we can't get more precise information. Jean-so glasses stood up. I agree with Zhang Yu's statement. Lacking on-site information greatly affects our judgment. Zhang Shui immediately followed.
As the best of the young generation in Lone Country, they didn't feel they were inferior to a college student. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Lin Ke lowered his head, fought for a moment, and made a surprising move. Chapter 7, How Dare You? Lin Ke lifted his foot and walked into the office. Everyone froze for a moment. There were 9 monsters inside. How dare he? Here it comes, something's definitely going to happen this time. My heart really can't take it. If you can't take it, don't watch. It's so exciting. As Lin Ke entered the office, the flickering lights stopped. A strange and oppressive atmosphere leaked out of the live broadcast screen. Many people felt a chill run through them. But the scene of the monsters swarming and tearing Lin Ke apart didn't happen. What's going on? Why aren't those monsters moving? Is it possible they can't move? Why can't they move? Do you all remember why the little days were contaminated? When they were chasing people out? Think back, before that, didn't the monsters lying down stay completely still? So filing a report is the precondition to activating the monsters? The person upstairs has full marks for intelligence. So that's how it is, but what's the use of that? According to the rules, Lin Ke must report to the manager when he sees someone lying down asleep. Didn't Lin Ke not report before and nothing happened? Big brother, before there was a pollution protection zone. It's clear that outside the office, no contamination would occur. Now that the protection zone is gone, if Lin Ke doesn't follow the rules, he will definitely be contaminated. Then just drag it on. Has everyone upstairs already forgotten about the delivery guy? How could they leave such an obvious loophole? Creak. The door to the manager's office slowly opened. Manager Chen, with a Mediterranean haircut, sat behind his desk, looking at Lin Ke, who was walking slowly with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Ke showed no sign of fear, his face displaying a confidence he had never had before. Everything matched exactly what he had guessed. This was a world of rules. The bizarre tales, the weirdness, were just the outer shell. As long as you stay within the rules, the bizarre can't do as it pleases. Lin Ke stopped at the door to the office. You're very calm, why is that? Manager Chen tilted his head, asking with some confusion. Lin Ke smiled and asked back, why should I be afraid? You're about to be contaminated, why aren't you afraid? Manager Chen said coldly. Contaminated? You mean those things outside? Lin Ke casually pointed behind him. Manager Chen gave Lin Ke a deep look, then said nothing. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Ke would sooner or later walk into the office and complete the designated action. Are you waiting for me to go in? Lin Ke lifted his hand and scratched his nose, with a slightly mischievous expression. Silence. Manager Chen just lowered his head, busy with something, offering no response. Lin Ke shrugged and took a step forward. Creak. The door to the next room, the finance office, was pushed open. Hearing the sound, Manager Chen suddenly jumped up, his face filled with anger. Stop him. In an instant, all the shadowy figures lying on the desks simultaneously raised their faceless heads. 9 shadowy figures rushed towards the finance office. Lin Ke stepped into the finance office and casually closed the door. Bang. All the shadowy figures were blocked. Manager Chen collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest, his face twisted in pain. He had been tricked. This was absolutely intolerable. Manager Chen slowly stood up and walked to his desk, picking up the landline phone. This scene was not broadcasted to the live stream room. The camera followed Lin Ke into the finance room. 666. This is amazing. The madman is totally playing with NPCs this time. I feel like our rule-based horror story is completely different from the Gobi Eagle countries. Of course, our Dragon country's horror story triggered the hidden mode. By the way, why can't the faceless monsters enter the finance room? I'm more curious about how the madman knew that the finance room was safe. Since the beginning of the rule-based world, there hasn't been any scene involving the finance room. And there are 2 rules that mention the finance room, Rule 2 and Rule 8. What's wrong with these 2 rules? I can't figure it out. Just as everyone thought they would get an answer, Brother Analysis bluntly admitted that he couldn't figure it out either. What do you think? The old man's gaze shifted to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses looked a little weary, pushing his glasses up on his nose. From these 2 rules, there's no way to deduce that the finance room is a safe zone. But since Lin Ke was able to make that kind of guess, there must be some obvious evidence. There must be something we've overlooked earlier. Not in the rules, but in the events, the man in the Zhongshan suit added. Zhang Shui immediately pulled up the recorded video and started playing from the moment Lin Ko entered the rule-based horror world. From his expression, it's clear that Lin Ko was very flustered at this moment.
Here, after the red hairpin incident, he started to calm down. Stop.
The man in Zhongshan suit suddenly shouted as he looked at the screen showing Lin Ko and Xiaoa distributing takeout.
Zhang Shui asked in confusion, is there something wrong here? Rewind a bit, stop. How many takeout orders are there?
The man in Zhongshan suit pointed to the screen and asked. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses trembled slightly, as if he had suddenly figured something out. There are 13 takeout orders in total, and there are 12 people in the open office area, plus the manager. That makes exactly 13 people, doesn't it? So, the entire scene actually only has 13 people. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses spoke rapidly. Which means, the finance room and the general manager's office are both empty. But Rule 8 says if the general manager is found, immediately inform the finance department. Since the general manager isn't there, there's no step of notifying the finance department about finding him.
Let's now look at Rule 2. Rule 2, there are only 3 people in the office who cannot harm you unless you enter the finance room. Isn't this warning the chosen one not to enter the finance room? An empty finance room, why does it need such tight security?
Now look at how Lin Ko reacted when entering the finance room.
The finance room is more than just a safe zone.
The man with the gold-rimmed glasses finished speaking in one breath and exhaled sharply.
The analysis makes sense. But one problem remains. How does he get out?
Everyone's eyes turned back to the live stream of Dragon Country. Lin Ko cautiously surveyed the finance room. Since there was no light, Lin Ko could only rely on the faint glow coming through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. He vaguely saw a set of office desks and chairs facing the door, with all the office supplies neatly arranged. Against the desk, there was a row of file racks against the wall, probably filled with documents. Behind the desk, in the corner of the opposite wall, stood a half-human high cabinet, which Lin Ko guessed to be a safe.
Suddenly, the lights flickered on.
Lin Ko narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold, mechanical prompt sound echoed. Rule B. Rule 1, you only have one chance.
Rule 2, you are not allowed to damage any items in the room.
Rule 3, at 6 a.m., the room will be consumed by darkness.
Rule 4, the password will definitely not be hidden in a place you cannot see. Lin Ko's gaze fell on the gray safe in the corner. Chapter 8, The Secret of the Numbers. I don't get it, is this triggering a hidden mission? Is it a little Easter egg? User is a professional translator, focusing on translating Chinese stories into emotionally engaging English while maintaining the integrity of the original text. Guessing the password gives a reward? What a ridiculous thought, this thing has almost wiped out 1/5 of humanity. The second rule? Everyone inside the emergency base became serious. The first rule was just figured out, and now the second rule comes up. This strange world of rules obviously wants to push people to their death. Fortunately, this time the rule seems to be more puzzle-like, not too dangerous. As long as the password is found within the specified time, it's fine. Why isn't Kofungzi moving on his chair? What the hell, sleeping? What's going on? He must be tired, after all, the world of rule-based strange tales has lasted for over 3 hours. Continuous high-intensity brain use for such a long time, Kofungzi is still human, you know? Was Lin Ko tired? In fact, he wasn't. At this moment, his mind was excited. The reason he closed his eyes and pretended to nap was to better organize the thoughts in his head. Manager Chen's last action of forcibly breaking the rules made him very curious. Maybe Manager Chen wasn't just a tool person after all. If Manager Chen wasn't just a tool person, then his reaction could imply that there was something in the finance room he was afraid of. Lin Ko opened his eyes, found paper and a pen on the desk, and wrote down the keywords from his mind one by one. The person with gold-rimmed glasses tightly stared at the live stream screen, quickly recording the words Lin Ko wrote down. Threat? Interest? Authority? Cost? Tool person? The person with the gold-rimmed glasses looked at what was written down, utterly confused. Lin Ko's recent behavior clearly showed that he had thought of something crucial. He was writing things down to sort out his thoughts. Do these have anything to do with the finance room or the password? The person with the gold-rimmed glasses thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He turned his head to look at Zhang Shui. I don't think this has anything to do with the password. The bigger possibility is that Lin Ko was speculating about the world of strange rules. Suddenly, the person in a Zhongshan suit spoke up. It should be that Manager Chen's abnormal behavior just now triggered a certain association in Lin Ko. He's trying to understand a deeper layer of that world. Clearly, that Manager Chen is an NPC with independent thoughts. From the screen, we can see that he forcibly broke the rules and commanded the monster to attack Lin Ko, which led to a certain loss. So, the danger we're facing may not only be the rules of the strange world.
the old man concluded firmly.
Everyone fell silent and looked at Lin Kuo on the livestream. Would this child, who had brought several unexpected surprises, continue to bring miracles to everyone?
Lin Kuo put down the paper in his hand, slowly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement.
He took several deep breaths to calm himself down.
Lin Kuo walked to the door and began to look around the entire finance room. The first and third rules could be ignored for now. No items should be damaged, invisible places.
Lin Kuo's gaze fell on the row of file cabinets. There were 3 1-meter glass cabinets, all locked.
Through the glass, you could see folders neatly arranged inside. All the folders were numbered.
Look, that folder seems to have a number on it. And the one below it. Could it be that these unnumbered folders are the hidden clues for the password? Damn, brothers, you guys are amazing. We're faster than Kofingzi this time. Anybody able to analyze what the password is? We don't even know the number of digits, how can we analyze anything? Yeah, that's true. Shouldn't Kofingzi first check how many digits the safe password is? Why don't you send him a private message to remind him?
Soon, someone organized the numbers marked on the folders.
376850, you're welcome. Strange, why do these numbers look a little crooked? Do you think the password is arranged from left to right or right to left?
I hope Lin Kuo isn't as dumb as you. If not, the whole nation will suffer together.
Lin Kuo looked at the paper in his hand and fell into deep thought.
6 numbers, with no more conditions, were simply impossible to try and succeed in one time. Lin Kuo walked to the safe, and sure enough, it was a 6-digit password dial. There must be other limits to arrange the order of the password. On the other side, the missions of Bear Nation and Eagle Nation seemed to be going extremely smoothly.
After the Ghost Shadow incident, no other sudden problems appeared.
Very soon someone noticed that the time flow speed in the live room was getting faster. It had already reached 10 times the real world. Only after half an hour did the speed return to 2 times. At this moment, the time inside the rule horror was 5:40 in the morning.
There were only 20 minutes left until 6 o'clock.
And Lin Kuo still had not found the correct order of the password. Lin Kuo rubbed his sore and swollen eyes, he had not closed his eyes for almost 20 hours. In 5 hours, he had basically searched the entire finance room. Except for the 6 numbers taken from the file cabinet, he could not find anything else related to numbers. Even the documents on the desk were all completely blank. Then where exactly was the key to solve the puzzle? Lin Kuo lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling above. Because the light was too bright, he had just turned the light off. The finance room fell back into darkness. His head hurt a little, Lin Kuo slowly closed his eyes. He felt that the whole world seemed to start spinning. The layout of the finance room appeared one by one in his mind. The file cabinet, the files without numbers, the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk. And those 4 rules, what connection did they have with each other? Why did Rule 3 really only limit time? If so, the room behind being covered by darkness seemed very extra. The room being covered by darkness? Lin Kuo suddenly opened his eyes. Was it possible that the second half of the sentence was the key point? And that time limit was instead just to confuse people. Something that could connect darkness and number symbols. Lin Kuo immediately stood up. On top of the safe sat an A5-sized photo frame. He took out his phone and opened the compass. Lin Kuo walked to the safe. When the sun came out, the sunlight shone on the photo frame at a slant. The reflected direction was exactly the file cabinet with numbers. Lin Kuo immediately picked up several documents from the desk and rolled them into a small tube as thick as a thumb. This series of actions by Lin Kuo completely confused everyone watching the Dragon Nation livestream. Did Madman already discover the secret of the number order? There is also another possibility, he really became Madman. Looking at Madman's expression, the chance that he found the answer is a bit higher. Lin Kuo stepped on the chair, turned on the phone flashlight, covered the camera with the paper tube, and slowly adjusted the lighting angle. Chapter 9. How could it be in your hand? Holy shit, Madman is awesome, how the hell did he think of this? Through direction and the angle of the reflective surface, you can determine the angle of incidence. Then what? 6, 7, 3, 8, 0, 5. Amazing. But how did he know how light moves? Based on the running path of the sun? Isn't this a bit too bullshit? Lin Kuo lowered his hands and gently let out a breath. Without any hesitation, he turned the password dial. Ka. With a crisp sound, the door of the safe was gently pulled open by Lin Kuo. Using the weak light of the phone flashlight, Lin Kuo saw that inside lay only a white envelope. Such a big safe just to put one envelope? That was somewhat wasteful. He took out the envelope and went to turn on the light. Lin Kuo checked the envelope, there was no mark on the outside, but the envelope was clearly opened before. He pulled out the letter paper inside. Lin Ke lowered his head and looked at it for about 5 minutes, and his face became a bit strange. Because of the angle, through the live stream screen, the content on the paper could not be seen.
I went through half the night just to send out a letter? At least send some gold and silver jewelry or something. The problem is, can it be brought back?
Lin Ke shoved the letter back into the envelope and then placed it back in the safe.
Closing the cabinet door, Lin Ke restored everything to its original state. Everyone was left confused.
They did not understand what exactly he saw on the letter. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country for completing the hidden mission. The chosen one will receive a random reward. The temperature of Dragon Country increases by 2 degrees.
A global announcement suddenly popped up, and everyone was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. Hey, it really doesn't feel that cold anymore. Crazy Coup is awesome. Damn, my firewood should last another day. Crazy Coup, keep going.
Crazy Coup, whether my whole family can survive or not depends on you. In this moment, countless people in Dragon Country saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Maybe this seemingly ordinary young man can truly create miracles. Hidden mission completed, promotion mission activated.
Original basic mission cancelled, changed to promotion mission. Please escape the strange office building within 12 hours.
Warning, maintain vigilance throughout the Weird Tale world, do not be contaminated, do not be contaminated. In Dragon Country, Bear Country, and Eagle Country, the countdown in the upper right corner of the livestreams turned bright red to 12:0:0 simultaneously. The chosen one of Bear Country and Auric jumped up like they were electrocuted while still half asleep. Bear Country truly deserves to be called a fighting nation. The chosen one of Bear Country kicked the manager's office door directly.
Boom! The door flew out in an instant. He leaped forward to the floor-to-ceiling window, grabbed a chair from the ground, and smashed it onto the glass. Glass shattered, stirring the blood of the people in Bear Country. The chosen one of Bear Country leaned out halfway to look around. There were no footholds on the outer wall. He immediately gave up on the idea of jumping down from there. It was all smooth glass, he was not Spider-Man. Auric, the black man, was much more cautious. He first scavenged the office, found a fruit knife, and then tore half a curtain to make a cloth stick. At this time, dawn was breaking, and the building was lit only by emergency lights. Lin Ke pushed open the door to the finance room. Inside the office, 9 black shadows floated in midair. Manager Chen sat beside, looking at him with a gloomy face. Why are the monsters in Dragon Country still here? This isn't fair. Why have the monsters in the other 2 countries clocked out? Because your Dragon Country is powerful, you completed the hidden mission. Isn't it normal to increase the difficulty for you? TSK Tisk, I'm just here to watch you Dragon Country chosen ones perform. The people in Dragon Country watched these comments with gritted teeth. Shall we make a deal? Lin Ke leaned against the door, tilting his head to look at Manager Chen. After seeing what's in the safe, you still want to walk out alive? Manager Chen's face showed a cold expression. Don't say you have only 12 hours, even if I give you double the time, you won't be able to walk out of here. So confident? It must have been quite painful last night, Lin Ke said with a half smile. Manager Chen's green pupils emitted a faint light, fists cracking ominously. Keep an eye on him, leave one breath, don't kill him. Manager Chen ominously ordered. Lin Ke wiped the smile off his face, his gaze slipping past the faceless monsters to little A. The round-faced girl sat dumbfounded at her seat, as if everything happening before her was on a completely different dimension. Noticing Lin Ke's gaze, Manager Chen let out a sharp, harsh laugh. Heh, so you wanted to target her. I advise you to give up on that wish early. Lin Ke ignored Manager Chen, he lowered his head, lost in thought. The letter contained some secrets about the rules of Weird Tales and information about the strange office building. Many places were filled with long sections of blank space. Clearly, it has been erased by someone. The writer calls little A Miss Yiling, revealing respect for her in every line. If there is anyone who can rescue him now, Lin Ke's first thought is of her. Everything before also shows that little A is special. Lin Ke took out the blue hairpin from his pocket, showing a hesitant expression on his face. This was secretly given to him by little A after he put a red hairpin on her before. That phrase about needing help clearly referred to this blue hairpin. Seeing Lin Ke take out the blue hairpin, Manager Chen suddenly stood up, his face darkening. How could it be in your hand? Manager Chen's voice trembled slightly, clearly shocked. Lin Ke glanced at him and slowly put the blue hairpin back in his pocket. He wanted to try to get through in his own way. In the world of rule-based strange tales, rules are the most powerful weapon. Lin Ke slowly closed his eyes. Rule 2, only 3 people in the office cannot harm you unless you enter the finance room. Rule 4, pay attention to those using fruit phones, they are very dangerous when leaving the office. Rule 6, you cannot refuse the manager's requests, or you will be directly fired. Now, only these 3 rules have practical significance.
Based on Manager Chen's previous behavior, the premise for Rule 6 to take effect should be that the manager's requests are made according to the rules.
That means violating his private requests will not trigger Rule 6. This can be temporarily ignored. As for Rule 4, only Manager Chen uses a fruit phone in the office.
His current position is in the corridor leading to the door, clearly intending to make good use of this rule. And the 9 faceless monsters that are the most dangerous. Lin Ke rubbed his nose, thinking for a moment, these people seem to be of no concern.
Now the problem to solve is. Chapter 10, Playing by Unconventional Rules? What does putting away the blue hairpin mean? Is Crazy Ke giving up the help of the female monster? What's going on? Is he inflated with pride, thinking he is invincible? You carry the lives and fortunes of the entire nation on your shoulders. Seeing Lin Ke ready to take on the challenge alone, the keyboard warriors became anxious.
In the emergency base, the old man looked at the members of the think tank.
What do you think Lin Ke will do next?
The man with golden glasses stared at the live broadcast and said solemnly, since Lin Ke entered the finance room, we can draw 2 inferences according to Rule 2.
After entering the finance room, everyone in the office can harm Lin Ke.
The other inference is that only those 3 who previously could not harm Lin Ke can harm him. If it is the first case, Lin Ke was undoubtedly doomed. If it is the second case, how would you solve it? Asked the man in the Zhengshan suit. From my observation, the pollution in this rule world mainly falls into 2 similar types. One is contact-based pollution, and the other is condition-based pollution.
The pollution from the chosen ones of Pickle Country is contact-based.
At this point, the man with golden glasses paused for a moment, allowing everyone to digest, then continued, the collective suicide incident of chosen ones, including those from Milan Country, caused by Manager Chen leaving the office constitutes condition-based pollution.
So now Lin Ke has 2 problems to solve. One is to prevent Manager Chen from leaving the office.
The other is to avoid contact with the other 2.
Lin Ke's gaze fell on the employee who had been motionless. Little a can be ignored, this person will definitely become a monster.
And Manager Chen, he must not be allowed to run out of the office first. In terms of speed, he should have a slight advantage over Manager Chen. As long as he tries to get as close as possible, he might be able to run out of the office ahead of him. As for that monster that can pollute him, Lin Ke did not have much confidence.
It's all up to luck now. Lin Ke thought for a moment and walked back to the desk. Manager Chen, do you think these faceless monsters can trap me? Guess what I found in the safe?
Lin Ke said leisurely as he walked out of the finance room.
Humph, we'll find out if they can trap you. All of you, attack.
Manager Chen snorted coldly, commanding the group of ghostly figures.
9 faceless monsters immediately surrounded Lin Ke.
At the same time, the employee who had been sitting still also stood up and floated towards Lin Ke's back.
If you kill me, you won't want to know the secrets hidden in the safe? Lin Ke kept his eyes on Manager Chen, quickening his pace. The nearest faceless monster was now less than a meter away from Lin Ke. Confusion appeared on Manager Chen's face. He had long coveted the items in the safe, but due to the rules, he could never enter. Perhaps, this time is an opportunity? Damn, isn't this asking for death? What's Lin Ke doing? Don't worry, Crazy Ke must have some backing to act like this. Maybe he has mastered a forbidden spell from that letter, ready to cause a massacre. Naive, you guys from the Dragon Nation chosen ones are about to be torn apart. Looking at the approaching strange shadow, Lin Ke felt no presence at all. It's now or never. Lin Ke gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly lunged forward, crashing into the faceless monster in front of him. The 2 figures passed by each other. Manager Chen's mouth slightly opened, staring in shock at the scene before him. Why is he unharmed? He guessed right. The 9 monsters really couldn't harm him. Lin Ke seized the opportunity and quickly rushed toward the door. Seeing Lin Ke running towards him, Manager Chen's face darkened. He had been tricked. This guy had known all along that those useless monsters couldn't hurt him. What a careless mistake. He abruptly stood up and ran toward the office door. Watching this scene, Jin Si, the bespectacled man, felt his heart tighten. Lin Ke's actions were flawless. Just a fraction away, if Manager Chen had reacted a second slower, Lin Ke could have escaped the office ahead of him. Now, the 2 were at least 1 step apart, while Manager Chen was less than 2 meters from the door. The activated eerie figure behind Lin Ke had already turned into a shadow following him closely. Could it really be over? Jin Si was somewhat bewildered. In this situation, he couldn't think of any solution. My gosh, the bald monster fell down. Crazy Ke has a chance. Charge. Hurry, run. In one leap, Lin Ke reached beside Manager Chen. Suddenly, he bent down, wrapped his arms around Chen's body, and forcefully threw him back. Manager Chen, weighing nearly 200 pounds, crashed into the approaching black shadow. Boom.
To everyone's surprise, the shadow that should have passed through Manager Chen was actually knocked back.
After throwing Manager Chen away, Lin Ke lost his balance, now less than a meter from the office door. He simply did not stand up, rolling directly out of the office.
The shadow seemed stunned by the impact, staring blankly at Manager Chen.
After waiting for several seconds, it continued to drift outside the office. Lin Ke had already vanished at the office door.
Clearly, Lin Ke, having left the office, had not escaped the shadow's pursuit. Manager Chen stood up from the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and suddenly turned to Little A, saying something strange.
Your insight is still as good as ever.
The people of the Dragon Nation erupted in excitement as they saw Lin Ke escape.
Crazy Ku is so awesome, he pulled it off.
What do you call this?
This is turning the impossible into possible. By the way, why did the bald monster fall down just now? It seems like Crazy Ku threw something at him before the bald monster fell.
A pen, which happened to land right at the bald monster's feet.
The madman Ku's aim is something else.
I think it should be said that it's good luck. Who cares, anyway, this round is over. Damn, it made my heart almost fail.
Really, those brief seconds had me sweating. Since the cold disaster, this is the first time.
Lin Ke stood in front of the elevator, gasping for air. His right hand pressed the button to go down.
He just turned back to take a look. Manager Chen did not chase out. Instead, the activated monster followed out.
It should be because the pollution area restriction was cancelled.
Lin Ke nervously stared at the changing numbers in the elevator. 10, 9.
Fortunately, that thing floated at a speed that was not particularly fast, and he should be able to get on the elevator first.
Ding dong.
The elevator door slowly opened. Lin Ke caught a glimpse of a shadow at the corner and immediately lifted his foot to enter the elevator. That cold prompt sound suddenly rang out.
Rule C. Chapter 11, The Monster Came In.
New book seeking collections and recommendations.
Rule C.
Rule 1, the elevator has a weight limit of 13 people, please do not overload.
Rule 2, the elevator is absolutely safe, unless there is only one woman inside.
Rule 3, elevator 1 only stops at even floors, elevator 2 only stops at odd floors, and all even floors cannot go directly to the first floor. Rule 4, please do not speak inside the elevator, if someone inside calls your name, please immediately stop at the next floor. Rule 5, there cannot be only same-sex individuals in the elevator, if so, the elevator will stop at the 9th floor. Rule 6, an elevator will only open twice at the same floor, please do not enter the same elevator consecutively.
Rule 7, an elevator will not malfunction simultaneously, if the elevator shows malfunction, please switch to another.
Lin Ke looked at the slowly opening elevator door, where an unknown red die wrote the number 1.
Lin Ke turned to glance at the approaching shadow. Without hesitation, he rushed to the button of elevator 2.
The buttons of the two elevators are separated, not in the middle, but on both sides.
Strangely, this elevator had only one button and did not differentiate between up and down. Lin Ke had to rush over to press the button for elevator 2.
Seeing his action, the keyboard warriors of Dragon Country could no longer sit still.
What the heck, the elevator door is open, why not go in, insisting on taking another one? Is that elevator made of gold?
So ridiculous, with him messing around like that, he definitely won't escape the monster. This madman, I've had enough of him.
3 meters, 2 meters.
The elevator door slowly opened.
Lin Ke immediately sidestepped and squeezed inside.
That shadow's outstretched hand almost touched him.
Quick, close the elevator door. Hurry, close the door, the monster is coming in.
At this moment, the barrage section went wild. Lin Ke, however, stood calmly at the door, emotionless, watching the shadow. The shadow directly ignored the laws of physics and forcefully turned towards Lin Ke. Looking at the increasingly close shadow, Lin Ke remained motionless.
Damn, why act so foolish at this time? It's over, Lin Ke was going to be contaminated by that monster. Ha, you Dragon Country's chosen one is too weak.
You got scared silly by a monster.
The shadow rammed hard into Lin Ke. Then instantly disappeared.
In that moment, Lin Ke clearly saw the shadow first break into uniform pieces, then the pieces continued to break evenly. It was as if it had been sliced countless times by something in an instant.
The elevator is absolutely safe. Lin Ke glanced at the dark button for the first floor.
He quickly pressed the button for the 3rd floor. A number 7 flashing red light slowly appeared behind him. The elevator door slowly closed, the light dimming, only the faint white light from the buttons and the blinking red light remained. The elevator became extremely quiet.
Strange, how come they just entered the elevator?
Damn, I was going to sneak some experience in Bear Country, but they just started.
It's amazing, they don't have to escape the office like Crazy Ku, how could it take them so long? The issue is the flow of time.
The rule horror world seems to have the starting time point be the same every time. Perhaps it's for fair competition. Inside the emergency base of Dragon Country, 7 rules are projected on the big screen.
This time the rules are a bit simple.
Jean C. Glasses murmured softly.
Could the number 7 that appears behind Lin could be the number of times he used the elevator? Zhang Shui said uncertainly.
Zhangshan nodded in agreement, thought for a moment, and added, only 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 can reach the first floor, so logically, it doesn't need to be 7 times. Each time using the elevator, there will be places that violate the rules, preventing the chosen ones from choosing the floors they want to go to, Jean C. Glasses said with bright eyes from the side. The simplest way is to make the number 2 elevator malfunction, fully loaded, or only one woman waiting, forcing the chosen ones to take the number 1 elevator, and the number 1 elevator can never reach those odd-numbered floors. The first problem to solve is to find out the floors that number 2 elevator can reach without restrictions. Lin Ke rubbed his increasingly sore eyes and gently exhaled. Through the mirror-like decoration inside the elevator, he clearly saw the flashing number 7 on his back. Looking at that number 7, Lin Ke's expression darkened. This number should indicate the times he can still take the elevator. The correct floors are 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. The rules definitely won't let me reach these floors easily. In addition to the limitation of 7 times, elevator number 2 will surely have heavy restrictions. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the constantly changing floor numbers, and he kept talking to himself. How to find the way to the odd-numbered floors using the least number of rides on elevator number 2 is the first difficulty. How to find the way to the first floor using the least number of rides on elevator number 2 is the second difficulty. The rules keep emphasizing the importance of elevator number 2, could it be hiding something? The fire escape is not mentioned in the rules, it seems to be usable? In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Seeing Lin Ke talking to himself, someone immediately raised a question. Why is Crazy Ke suddenly talking to himself? Could it be he's been contaminated? Is it possible that the mental pressure is too great, and he really has gone mad? By the way, don't you think this elevator is a bit scary? It's pitch black, and that red light keeps flashing. I think I also heard some strange sounds. Ding! The 3rd floor has arrived. The elevator door slowly opened, but outside was a dim scene, with only the faint glow of the emergency power. Lin Ke reached for his phone in his pocket, only to find it was empty. His phone had vanished without a trace. It seemed to be the work of the rule horror world. He had no choice but to slowly walk to the elevator entrance and look outside. Everything was normal in the elevator hall, except the walls were covered in colorful patterns. Please leave the elevator immediately. Please leave the elevator immediately. A cold voice suddenly echoed. Lin Ke no longer hesitated and slowly stepped out of the elevator. Curiously, he walked to the wall. The wall was covered with pictures of scantily clad beautiful girls. Lin Ke's face turned red instantly. He quickly shifted his gaze to another place. He was now live-streamed to the world, and if he embarrassed himself, it would be over. Suddenly, Lin Ke frowned tightly. That annoying voice came again. It sounded like the night wind blowing through the cracks, making one feel irritable. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were startled by this sudden strange sound. They hurriedly turned down the volume. Lin Ke endured the discomfort and walked around in the elevator hall. It was just a square closed space. There were absolutely no fire stairs. Forget it, this sound is too unpleasant, I need to leave quickly. Lin Ke walked decisively toward the button for elevator number 2. Chapter 12, Scaring the Weird to Paralysis? Today the contract was successfully signed, and an extra chapter is added. Please support, follow, and recommend. Lin Ke was now on the 3rd floor. As long as he can take elevator number 2, he can go directly down to the 1st floor. He pressed the button for elevator number 2, and the elevator door opened. That annoying noise instantly disappeared. Lin Ke's tensed spirit immediately relaxed. A charming fragrance drifted out from the elevator. The elevator was actually packed full of beautiful girls. There were noble ladies in ancient costumes, girls in short skirts and stockings, and pure-looking neighbor girls. Each one looked vibrant and enchanting. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon them. Come on up. Hey handsome, hurry up and come in. Brother, come on. He. These voices came in waves. Lin Ke felt like a small boat in the ocean, wanting to drift along with the waves. A warm sensation traveled across his body, indescribably pleasant. His body uncontrollably moved forward. Wow, that smile is too damn cheeky. I feel like he must be crazy, laughing like that into thin air. If you put Diao-chan or Shishir in front of me, I wouldn't laugh like that. The live stream from Long Country exploded. What they saw was a completely different scene. The elevator opened, Lin Ke took a glance inside, and then a cheeky grin spread across his face. That expression, any man would know what he was thinking.
But inside the elevator, there wasn't a single woman visible. They simply couldn't understand Lin Ke's current experience. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, a chill ran up his thigh. This chill snapped him back to reality, and he immediately stopped. Lin Ke carefully counted the people inside the elevator. Just not too many, exactly 13. Damn, that was close. Lin Ke felt a shiver run down his back and quickly took 2 steps back. If he walked in, he would definitely not come out of the warm embrace. Luckily, he hadn't used it upstairs, otherwise, he would have been trapped here. When Lin Ke looked back into the elevator, he found that they had turned into skeletons. Our cries were tragically endless, seeming to say, "Lin Ke, you heartless man, why won't you come and accompany us?" Lin Ke felt flustered and simply turned his head away from them. According to Rule 6, an elevator will only open twice on the same floor. If elevator number 2 behaves strangely again, I can only take elevator number 1. And elevator number 1 only stops at even-numbered floors, which are 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. If the elevator opening events on each floor are set by the program, then both elevators number 1 and number 2 can operate normally on the 8th floor. Returning to the 8th floor, one can go to floors 5, 7, 9, and 11. Inside the emergency base of Long Country. Mr. Chai, you are an expert in psychiatry, what do you think about Lin Ke now? Elderly Yunlong asked worriedly beside Chai Fengnian. Chai Fengnian is the top psychiatrist in Long Country. Considering that the rules of Bizarre Tales include many things that violate human ethics, the think tank had prepared early. Chai Fengnian removed his reading glasses and smiled. The young man's mental state is no longer an issue. He must have fallen into some kind of illusion when the elevator opened just now. I speculate that he is being disturbed by some kind of sound or hallucination, so he is trying to enhance his resistance by speaking loudly. How effective is this method? Li Yunlong asked. Chai Fengnian put his glasses back on and carefully observed every subtle expression of Lin Ke in the video. About 2 minutes later, he casually said, for him, it should be quite effective. When the elevator closed, the deadly soul-calling sound finally vanished. Lin Ke also stopped and reached out to press the button again. Please don't let it happen again, it's deadly. The elevator slowly opened. Inside, there wasn't a crowd of women. Only one. Little A? Lin Ke exclaimed softly in surprise. Come on, go up with me, I can help you. Little A showed a sweet smile. How did you end up in the elevator? Lin Ke asked hesitantly. Although Little A has a special identity, there is no reason to help himself like this. Seeing Lin Ke's hesitant expression, Little A immediately showed displeasure on her face. You don't trust me, and I'm getting angry. Forget who helped you in the office? Lin Ke's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly explained, no, I'm just too surprised. Alright, hurry up and get in. There's not much time left, if you delay, it will be too late. But I'm afraid that your help might violate the rules, so maybe we shouldn't. Lin Ke said with a face full of embarrassment. Little A's face turned ugly, and she shouted, Lin Ke, are you still a man? You are hesitating. I'm not afraid, why are you? Upon hearing this, Lin Ke immediately stepped forward. The man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at the scene with a complicated expression. For a moment, he hoped Lin Ke would stop. According to Rule 2, when there is only one female in the elevator, it is not allowed to take the elevator. Lin Ke was obviously confused by this entity that took the form of Little A. Chief, should we apply for outside support immediately? As Lin Ke was about to step into the elevator, Zhang Shui couldn't hold back anymore. Li Yunlong hadn't spoken yet, but the man beside him, Chai Fengnian, immediately took over the conversation. No need. The little guy is acting, he is aware. But Zhang Shui pointed to the live broadcast. Just take another look. Chai Fengnian chuckled while stroking his beard. Lin Ke stopped at the elevator entrance. Come in quickly, the elevator is about to close. Seeing him stop again, Little A's tone became anxious. You are not just Little A, you are also the chosen one. Lin Ke looked coldly at Little A. Little A in the elevator was startled for a moment, then her pupils contracted, revealing a look of fear on her face. No, I am Little A, you must come in. I beg you, please come in. I know which floor is the correct one. Lin Ke remained unmoved, carefully observing the woman's expression, and articulated slowly, you are also on a mission, failure means death. Upon hearing this, the woman cried out, wow. Then she collapsed on the ground. Lin Ke then saw her mouth moving continuously but no sound came out. It was obvious that some force had blocked the sound. Lin Ke speculated that the woman may have just revealed the correct floor. Unfortunately, he didn't understand lip reading. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get blocked? What did Ke the madman do again? I saw the woman inside seem to be crying and making a scene. I don't know, could it be signal interference or something? Do these aliens high-tech still have moments when they don't work?
Inside the emergency base, the think tank's expressions became extremely serious. They heard Lin Ke clearly say, "You are also the chosen one."
The subsequent silence and blocking were clearly meant to prevent leaking more secrets. Isn't it just the Dragon Kingdom, Bear Country, and Eagle Country left? Why would there be other chosen ones? And that chosen one obviously stood against the Blue Star humans. Things suddenly became confusing. Chapter 13, suddenly lowering the difficulty?
Zhang Shui, immediately back up a copy of the data for me, I need to go out. If Lin Ke has any problems, connect via video immediately.
Li Yunlong stood up, his gaze landing on the man in the Zhongshan suit. The latter immediately understood and stood up as well.
Soon, the two walked out of the conference room holding the USB drive Zhang Shui had given. The man with gold-rimmed glasses watched the Zhongshan suit leave, his eyes showing a hint of jealousy.
Lin Ke looked at the closing elevator door, his expression growing serious. At first, he thought little A was just an illusion or a strange entity. He wanted to see how smart the AI of these beings really was. But soon Lin Ke felt something was off. Was the desire in the woman's eyes also just an illusion or a simulation without emotions? So Lin Ke pretended to be confused. He suddenly stopped at the elevator entrance, stirring the other person's emotions. Taking advantage of her unguarded moment, he suddenly struck. The other side was indeed caught off guard, and exposed the flaw. However, this matter can only serve as a warning for now. You never know if the next opponent is a cunning person. Lin Ke walked to elevator number 1 and pressed the button. As he guessed, taking elevator number 1 was very smooth. Quiet, comfortable, bright lights. In contrast, elevator number 2 was like hell. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 8th floor. It seemed no different from before, completely dark, with only dim emergency lights. Lin Ke stepped out of the elevator. Who? Lin Ke quickly took 2 steps back. The 2 suddenly appearing figures responded the same way. In front of the live broadcast studio, the entire nation of the 3 kingdoms was stunned. Damn, did they crash? Why did everyone run to the 8th floor? The madman's physique seems to be at a disadvantage, it won't be easy if a fight breaks out. Looks like there's excitement to watch now. In the emergency base, the think tanks were also watching in amazement. The recent rule of strange tales kept coming unexpectedly, truly ghostly. Zhang Shui, contact the commander, we. The young man in the black duckbill cap was interrupted by the glasses-wearing man. No need, we are watching. What Li Lao is doing now is more important. The others thought for a moment and felt that what the man with glasses said made sense. After all, the 3 people had just appeared on the 8th floor at the same time, there was no conflict yet, so there was no need for alarm. Lin Ke did not know the chosen ones from other countries. Seeing a skinny black young man and a furry 2-meter giant, his internal warning level shot up to the maximum. Seeing the other 2 also looking at each other in surprise, an idea suddenly popped into Lin Ke's mind. Could these 2 also be chosen ones? The previous round of Rule Strange Tales World did not play this way. Each country was self-reliant. How come there are so many chosen ones in this Dragon Country's instance? Are you also chosen ones? Lin Ke asked tentatively. Since the earlier chosen one could hear and speak the dragon language, these 2 should understand it too. You too? I am Victor from Bear Country. The muscular man, covered in body hair, replied with a buzzing voice, showing excitement in his eyes as he looked at Lin Ke. Alec, from Eagle Country. It seems this time our Rule Strange Tales world is different from the last one. The black young man's eyes kept scanning Lin Ke, unsure of what he was thinking. This was a real foreign friend. Lin Ke showed a shy expression. Which floor did you come from? Alec asked. 3rd floor, Lin Ke blurted out. Victor looked at him strangely and asked back, you go first. Alec shrugged and said nonchalantly, I came down from the 9th floor. Then what about you? Suspicious Mr. Victor. 2nd floor. As soon as he said this, both of them looked at him. Victor awkwardly explained, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to the rules. Alright, then it seems we missed one object we could rule out. Alec said with a regretful look. I want to see the numbers behind everyone first, Lin Ke spoke up. He suspected that the Rule Strange Tales would not let them make such a big assumption. I also want to know, Alec said as he turned around. When they saw the numbers behind him, everyone in the live broadcast studio gasped. How did it suddenly become 4? It should be 6, why did it drop by 2? Is it because of the 2 extra people? Does that mean there's only 1 chance to air? The madman, don't listen to that black guy, he's lying. He clearly went to the 11th floor. Calling up there won't help, the madman can't see it. In the emergency base, Zhang Shui stood up angrily. This matter must be reported to the commander. Immediate off-site support is required. Stay calm. No rush. Chai Fingyan and the glasses-wearing man exchanged a glance, signaling each other to speak first.
The golden glasses nodded in response, then said, "Next, the three people's plan is definitely to separately investigate floors 5, 7, and 11. If all three return to the 8th floor, it means the 9th floor is correct. If someone doesn't return, it means the floor they went to is the correct one. But what if the black man deliberately doesn't return to the 8th floor?"
Zhang Shui asked, puzzled.
The golden glasses looked at her with a strange expression before saying, "If the floor he went to is not the correct one, he must come back.
Otherwise, he cannot determine which floor is correct." Looking at the three people in the live broadcast, the golden glasses muttered softly, "Why is the difficulty suddenly lowered?" "What did you say?"
Zhang Shui looked at him in confusion.
The golden glasses just shook his head and said nothing. Lin Ku and Auric entered the elevator, heading down to floors 5 and 7, respectively.
Victor, on the other hand, went up to the 11th floor.
Soon, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and Auric stepped out. Lin Ku continued to the 5th floor. Things went surprisingly smoothly, with no abnormalities in the process.
Quickly, they both confirmed that the floors they were on could not reach the 1st floor.
So they returned to the 8th floor. Lin Ku stepped out of the elevator. Two familiar figures suddenly appeared beside him.
This time, Lin Ku just took a step back. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind.
Why did all three return to the 8th floor? Could it be that something unexpected happened?
Lin Ku's expression grew serious as he carefully scrutinized the two under the dim light. Seeing Lin Ku and Auric appear at the same time, the tall Victor slapped his forehead in frustration.
"Oh, no, my luck is really terrible. Oh, my brother, what happened to you? Did something go wrong?" Auric looked at the two in surprise and then loudly questioned, "How did everyone return?"
"Just one chapter tonight, I have to get up early to go home tomorrow. Wishing all my little cuties going home for the new year a smooth journey."
Chapter 14, Refusal of Support.
"I just ran into someone in the elevator who called my name," Victor said, looking frustrated.
Rule 4, please do not talk in the elevator. If someone in the elevator calls your name, please stop at the next floor immediately. Auric's expression tightened, and he immediately asked, "Which floor did you get off on?" 10th floor, just a little bit short. As I passed the 9th floor, someone suddenly entered, and when the elevator door closed, they called my name." Victor punched the wall in frustration, making a loud bang.
Lin Ku's brow twitched at the sight. Auric took a step back, a relaxed expression appearing on his face, and advised, "It's okay, we still have a chance."
Lin Ku's expression softened.
"Now we can confirm that the 11th floor is the correct one," Auric said. "That's right, so we can go directly to the 11th floor this time," Victor said, ready to press the elevator button.
"Wait."
Lin Ku stopped him. "We should first check each other's numbers on our backs."
"Lin, there's really no need for that."
"We definitely both have only 2 chances left," Auric said with a puzzled look. Lin Ku shook his head, firmly stating, "No, this is very necessary."
"All right." The three of them looked at each other's numbers, all were 2. Lin Ku then let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I was just being cautious." Auric shrugged nonchalantly. Victor smiled and patted Lin Ku's shoulder, then pressed the button for the second elevator.
The elevator doors slowly opened, and there were already people inside. The three of them changed their expressions at the same time, quickly starting to count the number of people. 11 in total, Lin Ku quickly said a number. "Rule 1, the elevator limit is 13 people, please do not overload." With 11 people already in the elevator, only one more person could fit.
"What should we do?"
Victor grabbed his hair, looking a bit at a loss.
Auric looked at Lin Ku suspiciously, whispering, "Why do I count fewer? You can't have miscounted, right?"
Saying this, he walked to the elevator door and started counting one by one. The people in the elevator all looked at the three with puzzled expressions.
"Get in or not? If not, I'm closing the door." An old man cursed and directly pressed the close button.
The elevator doors slowly closed.
"Looks like we can only wait for the next elevator," Victor said helplessly.
Lin Ku's brows furrowed, Auric's behavior felt a bit strange to him.
But he couldn't quite say what the problem was. As the elevator doors were about to close, Auric suddenly dashed in. "Damn it, this Eagle Country guy is so ridiculous. 666, playing this game.
But what's the point of him doing this? There are only floors 9 and 11 left." Even Lin Ku, as crazy as he is, knows that the black guy just lied. He must be going to the 11th floor, not the 9th.
The correct answer is clear.
The logic upstairs is clear and impressive. Seeing Auric suddenly squeeze into the elevator, both Victor and Lin Ku were dumbfounded.
What's with this Eagle Country guy, what's his rush? Victor looked at Lin Ko with confusion. Lin Ko's face was ashen. This Eagle guy definitely has a problem. He is definitely lying, Lin Ko said slowly, word by word. Victor looked even more bewildered. Why is he leaving us out? Does he want to go alone? Victor said uncertainly. Most of the time, he was more used to communicating with body language. He wants to go alone simply to keep us from knowing the correct floor. But did he lie from the beginning or just thought of it just now? Lin Ko looked in the direction of the elevator, his gaze a bit scattered. Victor listened, even more confused. Does it matter? Lin Ko smiled bitterly. The difference is if he lied from the start, then the 9th floor is the right answer. If he just recently lied, then both the 9th and 7th floors could be correct. It's a pity this elevator doesn't have up and down buttons, or we wouldn't have to guess. Damn it, I thought this Eagle guy was trouble from the start. If I had known, I should have punched him to death earlier. Victor angrily punched the wall. Let me think. Lin Ko closed his eyes and began to recall the scenes after encountering Auric. This was a memory method he created by imitating a palace memory. In 3 days' time, he could basically achieve 90% restoration. It was just very exhausting mentally. Damn it, what am I thinking? It's definitely the 9th floor, the 9th floor. Crap, even a fish like me knows it's the 9th floor, what are you still guessing about? That's because you have a god's eye view, but Lin Ko knows nothing. Floors 7 and 9 were both confirmed by that black guy, how can you judge where he lied? I'm not blind, it's obvious he lied the first time. Alright, brother, you have a point, if you can, go ahead. In the emergency base, the guy with glasses pressed down on Zhang Shui's shoulder. Wait a little longer. We can't wait any longer, we have no more chances. If he chooses wrong, do you know how many people will die? Zhang Shui suddenly pushed the guy with glasses away. Wait a little longer, he can do it, the guy with glasses said, his eyes red. We can't waste our precious off-site support opportunity here. Seeing the elevator filled with people, the guy with glasses instantly understood why the difficulty had been lowered. This is a test of humanity and trust. If the three work together, it's as easy as pie to get through. Once someone starts calculating for themselves, someone will face a dilemma. Even all three might fall apart. Lin Ko slowly opened his eyes. I know the correct answer now. Lin Ko was about to step forward to press the elevator button when a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. The Dragon Country is applying for off-site support connection, do you accept? Lin Ko was slightly stunned, and then reacted. The Dragon Country was directly using a right that could only be used once. But he didn't need it. Lin Ko directly chose to refuse. Then pressed the elevator button. So amazing, just close your eyes and sleep for a bit to know? Is this your Dragon Country's divination? Victor looked at him with disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Ko stumbled, almost losing his balance. What the heck is going on? Which floor is the correct one? Victor asked curiously. The 9th floor. Is it because if the 7th floor is correct, he wouldn't have gone back to the 8th floor? No, even if the 7th floor is the correct one, he would still go back. So that eliminates the idea of us going to the 7th floor, leading to our failure. If that's the case, how can you determine that the 9th floor is the correct one? Victor scratched his head, puzzled. Just now, you said that when someone called his name in the elevator, Auric's expression became tense. He must be tense because the floor you stopped at might involve the correct answer. Then it must be the 9th floor. Victor stared blankly at Lin Ko. I don't know how your brain works, Victor mumbled softly, leaning against the wall. As the elevator slowly opened, Lin Ko walked in without hesitation. Today is too hard. There was an accident on the way home, and I twisted for 4 hours. I took a taxi back home with a 500 price increase. I can't write today, luckily I have drafts saved. Thank you all for your collections, attention, and monthly tickets. Chapter 15, Did we get it wrong? The elevator quickly arrived at the 9th floor and opened. It was still a dark scene. Lin Ko stepped out to observe the surroundings. Victor had already pressed the elevator button. Lin Ko looked at his back, feeling speechless. This guy is too reckless. The elevator door slowly opened. Inside was empty. Wait. Lin Ko called out to Victor, who was about to step in. The latter stopped at the elevator entrance, turning around with a puzzled look. Lin Ko pointed to a piece of paper stuck inside the elevator cabin. Malfunction? Isn't this elevator supposed to be working? Victor looked puzzled. Moreover, this is the correct floor, how can the elevator be malfunctioning? Lin Ko shook his head, calmly saying, let's not take risks, we'll wait for the next elevator. The comments in the live broadcast exploded. What the heck, nothing happened when the American sat in it. Now it has a paper stuck and it's malfunctioning? Could it be that the Americans did this? This shows that the elevator will open something that is not preset, it must be randomly generated. So what you're saying is, even if we find the correct floor, we still need luck to get down? Yeah, if the luck is that bad, encountering the second elevator twice in a row makes it impossible to board, then we can only cry. This is just too much of a trap. At the emergency base, Zhang Shui angrily put down the communicator in her hand. This is a device specifically for requesting off-site assistance. No one knows how this thing appeared in the base. Lin Ku was really driving me crazy, he actually refused off-site assistance. The bespectacled man glanced at the furious Zhang Shui, his gaze returned to the live broadcast screen. Would Lin Ku really encounter situations where he can't take the second elevator twice in a row? Rule 6, an elevator will only open twice on the same floor, please do not enter the same elevator consecutively. If the second elevator cannot be used for 2 consecutive times, he will have to take the first elevator. But the first elevator can never reach the first floor. This means Lin Ku's task would directly fail. Victor nervously tapped on the wall. Lin Ku, is it possible we made a mistake? Impossible, Lin Ku said very calmly. Alright, I don't want to die. Victor's eyes were fixed on the tightly shut elevator doors. Creak. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing 2 women inside. Lin Ku's gaze fell on the 2. One was dressed in business attire, the other in sportswear, wearing a baseball cap. Both kept their heads down, playing on their phones, showing no signs of anything unusual. Victor immediately walked in. Lin Ku followed closely behind. The button for 1 in the elevator was indeed lit up. The 2 let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Lin Ku collapsed directly onto the ground. He was exhausted. The recent memories had greatly drained his energy. Seeing this, Victor immediately crouched down to help Lin Ku up. Lin Ku smiled and waved his hand to Victor, indicating that he was fine. The 2 women showed no reaction, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Lin Ku leaned against the carriage, his gaze landing on the sportswear. He suddenly remembered something that might be useful. He just didn't know if he could still find Auric after getting off the elevator on the first floor. He hoped he wouldn't let him pass directly. Lin Ku's eyes landed on the floor number indicator. When the number above changed to 2, he suddenly took a step forward. He walked to the side of the sportswear and snatched off her hat. The sportswear immediately turned her head, glaring at him fiercely. Lin Ku. Victor, who had been dazed, heard this voice and quickly turned around, looking at Lin Ku nervously. Lin Ku immediately made a gesture for silence and pointed to the floor indicator. Victor then breathed a sigh of relief. As Lin Ku was about to leave the elevator, he happily waved his hand at the sportswear. Your hat smells nice. Shoo. Lin Ku saw that Victor was about to speak, and quickly stopped him. Listen to me, from now on until the mission is over, do not speak. You must remember this. Lin Ku looked seriously at Victor. Although Victor didn't quite understand why he couldn't talk, he nodded in agreement out of trust for Lin Ku. In the streaming room, the people of Long Country watched Lin Ku's actions and felt somewhat speechless. I just found out that Crazy Ku is really something, but I like it. That means you also have issues. Why did he snatch the girl's hat? Is there some deep meaning? Who knows? Maybe it's still to complete the mission? In the emergency base of Long Country, Zhang Shui coldly said, this Lin Ku was becoming more and more out of line. The man with gold-rimmed glasses turned to look at her with a somewhat strange expression. What do you mean? Seeing the odd look from the man with gold-rimmed glasses, Zhang Shui's face turned colder. She pushed her glasses on her face. Just keep watching and you'll understand. Also, I advise you not to keep dwelling on what just happened. I am the same as him, I understand why he did not respond to your call. The man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at the screen in the streaming room, his eyes showing a strange glint. It was a feeling of both excitement and tension. The elevator hallway was only lit by dim emergency lights. Following the direction of the emergency light, the 2 cautiously groped forward. After walking through a passage of about 10 meters, they suddenly found there was no more light from the emergency lights ahead. It was pitch black, they couldn't see their own hands. Lin Ku glanced at Victor beside him, who showed no fear at all, but was instead eager to try. Truly a warrior nation, ready to act in the face of things. With no memory of the first-floor lobby, they could only use the passageway as a reference and explore in a specific direction each time. How nice it would be if they still had their phones. This thought flashed through Lin Ku's mind. Soon, they reached the end of the left side, touching a wall with a strange texture. It did not feel like tiles or wood. Instead, it felt a bit like silicone, with plenty of elasticity. And there was a warmth to it that silicone lacked. Walking along the edge for a few meters, Lin Ku could feel that it was curved. After hesitating, the two chose not to continue exploring the edge but instead went back to the entrance of the passageway. Lin Ke roughly estimated in his mind that they had spent about 20 minutes going back and forth. Based on the area of the 8th floor, the first floor lobby shouldn't be that spacious. They changed direction and explored to the right. In about the same amount of time, they reached the wall of the same strange material again. It also similarly had a slight inward curve. After some brief thought, Lin Ke decided to continue exploring along the edge. With just a little over 1,000 square meters of area, they should be able to find an exit. However, what terrified both of them happened. This boundary seemed endless. No matter how they walked, they couldn't find the end. Based on Lin Ke's mental calculation, the situation appeared grim. The two of them had walked for a full 2 hours. Let alone a building, even a large stadium had long been left behind. What is going on? Chapter 16 I did nothing. What the heck, what is going on? Why can't we reach the end? Could it be a glitch wall? What glitch wall? It must be because in the dark, Lin Ke and the others lost their sense of direction, so they are going in a big circle. Dude, they've been walking straight along the wall. What, the wall is circling too? Is there anyone here to analyze this? I think it could be a maze or an illusion. No glitch wall, the weirdness refuses to submit. If it is a glitch wall, I can only say one thing: believe in science. 6. Believe in science. As the live stream buzzed with noise, Lin Ke signaled Victor to stop first. Continuing like this is not a solution. As time passed, he clearly felt that his sense of direction and judgment were fading. What went wrong? Lin Ke gently rubbed his chin, thinking quickly. An illusion? Or a glitch wall? Lin Ke pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, it hurt too much. The pain made him grimace. Lin Ke inhaled sharply while touching the wall beside him. It's still there. It should not be an illusion. Could it really be a glitch wall? As a good young, Lin Ke's lips slightly curled up, and he smiled. Of course I know. The powder's gone. The crazy Ku actually doesn't dare to take revenge. Damn it, I was just admiring him. What the hell, 2 against 1, afraid of what? Hey, this is reality. Some people get weak in the knees at the sight of eagle countrymen. The fighting nation just rushes up. Why listen to Lin Ke? Seeing Lin Ke stop Victor from acting, the livestream exploded. A group of keyboard warriors were wildly typing. They began to blacken him from all angles. Pfft, coward. Zhang Shui watched Lin Ke on the screen. The more she looked, the angrier she became. The man in gold-rimmed glasses squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted, showing a strange expression like Lin Ke's. Don't be so quick to insult, take a good look at that black guy. Zhang Shui's gaze shifted back to the black man. Auric saw the strange expression on Lin Ke's face and immediately took a cautious step back. With this step back, he immediately felt something was wrong. He looked down at his legs. Oh my god. Auric let out a terrified shout. His legs were slowly disappearing. Oh no. How could this happen? It must be you. What have you done to me? Stop it. The disappeared part extended to his knees. Auric looked at Lin Ke in despair. You can't do this to me. Lin Ke looked at him innocently, spreading his hands. Everyone in the livestream can testify, I didn't do anything. Victor, let's go. Lin Ke waved at Victor, who was standing still, and walked straight toward the door. Zhang Shui stared at this scene in disbelief. What is happening? The man in the cap adjusted his hat and laughed. Instead of worrying about this, you should contact the people over there. Lin Ke was about to complete his mission. Zhang Shui awkwardly nodded, immediately connecting the call to the C Province action team. The information showed that Lin Ke was a high official from Lin City in C Province. He was now working at the county library in Qing County. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be at the emergency shelter in Qing County now. Hello, Colonel Lin, this is the National Emergency Command Center. Have you found Lin Ke? After a slight interference sound, a rough voice came through. Report to the command center, this is Lin Dabiao from C Province Special Emergency Action Team. The main road to Qing County has collapsed, we are trying to find a way to get through. Zhang Shui's brows furrowed. What about Qing County? They are out of contact. The last call was 2 days ago. According to the information sent from the local emergency command post, power supply had already stopped 2 days ago. Hearing this news, Zhang Shui's face turned pale. Qing County is in the south, and the average winter temperature generally does not go below 5 degrees. But now it's minus 25 degrees. Without power supply, relying only on burning materials for warmth can't last long. Lin Ke couldn't have died in the Rule Monster world but instead frozen to death in the real world, right? Zhang Shui dared not delay, immediately contacting Li Yunlong. Chapter 17, Is this the reward of the chosen one? Qing County, in the emergency shelter. How much more can we burn?
County leader Li Deming rubbed his frozen, stiff face hard. An assistant tightened his scarf and said in a hoarse voice, "If we burn tightly, we can last another 2 days."
But are those Huang Tian people making trouble again?
Li Deming's tone turned cold.
Huang Tian was a local bully before the disaster. After the disaster, they became even more disobedient due to their power. Chen Tua sniffed and said helplessly, "The diesel from warehouse number 1 was completely taken away last night. This morning, the Huang family started their generator. How dare he?"
Li Deming took a deep breath, his anger barely contained.
That was reserved for the hospital. Li Deming's temples throbbed fiercely. Captain Long has already gone to find him. You haven't slept for a day and night. Bastard. This is a matter of life and health for more than 20,000 people in the shelter.
Li Deming was so angry that his chest ached, feeling as if he could hardly catch his breath.
He quickly rubbed his chest with his hand. "Leave one team, all security officers come with me."
After saying this, Li Deming pushed open the door and walked out of the office. The cold wind of the night made him shiver.
This damned weather.
3 days ago, the people of Qing County, who had never experienced a winter freeze, truly felt what it was like for water to turn to ice. According to statistics after the event, more than half of the people in Qing County did not wake up that night.
As a remote mountainous county in the southern part of the country, Qing County's development was quite backward.
There was only one bridge crossing the river to connect to the outside world.
The day after the disaster, troubles began. The entire county lost power. No electricity, no broadcasts.
They still did not know that Blue Star had fallen into a world of strange tales.
In order to keep warm, the survivors searched everywhere for things to burn.
The city that had taken years to build was completely dismantled in less than a day. On the 3rd day after the disaster, the desperate survivors were finally willing to come to the shelter and accept uniform coordination. The population that was nearly 100,000 had dwindled to just over 20,000. Soon, a group of 10 people arrived at Huang's house, about a kilometer away from the shelter. The Huang family villa, over 1,000 square meters, was surrounded tightly by walls over 2 meters high.
"Huang Tian, the county leader wants to see you,"
Chen Tua shouted in front of the stainless steel gate.
Bang bang bang. The people outside the door were shivering in the cold wind of the night.
Finally, a heavily bundled man came running over. He peeked through the hollow part of the door to look at Li Deming and the others.
"Oh, it's Leader Li. Unfortunately, Brother Huang just went out to collect firewood." "Where did he go?" Chen Tua asked in a displeased tone.
The visitor gave him a sidelong glance and slowly replied, "The county library."
"Worthless scoundrel. Just stole diesel for medical use and now he's targeting the library. He's gone too far."
Li Deming was so angry that stars danced before his eyes.
The county library was something he had spent a lot of money to build. If Huang Tian dares to burn books, I, Li Deming, will take him down. Let's go.
Lin Ke walked out of the office building, and in a flash of white light, he returned to the library. The icy air made him shiver sharply.
Congratulations, Dragon Nation's Chosen One Lin Ke, and Bear Nation's Chosen One Victor successfully completed the mission. National rewards successfully issued, rewards for the Chosen One are being distributed. The next rule of the Bizarre Tales instance will open in 12 hours.
The temperature suddenly rose by 5 degrees, and everyone felt much warmer. Except for Lin Ke, who had just come out of the world of strange tales. It was much better inside, at least the temperature was suitable. Suddenly, Lin Ke slapped his head hard.
Damn, how could I forget such an important thing?
Just as Lin Ke was feeling frustrated, a notification sound rang in his mind.
Congratulations on completing this mission, calculating mission rewards.
Lin Ke paused, and his earlier frustration turned into excitement. He didn't expect that besides contributing to the country, he could also gain benefits for himself. He wondered what rewards he would get.
Ding, Chosen One Lin Ke has received the following rewards. Ability points *2. Exemption card *1. Physical enhancement potion *1.
Immediately, a flow of information entered Lin Ke's mind. Ability points, which can be used when the Chosen One levels up. Exemption card, using this card allows exemption from one instance of pollution. Note, this card cannot exempt damage.
Physical enhancement potion, taking it improves physical condition, the effect varies by individual. Lin Ke didn't think too much and swallowed it right away.
A warm current flowed down his throat, and soon his whole body felt hot.
However, the heat lasted only 10 seconds before disappearing.
Lin Ke felt that his body had become much lighter.
He tightly clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk. Bang! Ouch, that hurts.
Looking at the undamaged desk, Lin Ke muttered.
It seems like it's not much better than before. What Lin Ku couldn't see was that for those 10 seconds, white smoke kept rising from his head. That was all the impurities in his body being burned into gas and expelled from his body. Lin Ku rubbed his sore fingers and stood up from the chair, glancing at the time on his wrist. About 2 hours had passed since he disappeared. It seemed that the flow of time on both sides was vastly different. He walked to the corner by the door and picked up a piece of charcoal from a urea bag. There was still a little less than half of the charcoal left in the bag. If he used it sparingly, it should last another 2 days. He hoped that tomorrow's chosen one could successfully complete their task as well. Reigniting the fire pit, Lin Ku covered it, leaving only a fist-sized opening. This way, though not as warm, it could greatly extend the charcoal's burning time. He tore a piece of bread into long strips and placed them on the lid to bake. The body enhancement potion still had some effect, at least he didn't feel sleepy now. Lin Ku snuggled back into the chair, rubbed his cold hands, and picked up the book on the table again. Li Yunlong rushed back after receiving a call from Zhang Shui. He gave a stern order to the military district, demanding they find Lin Ku within 2 hours. The strange talk rules would continue, the next chosen one was still unknown. As someone who returned after completing a task, Lin Ku could certainly provide useful advice to the chosen ones at the command center. Moreover, the domestic media promotion also needed his cooperation. In the face of such a disaster, the public desperately needed a hero to lead them to victory. In a southern military district, the armed helicopter squadron took off after receiving the order. A construction team departed from the ground, striving to restore traffic in Qing County in the shortest time possible. Bang! Lin Ku, who had been reading for several hours in the chair, suddenly stood up. Open the door, open it right now. The wooden door of the library creaked as it was kicked. Coming, stop kicking. Lin Ku furrowed his brows. He recognized the voice, it belonged to Huang Tian's lackey. What were they doing at the library this late? They wouldn't be trying to steal books, would they? Thinking this, Lin Ku stopped and looked around. His gaze fell on the broom in the corner. Well, it would do, better than nothing. Chapter 18, Arrogance. Bang. As soon as Lin Ku opened the door a crack, the person outside kicked it open. Fortunately, Lin Ku anticipated this and dodged quickly. 5 fierce-looking men walked in. One man, barely standing at 1.7 meters, raised his stick and swung it at Lin Ku. He shouted loudly, "What the hell, so slow?" Lin Ku stepped back to create distance, thrusting the broom forward, which struck right at his chest. Ouch. The man crouched down, clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. That hit nearly knocked him out. Lin Ku was also jolted back 2 steps, his palm burning. Seeing this, the other 4 immediately surrounded him. You little brat, how dare you touch my Huang Tian's men, kill him. The last man, dressed in a fur coat, looked menacing. Lin Ku blocked the broom in front of himself. I advise you not to make a move, if you break something here, Li Deming won't let you off. Huang Tian pulled up a chair and sat down right at the door. Looking at Lin Ku, he said dismissively, I'm here to tear down this library. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid Li Deming will go all out? This is his most treasured place. Afraid of what? In a few days, everyone in the county will freeze to death. I see you're pretty good, be sensible and come with me, you can eat well and live comfortably. Huang Tian looked Lin Ku up and down and suddenly changed his mind. He knew this Lin Ku. Just graduated from college and only worked in the library for a few months. If he gave him some benefits, he would definitely listen obediently. Once back home, it wouldn't be hard to manipulate him as he pleased. Lin Ku's face showed a strange expression when he heard this. That he could still be considered good? How ridiculous, he was just talking nonsense. Most likely, he was trying to trick someone into being a temporary laborer. Lin Ku intended to delay time. If Li Deming knew someone was after his library, he would definitely fly over. Oh, is that so? Lin Ku put on a face as if he needed to think it over well. Just name your conditions. We're all from Qing County, no need to be polite. Huang Tian said, pretending to be generous. Well, how should I say this? After all, Li Deming has shown me kindness. If I do that, it wouldn't be good, right? Kid, are you messing with me? Huang Tian stood up from his chair, staring at Lin Ku. In Qing County, if I want someone to die, they won't live to see tomorrow. Dog, take care of him. A cruel smile appeared on Huang Tian's face. Lin Ku didn't expect that Huang Tian would be so hard to fool. A giant, over 6 feet tall, with a muscular face, took a step forward. He shook his head while saying, stand there and take a punch from me, or I'll break your legs. Looking at the giant's build, Lin Ku estimated that he could probably throw just 1 punch. After that 1 punch, he would be lying down directly. Oh boy, what to do now? Boldly, please come quickly. The giant slowly advanced towards Lin Ku. Stop it, Huang Tian, are you crazy? Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. A figure rushed in. It was Captain Long, who had been pursuing them all the way. The giant stopped and quickened his pace towards Huang Tian, directly standing in front of Captain Long, glaring at him defiantly. Get lost, Captain Long said in a vicious tone. If this were before the disaster, not to mention this giant, even Huang Tian wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The giant glared coldly at him, showing no signs of moving. Huang Tian leisurely said, Captain Long, don't be so hot-tempered, be careful not to blow up your home. Are you threatening me? Captain Long glared, suddenly drawing his sidearm. Huang Tian snorted coldly and said slowly, do you dare to shoot? Captain Long's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth grinding together. Indeed, he really didn't dare to shoot. Everyone behave. Captain Long glared fiercely at a few people and put his gun away. Lin Ke saw that everyone's attention was on Captain Long and breathed a sigh of relief. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Captain Long, regarding today's matter, I was forced into it as well. With this terrible weather, everything that can be burned at home is already burnt. I have hundreds of people living in my yard, if we don't get rid of the firewood soon, they'll freeze to death. Captain Long furrowed his brow. After a while, he said, except for the books, take the tables and chairs. He. Huang Tian shook his head. You must be joking. What can these few tables and chairs do? He had heard that there were 500,000 books in the library. If all were taken back, it would be enough to burn for a while. He came today just to test Li Deming's bottom line. Otherwise, why would he have bothered to chat aimlessly with Lin Ke for so long? He can't move even a table leg. Li Deming came in through the door. He walked in, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Lin Ke saw Li Deming nodding towards him. Noticing the 5 people behind Li Deming, he didn't recognize any of them. Oh, the leader has arrived. Come, leader, please take a seat. Huang Tian stood up and kicked the chair under him in front of Li Deming. Leader, you're already of age, don't get too excited, be careful not to run out of breath, huh? Li Deming's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He shouted to the 5 people who followed him in, cuff them all. The 5 people stepped forward at the same time. Before he finished speaking, Li Deming fell backward. Lin Ke immediately rushed over when he saw this. But he was still a step too late. How long until we reach the designated location? Report, Captain, we are still 10 kilometers away from the target location. Okay, Unit 1 will go ahead and clear a spot. According to the map, there is a large square in front of the Qing County Library. It can serve as a landing and takeoff point for helicopters. Soon, Unit 1 arrived above the square. Unit 1 calling Unit 0, there is a large gathering of unidentified personnel at the library, please advise. Unit 1, do you see the target? Report, no. Unit 0, there are too many obstacles in the square, it is not suitable for landing. Unit 0, there is a 5-story building here, and the rooftop can observe inside. Drop the blade down. I will repeat, our task this time is to bring the target back to the military region, there must be no mistakes. Yes, Captain, I guarantee to complete the mission. Li Deming fell heavily to the ground. Old Li, how are you? Lin Ke looked at Li Deming's somewhat dazed eyes and felt anxious. Cough, cough. Red blood bubbled from the corner of Li Deming's mouth. Lin Ke immediately turned his head to the side. Old Li, you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ke's body shook, and he instantly ducked his head. There was no more breath. Lin Ke was stunned. Huang Tian and others also realized that something was wrong. Is it dead? And the one who died was the county leader. If this gets out. Huang Tian's face turned ugly. He glanced at Guzi with a signal. The latter immediately understood, retreated to the door, and directly blocked it. The others were also in a panic at this moment. Huang Tian's 2 lackeys took advantage of Captain Long's distraction and pushed him to the ground. Huang Tian immediately rushed forward to grab his gun. Kill those 2. Huang Tian aimed his gun at the 5 people coming in behind. The 5 people's faces changed drastically. They never expected things would turn out this way. Unit 0, this is Blade, we have an emergency situation. We have observed dangerous elements inside the library that may cause harm to the target. Please advise. On the rooftop, Blade was reporting the situation while setting up the sniper rifle. Eliminate the danger, ensure that the target suffers no harm. Blade received. Lin Ke stared blankly at this scene, everyone else was being pointed at, but he was the only one not being marked. These people are here to save me? It can't be because I passed the rules of the bizarre story, right? A fully armed army was dispatched, even with a sniper. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Please come with us. A camouflage-clad soldier approached. Okay. Lin Ke nodded nervously and followed the camo soldier closely. Lin Ke laughed. The fully armed soldier in camouflage stayed behind to clean up. Captain Long looked at Lin Ke's back, his face full of shock. Captain Long knew Lin Ke's background all too well. He grew up in an orphanage in the county. He liked reading, but his grades were average. He couldn't be the lost son of some big shot, could he? Captain Long, what is the situation with Lin Ke? Captain Long, I remember you seem to know him well, can you tell us about it? So impressive.
The military dispatched snipers to protect him, he can't be the child of a big person.
Alright, let's think about how to deal with this. Captain Long glared at these several rebellious teammates. Huang Tian still has hundreds of people at home. And old Li. Sai, what is going on here? In a certain military district in the south. The helicopter landed smoothly. Lin Ke's face was a bit pale. Is it normal to feel dizzy on a helicopter ride for the first time? Do you need to rest for a bit? A female officer frowned when she saw his condition.
Lin Ke shook his head. I just need to get used to flying in a helicopter for the first time, it's not a big deal. Just now on the plane, a man who said he was Li Yunlong, the head of the National Emergency Command Center, talked with him for a whole 2 hours. He now felt a bit aware of his importance.
There were only 6 hours left until the next bizarre story began.
It would take 4 hours to fly from here to the command center, leaving him not much time.
For Lin Ke, who grew up in an orphanage, there was nothing that couldn't be gotten through with a little patience.
Soon, Lin Ke entered a small transport plane. The accompanying personnel kindly helped him adjust the seat flat. I heard the boss say you haven't had a good rest for a long time. Lin Ke thanked him and lay down directly.
He wasn't feeling sleepy.
But there might be a long period of high-intensity mental activity coming up. He needed to let his brain rest first. Lin Ke closed his eyes and quickly entered a state of mental chaos. It was somewhat similar to the Taoist concept of visualization, but not entirely the same. In this state, his brain was completely empty. Every time he entered this state, he felt extremely relaxed after waking up.
At 8 in the morning, Lin Ke walked into the command center of the Long Country Emergency Base. Hello, I am Zhang Yu, they like to call me Golden Frame Glasses.
Seeing Lin Ke walk in, Golden Frame Glasses was the first to step forward and shake hands. Then the one in the duckbill cap also stood to greet him.
Lin Ke smiled and greeted everyone. Until the last military uniform beauty. Hello, my name is Lin Ke, please take care of me from now on. Zhang Shui.
Zhang Shui didn't even look at Lin Ke's outstretched hand, only coldly responding. Lin Ke touched his nose and unnoticeably withdrew his hand.
How strange, why does this woman have such a big issue with him? Lin Ke's position was between the one in the duckbill cap and Golden Frame Glasses.
The three of them were of similar ages, and this arrangement was also made to help Lin Ke integrate into the team quickly.
Lin Ke, you are amazing.
Several times we thought it was a sure death situation, but you got through easily.
Do you have any secret? Share it with us? As soon as Lin Ke sat down, the one in the duckbill cap started chattering away.
Zhang Shui, who was pretending to work nearby, immediately perked up her ears. Even the usually proud Golden Frame Glasses leaned a bit closer. Lin Ke touched his nose, the eager gazes of everyone made him a bit uncomfortable.
You praise me so much. I'm about to fly away. I'm just an ordinary person, not as divine as you say. Because I know I'm in the task world, I will remember all the details.
When I combine those rules and the details from the scenes, many things become simple.
Lin Ke's face slightly flushed, and his small hands had nowhere to rest. Do you still remember where the mole is on Little A's face?
Suddenly, the golden glasses spoke up. Little A, the small one, is on the left cheek close to the earlobe.
The big one is on the lower left chin.
After a moment of recollection, Lin Ke replied. Hearing his answer, the golden glasses paused briefly, then quickly opened the video from the last talk of the strange. He clicked the mouse, directly jumping to the shot of Little A's appearance and zoomed in. The duckbill cap and Zhang Shui leaned in closer. Indeed, it was exactly where Lin Ke said. The duckbill cap gave Lin Ke a thumbs up, filled with admiration.
Zhang Shui's gaze towards Lin Ke also contained more respect. Only the golden glasses stared blankly at Little A's face.
He had no memory of the mole below the earlobe at all.
As an observer, his insight was surprisingly not as good as the participant Lin Ke's. The golden glasses' hands, hidden under the table, were tightly clenched. It seems everyone is getting along well. Li Yunlong walked over and sat down in his seat.
In an hour, the next round of rules and strange tales will begin.
This time we can't let the chosen one fight alone. Everyone solemnly nodded.
Lin Ke glanced at the time, half an hour remained until the strange tale began. So he took out a book from his bag and started reading.
Time passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Ke put down his book, opened his own computer terminal, and waited for the arrival of the rules and Strange Tales world.
Soon, a blood-red countdown appeared on the terminal. It's coming.
Lin Ke rubbed his eyes vigorously. Indeed, he was at the entrance of a supermarket again.
How did he enter again? At the emergency base in Longhua. Looking at the empty seats, everyone was shocked. Where did Lin Ke disappear to?
Is it possible that Lin Ke was chosen again? The duckbill cap murmured.
Yes, this time Longhua has 2 chosen ones. The Bear Country does too.
Zhang Shui immediately adjusted the videos of the 2 countries to the big screen. Does it mean that the chosen ones who successfully complete tasks will be summoned each time? The golden glasses frowned slightly.
This is not a good thing.
Soon, some people noticed that the live broadcast screen was divided into 2 sides. On the left was the familiar Lin Ke, and on the right was a boy around 20 years old, dressed like a student.
What's going on? Why are there 2 people from Longhua?
Probably the rules and Strange Tales don't want to let Crazy Ke go.
What if both fail? Wouldn't that mean double penalties? Think positively upstairs, can't both succeed and get double rewards?
Lin Ke waited about 2 seconds, and the familiar prompt sound indeed appeared.
Welcome to the world of rules and Strange Tales. This time's world, supernatural supermarket.
Basic task, escape the supermarket within 3 hours. Warning, in the Strange Tales world, always stay alert, do not get contaminated, do not get contaminated. Immediately, the originally dark supermarket became brightly lit. On the right side of the entrance hung a supermarket map.
On the left hung a poster with the rules written on it. Rule A. Rule 1, the items in the shopping cart temporarily belong to you.
If someone tries to steal, shout loudly, and the loss prevention staff will come to help you. Rule 2, the fresh area has undergone changes today. If you must go there, be cautious of people in overalls. Rule 3, all yellow solid lines on the ground are prohibited to cross. Rule 4, there are safety risks when stock clerks are stocking. Please stay away from them. Rule 5, there will be no children in the supermarket. If any child appears, exit the area immediately. Rule 6, the deli section is only open from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Rule 7, the first floor only has yellow price tags. If you find any other colored price tags, please do not purchase that item. Rule 8, the supermarket has a large flow of people, and no area can be occupied for more than 30 minutes at a time. Rule 9, supermarket employees do not wear black uniforms. If you find someone wearing a black uniform, please leave immediately and inform the loss prevention staff. Rule 10, those with great power can ignore the above rules. Lin Ke casually glanced around and walked towards the inside of the supermarket. Since they have come, they should stay calmly. Having had one experience, Lin Ke was quite calm. Honestly, this time, Kushin is a bit too arrogant. I only looked at 2 rules, and he's left? Is there a possibility that, like last time, the rules were directly implanted into the chosen one's mind? Anyway, the people from the neighboring countries, Sakura Country, Eagle Country, and Bear Country, are all still memorizing the rules. And that map, I feel it should be very important. Many aisles inside are separated by solid yellow lines. What does the sentence above the rules mean? Today's lucky color is white. Look at another person, he is very cautious. Wow, he even took out his phone to take pictures, impressive. Brains are really good things, how did we not think of that earlier? Li Ming is a college student. When he found out he had become the chosen one, he looked eager to try. As long as he can complete the task, he will surely become a hero of the entire Long Kingdom. By then, he would be a big celebrity. Li Ming looked at the words supernatural supermarket at the entrance, his eyes revealing extreme desire. As he stepped into the supermarket, the countdown began. The rule horror story surprisingly attracted a large group of customers, and at a glance, there was a sea of heads. Li Ming ignored the people around him and walked forward along the aisle marked with yellow solid lines, while taking out his phone. Suddenly, Li Ming stopped. His face turned somewhat ugly. Immediately, someone with sharp eyes noticed the problem. The map I just took a picture of has turned into a blank image. What the heck, this horror story world is really disgusting. Some people always want to exploit the bugs, now they're dumbfounded. Li Ming couldn't see the bullet comments, but he knew that at this moment, many people must be mocking him. He took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and opened the second picture. Sure enough, it was also a blank image. It seemed there was no way to take advantage anymore. Li Ming helplessly turned around and walked towards the entrance. Suddenly, a sign appeared at the entrance. Leaving the supermarket area, the flow of time doubles. Please consider cautiously. Seeing this sign, Li Ming's heart sank. This sign definitely did not exist when he just walked in. Clearly, this was a kind of punishment. Li Ming did not hesitate much and walked around the sign. Even if the time flowed double, he could only accept it. This comparison really shows the difference between people. The shameless author is back to ask for recommendations, collections, and monthly tickets. Everyone, just smash me with it.
Chapter 21, The Strange Child. Hello to all the audience friends, this is the first live broadcast of the Rule Horror Story World. I am the commentator Niu Lang, and this beautiful lady next to me surely doesn't need an introduction. Come on, hit the public screen with her name. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, Niu Lang, who looked somewhat handsome, smiled and asked, Sister Amin, it seems inviting you to our show was the right choice, everyone really likes you. Amin smiled generously and said, thank you, everyone. Let's take a look at today's Rule Horror Story live video. Amin very naturally steered the topic away. As a mature artist, she knows the importance of being low-key. Oh, our Long Kingdom contestant is very clever. He directly used his phone to record the map and the rules. Everyone guess, will he be the first chosen one to pass the horror story world? Niu Lang spoke as he already filled the screen with Li Ming's live broadcast. The supernatural supermarket looks similar to the supermarkets we usually go to. Over here should be where the shopping carts are placed. Oh, our Long Kingdom chosen one has stopped. Did he discover something? Immediately, Li Ming's actions made Niu Lang a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect this rule world to be so cunning, even blurring phone photos. Amin quickly added beside him, helping to ease Niu Lang's embarrassment. Here, a netizen submitted that the chosen ones from Sakura country are very fast. Let's switch over and take a look. Amin, what do you think of Sakura country? Just okay. Amin spoke sparingly. The live broadcast quickly switched over. A young man dressed in all black, with a black cloth on his head, was running rapidly in the supermarket. The crowded people in the supermarket had no effect on him at all. In just a few seconds, he navigated through the crowd to the snack area. Niu Lang immediately zoomed in on the map of the snack area. Everyone look, the biggest difference between a supernatural supermarket and an ordinary supermarket is these yellow solid lines. Niu Lang pointed at the specially marked yellow lines. According to the rules, the chosen ones cannot cross the line. Their route can only be unique. Amin slowly drew an S-shaped route on the map with her finger. Niu Lang cooperatively made a surprised expression. I didn't expect the hidden expert to be right beside me. How did you notice the secret at a glance, Demini? Look, after bypassing this display, he will cross into the snack area. Amin didn't respond to Niu Lang's words but pointed at the Sakura country chosen one on the screen. Niu Lang reacted quickly, immediately switching the topic. So fast, is this the strength of Sakura country ninjas? The first chosen one to cross the snack area is about to appear. Time used. Many viewers in the live room were there for Amin. But this small, unnoticed host kept calling Amin's sister, aging the pure and cute Amin and babbling nonstop, not giving her a chance to speak. Now, he looked favorably on Sakura country, making the viewers instantly unhappy. Wow, is the commentator a Sakura fan? This host can be checked, definitely something wrong. We want to see Ku the Madman, not Little Sunday. Ku the Madman, Ku the Madman. Amin glanced at Niu Lang, who pretended not to see the barrage, and gave a hint to the side. Let's see what the chosen one Lin Ku is doing. The director quickly understood and switched the live broadcast to Lin Ku. Everyone was stunned when they saw what was happening on the live broadcast. While everyone was desperately rushing forward, you were doing this? Is Lin Ku shopping in the supermarket? Amin looked at the live broadcast with a face full of wonder. Indeed, Lin Ku was shopping in the supermarket. At this moment, he had just finished looking at all the products on the first shelf. He put down the last item. A strange look appeared in Lin Ku's eyes. Only the fourth candy gift box on the third shelf had no product label. Lin Ku picked up a candy gift box and placed it in the shopping cart. Then he pushed the cart leisurely toward the next shelf. Is this really the chosen one from the last victory? Looks like his luck was really good last time. Niu Lang turned to Amin beside him. Amin's beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, showing a thought. It was as if the person who just ran out of the snack area was his father. Amin looked at the live broadcast and said nonchalantly, this chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms is going to encounter trouble. A child stood in the aisle between the snack area and the tea area. Amin immediately zoomed in on the camera. The ninja from the land of cherry blossoms also stopped, crouching down on the ground. The little boy looked dazed, with a lifeless gray-white face. He slowly reached out a pitch-black little hand. The bony palm gradually opened up in front of the ninja. Snacks. The little boy moved his lips, producing two words in a strange rhythm. According to the rules, when you encounter a child, you must immediately leave this area. Is the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms still in time to leave? Niu Lang exclaimed loudly at this scene.
As a professional commentator, he was unexpectedly the first to notice the unexpected situation ahead of Amin. He had to regain this spotlight.
He moved. The chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms has not chosen to leave. He made his move.
It seems the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms is quite confident in his strength.
He stopped. So fast. Let's take a look at the slow motion to see what just happened. Niu Lang excitedly played that segment of the video in slow motion.
He clearly saw that when the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms attacked, the boy didn't react at all. The screen zoomed in for a close-up. The ninja took small steps, quickly approaching the little boy, then his right palm turned into a blade and swiftly slashed across the boy's neck. A line of blood appeared. By the time the slow motion ended, the boy's head had rolled down.
So fast. The once noisy supermarket fell silent.
Those customers wandering around seemed to receive an order and all stopped in their tracks. They simultaneously turned to look towards the direction of the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms.
Chapter 22, More.
One more chapter added to thank the reader. Their originally normal appearances rapidly transformed into various bizarre shapes. Seeing this scene, all the viewers felt a chill in their hearts.
Oh my god, what's happening? Why are they all mutated? Niu Lang let out a cry of surprise.
It should be because he violated the rules that triggered the mutation of these people.
Amin said calmly on the side.
Hundreds of bizarre beings surrounded the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms. No matter how he charged left and right, he could not escape. A hand with scales and only 4 fingers rested on the ninja's shoulder.
Sizzle.
A large chunk of flesh and blood was torn off. A spiny tail suddenly emerged from who knows where, stabbing into his abdomen. Claws, sharp teeth. In an instant, thick blood and bits of flesh splattered all over the ground. In less than a minute, the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms was left with only a complete head. The headless little boy slowly walked next to the ninja.
All the monsters backed away. With both hands on the ninja's head, he gently twisted it off and placed it back on the neck.
The little boy, with the head of the ninja from the land of cherry blossoms, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled happily.
Ugh.
In the live broadcast room, Niu Lang could no longer hold it in and bent over, vomiting all over the ground. Amin also turned pale, her stomach churning. She turned to look at the live director.
The director immediately pointed sideways.
Then turned to glare at the deputy director. Don't bring such an idiot in again.
Amin walked to another live broadcast room nearby.
I'm sorry, our commentator just had a little situation.
From now on, I will be your commentator.
I'm an amateur, so I might not do well, please don't blame me. Amin changed her previous attitude and appeared quite lively.
Now, let's switch the screen back to Lin Ku.
Amin pointed to the box of candy in the shopping cart.
I guess this is the snack the little boy wants.
Everyone watching the live broadcast suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared away. It turned out Lin Ku wasn't just wandering around, he was looking for the key item to pass.
But how did Crazy Ka know the child would want snacks? Yes, he never left the snack area, how does he know there will definitely be children?
Immediately, someone in the comments questioned Yang Mi's assumption. Actually, I have carefully studied the rules of the previous 2 episodes of the Rule Horror World.
Amin said proudly, as long as you are observant and notice the illogical parts, getting through is not hard.
After saying this, she seriously looked at the live broadcast, seemingly forgetting she was also on camera. Lin Ku did not know that the renowned goddess Amin was paying attention to him.
He was just methodically checking each item.
Since the rules mention children, they would definitely appear somewhere in the Rule Horror World. Although the rules seemed to provide a countermeasure, it was actually a trap. Based on the previous experience, children would not disappear just because the chosen one withdrew. As long as they were there, the chosen one would never be able to pass. And the time to escape the supermarket was limited. This formed a deadlock. The key to solving the deadlock must be hidden within the supermarket. However, this scene was too boring, and soon the comments strongly requested to switch to another chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom. Amin reluctantly divided the live broadcast window in half. After all, the screen was big enough, so it didn't affect her watching Lin Ku. At this moment, Li Ming also pushed a shopping cart, though he didn't know when. The sharp-eyed audience immediately noticed that his cart also had that candy gift box. It seems that this secret was discovered not only by Ku the madman. Such an obvious clue, anyone who isn't an idiot can find it. Indeed, after all, only that candy gift box has a different label. Li Ming looked at the shelf in front of him, and the muscles on his face twitched.
He had walked into a dead end again.
This was already the 3rd time he walked into a dead end. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. 20 minutes had already passed. The time left for him was running out. Li Ming immediately backed out and changed direction.
He no longer had the heart to look at the shelves behind him. 25 minutes. Crossing the last group of shelves, the tea area was in sight. Li Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he walked out of the snack area, a child appeared. Li Ming stopped. Looking at the oddly shaped child, he felt a bit anxious inside. Backing out was impossible, he could only take a chance. Pushing the shopping cart closer to the child. Suddenly, the child stretched out a pitch-black, skinny hand. Snacks. Still the same eerie rhythm and tone. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Ming's face. He immediately took the candy gift box from the shopping cart and placed it in the child's hand. As soon as the box was placed in its hand, the originally pitch-black palm instantly turned fair. Wow, Goddess Amin's reasoning is indeed correct, that's so amazing. I wonder who was questioning our Amin's analysis just now. However, before the keyboard warriors could be happy, Li Ming's expression changed. That fair hand did not retract. The child did not leave. It continued to stare at Li Ming. More. These two words struck Li Ming like a bolt from the blue. How can this be? Li Ming gritted his teeth as he looked at the child. Can you let me pass? The child just stared at him, showing no reaction. Li Ming stared wide-eyed. Get out of the way. In a fit of anger, he pushed the child and rushed forward. The child fell to the ground from the push. Li Ming dashed past where he had been. Countless lines of blood erupted from his body. In an instant, Li Ming turned into a pile of sticky flesh. At that moment, the comments miraculously froze. The previous scene was simply too shocking. When the audience turned their attention back to Lin Ku, they were stunned again. Lin Ku's shopping cart actually held dozens of items. Did that child want that much? This was too greedy, right? Goddess Amin, please analyze. Immediately, some comments called for Amin's analysis. With the director's reminder, Amin finally came back to her senses. She shook her head. I don't understand either, he said helplessly. What is Lin Ku doing? These things seem to have no pattern. Suddenly, an ID called Golden Glasses sent a message in the chat. Their prices are the same as the candy gift box. No way, how could a pack of cookies cost the same as a candy gift box? Have I never bought snacks? A pack of scallion cookies is at most 5 yuan. Amin was first taken aback, then quickly dragged the video back. Candy gift box 39.8 yuan. Scallion cookies also 39.8 yuan. And the pack of cookies too. This. Amin took a deep breath. Lin Ku's observation was astonishing. 26 minutes. Facing the child's outstretched hand, Lin Ku picked up a box of cookies. One by one, soon, there was only one item left in the shopping cart. Lin Ku picked up the candy gift box and smiled, asking, "Do you want more?" Chapter 23, The Girl Selling Tea Leaves. Thank you to the book friend Useless Xianyu for the reward. The child nodded vigorously. Yes. Greed showed in his eyes. Lin Ku's lips slightly curved up. He took the candy gift box from the shopping cart. Such a greedy little friend, I can't give this to you. The child stared intently at the candy gift box. Lin Ku put it back into the shopping cart. He pushed the shopping cart forward directly. It seemed he completely ignored the child blocking the way ahead. Just as the shopping cart was about to bump into the child, he suddenly disappeared. Bad person, a crisp child's voice echoed around. Lin Ku smiled slightly and waved his hand behind, as if saying goodbye. As Lin Ku stepped into the tea area, the child reappeared in the aisle. What an interesting person, I hope he doesn't die too soon. This scene was invisible to the audience in the live stream. At this moment, Amin rewound the video back to where Lin Ku took the candy gift box. What went wrong? Why can't I give the candy? Amin frowned and whispered. His hand dragging the video paused for a moment. In the footage, Lin Ku had just picked up the candy gift box. It's the color of the label. Amin stood up excitedly, pointing at the price tag in the video. Rule 7, on the first floor, only yellow price tags are allowed. If you find price tags of other colors, please do not purchase that item. This tag is white. According to Rule 7, the chosen one cannot buy it. Just giving the item to a child doesn't really count as purchasing, right? Immediately, a message in the chat raised a doubt. Actually I think it can refer to Rule 1. Amin quickly signaled the director to display the subtitles in the live stream. Rule 1, items in the shopping cart temporarily belong to you. If someone tries to snatch them, shout loudly, and the loss prevention staff will come to help you. Rule 1 has even less to do with what was said above. Explain, do you understand? The chat shot back without mercy. Amin was obviously stunned by this message. This person called Thousand Layers of Snow actually doesn't recognize him?
The thought flashed in his mind, and Amin patiently explained, items in the shopping cart temporarily belong to you.
To give something that belongs to you to someone else, don't you have to buy the item first to make it yours?
So giving the items in the shopping cart to a child equals a buying process.
This level isn't difficult.
Amin smiled and said, the difficulty lies in finding all the matching items within 30 minutes and noticing the issue with the candy gift boxes tag.
Golden Glasses nodded in agreement while watching the live stream. What Amin said was correct.
This level didn't have anything too complex or strange. As long as one is careful, it really isn't difficult at all. But there was one thing he was very concerned about. Lin Ku could have chosen not to take that candy gift box. Why did he have to bring the candy gift box? Could there be some detail he had not noticed? Golden Glasses' gaze fell on Lin Ku. Watching the tall girl walking towards him, Lin Ku was slightly shocked. It was the girl from the elevator who he had taken the hat from. She seemed to not recognize him at all.
Sir, we have a new tea on sale now. The taste is very good, would you like to try some? Lin Ku's gaze fell on her black badge. Tea promoter, Xiao He.
In a blue and white uniform, paired with a sweet smile, she truly stirred something in one's heart. I might not be able to afford it, Lin Ku said softly.
That's alright, I'm just inviting you to taste it, you don't have to buy it. Lin Ku nodded. Then please follow me.
Xiao He immediately turned and walked towards the tea room. Seeing Lin Ku follow Xiao He, especially someone as beautiful as Xiao He,
the comments instantly erupted. Bro, you're playing a limited time game, don't waste time, alright? What tea to drink, are you dazzled by beauty?
You men are all the same, when you see a pretty woman, you can't move.
Amin frowned, she couldn't understand why Lin Ku wanted to follow the tea-selling woman.
By all rights, he shouldn't be wasting time here.
Let's see how other chosen ones from different countries are doing,
Amin said as she switched the live stream to the Eagle country. On the screen, a glamorous blonde woman directly ignored the little tea seller. As she passed by the little seller, she even deliberately puffed out her chest,
showing a look of disdain.
10 minutes later, the chosen one from Eagle country returned with a grim face. She walked a circle along the yellow line and came back here.
I want to drink tea.
She glared fiercely at the little seller. Hearing this, the little seller immediately turned and led her to the tea room. The tea room was divided by a large screen into a compartment. Inside the compartment was a 2-meter-long wooden tea table.
The little seller invited the Eagle country chosen one to sit down.
Then she skillfully began to brew tea.
A cup of tea was placed in front of the Eagle country chosen one.
The little seller made a gesture inviting her to drink. Looking at the tea in the cup, thick as ink, the Eagle country chosen one showed a look of disgust. However, she still slowly picked it up.
This time's rule game seemed a bit different from the last. It felt more like performing a scenario task, needing to interact with NPCs to complete tasks.
The Eagle country chosen one lifted the cup, a foul smell hit her, almost making her unable to breathe.
It stinks too much, what is this? The Eagle country chosen one put the cup back on the table.
This thing, she would never drink.
The little seller stood up,
reached out to take off her badge. Her uniform instantly turned black.
Rule 9, supermarket employees do not wear black uniforms.
If you find someone in a black uniform, please leave immediately and inform the loss prevention staff. The Eagle country chosen one suddenly stood up and ran.
The little seller in black uniform added a touch of cold beauty to her appearance.
She didn't move, just coldly watched the back of the Eagle country chosen one. Soon, the Eagle country chosen one saw a loss prevention staff member.
Quick, there's someone in a black uniform over there.
The loss prevention staff turned around. The Eagle country chosen one was so scared that her legs trembled. The loss prevention staff didn't move his body, his head directly turned 180 degrees. On his pale face, there were only 2 black eye sockets, with no eyeballs at all.
Got it, you can go.
After saying this, the loss prevention staff's head turned back, and his body flew towards the tea room. Extremely fast, blowing the white badge tightly against his body. The Eagle country chosen one immediately ran along the yellow line without thinking, wanting to leave this eerie place as quickly as possible. Seeing this scene, Amin gently patted her chest. The sudden turn of the loss prevention staff had really startled her.
I wonder what Lin Ku is experiencing now, has he encountered the same situation?
Amin said as she switched the screen back. Lin Ku was watching the disappearing back of the loss prevention staff, stroking his chin, looking thoughtful. It seems that Lin Ku, who has gone through a rule game once, is indeed calmer.
Amin lightly praised Lin Ku.
If he could come back alive, she really wants to be friends with him. Lin Ku naturally had no idea about Amin's thoughts. At this moment, he looked at the strange tea in front of him with some annoyance.
Chapter 24 First Outside Connection. I really don't dare to taste your tea. Lin Ke shrugged and put down the teacup. You're not a real promoter, are you? Lin Ke stared into Xiaohe's eyes. She playfully blinked and smiled, maybe I won't be soon. How did you figure it out? Xiaohe looked at Lin Ke with curiosity. It wasn't the first time a chosen one had discovered them. But it was the first time a chosen one with only a few rules bizarre tales had found them. Lin Ke pointed at her chest. Are little brothers interested in me? Xiaohe giggled. Lin Ke rolled his eyes. I'm poorer and prefer the poor. I guess when you guys disguise yourselves, you can't completely match the original setting of the rule bizarre world, right? Hearing this, Xiaohe's expression became serious. If we weren't in the tea room today, if you weren't carrying it, we would both be doomed. Lin Ke thoughtfully turned his gaze to the candy gift box in the shopping cart. He inquired tentatively, in its world, can we not discuss its rules? No. Xiaohe shook her head, it's that we are not qualified. That saying that as long as your strength is strong enough, you can ignore all rules is not a joke. So, will you drink or not? Xiaohe suddenly smiled broadly, pointing at the teacup on the table. If I drink it, will I become an existence similar to you? Lin Ke asked thoughtfully. Xiaohe nodded, looking calmly at Lin Ke. Don't worry, you are different from them. Even if polluted, you won't lose your self-awareness in a short time. Lin Ke picked up the teacup, looking at the pitch-black liquid inside. How did you see that I am different from others? Lin Ke was very curious about this point. Last time, Manager Chen seemed to have similar words. Xiaohe smiled but didn't explain. You've already wasted quite a bit of time, make your choice quickly. What's going on? Amin looked at the live broadcast filled with snowflakes. Why did Lin Ke's live broadcast turn into this? Could it be that he has already failed? Wow, what is Ke the Madman doing this time? Ke the Madman is awesome, he even crashed the live broadcast. This isn't the first time, right? I remember there were even mosaics in the office building. Oh, it came out, it seems nothing special. Lin Ke walked out of the tea room with a calm face. About 2 minutes passed, and no one knew what he had done inside. Next, Lin Ke began operations similar to the snack area. He started wandering in the tea area like a lord inspecting his territory. Amin watched the video, smiling, I really don't know if he is slow or really has confidence. He is completely different from other chosen ones. Instantly, someone in the comments followed up. This is Ke the Madman, it looks like a walk but he is already certain of victory. Don't hype it up above, Lin Ke is just lucky. One day, Ke the Madman will realize how silly he is. Is there any use in being sour? Over 200 people are left with only over 20, that's strength. In the Dragon Country emergency base. Li Yunlong looked at all the think tank members with a serious expression. Is there a possibility that Lin Ke has been polluted? After a long silence, the person in the duckbill hat slowly said, through a lot of data comparison and analysis, we found that after being polluted, chosen ones themselves cannot perceive that they have been polluted. We suspect that the world seen by polluted chosen ones is different from what we see. If we compare the rule bizarre world to virtual reality, then the polluted ones are equivalent to entering another virtual reality. Li Yunlong nodded, his gaze falling on Zhang Shui. What is the probability of Lin Ke being polluted? 32.58%. Zhang Shui's expression was not good. Another chosen one had already been confirmed to have fallen. If Lin Ke was also polluted, then the Dragon Country would face double penalties. At minus 38 degrees Celsius, large-scale casualties would appear in most regions of the Dragon Country. Now all hope rests on Lin Ke. He can only succeed, he cannot fail. Li Yunlong's muscles on his face twitched. Let's get prepared, hopefully, it's just a false alarm. Actually, we might have a way to confirm early. Zhang Shui's expression was a bit hesitant. Say it. Li Yunlong commanded, not allowing any doubt. Zhang Shui bit her lower lip and said softly, we can use off-site support connection. If Lin Ke is contaminated, this connection won't matter anyway. Li Yunlong's eyes brightened, a satisfied look appearing on his face. What do you all think of Zhang Shui's suggestion? Naturally, no one opposed. When Lin Ke came out of the tea area, a connection prompt sound rang in his mind. Dragon Country is applying for off-site support connection, do you accept? Lin Ke paused his steps, feeling a bit strange. There hadn't been any danger on this journey, why would Dragon Country suddenly apply for a connection? Could it be that the chosen ones from other countries encountered dangers he wasn't aware of? Lin Ke rubbed his chin and chose to accept. Off-site support connection successful, remaining time 1 minute. Hearing the prompt, Zhang Shui was slightly startled and then became a bit nervous. Lin Ke, how do you feel after leaving the tea room? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, why did the base people suspect he was contaminated? He clearly hadn't drunk that cup of tea. Could it be? Did you see what I did in the tea room? Lin Ku asked back. We couldn't see anything, the live feed was interrupted.
Seeing Zhang Shui a bit dazed, the man in glasses immediately leaned closer to the communicator, saying,
From the moment I entered the tea room? Yes, we suspect you were contaminated in the tea room. Did you see the girl selling tea? The one who led you into the tea room? I got it, I'm fine.
After saying that, Lin could directly cut off the call. The man in glasses leaned back in his chair, using his right middle finger to push up the bridge of his glasses.
I guess this should be similar to the previous financial room coding incident and the elevator incident. Strange, why do these unusual things always happen to Lin Ku?
The man in the duckbill hat spoke with confusion. After the elevator incident, his team had almost scoured all the videos of rule weird stories from all countries twice.
No chosen one had ever encountered such a thing. It can't just be coincidence? Perhaps what we see in the rule weird story world is only the tip of the iceberg. The man in glasses stared intently at the live feed. Lin Ku was just the lucky one who slightly lifted the curtain. This may not be something humans can endure. Chai Fengnian looked worried.
The members of the think tank naturally understood what he meant. The rule weird stories have an overwhelming advantage over Blue Star. If the opponent has malicious intentions, humanity may not even have the chance to resist. Especially for Dragon Country, the entire nation's fate rests on Lin Ku's shoulders. Can he lead Dragon Country out of this predicament? Chapter 25, Stunning Discovery, New Year's Eve Extra. After hanging up the call, Lin Ku finished the last pile in the tea area. Various floral teas were dazzling. A tasting cart was parked in the aisle, blocking off half of the only passage. Lin Ku recalled a bit. The tasting cart marked on the map was indeed not in this position. It should be on the other side of the aisle. Finally, there was a hint of something being off. Otherwise, Lin Ku would start doubting his own memory. In the rule weird story world, how could everything go so smoothly? Lin Ku walked towards the tasting cart. A middle-aged man in a blue shirt suddenly appeared in the middle of the aisle. His gaze was like an eagle, tightly locked onto Lin Ku. What did you just do in the tea room? The man's face was cold, his tone aggressive. Lin Ku stopped in front of him, his gaze landing on the man's golden name tag. Manager, Qinjin. He was like a manager in an office building. He should be the administrator of this rule world. To their surprise, the question was about the tea room. This meant that, as the administrator, he was also blocked. That makes things interesting. It's like a game master being blocked by a player using hacks. This somewhat caught Lin Ku off guard. It seems that the world of rule-based horror stories is not as powerful as imagined. Or rather, under its mighty power, there are some loopholes that can be exploited. Like the blue hairpin. Lin Ku squeezed the blue hairpin still in his pocket, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face. As a customer, I don't seem to have an obligation to inform you. Ignoring Qinjin's murderous gaze, Lin Ku pushed the tasting cart to one side. No way, Lin Ku really dares to do it. This is the manager, also a little boss, will he directly kick Lin Ku out? Have you ever seen a supermarket manager dare to chase away customers? Then have you ever seen someone get torn to shreds while shopping in a supermarket? Amin watched the bullet comments, covering his mouth and chuckling. Everyone guessed why Lin Ku was pushing this tasting cart. I found that Lin Ku always goes head-to-head with little bosses. Could it be that he is oppressed in the real world, so he wants revenge in the horror world? The possibility is very high. Is there anyone who knows Lin Ku well to reveal something? Stop talking, Lin Ku really pushed it, will there be a fight? Lin Ku placed his hands on the tasting cart and applied a little force. The tasting cart slid smoothly away from its original spot, heading towards the location marked on the map. Sure enough, the ground was a passageway not blocked by the yellow solid line. It was just covered by the tasting cart a moment ago, not exposed. Qinjin coldly stared at him, his gaze stern. Lin Ku ignored his stare and took a step forward. No matter how great your abilities are, as long as you get involved with them, it won't end well. I advise you to stay away from them, it's not good for you. Qinjin watched Lin Ku's back, his tone turning eerily cold. I will keep watching you. Once I notice signs of you being tainted, I will undoubtedly clear you out at once. After saying this, he stepped aside, and his whole person began to slowly fade, then disappeared. Ah, Lin Ku was being targeted by the boss. Amin's rosy lips parted slightly, showing a surprised expression. Amin goddess, shouldn't we be wondering why the boss hasn't made a move? Upstairs doesn't understand, huh? In the rule horror, as long as you don't break the rules, there won't be danger. By your reasoning, as long as we follow the rules, isn't this horror quite easy? Every time the chosen ones are summoned, they are clueless hogs, they don't understand this principle. Because we are bystanders with a god's eye view, of course, we feel it's easy.
Amin concluded, it's like being in a maze, being in it brings significant limitations. What's that on Lin Ke's back? Amin leaned forward sharply, surprise showing in his eyes. A golden eye symbol appeared on Lin Ke's back. It turned out this was what Qingjin referred to as watching. Lin Ke was completely unaware of it. He did not linger or hesitate, directly walking into the daily necessities area. 42 minutes had already passed. The situation on the second floor was still unknown, and time was not on his side. He had to pass through all areas of the first floor within the next hour. The shelves in the daily necessities area were quite high and different from the shelves commonly seen on Blue Star. There were 2 sets of shelves on the sides, each 10 meters long. The aisles on the sides and in the middle were 1 meter wide. And the width of the shelves reached an astonishing 3 meters. There was also a 1 meter aisle between the shelves. According to the map, in front of the daily necessities area were 4 rows of shelves, followed by 2 sets of end caps, and finally a promotion area. The shelf on the left end of the first row would be sealed off by a yellow solid line. First, walk to the end of the rightmost shelf of the first row. Then walk through the far right aisle to the third row of shelves. Walking from the third shelf to the middle aisle. Walking back from the middle aisle to the second shelf on the left. Finally, Lin Ke confirmed the route in his mind for a few seconds, pushing the shopping cart forward. He didn't stop at all along the way. Those dazzling shelves didn't get a single glance. Amin looked at Lin Ke, who had changed from strolling leisurely in the earlier 2 areas, feeling puzzled. Why did Lin Ke suddenly change his behavior? Did anyone notice anything unusual? Responses immediately appeared on the screen. Maybe he spent too much time on the front and is worried about not having enough time, so he's speeding up. There's only 3 hours in total. The first floor has 1.5 hours, which means only 18 minutes on average for each area. You mean the madman has already exceeded 6 minutes, and now he wants to make up for this time? But will he really be okay going this fast? I just saw the chosen one from the country of Alan wandering around here, always blocked by the yellow solid lines. Is it really okay for someone like Lin Ke to walk blindly with his eyes closed? Amin suddenly realized something as she watched Lin Ke walking back down the aisle toward the left second shelf. She immediately asked the director to pull up the map at the entrance of the supermarket. My God, guess what I discovered? Amin covered her little red lips with one hand and her chest with the other, her face showing a look of astonishment. Did Goddess Amin find a big secret? Hurry up and tell us. I think I discovered something too. You don't realize until you look, and when you do, it's a shock. To the madman, I'm willing to call you a god. Amin's white fingers traced over the map. Everyone see, this route completely avoids all the shelves blocked by yellow solid lines. Whoa, Lin Ke's luck is just too amazing. Humph, luck? The god is relying on skill, okay? Just now, going back down the aisle to the left second shelf is the best proof. Don't rush to declare him a god, I just don't believe he can avoid all dead ends at once. Chapter 26, The Shocked Lin Ke? New Year's first chapter, wishing everyone a lucky year of the rabbit. Victor ran forward quickly. As he was about to hit the wall, he immediately stopped abruptly. He turned around and ran toward the next group of shelves. He had just taken a step when he was forced to stop again. A man in a dark blue uniform appeared in the aisle, next to a small cart. The man was slowly placing something on the shelf. His speed was extremely slow. Victor gasped for air, a fierce look in his eyes. This must be the stock clerk. Rule 4, there are safety hazards when stock clerks are stocking, please stay away from them. Spitting angrily, Victor approached the stock clerk. Danger? The fighting nation has never feared danger. He absolutely couldn't waste the secrets sent by the national connection. Victor's face showed a ruthless expression. I'm going through, move aside. Victor's voice was very loud. The stock clerk showed no reaction, continuing to place items on the shelf at an irregularly slow pace. As the distance closed, Victor's expression became serious. He slightly crouched down, ready to respond to any changes. 2 meters. The stock clerk's movements froze. His head turned a full 90 degrees. The other side of his face was horrifyingly devoid of flesh. The white bones shone eerily under the light. Leave, now. The stock clerk's voice was very mechanical. A pair of eyes stared intently at Victor. Even though Victor had experienced the world of strange rules once, his heart still quivered. But he quickly calmed down. His right foot pushed off the ground, and he charged at the stock clerk like a train. Screw you, monster, get the hell out of my way. A green light flashed in the stock clerk's hollow eye sockets. Victor was horrified to discover that countless lines were extending from that stock clerk. They quickly wrapped around his hands, feet, and body. A gray-black vine extended from the stock clerk's mouth, slowly climbing up from Victor's hand, wrapping around his neck. The feeling of suffocation instantly surged to his brain. Is this how it ends? Victor did not hesitate to use the exemption card he had earned last time. A chill swept over his body, Victor shivered slightly, and the world before him regained clarity. The corridor was still that corridor, the shelves were still those shelves. There was no sign of any dual-faced stock clerk. As if everything had just been an illusion. Victor took a deep breath and rushed forward. Soon, the next area appeared before him. At this moment, Lin Ku had also arrived at the far left of the second shelf on the left side. In the space between the second and third rows, a man in a deep blue uniform appeared. Ah, how could this be here? Amin was startled by the suddenly appearing staff member. Seeing him placing items up high, a thought flashed through Amin's mind. Could this be the stock clerk mentioned in Rule 4? Rule 4, there are safety risks when stock clerks are stocking items, please stay away from them. The barrage immediately answered her question. It's definitely the stock clerk. I just came back from the live stream next door in Bear Country. Bear Country truly deserves to be called the fighting nation. That chosen one was so ruthless, directly confronting the stock clerk. Seeing this barrage, Amin's curiosity was piqued. Quick, tell me what happened next with the chosen one from Bear Country. Yay, 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 my goddess Amin noticed me, so happy. Don't be infatuated, hurry up and say it, otherwise the goddess Amin won't love you anymore. Amin also playfully said, hurry up and tell, or I'll kick you out of the live stream. The owner of that barrage immediately replied enthusiastically with a long message. The chosen one from Bear Country charged forward, only to be wrapped by a tentacle from a transformed monster. In the end, the tentacles spat out by the monster almost killed that chosen one. But for some reason, the monster suddenly disappeared. Monster disappeared? Amin showed a puzzled expression. Bro, you can't be messing with us. How could the monster just disappear suddenly? Absolutely not, I swear. The monster really did suddenly disappear, ask others if you don't believe me. Look, Ku was also heading towards that stock clerk. The barrage immediately started to roll frantically. Amin cast aside her doubts and focused her gaze on Lin Ku. Seeing the stock clerk standing in the essential path, Lin Ku's face showed a hint of seriousness. Ah, it seems our Lin Ku looks very serious too. Will he choose to take another path? If he takes another path, he will miss the only correct opportunity. Amin immediately explained. And I suspect that as long as the chosen one changes paths, they may never be able to leave this area again. Amin said mysteriously. Lin Ku pushed his shopping cart closer to the stock clerk. 2 meters. The stock clerk turned his head. Lin Ku stopped in his tracks, cautiously watching him. One half of his face was normal, the other half was just white bones. The white badge hanging on his chest swung back and forth. Get away. A mechanical voice came from the stock clerk's mouth. Green light began to glow from his eye sockets. Amin's gaze was fixed on the screen, her body leaned slightly forward. Is it coming? How will Lin Ku handle it? Countless vines grew from the stock clerk's body, swiftly extending towards Lin Ku. Lin Ku stood in place, making no movements, as if he had been scared silly. Why isn't he dodging? Amin wore a puzzled expression. Ha, where are all the Lin Ku fans now? I told you, you would regret it. Look, is this the Lin Ku you all idolize? Scared silly by a monster. Amin goddess, should we get a close-up to see if he wet his pants from fear? Go to hell, you fool, get lost. Feet, hands, waist. In a matter of seconds, Lin Ku was wrapped up like a zongzi. In the barrage, only a few people were still crazily criticizing Lin Ku. Could it be that a generation of heroes falls just like this? Amin tightly clenched her hands together. Will the monster suddenly disappear like it did in Bear Country? The golden-eyed glasses man's face turned unpleasant. He did not expect Lin Ku to charge in recklessly like this. Originally, he was surprised at how Lin Ku had thought of a solution. Now it seems, he just wanted to use the exemption card to solve it. Why isn't he using the exemption card yet? Seeing Lin Ku hesitate without moving, the golden-eyed glasses man frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. The exemption card can only exempt damage from illusions. If the illusion has already caused substantial harm, that damage cannot be exempted. The duck-billed hat raised his head, glanced at the golden-eyed glasses man, and whispered, is it possible that Lin Ku has already thought of a solution? The golden-eyed glasses man narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean Lin Ku deliberately let this monster tie him up? Then what is his purpose in doing this? Chapter 27. They are in action. The vines binding around him were not very tight, they just restricted his freedom. This strange trump card had not yet come out. Let's wait and see. Lin Ku's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Although he had the exemption card as a safety net, facing these strange monsters still made him a bit nervous. A gray-black vine, several times thicker than the others, emerged from the cashier's mouth. It swiftly climbed up Lin Ke's arm. Just like before, the chosen one from Bear Country was strangled by this tentacle. It's over, Crazy Ku is really finished this time. Oh boy, a drop of 20 degrees, I'm going to become an ice sculpture. Amin frowned. Although Lin Ke's expression looked a bit tense, there was no hint of fear. In such a situation, that seemed very abnormal. What other trump cards does he have? Amin's gaze kept scanning the live broadcast screen, trying to find anything out of place. At the emergency base. I am also guessing what kind of purpose could make him take such risks. The golden-eyed glasses man pondered for a moment, and his brow slowly relaxed. Maybe he is feeling the strength of those monsters with his body. As long as we understand these things, we can think of a way to solve it. Feeling the strange power with his body? The duck-billed hat stared at the screen and murmured. He always felt that things were not that simple. His intuition told him that Lin Ke must have other purposes. Feeling the slippery vine entwined around his neck, Lin Ke's body stiffened, and his eyes slowly closed. A shadow of death loomed over his heart. His heart was beating uncontrollably like crazy. Yet his mind became clearer and clearer. This was the feeling. Last time when facing the threat from Xiaowei, he did not have the time to feel carefully. This time, he successfully activated this state actively. His intuition seemed to be enhanced countless times. Seeing Lin Ke close his eyes, everyone thought he had given up. Amin also showed a worried expression. The binding force around his neck was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ke opened his eyes. He quickly withdrew from the previous state. With this successful experience, it won't be hard to activate it again in the future. For now, let's first deal with this annoying guy. He looked at the strangely transformed cashier. I don't want that candy gift box in the shopping cart anymore, please put it back. Hearing this, the golden-eyed glasses man's pupils jolted violently, a look of disbelief crossing his face. So he really thought of a solution, instead of relying on the exemption card. No wonder he always appeared so calm. The duck-billed hat's brow furrowed into a knot, he hadn't responded yet. Zhang Shui also seemed a bit taken aback. She had just been collecting video materials of chosen ones from other countries. Among the 23 chosen ones who entered the daily necessities area, only one had successfully escaped. Of the remaining, aside from Lin Ke, 13 had already perished. There were still 8 who chose to avoid the cashier, circling around the shelves. Soon, someone discovered the magical scene unfolding in the live broadcast. The vines that had wrapped around Lin Ke's neck were pulled back. Then there were the other vines on his body. In less than 3 seconds, these vines completely disappeared. The stock clerk turned his body around. Flesh quickly grew over the bones, forming a complete face. What is going on? Amin stared blankly at this scene, whispering in disbelief. The live comments were going crazy at this moment. Holy shit, can anyone tell me what is happening? Is there a bug? I would rather believe this is just another crazy move from God Ku. Confirmed, it is indeed a crazy move from Madman Ku. The completely restored stock clerk walked over to the shopping cart and bent down to pick up the candy gift box. If you don't want it, why pick it up from so far away? It's really ridiculous. Saying this, the stock clerk walked with a displeased look towards the snack area. Lin Ke watched the stock clerk leave and gently sighed in relief. He reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the guess turned out to be correct. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi finally understood what was happening. Could it be that Lin Ke knew from the very beginning to use the snack gift to deal with the stock clerk? Amin's big eyes widened, and she genuinely found it hard to believe. Goddess Amin, you wouldn't know this is Madman Ku's usual operation. I seriously suspect that Madman Ku is a reborn person, as if he has foresight. That's right. Who else would put an item that is restricted and cannot be purchased into the shopping cart? Yeah, the chosen ones from other countries all died because they didn't take it. It's very unscientific, I haven't seen any hint that this thing is useful from start to finish. Zhang Shui looked at the live broadcast in shock. How did he know this thing is useful? A glint of jealousy passed through the eyes of the bespectacled man. He explained, white price tag plus unique item that has no label enough to show its specialness. Plus the white that the rule display emphasizes is the lucky color. It doesn't surprise me at all that this candy gift box can resolve the stock clerk. I just didn't expect Lin Ke to catch this point from the very beginning. The bespectacled man still had something unsaid. It was only after Lin Ke said that sentence that he connected all of this together. He realized he only reacted after the fact. The bespectacled man clenched his fists tightly and stared hard at Lin Ke on the live broadcast screen. In the Eagle Country's security department, a group of generals looked pale as they watched the live broadcast in front of them. Their country's chosen one got lost among the shelves because he chose to avoid the stock clerk. The chosen one from Dragon Country actually broke through the blockade again. Colonel Aris, haven't you found out the address of this Dragon Country person?
Eagle Country's president, Clinton, looked gloomily at a middle-aged black man. Sir, according to the latest intelligence, Lin Ku has already been picked up by the Dragon Country military.
There is currently no further information. Aris looked at the leader in excitement.
Clinton narrowed his eyes slightly.
Contact 0, we need to know Lin Ku's exact location before tomorrow. In Sakura Country, in the city of Adagawa. 8 ninjas knelt on the ground.
The fool of the IHE family has actually been defeated by a group of monsters.
How will your IHE family bear the responsibility for half of the citizens who died this time?
The leader, an old man with sparse hair, slammed the table hard.
He was indeed the ruler of Sakura Country, Ito Hiroshi. Kneeling on the far left, the current head of the IHE family, IHE Ruichira, lowered his head and said loudly, I am willing to die to atone. Ito Hiroshi coldly looked at IHE Ruichira.
Don't die yet, you're coming to lead this special operations team.
If you don't bring back that Dragon Country pig's head, you will commit suicide.
Lin Ku naturally had no idea he was being targeted. Pushing an empty shopping cart, Lin Ku soon passed the third shelf on the left.
Do you think there's a chance Lin Ku can walk out in one go? Amin asked uncertainly. A basketball. How long will it take you to memorize all the details of the map?
Suddenly, the gold-rimmed glasses, staring at the live broadcast, turned to ask the baseball cap sitting next to him.
The baseball cap lowered his head and thought for a moment. In normal conditions, it would take about 2 to 3 minutes to remember around 80%.
If I need to remember everything, it should take more than 10 minutes.
The gold-rimmed glasses nodded. And you?
Zhang Shui, who was curiously turning her gaze, was suddenly caught off guard by the question. Her face turned slightly red, and she mumbled, I definitely can't remember.
But the scanner can scan it in just a few seconds and guarantee 100% accuracy. Why do you ask this all of a sudden?
Zhang Shui was a bit confused. The gold-rimmed glasses just said him and put his hands behind his head, lazily leaning back in the chair. His gaze drifted a bit. I just tried for 2 minutes and only remembered 85% of the content. In the live broadcast room of the Ghost Stories world. Who would have thought you need to turn right at the 4th shelf to get out of the shelf area?
This is simply an inhumane design. If the supermarket downstairs requires me to walk like this, I swear I'll never go there again.
Looking at the bullet comments, the baseball cap nodded in agreement, also not believing anyone could memorize such a complex supermarket map.
A one-finger-wide yellow solid line on that map was just an inconspicuous thin line. Moreover, Lin Ku only glanced at it for a moment when he was at the entrance. He probably spent at most 1 or 2 seconds looking at it.
In such a short time, he didn't believe anyone could achieve complete memory retention.
The human eye is not a camera.
The 4th row of shelves.
This is a critical point.
At this position, as long as you cross the 4th row of shelves, you can exit the shelf area. But if someone actually did this, they would find a one-finger-wide yellow guideline on the ground at the end of the aisle. Lin Ku had already walked to the front of the 4th row of shelves.
Should he go straight or turn right?
The gold-rimmed glasses straightened up, leaning forward slightly.
Turn right. Lin Ku's steps showed no hesitation whatsoever. It was as if he already knew the correct route. Seeing this scene, Amin took a deep breath. Next, there was only one last intersection left. Everyone in Long Country focused their gaze on Lin Ku. When Lin Ku reached the middle of the aisle, he stopped. It seems the crazy Ku didn't remember everything. Hoo, you scared me. I almost thought he could walk out in one go. But actually, it's close enough. Going the wrong way for one intersection won't waste much time. Are you misunderstanding the rules of Ghost Stories upstairs? Do you really think if Lin Ku went the wrong way, he could turn back?
I've heard that the chosen ones from several neighboring countries have been wandering in these rows of shelves for over 10 minutes without being able to get out.
It can't be like the last time with the strange wall in the lobby, right? Are you trying to say he needs to pee? Many people have tried that, and it's completely useless. That person must have eaten an apple. Lin Ku stopped not because he hesitated about which way to go. He noticed something unusual on the shelf to his right. Amidst the uniform kitchen supplies, there was a basketball. The bright orange basketball stood out oddly here. This strange phenomenon caught his attention. Lin Ku walked over, and his gaze fell first on the price tag. It was a somewhat faded price tag. One could still tell it was supposed to be yellow. There was only one basketball on the shelf, and it looked quite new. It was not wrapped in transparent plastic film and showed some signs of being used. Lin Ku stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. Amin also noticed the basketball on the shelf. Her expression suddenly became strange. Rule 2, a strange change has occurred in the fresh goods area today. If you must go there, please be wary of people wearing overalls. Could this basketball be the key to solving the troubles in the fresh goods area? If that's the case, just take the basketball, and the difficulty of the fresh produce section will definitely decrease a lot. Lin Ku was so lucky. Almost everyone watching the Dragon Kingdom livestream had the same thought. Why is Crazy Ka not playing by the rules again? Lin Ku put the basketball back on the shelf. He didn't take the basketball. What the heck, why not take the basketball? He missed such an obvious hint, I really don't know what he's thinking.
I wanted to see someone's basketball skills, and now I'm so disappointed.
I'm speechless, would it kill him to take one more basketball? Looks like he can't pass the fresh produce section. Fresh produce section? Let's see if he can navigate through the maze here first.
Lin Ku pushed the shopping cart and continued to move forward, his pace steadily quickening.
According to the information obtained from the safe, Lin Ku speculated that this area should belong to the illusion type.
Such areas usually have only one correct path. If you take one wrong step, you will fall into an illusion and may never find your way out. Similarly, such areas generally do not have other sources of pollution.
Lin Ku just needs to follow the route in his memory. It seems Lin Ku really remembers all the routes here, so amazing. What's the point of being amazing?
He didn't take the basketball, so he still has to face consequences in the fresh produce section. Whether the basketball is useful or not is debatable, but I really admire Crazy Ka's memory.
If I'm not mistaken, back at the entrance, Crazy Ka only glanced at it twice, right? It's true, 2 glances, one at the rules, one at the map. How is Crazy Ka's brain structured? Should we slice it for research?
The man with gold-framed glasses looked at Lin Ka's back, his face showing a complex expression. He had never seen someone with such an incredible memory before.
And the candy gift box earlier also made him very curious. Was it just coincidence, or did he really predict it in advance? If it was a prediction in advance, that would be terrifying. The man with gold-framed glasses couldn't help feeling a bit envious. After passing the last shelf, Lin Ku walked out of the shelf area. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 9:48. The opening time for the deli section is from 10 to 12 o'clock. There are only 12 minutes left. Looks like he needs to speed up.
Leaving the deserted shelf area, there was another promotional area in the daily goods section. In the promotional area, it was almost packed with people. Lin Ku pushed his shopping cart, struggling to navigate through the crowd.
By the way, why does Crazy Ka keep pushing the shopping cart? Yeah, if he's not taking the basketball, what's the use of pushing a cart?
I don't get it, with so many people here, the shopping cart is such a nuisance.
Could it be that this shopping cart has something special? Everyone, check if there are any special markings or something.
On this point, Amin was also very confused.
Could it be because of Rule 1?
Rule 1, items in the shopping cart temporarily belong to you. If someone tries to take them, shout loudly, and the loss prevention staff will come to help you.
Does Lin Ku need the shopping cart to protect something?
Chapter 29, Sigh, it smells so good.
Thanks to book friends UUU81 and All Rise for their donations.
A warning sign taller than a person appeared in the aisle leading to the fresh produce section. There has been an anomaly in the fresh produce section today, please do not enter. Lin Ku stopped and began to look around. Unlike the crowds in the previous 3 sections, this area was exceptionally quiet.
Looking into the aisle, there wasn't a single person inside.
The lights seemed to have a problem, flickering continuously, creating an unsettling atmosphere.
Finally, it's that familiar feeling again. Lin Ku couldn't help but softly exclaim as he directly walked in.
Cold. Even without wind, his feet still felt chilly. At the very front was the fruit display area. Apples, oranges, snow pears. They all looked quite tempting.
Lin Ku even felt an urge to take a bite.
He quickly shifted his gaze away.
This damned place is really eerie.
Lin Ku slowly pushed the shopping cart forward. There were no yellow solid lines on the ground. Rule 2, there has been an anomaly in the fresh produce section today. If you must enter, please be wary of people wearing suspenders inside. Perhaps because of the strange changes, there were no customers in the fresh produce section, not even a single staff member in sight. Lin Ku kept his eyes sharp and ears alert, moving quickly but cautiously. He soon passed through the area where the fruits were displayed.
Aside from the eerie atmosphere, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
What Lin Ku didn't know was that as he passed through the fruit section, the seemingly normal fruits started to become abnormal.
Apples grew human-like ears. Snow pears sprouted human-like noses.
Oranges turned into lips. Viewers of the livestream from Dragon Country felt as though their worldview was shattering.
Damn it, who will dare to eat these fruits now? Don't say that. I just peeled a pear. I've already thrown it away, along with the fruit platter. Why didn't these weird things come out earlier to torment Ka the madman, and why now to torment us?
Lin Ka smoothly passed through the vegetable section and set his eyes on a spot about 10 meters ahead to the left. There, he saw a 2-meter-long counter, with 2 large freezers beside it. What caught Lin Ka's attention was that there seemed to be a figure there. The dim light flickered occasionally. As he got closer, Lin Ka confirmed that it was a man. The man kept slashing at things on the counter with a knife, his head lowered so that Lin Ka couldn't see his face.
Was this the person wearing overalls?
Lin Ka stopped, thinking back on the map in his mind. There was still a passage to the right that led to the deli section. The sound of the shopping cart wheels rolling echoed loudly in the silent space. Lin Ka kept an eye on the man, watching for any change in his actions. The man seemed to be focused on something extremely important, showing no reaction to Lin Ka's departure. He rounded the large fish tank in front and entered the aisle leading to the deli section. Lin Ka let out a sigh of relief, thinking that his luck was still holding up. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed.
Yellow solid lines appeared on the floor.
Lin Ka followed the yellow line with his gaze, stretching his sight forward.
The entire area ahead was marked as a restricted zone by the yellow line. It was clear that the man couldn't bypass this zone.
No wonder the man hadn't reacted when Lin Ka left earlier. Pushing his cart, Lin Ka soon reached the aisle in front of the counter. The man had his hair parted in the middle and dyed gray. His gray overalls were paired with a black shirt underneath.
He was expressionlessly chopping a chicken on the cutting board.
In no time, the chicken was chopped into 18 pieces. The man wiped his left hand across the board, and the chopped chicken disappeared.
A whole chicken reappeared on the board.
He began repeating his previous actions. The bloody scene made Lin Ka feel a little nauseous.
Noticing Lin Ka's approach, the man's knife froze mid-swing. Do you like chicken?
The man kept his head lowered, looking at the chicken on the board, his voice oddly strange.
Lin Ka didn't respond, instinctively stepping away from the counter.
The man slowly lifted his head. There were no facial features on his face, instead, it had the head of a chicken.
Am I beautiful?
The man raised his knife, his chicken eyes staring at Lin Ka.
Beautiful? Beautiful my foot.
Lin Ka was at a loss for words, not sure how to respond.
Cluck cluck. Seeing Lin Ka's silence, the man let out a chicken-like screech and transformed into a giant rooster. The rooster flapped its wings and flew directly out of the counter, landing in front of Lin Ka. Its eyes glared fiercely at him. Where's the basketball? The rooster's neck suddenly extended, its face almost touching Lin Ka's. A weak chicken chosen one like you wouldn't taste good. Why do you smell like it?
Lin Ka noticed that the giant rooster didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, so his tense nerves began to relax. Looking at the strange appearance of the rooster, Lin Ka's mind raced, and he tentatively asked, "Are you a native here?"
What are you saying? I completely don't understand. Hearing Lin Ka's words, the expression on the person's face clearly stiffened, eyes darting around quickly. Let me see, where is it hiding? The giant rooster's neck twisted around, its small eyes surveying Lin Ka everywhere. Here, found you.
Suddenly, the rooster jumped sideways, neck extending and twisting in an extremely bizarre posture, pecking towards Lin Ka's back.
Hey, it smells good.
Hearing this, Lin Ka felt a bit confused.
Curiously, he turned around.
He saw the rooster holding a golden eye in its beak, a look of enjoyment on its face. Lin Ka noticed that the eye was visibly losing its golden color at a rapid pace. Soon it was dyed pitch black.
Was this the eye left on him by that manager Chinjin before? Damn it, how come the live stream is cut off again?
The man in gold-rimmed glasses clenched his fists tightly. He turned to look at Zhang Shui beside him. Seeing his slightly red eyes, Zhang Shui felt inexplicably anxious.
No, it's not the machine's problem.
Looks like Lin Ka has once again touched the taboo of the strange tale world. The man in the duckbill hat spoke with a hint of excitement. The man in gold-rimmed glasses, with a cold expression, rewound the video to see the minute before it got blocked.
The footage cut out after the head chicken jumped out of the counter.
The man in gold-rimmed glasses rewound the video a bit.
The head chicken had just mentioned basketball.
His gaze deepened.
It was that basketball from the daily goods section.
At that time, he was still wondering why Lin Ka didn't take the basketball. Now it seemed that not taking it was the right choice. Taking it would define him as a person who stole the basketball.
The question is, how did Lin Ka discover that the basketball couldn't be taken?
Glancing at Zhang Shui's live stream screen, the man in gold-rimmed glasses refocused on his own screen. He quickly dragged the mouse to rewind the video to where Lin Ka had stopped in the daily goods section. He needed to find out the reason he didn't take the basketball. Chapter 30, The Basketball Guardian.
Thanks to book friend Ovovohu81 for the reward. The big rooster tilted its head back and swallowed the pitch-black eye. It gave a big belch.
Lin Ke saw it closing its eyes, enjoying its meal, completely ignoring him. He immediately pushed the shopping cart towards the deli section. Walking through the poultry section, just 5 more meters and he would reach the deli. "Kid, wait a moment." The lazy voice of the big rooster rang out. Lin Ke pretended not to hear and continued walking, quickening his pace, almost about to run. Cluck! The rooster's neck turned slightly towards Lin Ke, its wings fluttered, and an invisible cold wind swept over. It made Lin Ke shiver all over. He had to stop in his tracks. If he kept going, he might get knocked out. "I have some good news to discuss with you." The big rooster slowly approached Lin Ke, a wicked smile appearing on its human face. It looked utterly creepy. "You say, I'm listening," Lin Ke said helplessly. He figured that even if he didn't want to listen, he had no choice. This big rooster clearly wasn't a friendly chicken. "You don't need to be nervous, it's just a small matter." The big rooster gave him a very human-like glance. "I lost my basketball, go help me find it back." After saying this, it waved its right wing, and a solid wooden board, thick as a hand, cracked into 2 pieces. "I know you must have seen it, right? Lin Ke. Is this something a chicken can actually do?" Ding, temporary mission. Help the big rooster find the lost basketball. Warning, the temporary mission shares the time with basic missions, please complete it as soon as possible. Hearing the 2 cold notifications in a row, Lin Ke took a sharp breath. A temporary mission actually consumes mission time. Even if he ran back and forth as fast as he could, it would still take a few minutes, right? This is really a troublesome task. Lin Ke dared not delay and pushed the shopping cart back quickly. When he reached the vegetable section, he was immediately stunned by the sight before him. All kinds of fruits with human organs were gathered at the edge of the vegetable area. The moment Lin Ke saw it, he rushed over crazily. A chill rose from the soles of his feet. Without hesitation, Lin Ke turned and ran. Who knew what these things were? Those organ monsters moved extremely fast. In an instant, they rushed over. They encircled Lin Ke completely. "It's the chosen one, it smells so good. We're going to feast. Crack, 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 I want to eat so much." The frantic, chaotic whispers instantly drowned him. Lin Ke covered his ears with his hands, his face showing a pained expression. His gaze quickly swept over the organ monsters. He tried to find a way to break through. At that moment, Lin Ke felt darkness in front of his eyes. A strong wind rushed over from above. All the organ monsters beside him rolled away like tumbling gourds. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds continued endlessly. The big rooster turned into a fighting chicken. Its neck stretched and shrank, biting countless apples in half. Due to its speed, its neck directly created several phantoms. Dumbfounded, Lin Ke stared at everything in front of him, feeling that his worldview had been completely overturned. In less than 10 seconds, more than 100 organ monsters were all split in half. The big rooster stood leisurely amidst a pile of rotten fruit, glancing sideways at Lin Ke. "Just a bunch of rotten fruit, let's go, I'm still waiting for my basketball." Lin Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Those organ monsters had completely vanished. It seemed they were more like illusory images. Or did strange beings disappear like this right after dying? Were they also like the big rooster, the natives of this place? Or was it that the world of bizarre rules was one that kept repeating? Countless thoughts whirled in Lin Ke's mind. A longing to explore the unknown secrets arose. 1 minute later, Lin Ke pushed the shopping cart to the edge of the fresh food area. Ahead was the daily necessities area. From here, the area that should have been brightly lit was now a misty blur, nothing visible. This situation looked quite eerie. Lin Ke cautiously took a step forward. It was as if he had broken some kind of medium, and the surrounding environment instantly changed as if named. Where were the crowds? Where were the lights? A deathly silence surrounded him. Countless tiny lights projected down from the broken roof, hazy and indistinct. The originally smooth and new shelves had become rusted and worn. It felt as if time had traveled several decades. It's all become like this, will that basketball still be here? Lin Ke looked worriedly at the nearby shelves. Never mind, let's go take a look. Lin Ke carefully surveyed his surroundings, pushing the shopping cart towards the central aisle. Silence. He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Lin Ke felt his palms grow slightly damp. To be honest, he was a bit nervous. Getting closer to the shelves. He suddenly thought of something and immediately stopped. Lin Ke's expression became serious. He stepped over the shopping cart to the front of the shelves. One more step would take him into the central aisle of the shelves. His gaze fell to the ground, covered in thick dust everywhere. Lin Ke squatted down. His right hand slowly brushed over the ground. A yellow solid line, a thumb's width, appeared before him.
Lin Ke could not help but take a deep breath. Sure enough, the yellow line was still there. This meant that the bizarre rule settings were still in effect here. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly rushed in. Otherwise, he would have paid the price here. Danger did not only come from those strange creatures. These bizarre settings often turned into deadly existences unintentionally. Lin Ke carefully pushed the shopping cart, following the correct path in his mind. He didn't have much time left. In 3 minutes, it would be 10 o'clock. He had to get the basketball and return to the big rooster before then. Entering from the far left aisle, turning right at the next group of shelves. A massive wildcat stood quietly in the center of the aisle, its eyes glowing with a green light. Lin Ke stopped, his eyes narrowed slightly, cautiously observing the big cat in front of him. It stood like a statue, quietly next to the shelf that held basketballs. From its oppressive gaze, Lin Ke could feel that it was alive. Not only alive, but quite ferocious as well. People from Guangdong must enjoy eating it. A strange thought popped into Lin Ke's mind. Meow. A deep growl broke the silence. The big cat shivered, its gray and white fur bristling. A wave of extreme danger rushed towards him. Lin Ke hurriedly stepped back. Suddenly, the big cat crouched and leapt forward. It moved with lightning speed, like a gray flash. Just as Lin Ke took a step back, the gray shadow was already in front of him. In this moment of crisis, he instinctively raised the shopping cart. Bang! The shadow crashed hard into the shopping cart. The immense impact pushed the cart straight into Lin Ke. He staggered back several steps, leaning against the shelf to stop himself. Lin Ke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his abdomen, and pushed away the cart in front of him. The big cat pounced at him again. Chapter 31, It's a Trap. Thanks to reader EEE81 for the reward. Victor looked warily at the chicken-headed man in front of him. He felt an intense killing intent radiating from the other person. You stole my basketball? The chicken-headed man's small eyes were fixated on the basketball in Victor's hands. Slowly raising a knife, thick chicken blood slid from the blade, splashing down onto the cutting board and forming a bloody flower. Victor was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, showing a shocked expression on his face. He clearly took it off the shelf, so how is it stealing? I hate thieves the most. The chicken-headed man swung his knife down hard. The chicken on the cutting board was sliced in half. I am not a thief, I came to return the ball to you. Victor said this and immediately threw the basketball at the chicken-headed man. The basketball flew towards the counter, and indeed, the chicken-headed man's attention was drawn away. He immediately took off running. A flash of cold light passed by, and the knife flew out of the chicken-headed man's hand. Ah! A painful scream echoed through the fresh produce area. Victor's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out. Yet, he didn't fall down. He staggered a few steps, quickly clutching the area of his severed arm, and ran forward at high speed. The chicken-headed man scoffed coldly. The knife returned to his hand. The once feathered chicken on the cutting board now became Victor's severed arm. This no wonder they are called warrior tribes. Damn it, I can't believe I'm actually moved. If he doesn't stop the bleeding, he'll bleed to death. Comments rolled in furiously. Since Lin Ke's live broadcast hadn't returned to normal, almost everyone in the world was watching the stream from the bear country. Damn, why is his wound stopping the bleeding by itself? This is unscientific. The upstairs must be Dimao, don't get too excited. Humph, even if he gets through this round, I still don't believe he can make it through the second floor. Victor staggered to a stop in front of the deli section, his bloodied body dragging behind him. The recent loss of blood made his face look extremely pale. If he hadn't taken the physical enhancement potion earlier, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. He bent over, using his remaining left hand to support himself against the bulletin board in front of the deli, gasping for breath. There were still 2 minutes left on the countdown to 10 o'clock. Zhang Shui looked at the screen in front of her, her face white. The bloody and disgusting scene in the fresh produce area truly made her a bit nauseous. Holding back her disgust, she typed a few lines of code and pressed enter. Beep, model data insufficient, unable to calculate. A line of red text popped up. Zhang Shui frowned, showing a hint of helplessness on her face. The data model was too small, even the supercomputer couldn't calculate Lin Ke's survival rate in the fresh produce area. Seeing the dire situation of the chosen one from the bear country, Zhang Shui felt that Lin Ke's chances of surviving were slim. Report, sir, data insufficient, still unable to calculate. Zhang Shui's face looked a little grim. As the best calculating expert of Long Country, she had yet to truly make an impact since the rules and horrors began. She really felt ashamed. Li Yunlong nodded and turned his gaze to the gold-rimmed glasses. I don't think anything will happen to him, the gold-rimmed glasses said calmly after glancing at the screen. Lin Ke was able to see through the traps of basketball in advance,
so he must also be able to come up with strategies to deal with the Chicken King. The person in the cap tilted his head and chuckled bitterly, but I really can't think of what Lin Ku could use to dodge that monster's attack.
In terms of physical fitness, Lin Ku was far inferior to the chosen one from the Bear Kingdom.
The gold-rimmed glasses nodded, he also had not thought of a solution. However, the live stream is still blocked, indicating that the source of the blockage is still there.
This is the best evidence that Lin Ku is still alive.
Li Yunlong nodded, gently tapping his fingers on the table, soon lost in thought. The person in the cap poked the gold-rimmed glasses with his hand.
You just studied for so long, did you figure out how he saw through the basketball's trap?
The gold-rimmed glasses opened the recorded video and dragged it directly to where the basketball appeared. First of all, there are no sports items here, and the presence of a basketball is very obvious.
The price tag is faded and very old.
Finally, the person wearing suspenders in Rule 2 makes us subconsciously think of that person.
This is a mental trap, intentionally guiding the chosen ones to take the basketball, the gold-rimmed glasses concluded decisively.
That also has a 50% chance.
No chance at all. Haven't you realized? It likes to downplay the really useful clues. Do you think there's a possibility for such an obvious clue?
The person in the cap rested his chin in thought.
In the rule oddity.
The claws shimmered coldly, like two bolts of lightning striking down.
Lin Ku leaned against the shelf, with nowhere left to dodge.
In a moment of desperation, he could only lift the shopping cart again, blocking it in front of him.
Bang!
The giant cat's claws gripped the shopping cart.
Sparks flew.
A fierce aura pressed down on Lin Ku, nearly suffocating him. The immense power pushed the shopping cart hard against his chest and abdomen. He almost lost his dinner from the night before.
Puff!
The giant cat's paws lightly landed inside the shopping cart.
Its cold eyes fixed intensely on Lin Ku.
In an instant, Lin Ku felt like he had fallen into an ice cave.
Puff! The giant cat completely landed at the bottom of the shopping cart.
A flash of black light passed by.
That fierce giant cat transformed directly into a plush toy. Lin Ku was stunned. How did the giant cat turn into a toy cat just by jumping into the shopping cart? Could it be that this thing was originally a toy cat?
This is too ridiculous.
Never mind, finishing the task is more important.
Lin Ku pushed aside his thoughts and rolled the shopping cart to the basketball.
It looked as new as before.
His gaze fell on the price tag.
It was a shiny new yellow price tag. Lin Ku let out a light sigh of relief and directly placed the basketball into the shopping cart.
Looking at the toy cat in the cart that was much smaller than the basketball, Lin Ku decided to keep it for now.
What if it turns into a cat monster when taken out? That would be a big deal.
He took out his phone, it was 9:57. In 30 seconds, Lin Ku, panting heavily, ran to the big rooster.
The big rooster looked expectantly at the shopping cart.
Seeing what was inside, its expression changed slightly.
Why did you bring this cursed thing over?
It showed a look of disgust. Lin Ku leaned against the shopping cart, gasping for breath and said, "Don't mind that cat, just take your ball." The big rooster shot him a sidelong glance.
Can you toss it to me?
Lin Ku looked at it in confusion but still took out the basketball.
Quickly, throw it to me. The big rooster shouted with excitement. Lin Ku looked at the big rooster in a strange way. It overlapped with someone in his mind. Now. The big rooster's tone carried a hint of urgency. Catch. The basketball arced through the air.
The big rooster stretched out its wings, and the basketball landed steadily on the tips of its feathers.
Watch me dribble, cock-a-doodle-doo.
The big rooster shouted excitedly. With a press of its wings, the basketball fell as if by natural consequence.
Dong. Dong.
Lin Ku stared blankly at the skillfully dribbling big rooster. A cloud of gray mist rose from the ground, quickly enveloping it completely.
Chapter 32 Strange Deli Area. BGM played.
A handsome man in gray overalls and a black shirt, with a center-part hairstyle, walked out. A pair of bright eyes sparkled with dazzling red light.
Let's reintroduce myself, I am. Lin Ku almost fell to the ground. Dude, are you sure your name is?
To thank you for helping me regain my true form, I bought this toy cat for you. He put his left hand in his pants pocket and walked over to the shopping cart.
Bought a toy cat?
Lin Ku was a bit confused.
Can things really be bought in this supermarket? Then, what will be used to pay? And who will collect it?
Suddenly, pulled out a chicken feather from who knows where. With a flick of his left hand, the chicken feather slowly floated into the air.
A golden balance appeared in the air.
The chicken feather landed on one side of the balance. On the other side, a plush toy cat appeared out of thin air. Lin Ku looked down at the shopping cart. That toy cat had indeed vanished.
He saw the toy cat on the balance being illuminated by a golden light and reappearing in the shopping cart. Alright, see you again if we are fated. Turned and walked away into the distance. Linka gazed at the gradually fading golden balance in the sky, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. That giant cat in the shopping cart transformed into a toy cat. And it could be bought and sold. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Ding. The harsh ringtone of the phone rang out. Linka's expression grew serious. It's 9:59. As the countdown reached 0, the lights in the deli area lit up one by one. A line of red letters lit up on the bulletin board. Please dine in the deli area before heading to the second floor. Victor glanced at that line, then directly walked into the deli area. A wave of delicious food aroma swept over. Victor's stomach grumbled, he suddenly felt very hungry. At this moment, there were no customers in the deli area, only staff in uniforms. Victor quickly scanned the environment of the deli area. Compared to the eerie office building, he appeared much more cautious. Bear Country must have conducted a crash training for him in just a few hours. To better help him accomplish the rules of the Strange Stories task, a 1-meter-wide aisle ran directly to the passage leading to the second floor. Standing at the entrance of the deli area, Victor could clearly see the sign pointing to the second floor. Victor showed no hesitation as he quickly walked in that direction. Passing by the sampling station, Victor's eyes were immediately drawn to the golden brown roasted meat on it. He hesitated for a moment but still resisted the urge to stop and eat a bit more, and continued walking forward. The staff beside the sampling station looked at his back with a disappointed expression. Ahead was the passage to the second floor. The sound of the escalator echoed in the passage. At the exit, Victor stopped, looking down at the ground. There were no yellow solid lines. Victor's eyes lit up with joy. Lifting his foot, he was about to step outside. Wait! In the live broadcast room of the first scene of the rule-based Strange Stories. He came out, Crazy Coo really didn't die. Wow, Crazy Coo is awesome, completely unharmed. I'm really curious about what happened to Crazy Coo inside. Who cares what happened, as long as he's fine. Quick, that Bear Country guy is almost about to walk out of the deli. Amin looked at the live broadcast in shock. Not only was he unharmed, but there was also no blood on him, and his clothes still felt neat. Except for his slightly messy bangs from running. And there were no anomalies before the video was blocked. How did he deal with that ferocious monster? Linka pushed the shopping cart into the deli area. His eyes skimmed over the bulletin board. Linka stepped into the deli area, and the enticing aroma hit him. There were only a few scattered customers wandering in the deli area. Linka quickly spotted the big man at the passage leading to the second floor. Is that Victor? As soon as Linka saw Victor about to step into the passage, his face changed and he immediately shouted loudly, "Wait!" Hearing the familiar voice, Victor paused for a moment. He stopped, turned around. Seeing Victor retract his foot, Linka breathed a sigh of relief, just about. He immediately gestured for Victor to come over. Victor stood in place, looking at the nearby second floor sign, then glanced at Linka, a bit hesitant. Linka noticed his movements and immediately understood what he was worried about. Just then, he saw a man passing by and had a sudden idea. "Hey, handsome, can you help me with a favor? Go over there and grab something for me?" Linka stood in front of the man. The man had no expression on his face. Blocked in his path, he stopped and stared straight at Linka. "See can. W where?" The man spoke in a stuttering voice, completely unlike a living person. Following Linka's direction, the man walked straight over. At this moment, more and more customers appeared in the deli area. Victor saw Linka calling an NPC over, he stifled his urge to leave and watched what Linka was doing. Although the man's movements were mechanical, his speed was not slow. In less than a minute, he passed by Victor and walked toward the display shelf by the passage. There were all sorts of lollipops set up on it. The man stepped out of the deli area. A faint light flashed. The leg he stepped out with separated from his body. The man immediately lost his balance and fell forward. His body inexplicably turned into 18 segments. Thick blood spread all over the ground. Victor looked at all this in shock. How could this happen? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat pushed a food cart over. He picked up the scattered meat from the ground and threw it into the stainless steel barrel on the cart. Then, he pushed the cart back into the nearby glass room. At the entrance of the glass room, there was a sign with red letters, "Deli Processing, Pay for Ingredients." Victor immediately realized something. His face turned extremely pale. Fortunately, they hadn't stopped to eat the meat just now. Linka's expression was no better. He guessed that there would be deadly traps at the intersection. He didn't expect the trap to be this perverse. Victor walked back to Lin Ke's side. Lin Ke's gaze fell on his severed arm. It was cut off by that monster in the fresh food area. Luckily, the last clearing gave me a vitality potion, or I might have bled to death. A hint of caution flashed in Victor's eyes. How did you get through? Looking at Lin Ke, who was unharmed, Victor was a bit surprised. Now is not the time to talk about that. Lin Ke surveyed the entire deli area, his expression gradually becoming serious. The customers wandering in the deli area were at least double what they were 2 minutes ago. And the numbers were still increasing. Customers had already started lining up in front of the deli counter. These changes must be related to passing through the deli area. As time goes on, the difficulty of completing the task will only increase. Victor looked at the pondering Lin Ke and softly asked, "What should we do now?" Chapter 33, Cackling. Thanks for the tips, extra update. Thanks to the book friend for the continuous tips for 3 days. Inside the Dragon Country emergency base, Li Yunlong's face turned extremely grim. To think that the seemingly harmless deli area actually hid such methods. In front of all the Blue Star people, a scene of cannibalism was being staged. What do they really want to do? Li Yunlong's heart sounded alarm bells. This was definitely not just a game of the powerful mocking the weak as they had previously guessed. You all tell me, what should Lin Ke do? Li Yunlong stood up, his gaze like lightning, looking at everyone present. Zhang Shui looked down, her face a bit pale, her fingers quickly jumping on the keyboard. The expression of the man with golden glasses was very calm. Even a bit indifferent. Too few clues, there's no way to deduce anything. Perhaps we should consider using an exemption card. The exemption card may not be useful. According to Lin Ke's description, the exemption card is more geared towards breaking illusions. The man in the duckbill cap looked heavy-hearted and continued, the defensive mechanism at the exit doesn't seem to be illusion-related. Then that's strange, the chosen one from Bear Country clearly used the exemption card to pass through the daily necessities area. That monster-like stock clerk shouldn't belong to the illusion category, right? Immediately someone raised doubts. No, the daily necessities area is actually a big illusion. The people who keep wandering in the shelves and can't get out are the best proof. The man in the duckbill cap spoke with conviction. Are you saying the stock clerk's bizarre transformation was also an illusion? How do you explain the people who were strangled to death? The man in the duckbill cap nodded, his tone low. Is what we see really true? What we see is just what they want us to see. Silence, the atmosphere became heavy. We're getting off topic, what we need to discuss now are the problems Lin Ke is facing. Li Yunlong knocked on the table, reminding everyone. Gold-framed glasses lifted his head to look at him. Chief, for the motherland, I feel it's okay to eat once. Nonsense. Li Yunlong slammed his palm on the table, his face turning very ugly. Your line of thinking is very dangerous. Gold-framed glasses looked down, his lips moved, but in the end, he didn't refute. Zhang Shui, how about the supercomputing center? Li Yunlong shot a fierce glare at gold-framed glasses. Chief, we have to wait a little longer, the results will be out soon. Zhang Shui typed in the last character, her eyes glued to her terminal. Calculation progress 100%. A hint of joy appeared on her face. Chief, the calculation results are out. Victor looked at the increasingly long lines at the counters, feeling a bit anxious. Don't rush, let's first quickly check out the entire deli area. Lin Ke said calmly. The main passage divides the deli area into 2 sections. On the left are 2 rows of large warming cabinets. The labels say roast duck, hand-pulled chicken. However, they are currently empty. Clearly, it is meant for the chosen ones to only eat food from the other side. On the right are 4 counters with transparent covers. The labels say roast meat, bone and meat separation soup, meat buns, meat tofu. Now, they are also empty. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the huge processing room several meters behind the counters. The transparent glass allows a clear view inside. A chef stood there, placing the meat he had just picked up into different pots. Then, eerie background music began to play. The chef slowly pushed a 3-layered food cart past Lin Ke and Victor. The people in line immediately turned to look at the chef. No, to be precise, they looked at the food cart. In their originally dazed eyes, a look of longing appeared. The chef slowly walked to the center of the 4 counters and coldly lifted the cover of the top layer of the food cart. It was a large platter of golden roasted meat. Roast meat. The 3 people lined up at the roast meat counter instantly walked over. They had a takeout box in their hands, though they didn't know when they got it. Seeing this scene, anger appeared on Lin Ke's face. What if? Victor gritted his teeth and slowly squeezed out 2 words. Lin Ke frowned slightly, turning to stare at him intently. Are you sure? Victor's facial muscles twisted together. He was confused, feeling very mixed up.
Linka slowly exhaled, speaking word by word, how you choose is your freedom, you don't need to consult my opinion.
But if you do that, we are no longer friends.
After speaking, Linku ignored Victor again. In his mind, all the rules and details of the deli area were presented. Ever since he took the physical enhancement potion, he found that doing this consumed much less mental energy. There was only one rule directly pointing to the deli area. Rule 6, the deli area is only open from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.
This is a rule with a time limit.
When Linka saw this rule, he guessed that there must be a time restriction in the deli area. For example, as time goes by, the difficulty of passing might increase. Just thinking about it, the rules of the Strange Talk world are more direct and brutal. If decisions are not made quickly, the waiting time in line will only get longer. Even if they pass this point, the following time is likely not enough. This is the Strange Talk world indirectly putting pressure on the Chosen One. Please dine in the deli area before proceeding to the second floor. Dine. This must be it. Linka showed an excited expression on his face.
Wei.
Linka's voice abruptly stopped. Victor was standing in line for barbecued meat. There was a hint of anger on Linka's face.
I found a loophole, get over here.
However, Victor showed no response at all.
Instead, the chef glanced up at Linku.
The staff who had been standing next to the tasting table immediately came over.
Please do not disturb the guests while they are dining. His eyes slowly started to glow red.
Linku frowned slightly and took a step back.
Do you think Linku will save the Chosen One from Bear Country?
Amin frowned and suddenly became curious about what Linku would do.
Save? Didn't we just say very clearly?
Sai, he's just a clay Buddha himself, no need to be a saint.
If it's possible to save, then do it. If it's too difficult, just forget I said anything. Looking at the fierce-looking staff member, Linku raised an eyebrow. This is forced selling, it doesn't follow the rules.
The chef who was dividing the barbecued meat stopped. A pair of blood-red eyes stared directly at him.
He, if you can wake him up, then you can take him away. Saying this, a cruel expression appeared on his face. For hundreds of years, no one had ever taken anyone away from him. The staff who had red eyes indeed no longer blocked the way.
Linku walked up to Victor's side. He found that he looked the same as those in line. His expression was dazed, only his eyes were fixed on the barbecued meat, showing strong desire.
Is he hypnotized? Or is it an illusion?
Linku frowned slightly, it seemed Victor had lost his sense of the outside world.
It looks like I can only try this method. Chapter 34, is this considered luck? Hey, what is Crazy Kid trying to do? He wouldn't really save someone, right? Now isn't the time to be a saint, big guy. Although Amin didn't say it out loud, he actually felt it was unnecessary.
The guy in the duckbill cap watched the screen with interest. That Chosen One from Bear Country seems to have no reaction to the outside world.
What will Linku do?
The guy with the golden glasses glanced at him, he is going to use the exemption card. Upon hearing this, the duckbill cap's expression fell.
I thought he would have a better plan.
The guy with the golden glasses turned his gaze back to the live broadcast, coldly responding, he's not a god. The duckbill cap shrank his neck, realizing this made a lot of sense. Victor's dazed expression suddenly came back to life. He looked confusedly at Linku beside him.
Let's go.
Linku didn't wait for Victor to finish speaking and pulled him out of the deli area. Watching their backs, the chef showed a strange expression. Li Yunlong saw Linku and Victor walking outside, and the muscles on his face finally relaxed. Very good, Linku also discovered. Only a minute later than our supercomputer center. The duckbill cap smiled awkwardly. He felt a bit displeased inside. He hadn't considered that possibility either, was he worse off?
Have you thought of a way?
Victor ran after Linku towards the fresh food area.
Yeah.
Linku replied, the notice only says we must eat in the deli area, it doesn't say we can't take food out. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Victor's face. But it quickly faded, replaced by a look of shame. It's all my fault, I made you waste a waiver card. Linku remained silent, looking ahead, suddenly stopping, his face turning a bit ugly. Originally a dazzling array of counters, now not even a shadow of a vegetable was seen.
What's going on?
Victor walked over, staring in disbelief at the empty counter in front of him.
A few minutes ago, the vegetable area was clearly full. How could it be like this now? Let's go check the fruit area.
Linku gritted his teeth, his voice a bit low.
The entire fresh food area was empty. Linku's fingers lightly swept across the counter.
A thick layer of dust was spread across it.
Let's go back first.
Linku rubbed the dust off his fingers, feeling a bit irritated. The scene of doing a temporary task, returning to the daily necessities area, flashed in his mind.
It was a similar situation then.
The daily necessities area seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Perhaps in this bizarre world of rules and tales, every area on the first floor is on a different timeline.
When entering the next area and then returning, it's impossible to go back to the original scene. Lin Ke finally understood why Qingjin was so foolish.
He knew there were people in the fresh food area who could eat his eyes, yet he still kept one eye on himself. In reality, Qingjin had no idea what was in the fresh food area behind him. Because the timeline of the fresh food area Lin Ke entered was long after the tea area where Qingjin was. He had no way of knowing what the future Lin Ke would encounter in the fresh food area. As for why Qingjin had to keep one eye on himself, what use that I had? Lin Ke still couldn't figure it out. Right now, the most important thing was to get through the deli area first. Watching Lin Ke and Victor walk back into the deli area, Amin looked a bit lost.
How could this happen? Why is everything gone?
Li Yunlong frowned tightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. How could such a big change happen in the fresh food area in such a short time? Upon hearing this, Jean C. Glasses raised his head.
I suspect Lin Ke and them entered the fresh food area at 2 different time points.
I was just thinking, how could the rules and tales leave clues in such an obvious place? It turns out it was premeditated.
A knowing look appeared on Jean C. Glass's face.
Then this time it really is trouble. Losing the food in the fresh food area, it'll be hard for them to find other food.
The duckbill cap appeared somewhat worried.
Lin Ke placed his hands on the shopping cart, his gaze a bit distant.
Where to find food now?
His eyes fell on the shopping cart.
Giant cat?
Food.
Lin Ke's eyes lit up. If it could turn back.
Thinking of this, Lin Ke grabbed the toy cat and threw it directly to the ground. Jean C. Glasses looked at Lin Ke's puzzling action, his brows slightly furrowing. He had always had doubts about this suddenly appearing plush toy. From his analysis, Lin Ke had never taken something useless. After coming out of the fresh food area, the toy cat appeared in the shopping cart.
How did it come? What use does it have? The giant cat lightly landed on the ground, its green eyes fixed tightly on Lin Ke.
Lin Ke's palms were slightly sweaty, he wasn't sure if this thing would listen.
Come here?
Lin Ke cautiously waved at it.
The giant cat obediently walked to his feet. Seeing the suddenly appearing giant cat,
the chef's head immediately turned around.
He sniffed hard, revealing a hint of ecstasy. Good stuff.
After saying this, he walked over.
How about a tiger and dragon fight?
I'll pay you half a cat, and I'll provide the materials. Lin Ke originally thought there would be a lot of hassle. After all, he had no money to pay for processing fees. He also needed to ask the invigilating teacher to help him cheat. He didn't expect the chef to be so straightforward.
How long will this take? We're in a hurry. Lin Ke was also not polite.
The chef showed a confident expression and proudly said, in the blink of an eye. After that, he grabbed the giant cat. The ferocious giant cat turned into a docile little cat in his hands, obediently being lifted into the glass room.
At a certain base in Eagle Country,
Clin Dun looked at his subordinate in front of him.
This mission must not fail.
Alice said nothing, just quietly looked at him, his eyes filled with fervor.
Very good, when you return I will award you a medal.
Notify the Cherry Blossom countryside, let them act together.
He walked onto the escalator heading to the second floor.
Victor breathed a sigh of relief, his body softly leaning against the escalator. Lin Ke's gaze swept past both sides of the escalator.
His eyes landed on the second floor. The constantly flickering light seemed to indicate that another difficult battle was about to begin. A warning sign appeared at the entrance. Chapter 35, Shadows. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you for your support, friends. Lin Ke and Victor exchanged a glance and immediately walked over.
There had just been a riot in the supermarket, and it was very dangerous inside. If entry was needed, please remember the following rules. Rule 1, you can request a loss prevention officer in a blue uniform to take you out of the supermarket, but remember not to use the employee passage. Rule 2, there are only 5 people in the supermarket. If you notice something strange, do not let it know that you have noticed it. Rule 3, if you find yourself lost in the supermarket, you can seek help from a loss prevention officer in a green uniform. Rule 4, people in the supermarket cannot fly. If you see a shadow passing by, please stop immediately, hold your breath, and wait for the shadow to leave. Rule 5, please do not speak to the loss prevention officer in a green uniform, otherwise, you bear the consequences. Rule 6, if the elevator malfunctions, do not use it. If you are already in the elevator, please press the emergency button immediately, and a loss prevention officer will come to rescue you. Rule 7, there is only one emergency exit in the supermarket, located behind the employee passage. Rule 8, customers should not enter the employee passage alone. If you must enter, please wear a green work ID. Lin Ke stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. Several of these rules contradicted each other. The safest way was to get a green work ID and go through the employee passage himself. Seeing Victor beside him still trying to remember the rules, Lin Ke took out his phone. Since leaving the deli area, the phone had been hijacked. Besides a red countdown displayed on the screen, all other functions were completely locked.
Lin, I'm done.
About 2 minutes later, Victor finally sighed deeply. It seemed he was indeed not good at this.
What do you think?
Lin Ke wanted to hear Victor's thoughts. Victor bashfully scratched his head with his left hand.
I'll listen to you.
Lin Ke smiled slightly and nodded. To avoid accidents, for the next period, do not speak, we will communicate with eyes and gestures.
Palms flat means no, upright means yes.
Victor nodded to indicate no problem. The two pushed open the small revolving door and walked in.
The view instantly became very dim. Things beyond 2 meters were completely unclear.
The ground was strewn with various items. It seemed the warning sign was right, this place had indeed experienced a riot. The wreckage of various digital products was everywhere. The two of them slowly groped their way around, aided by the occasionally flickering lights.
If the area of the second floor was about the same as the first floor. It's really hard to say whether 1 hour is enough time.
With visibility like this, searching is just too much trouble.
Clang.
Lin Ke signaled Victor to stop, a serious expression on his face. The latter's face flushed, he had just kicked something on the ground without noticing. Listening closely for a few seconds, there were no unusual sounds in the darkness. Both of their expressions relaxed as they continued to move forward. Victor carefully watched his feet, afraid of kicking something again and inviting trouble. He saw Lin Ke, who was walking in front, make a hand gesture to stop. Victor instantly raised his left hand, ready for an attack.
Did you hear any sound?
Lin Ke turned back, his expression serious, his voice very low. Victor immediately perked up his ears and listened carefully for a moment. A very faint humming sound came from around them.
It was almost inaudible unless one listened closely. The sound was gradually getting louder.
Soon it reached the volume of a normal conversation.
It was the sound of wind. Lin Ke frowned. Why would there be a sound of wind in a supermarket for no reason?
As the wind sound grew louder, the flickering of the lights became more frequent. The surrounding darkness seemed to thicken, almost to the point where one couldn't see their own hand. Lin Ke caught a glimpse of something flashing by the glass surface of the counter. His body shivered, and he immediately stopped, standing still. Seeing this, Victor also came to a stop.
Rule 4, people in the supermarket cannot fly.
If you notice a shadow passing by, please stop immediately, hold your breath, and wait for the shadow to leave.
Both were tense, holding their breath tightly. Who?
The wind sound drew nearer. Lin Ke felt his heart racing faster and faster. His palms began to sweat slightly.
1 minute, 2 minutes.
He could hardly hold his breath any longer.
How did you guys end up here?
A strong light shone on Lin Ke's face, nearly blinding him. The humming sound vanished in an instant.
A strong flashlight? Lin Ke immediately realized.
Whoever can use a strong flashlight in the supermarket is most likely a loss prevention officer.
Huff.
Lin Ke took deep breaths, shielding his eyes with his hand to look over. A man in a blue uniform stood in the aisle more than 10 meters away. Because he was far away and facing the bright light, Lin Ke couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he felt it looked a bit fierce.
Come over quickly, what are you standing there for? Don't you want to get out?
The blue uniformed man's voice rose a few notches, clearly running out of patience.
Lin Ke and Victor immediately walked over.
Glancing at the work badge on the blue uniform's chest, Lin Ke let out a slight sigh of relief. It was indeed a loss prevention officer.
As long as they didn't follow the blue uniformed loss prevention officer into the employee walkway, there shouldn't be any danger. Did you not hear the announcement? Why are you still wandering around here?
In 30 minutes, this place will be completely sealed off, stop running around.
Seeing the two coming over, the blue uniformed man was a bit frantic. Lin Ke didn't pay much attention and his eyes slid over to a few others.
There were a total of 3 people. One was a young man dressed shabbily, with small eyes that darted around.
The other 2 were young women in gray uniforms.
The short-haired woman wore a white cashier's badge. The long-haired woman wore a blue cashier's badge. The expressions on their faces were filled with fear.
All right, go get that guy stuck in the elevator out, then everyone will be here. Stay close, if you guys get lost, I won't come back to find you.
Saying this, the blue uniformed man walked ahead with the strong flashlight.
Seeing Lin Ke and Victor approach, the young man immediately leaned over. Bro, did you find anything interesting? Let me see.
As the young man spoke, he reached out to put his hand on Lin Ku's shoulder. Lin Ku immediately took a step forward, avoiding the young man's hand, leaving him with only the back of his head. Until he was sure who was a normal person, he absolutely would not have any contact with anyone else. Fortunately, Ku was quick to react, otherwise, he would have been contaminated by that man.
That man might not necessarily be weird.
Including the 7 people in the elevator, aside from the loss prevention officer and the chosen one, anyone else is possible.
Getting close and making a move, isn't that strange wanting to harm people? 2 lovely ladies, they surely can't be anything weird. Come on, if it's that easy for you to see through the weirdness, what's the point of hiding?
The guy in the duckbill cap looked at the discussion on the screen and turned to Professor Chai.
Professor Chai, what do you think?
Chai Fingyan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, from his micro-expressions, he shows no problems.
Do you think someone can disguise themselves without a flaw?
The man in the duckbill cap thought for a bit and asked again.
Chai Fingyan nodded and added, the weird is something beyond our understanding, using modern psychological theories might not be applicable. Do you suspect him?
Though Chai Fingyan had just said that, he was still very confident in his judgment. He wanted to see what unique insights this talented young man had.
The guy in the duckbill cap nodded, his face showing a bitter smile. I have no evidence, my intuition just tells me that man has a problem.
Hearing this, the glasses man who had been paying attention over here wore a look of shock.
You find it ridiculous too, right?
In my whole life, this is the first time I've judged something purely on intuition. Seeing the glasses man's expression, the guy in the duckbill cap felt somewhat helpless. But indeed, he had not found any suspicious points.
Chai Fingyan smiled, intuition can sometimes be very accurate.
The young man's mouth had not stopped since he began talking. Seeing Lin Ku and Victor ignoring him, he turned to flirt with the 2 women next to him. Although the 2 women were extremely frightened, their attitude towards the flashy young man was quite rude. The young man, who was making a fool of himself, didn't mind at all. His mouth kept moving like a machine gun, non-stop.
Do you know the insider information?
Lin Ku slowed down his pace and walked beside the young man.
Hearing Lin Ku start a conversation, the young man's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned closer. I definitely know. I've seen everything clearly from start to finish.
As he spoke, the young man tried to place his hand on Lin Ku's shoulder. Lin Ku stepped aside immediately, his expression darkening.
Hey, are you afraid I would harm you? That's not possible, I'm not one of those disgusting people.
The young man said with a grin. A big hole broke in the supermarket, and those disgusting things crawled in through the hole.
Many people got contaminated before they even realized it. Lin Ku pressed on, did you see it with your own eyes?
The young man nodded and added, I was so scared my legs went weak, luckily that guy saved me earlier.
Oh.
Lin Ku's gaze fell on the back of the blue uniform, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Victor, next to him, occasionally shot a glance at the young man. Just in case he played dirty while Lin Ku wasn't paying attention. Seeing Lin Ku silent, the young man rolled his eyes around.
I know a lot of secrets here, do you want to ask more? Lin Ku looked at him and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Then are you an indigenous person?
The young man's face stiffened, and he laughed awkwardly. That question stumps me a bit, but it's no big deal. With a mysterious look, the young man glanced around. The 2 uniformed beauties turned their faces away with cold snorts, avoiding his gaze.
What indigenous or not, we are all the same.
The young man spoke in a very low voice, as if sharing an extraordinary secret.
Lin Ku was slightly taken aback, seeing the young man's serious expression, as if he were not joking. We are all the same? Clearly there are the chosen ones, the weird things, and the supermarket staff. How can they all be the same?
Lin Ku felt a surge of doubt in his heart.
Could this guy deliberately be leading him into a trap?
His gaze towards the young man held a hint of suspicion.
After walking for about another 5 minutes, the group arrived by the supermarket elevator. Inside, are they dead?
The man in the blue uniform had a loud voice, and his face was full of impatience.
Wait, this is really damn annoying. As he spoke, the man in the blue uniform pulled out a crowbar from his lower back. Bang!
The crowbar slammed hard into the gap of the door, and the 2 sides of the elevator guard door bulged outwards.
The young man's muscles twitched sharply at the sight.
He mumbled softly, what a muscular brute.
Lin Ku's eyelids twitched as well. He didn't expect the not-so-tall man in the blue uniform to be so fierce. Open for me.
The man in the blue uniform shouted in a deep voice.
Creak. The elevator door slowly opened a crack. With his fierce efforts, the elevator door was quickly pushed open to about a 40-centimeter gap.
Inside the elevator, yellow warning lights kept flashing. The man in the blue uniform squeezed into the elevator, and with a flurry of movements, the completely deformed ladders automatically opened.
Is it wide enough? Hurry up and go.
Seeing the situation inside the elevator, Lin Ku felt his forehead twitching.
There was no one else in the elevator except the man in the blue uniform. Could it be that the strange thing was trapped in the elevator? Can the strange thing not even pass through an elevator door? But if it was a person, why couldn't he see them?
Lin Ke was a bit confused for a moment.
Snap!
The sound of stepping on the wreckage echoed from the elevator door and continued outward.
It was as if an invisible person was walking towards them. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the ground.
On the path where the sound was coming from, there were indeed signs of things being stepped on.
And the direction he was moving in.
Lin Ke stepped aside. A cold breath brushed past him. It was that person.
He indeed existed, just invisible. Damn, don't run around.
First, come with me to the security office, I need to get the employee access key. Upon hearing this, Victor poked Lin Ke with his hand.
Lin Ke nodded to indicate he understood.
Rule 1, you can ask the loss prevention officer in blue to take you out of the supermarket, but remember not to take the employee access route. If he had to follow the man in the blue uniform, he couldn't take the employee route. Considering the personality displayed by the man in blue, Lin Ke didn't think he had a chance to persuade him.
Then he could only execute another plan.
Take his phone out of his pocket a little when no one was paying attention.
There were 20 minutes left on the countdown. The time available to them was not much.
First, he would follow to the security room and see if he could get a powerful flashlight.
That would make the next actions easier. Maybe he could also find 1 or 2 work badges. Lin Ke found something very interesting.
Ever since the transparent person joined the group, the young man had begun to grow silent. He had a frown on his face, occasionally letting out sighs. The 2 originally terrified women also changed their expressions. Their faces were so cold they looked like they could freeze someone. The 3 would occasionally glance secretly toward the direction where that person was. Lin Ke suddenly had a guess. Could it be that only he and Victor couldn't see the person coming out of the elevator? Then for the chosen one, did it not count as a person? If that was the case, he and Victor couldn't let it find out that they couldn't see it. Lin Ke suddenly felt a bit frightened. Luckily, when it exited the elevator, he instinctively stepped aside. Otherwise, if it ran into him, he might have been contaminated. He needed to quickly relay this information to Victor. Saying it verbally definitely wouldn't work. Being in the same team, it would be strange if they could hide it from that strange thing. The security room wasn't far away, and Lin Ke didn't find an opportunity to remind Victor along the way.
Alright, you guys wait for me outside. I'm going in to get the key.
The blue uniformed man finished speaking, leaving several people behind to open the security room door. Lin Ke exchanged a glance with Victor, and the 2 followed him inside. The 3 people in the hallway watched their backs, all showing strange expressions.
Why are you following me in? Get out. Chapter 37, The Strange Loop.
After sitting in a car for over 10 hours today, I finally managed to type this out. At the door of the security room, a man in a blue uniform looked angrily at Lin Ke and Victor. Hearing his words, Victor stepped forward, a fierce look in his eyes. The man in the blue uniform was not strange, he had never feared anyone. His remaining left hand slowly raised.
Oomph, trash.
The man in the blue uniform glanced at Victor with disdain. He coldly said, "Get out, or I will throw you out."
Lin Ke patted Victor's shoulder, signaling him not to get excited.
Walking up to the man in the blue uniform, Lin Ke smiled and said, "You won't hurt us."
The man in the blue uniform's expression instantly darkened. "I can't hurt you, but something can. With you here, they dare not," Lin Ke said calmly.
The man in the blue uniform stared at Lin Ke for several seconds before coldly saying, "Come in, but don't touch anything inside, especially the work certificates in the drawer." Lin Ke casually closed the office door behind him. The office was small, with 2 desks against the wall and a single bed at the back. All the drawers of the desks were pulled out, and the tabletop was piled high with items. It was clear that the person who left was in a hurry and only took the most important things.
"Help me find the keys." The man in the blue uniform started throwing the items from the desk onto the floor one by one. Lin Ke thought to himself, "This isn't even your office, and you don't know where the keys are?"
He picked up an eco-friendly bag from the desk and found a strong flashlight inside.
Without hesitation, Lin Ke took it out and turned it on.
Then, he gave Victor a signal, and the 2 began rummaging through the drawers. Soon, Lin Ke found the drawer filled with various work certificates.
Promoter, cashier, loss prevention. Ha! Isn't this the work certificate of the man in the blue uniform? Why is it here?
Lin Ke's heart was filled with suspicion.
Why didn't the man in the blue uniform wear his own work certificate? Unless.
Thinking of a certain possibility, Lin Ke's heart raced.
Soon, the man in the blue uniform found the keys in the drawer. Alright, I can finally leave early.
The man in the blue uniform looked quite pleased, a smile appearing on his face. Lin Ke pretended to be curious and leaned in, scanning the man's chest.
Indeed, he was wearing someone else's work certificate. The man in the blue uniform walked out of the office. Lin Ke signaled to Victor. They did not immediately follow.
They wanted to search the remaining cabinets to see if there was a green work certificate. The man in the blue uniform is strange, don't get close to him. The transparent person is likely also strange, so be careful. While rummaging through the cabinets, Lin Ke reminded Victor. Victor responded with an aha.
Woo woo. It seemed like a wind started blowing in the office.
Lin Ke's body stiffened, and his movements immediately halted. In his peripheral vision, he saw a black shadow that had entered the office without him noticing. Lin Ke felt a chill running down his back.
It's here. The two of them immediately held their breath. What are you two still doing? If you don't leave now, I won't wait for you.
The impatient voice of the man in the blue uniform came from outside. Lin Ke stared at the faceless black shadow in front of him, feeling as though his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Large beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He didn't dare to make a sound to respond.
Damn it, not waiting anymore, we're leaving. The voice of the man in the blue uniform gradually faded away. The surroundings quickly fell into a dead silence. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Lin Ke felt like he couldn't hold it any longer. The woo-woo sound wandered around the office and suddenly disappeared. Phew. Lin Ke leaned on the table, taking deep breaths. Let's hurry and follow. Lin Ke gasped for 2 breaths, feeling he was back in control, and immediately walked out of the office. After about 3 minutes, the group of the man in the blue uniform had long vanished. Which way should we go? Victor, in a panic, forgot the initial instructions. Lin Ke's face looked somewhat grim. Not only had they failed to find the green work certificate, but now they had also missed the chance to follow the man in the blue uniform to the employee passage. Damn, this time Ke's luck is really bad. At the critical moment, that ghostly shadow actually came out to harm people. Now there's only 10 minutes left, it looks like we're going to fail. Zhang Shui quickly pressed the enter key. The progress bar instantly filled up. Beep, under current conditions, the chosen one's survival probability is 0.1%. Li Yunlong heard the broadcast and had a serious look on his face. This time, Long Country had 2 chosen ones enter. The consequences of 2 failures would be extremely serious. The temperature would drop to minus 38 degrees. At such a temperature, the South would probably be completely wiped out. Standing in front of the office, Lin Ke pondered for a few seconds and pointed to the corridor on the far left. He just came over by walking this way. The man in the duckbill cap raised his eyebrows slightly at this scene. Is he preparing to go back to the elevator for help? Rule 6, if the elevator malfunctions, please do not use it. If you are already in the elevator, please immediately press the emergency help button, and the loss prevention staff will come to rescue you. The man with golden-rimmed glasses stared at the screen. According to the rules, the loss prevention staff must come back to rescue. If they can't solve the issue with the work permits, being rescued doesn't mean much. The man in the duckbill cap squinted slightly. Unless the employee passage also has yellow lights, Lin Ke's 2 work permits are meaningless. Back in the office, Lin Ke took 2 blue work permits when the man in blue uniform wasn't paying attention. 2 minutes later, the 2 returned outside the elevator. Lin Ke walked in without hesitation. The live broadcast room was in uproar, not understanding what he was trying to do. Is there any expert who can analyze this? I'm confused by Ke's operation. ID golden-rimmed glasses, according to Rule 6, he can use the elevator to call for help from the loss prevention staff. But that is meaningless. According to Rule 1, they cannot follow the loss prevention staff into the employee passage. Even if they wait for the blue uniform to leave first, without a green work permit, they can't leave. I don't know if you noticed, when the blue uniform walked into the elevator, his clothes turned green. Is that really possible? How can the blue uniform turn green? Yellow plus blue equals green, just understand. So, they better pray the employee passage lights are yellow and working. Golden-rimmed glasses finished this line and moved his gaze away from the comment area. Pressing the elevator help button, a short buzzing sound rang out. The slightly twisted elevator door actually began to close slowly. Lin Ke grabbed hold of Victor, who was about to rush out, signaling him not to be nervous. Soon, footsteps came from outside the elevator. Is anyone inside? Are you dead? Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Ke thought little of it and immediately responded. Wait, this is so damn annoying. The blue uniform outside replied. Immediately, there was a bang. Open up. Hearing this, Lin Ke's expression became strange. These words were exactly the same as before. Could it be? The elevator door was pried open by 40 centimeters, and the blue uniform walked in.
Without even looking at him and Victor, he went straight to the control panel and started pressing buttons randomly. The elevator doors slowly slid open to the sides.
Isn't it wide enough? Hurry up and go. Chapter 38, What's in the Left Pocket?
Linka suddenly felt a bit cold. Looking at the dark world outside the elevator, a sense of inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Using the flickering dim light, Linka could see the few people standing outside. A young man looking debauched, 2 women in uniform,
and at least a 200-pound fat man. Could this be the transparent person who came out of the elevator before?
The blue uniform turned around, looking at the two with an impatient expression, as if he had never seen them before.
The yellow warning light shone on his face, making his expression appear a bit eerie.
Linka felt his hands and feet starting to tingle.
He couldn't see Victor anymore,
although he could clearly feel that the other person was right beside him.
Victor had turned into a transparent person. Is it possible that I have also become a transparent person? Will everyone rescued in the elevator turn into a transparent person? What does this mean? Contaminated? And what about this group of people who appeared in just 1 minute? Are they the same batch as the previous group? If not, then who are they? Or perhaps, have I already fallen into an illusion? Linka frantically recalled every scene after entering the second floor, trying to find out where things began to change. The blue uniform appeared, the elevator rescued the transparent person, then the security room searched for keys.
Suddenly, the image of the big fat man froze in Linka's mind. His appearance was exactly like the ID card in the drawer, but he was wearing someone else's ID on his chest. A doubt arose in Linka's mind. Why were so many ID cards uniformly placed in the security room?
Does this mean something? Linka recalled a detail mentioned in the letter from the safe.
Perhaps, all the people whose ID cards were in the security room are bizarre. From this perspective, the 2 women wearing their own ID cards are normal people. But all of this has no connection to the strange repeating events happening now.
Could it be that I'm overthinking? The current situation is actually normal.
Linka reached his left hand into his pants pocket.
Ha! Why is it gone?
Linka finally confirmed that he had fallen into an illusion.
When did it start? Linka's peripheral vision caught sight of the loss prevention officer walking out of the elevator.
Seeing the uniform stained green by the light, Linka had a flash of inspiration. Rule 3, if you find yourself lost in the supermarket, you can ask the loss prevention officer in the green uniform for help.
Falling into an illusion is just like being lost. We're lost, can you take us out?
The loss prevention officer, whose foot had already stepped out of the elevator, stopped. Surrounding objects began to spin and twist wildly. A strong feeling of dizziness came crashing down from his head. Linka suddenly hugged his head.
Wake up, are you alright?
A rich voice entered Linka's ears.
Linka shook his head hard, and the dizziness in his mind finally disappeared.
The distance still remained pitch black. A tall middle-aged man stood beside him with a flashlight. The green uniform looked a bit dark under the dim light. Linka was about to speak, but suddenly remembered Rule 5 and immediately closed his mouth. He shook his head at the green uniform, signaling that he was fine, and turned to look at Victor beside him. He found that Victor had just woken up as well, his eyes filled with confusion. Immediately, he made a gesture for silence to him.
The green uniform watched everything with a calm expression and said lightly, "If there's nothing wrong, let's go. Everyone is waiting for us in the staff passage." Linka nodded, feeling a bit terrified.
Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, it would have been a disaster.
Snap!
The pen in the hands of the man with gold-rimmed glasses cracked in the middle. His face turned very ugly. Up until now, he still hadn't figured out when the 2 of them fell into an illusion.
Almost half an hour's time had passed, yet he hadn't noticed any flaws.
Just a moment ago, he had been confidently analyzing in the live broadcast room. The man with gold-rimmed glasses felt a fiery heat on his face.
Is it possible that we are in an illusion right now?
The voice of the man in the duckbill hat sounded somewhat abrupt. Hearing this, the man with gold-rimmed glasses' pupils shrank.
Multiple illusions?
At that moment, the Linku in the footage suddenly stopped. The green uniform, which had been quietly moving forward, seemed to sense something and also stopped.
The color of his uniform grew darker, finally turning black.
He slowly turned his head. His face had no features.
He, how did you find out?
The shadow floated over, almost touching Linka's face. Linka looked at it coldly, his hands in his pants pocket, and said nothing.
What a boring person. The shadow retreated. The speed was getting faster and faster. The entire space seemed to be pulled apart in an instant. Each fragment contained a scene. The fragments disappeared, plunging everything back into darkness.
Feeling something in his pocket, Linka slowly breathed out, sweat covering his forehead.
It turned out to be a multiple illusion.
Victor beside him had long since disappeared. Taking out his phone, only 6 minutes remained on the countdown. Lin Ke's expression darkened, there was no time to look for Victor anymore.
1 minute later, in the security office. The key was indeed in the same place as in the illusion. Taking a blue work ID from the drawer, he deliberately chose the one with the blue uniform. Glancing at the newly added patrol route map on the wall, Lin Ke quickly ran towards the elevator. 2 minutes later.
Lin Ke stood on a chair, carefully peeling off the yellow paper covering the warning device on top of the elevator.
2 minutes left on the countdown. Lin Ke appeared outside the employee passage. Click. The key successfully unlocked the door. Lin Ke gently opened the door, cautiously peeking inside. It was very dark, almost impossible to see anything. Pulling over a cabinet from the side,
Lin Ke stood on it, placing the yellow paper over the light at the door.
Tap. With the press, the light turned on. All the viewers from Longhua let out a sigh of relief. So thrilling, I thought it was over this time.
Yeah, that illusion was so real, I don't know how Madman Ke saw through it, really amazing. Zhang Shui projected over a dozen screenshots on the big screen. In both instances of breaking the illusion, Lin Ke did similar actions. I suspect there's something in his left pocket that helped him break the illusion.
An assistant walked in and whispered a few words in Li Yunlong's ear.
Li Yunlong glanced at everyone and shook his head, he didn't bring anything when he came in.
Hearing this, Zhang Shui's brows furrowed.
Casually tapping on the keyboard, more than a dozen photos were projected again. These are all the items Lin Ke has taken or come into contact with in this bizarre world of rules. According to the supercomputer's comparison, none of them matched. Zhang Shui's face showed a puzzled expression. With complete live video, anything Lin Ke touched could not escape capture. Unless it might be something obtained in the tea room or fresh food area. Zhang Shui thought for a moment and added.
There's nothing to guess, when Lin Ke returns, we can just ask him.
The person in the duckbill hat looked up at the person in gold-framed glasses, but I always have a bad feeling. The person in gold-framed glasses stared at the live broadcast on the terminal, their expression also grim.
Me too. Chapter 39, to the entrance. Lin Ke took out his work ID. The blue work ID indeed turned green under the yellow light. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ke tucked the work ID under his clothes.
He turned and opened the door to the employee passage as wide as possible to let more light in. Using the light, Lin Ke took a look at the passage. Fortunately, it wasn't long, only about 4 or 5 meters, the corridor light was just right to illuminate the other end. Lin Ke turned around, facing away from the passage, and slowly walked in.
Walking backward, the speed wasn't fast. Lin Ke kept watching the color of the work ID.
Soon, the height of the light had dropped to his waist.
Lin Ke had to crouch slightly to walk backward. This posture was very tiring.
Luckily, after only about 10 seconds, he reached the end of the passage.
Why did Madman Ke suddenly stop? What's going on? He's about to go out, is he reminiscing? Dude, your countdown is running out, hurry up. For some reason, the closer he got to the exit, the stronger Lin Ke's unease became.
His face turned somewhat pale.
Why was this happening? He was about to pass through the exit. Clearly, there was no danger, why did he feel so uneasy?
Lin Ke lowered his head, his brows knotted together. Images flashed through his mind.
Security room, elevator, yellow paper, corridor.
The only thing was the newly appeared patrol route map in the security room.
Wasn't it too coincidental? Could it be that he was in the third layer of illusion?
Lin Ke's left hand reached towards his left pocket.
It's here. Lin Ke wavered. Could it also be a product of the illusion?
Looking at the countdown, which had only 20 seconds left, a knowing expression suddenly appeared on Lin Ke's face.
He slowly stood up.
The work pass slipped out of the yellow light and immediately turned blue. The lights in the corridor began to flicker violently.
The surroundings of Lin Ke completely shattered. Darkness instantly swallowed him. The golden-eyed glasses looked at the pitch-black screen, lost in thought. All right. The person wearing a duckbill hat suddenly let out a long breath. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. I feel Lin Ke should be fine now. The duckbill hat said somewhat awkwardly. Another intuition? Chai Fingyan frowned. The duckbill hat nodded firmly. A faint light came on.
Lin Ke slowly opened his eyes. Victor was nearby, looking at him with an anxious face. Lin Ke stood up from the ground, glancing around with the flickering light. This was the place where he first encountered the shadow, where the blue uniform appeared.
What just happened to me? Lin Ke asked softly.
You asked me if I heard a noise, and just after you said that, you fainted, which scared me. Victor said quietly.
How long?
Lin Ke carefully examined Victor. Seeing Lin Ke's scrutinizing gaze, Victor felt a bit strange.
But he didn't think too much about it. About 10 minutes. Lin Ke took out his phone. The countdown showed there were still 45 minutes left.
Seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned.
Could it be that everything just now was really just an illusion?
Immediately someone thought of the live broadcast room from the Bear Country next door. Chief, the live broadcast from Bear Country has been synchronized with ours. Li Yunlong stood up, his expression serious. The Rule Ghost World controlled the live broadcast in Bear Country. From now on the live broadcast cannot be used as a judgment basis.
Zhang Shui's face turned extremely ugly.
All the data analyzed by the supercomputing center now came from video materials.
As long as the Rule Ghost wanted, the computation results from the supercomputing center could be manipulated. Chief, I have other opinions.
The Duckbill Hat's expression was serious. I believe the Rule Ghost will not randomly manipulate the content of the live broadcast.
Or rather, it cannot.
Li Yunlong was somewhat surprised. To be honest, when this group of people was handed over to him, he was quite dissatisfied. What insight could these second or even third generation people, who had not experienced the baptism of war, have? But at this moment, the performance of the Duckbill Hat made him take a fresh look.
Explain your reasoning. Li Yunlong's gaze was intense.
The video has often been blurred out, and images lost. If the Rule Ghost could tamper with the live broadcast images at will, there would be no need for them to do so.
So you mean that the Rule Ghost can only decide whether to play or not play certain images, but cannot alter the content being played?
Golden-eyed Glasses twirled the pen in his hand, deep in thought. The Duckbill Hat shook his head. I believe the playback of the live broadcast also follows certain rules and will not be changed at will.
Then how do you explain the video from Bear Country? Zhang Shui expressed a puzzled look.
The Duckbill Hat stood up and projected the terminal onto the big screen. When the chosen ones from various countries act independently, the live broadcasts are independent. After the chosen ones of each country fail, their last images will be fixed at that moment. When a group event occurs, all participating chosen ones from each country can only see the same image. Last time, the live broadcast images from Dragon Country, Bear Country, and Eagle Country were cut out.
Then why is Lin Ke always the main focus of the perspective, and not other chosen ones? Zhang Shui asked in confusion.
The baseball cap gave her a strange look.
What if I say that the Rule Mysterious Tale is paying more attention to Lin Ke because of his exceptional performance? What do you think? Zhang Shui's expression paused, awkwardly turning her face away. You mean, the Rule Mysterious Tale pays more attention to Lin Ke because of his outstanding performance?
The golden glasses inclined slightly forward, revealing a fierce light in his eyes.
Yes, I think the Rule Mysterious Tale world is likely a filtering system.
The baseball cap spoke in a low tone, returning to his seat. The golden glasses stood still, staring blankly at the big screen. Lin Ke quickly found the security room according to the route in the illusion.
There was indeed a patrolling route map on the wall of the security room. He took 2 work permits from the drawer. Lin Ke hurriedly headed toward the elevator with Victor. The elevator door opened.
The warning light inside emitted a red glow.
Is Lin Ke going to repeat the operation from the illusion again?
Amin's eyes were filled with confusion. This time, she completely couldn't understand the Rule Mysterious Tale.
But this time the warning light is red, and there's no yellow paper. How can the work permit turn green? Did you just see what color the work permit Lin Ke took was? Are you saying that there are green work permits in the real security room?
Amin looked at the bullet screen and remembered something. This time, Lin Ke didn't take the key for the employee passage.
He pressed the emergency help button, and the warning light stopped flashing. A strong light shone into the elevator.
A loss prevention officer in a green uniform appeared at the elevator entrance.
He looked just like the blue uniformed loss prevention officer from before. I will take you out. He had a gentle smile on his face.
Lin Ke looked at him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised.
Please take us to that opening.
The green uniform's face stiffened, and his whole demeanor darkened. It's very dangerous there, you should follow me. Lin Ke shook his head. Please take us to that opening.
Humph. The green uniform turned around reluctantly and walked away.
Lin Ke followed behind him, unhurried. The golden glasses watched all of this, a look of doubt in his eyes.
Why was he allowed to speak to the green uniform loss prevention officer without any consequences? And why did the loss prevention officer comply with Lin Ke's words? Chapter 40, Annihilation, bonus chapter for donations. Thanks to book friend Red Dust and Solitude for the donation. Still 5 chapters, I will work hard for more donations to come. Why was Lin Ke allowed to talk to the green uniform loss prevention officer without any issues? The golden glasses looked at the screen, his brows tightly furrowed.
The baseball cap glanced at him and said, the rules only say consequences are on you, they don't say what the consequences are.
Maybe the consequence is that nothing happens?
The golden glasses rarely rolled his eyes. There were still many questions he couldn't figure out.
The three walked in the darkness, passing through an electronics store.
The green uniform suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around, the flashlight's beam casting an eerie glow on his face.
Are you really sure you want to do this? Lin Ku smiled and nodded.
I can take you through the employee passage, the green uniform advised.
There is danger everywhere, don't be deceived by the illusion.
Lin Ku's face turned cold. Let's go. The green uniform stared hard at Lin Ku. Suddenly, different faces began to shift on his face. Young man, short-haired woman, long-haired woman, fat man. Countless faces transformed faster and faster. Lin Ku just stood there, coldly watching all of this, with no signs of fear at all.
Bang!
A soft sound, and the green uniform turned into a mass of twisted black mist. The strong flashlight fell to the ground.
Victor immediately stood still, holding his breath. Lin Ku patted his shoulder. It's okay, it's not.
The black mist twisted for a while and slowly gathered into a human shape.
The blue uniformed loss prevention officer appeared. Damn it, how did you end up here? Get moving.
Lin Ku said with a mocking face. The man in blue uniform suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Lin Ku, his expression fierce.
Don't go too far. Please follow the rules of the game.
Lin Ku took a step forward.
How do you know these things? It's unreasonable. The man in blue uniform shouted wildly, his face twisted in a mess. In the emergency base, everyone's expressions became extremely serious. Li Yunlong's brows were tightly knitted together. Bang! Just when everyone thought the man in blue uniform was about to go mad with revenge, a dramatic scene unfolded. The man in blue uniform suddenly knelt in front of Lin Ku. I beg you, spare me. Spare you.
Lin Ku slowly lowered his head, looking at him.
You think too highly of yourself. Amin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the big screen, his face slightly flushed. So cool, so fierce. But why is that guy so afraid of the Madman Co? What did he do? Yeah, why does he have to listen to the Madman Co? Is it the so-called professional code again?
Standing among a pile of ruined televisions, Lin Ku looked up at the tall black hole on the wall.
Fine threads of lightning rapidly appeared and vanished around the black hole.
A sense of desolation lingered in Lin Ku's heart.
Now that we are here, just throw it away.
The man in blue uniform looked at Lin Ku, who stood motionless beside the black hole, and begged softly. Lin Ku turned around and looked at the man in blue uniform, who hung his head, too afraid to approach the black hole.
Are you afraid of it? Lin Ku pointed at the black hole.
The man in blue uniform shook his head vigorously, but the panic on his face had already betrayed him.
Oh, then this shouldn't affect you much.
Lin Ku opened his right hand, and a wrinkled blue work permit appeared in his palm. The man in blue uniform's eyes widened suddenly, staring fixedly at the work permit in Lin Ku's hand. The work permit flew into the black hole and was instantly shattered.
The man in blue uniform shattered in the next moment. He completely disappeared. You go first.
Lin Ku said to Victor beside him.
The latter did not hesitate and directly stepped into the black hole.
The live broadcasts from all countries floated simultaneously on the screen. Congratulations to the chosen one from Bear Nation, Victor, for successfully completing the mission. The man with golden-rimmed glasses stared at Lin Ku, who was still standing in front of the black hole, not understanding what he was waiting for. Time passed little by little. Lin Ku had been standing there for a full 15 minutes.
There was only 1 minute left on the countdown. Aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for? A floating voice sounded.
Lin Ku finally moved.
A smile appeared on his face. I'm waiting for you.
A shadow fell into Lin Ku's shadow.
The shadow instantly came alive.
It stood up from the ground and walked to Lin Ku's side. The shadow Lin Ku showed a wicked smile. I'm not that fool who can't even hide his own identity.
Oh, why don't you try attacking me?
Lin Ku slowly turned around.
With his left hand in his pocket, he pulled out a white work permit. This is yours. Did you think that making that fat guy a transparent person hidden in the illusion would be safe? Impossible. How could you know?
The shadow Lin Ku showed a mad expression.
Its hands suddenly elongated, reaching for the work permit.
Lin Ku remained unmoved, letting its hands grab the work permit.
Ryup!
A stench of smoke wafted up from its hand. The shadow Lin Ku was quickly turned into nothingness. The color of the shadow faded significantly.
No, how could you walk out from the illusion? The shadow transformed into a woman, her expression panicked. If I tell you the secret here, will you spare me?
The shadow's voice already carried a hint of crying.
Madman Co, stop stalling, just kill it already. I think we can extract a bit of secret first, then kill it. The brother upstairs understands human hearts. Lin Ke looked at the shadow and asked, "Are there any living people left here?"
The shadow's body clearly shook a bit before slowly answering, "Long gone."
Goodbye.
Lin Ke stepped into the black hole, and the work permit in his hand shattered instantly.
Congratulations to the chosen one from Dragon Nation, Lin Ke, for completing the mission.
Strange Tale World ends. The national rewards have been successfully issued, and the rewards for the chosen ones are being distributed.
The current temperature.
Li Yunlong saw the report on the screen and immediately asked his assistant beside him.
"Chief, it's minus 23 degrees.
As expected, both of them have entered the settlement. Li Yunlong's brow furrowed. Unless all the chosen ones can continuously complete their tasks, the temperature must keep dropping. The boy in the baseball cap was about to speak but suddenly stopped.
The dim light extinguished, and Lin Ke appeared in his seat. "Wow, Lin Ke, you look so cool."
The boy in the baseball cap immediately jumped to Lin Ke's side, an expression of excitement on his face. Due to the excellent performance of the chosen ones from Long Country, the group mode is opened early.
The next Rule Bazaar World will open in 24 hours. This time it is a 6-person group mode.
In group mode, as long as one person completes the task, the national task is completed. The people who originally came to congratulate all stopped, looking at Li Yunlong. Zhang Shui quickly projected the announcements onto the big screen.
Li Yunlong's gaze fell on Lin Ke. "How are you feeling?" Lin Ke smiled and replied, "I'm fine."
"Good." Li Yunlong turned to look at the others. "I know you have many questions to discuss with Lin Ke, but time is tight, so I will only give you 15 minutes. After speaking, he turned back, looking at Lin Ke with a serious expression. "In 15 minutes, I hope you can participate in a special operation."
Lin Ke immediately stood up, feeling surprised by Li Yunlong's words.
"We hope you can step up and boost the morale of the people of Long Country."
Lin Ke's expression grew serious as he nodded and asked, "What should I do?"
"There will be someone specifically to talk to you. If it's something you find difficult, you can refuse."
"Alright, I'll leave the rest of the time to you."
After Li Yunlong finished speaking, he walked out with his deputy. The boy in the baseball cap immediately moved closer, his face full of excitement.
"That last move you made was so cool. Tell me what was going on behind it." Chapter 41, Resolving Doubts.
This chapter is updated normally, still 05 chapters, working hard on writing.
Congratulations on completing this task.
The chosen one, Lin Ke, has received the following rewards.
Ability points *2. Exemption card *1. Physical potion *1.
Due to the excellent performance of the chosen one, the rewards are doubled.
Doubling the reward means 2 exemption cards. In a bizarre world that could be contaminated at any moment, that is equivalent to having 2 extra lives. This reward is incredible.
Before Lin Ke could even celebrate, the people in the conference room surrounded him. Lin Ke awkwardly touched his nose. He was still not used to being watched like a monster by a group of people. Tap tap. The person with the golden glasses knocked hard on the table. Everyone stop crowding around, time is limited.
Let's ask one by one. The golden glasses turned an inquiring gaze at Lin Ke. Lin Ke quickly nodded, agreeing.
A crowd surrounded him, asking various questions, and he didn't know whom to answer first.
"I'll go first."
The boy in the baseball cap immediately jumped back to his seat, raising his right hand.
"Let's raise our hands to speak."
After speaking, he winked at Lin Ke. Seeing his expression, Lin Ke broke into a cold sweat.
He seemed to be in his 20s, yet his personality was so lively.
You ask," Lin Ke quickly said as he saw the boy about to speak again.
The boy in the baseball cap grinned and asked, "What was up with those last 2 work IDs? Why did they die mysteriously when thrown into that black hole?" Upon hearing his question, everyone present perked up their ears, looking at Lin Ke, waiting for his answer. This question puzzled everyone.
Lin Ke glanced at his assistant, who was adjusting the camera, and after waiting for a moment, he said, "Before answering your question, let me briefly explain some situations." Lin Ke connected his terminal to the big screen.
He pulled up the video from the last Rule Bazaar World. He captured the moment when he took the letter from finance.
This letter contains some secrets about the Rule Bazaar World. Among them, there is a strange work permit that can arrange their work. If the work permit is destroyed, the strange beings perish. The duck-billed cap said excitedly, "So you just found the work permits of those 2 strange beings?"
"I can understand the work permit for the blue uniform, but how did you find the work permit for the phantom? And how did you see through it in the 3rd dream?"
The gold-rimmed glasses asked urgently. The duck-billed cap glared at him unpleased and muttered quietly, "I haven't finished asking yet." Lin Ke called up the video and enlarged the work permit worn by the big fat man. He is a transparent man in the illusion. The chosen cannot see the work permit he wears. As long as he puts on the work permit, the chosen cannot discover his true identity. As for the 3rd dream, Lin Ke paused for a moment and said, somewhat shyly, I also only discovered it at the last moment. All illusions are things that once really happened. As long as you follow the rules, it will loop infinitely until the chosen walks out of the employee passage. What will happen if you walk out of the employee passage? The duck-billed cap couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Lin Ke shook his head, I don't know, but it definitely won't be good. So what makes you think that the last thing will definitely appear? Zhang Shui asked, her face filled with skepticism. Lin Ke glanced at her, not understanding why she was so hostile. However, he didn't take it to heart and calmly said, I just want to wait for it to come to confirm something. It can't escape its fate of perishing. How are you sure the black hole is the right way out? Zhang Shui continued to press. There are only two places leading to the outside world, since the employee passage is not one, the black hole must be the correct one. Before Lin Ke could answer, the gold-rimmed glasses jumped in, saying. He cast an unhappy glance at Zhang Shui, who pouted and turned her face away. According to your statement, are the rules this time all fake? The gold-rimmed glasses frowned. From my experience, these rules themselves are the biggest trap. What if Victor doesn't wait for you to wake up and goes ahead alone? The duck-billed cap suddenly asked. Lin Ke stroked his chin, pondering for a while before saying, he would fall into an endless cycle of illusions. Why can't he accidentally cross the black hole? Hearing this question, Lin Ke smiled and said nothing. The gold-rimmed glasses looked at the duck-billed cap as if he were foolish, continuing to ask, the last 2 times you broke the illusion, you felt in your left pocket, what was there? A blue hairpin belonging to Xiaowei. As soon as he said this, a smile appeared on Lin Ke's face. The one from the previous office building? Can it be brought to the next Weird Tales world? The duck-billed cap showed a look of surprise. The gold-rimmed glasses looked similar. No one expected that. Can it be brought out? The duck-billed cap asked curiously. Lin Ke shook his head. It can only appear when entering the Weird Tales world. I feel like this Xiaowei is not simple at all, the duck-billed cap murmured quietly. Lin Ke smiled and looked at the others. Is it possible that there are hidden green workers in the supermarket? Someone asked. I don't know, even if there are, unless the luck is explosive, it's impossible to find them in such a short time. So does that mean the employee passage might still be passable? Chai Fengnian said, looking at Lin Ke. No, even if there is a green work permit, you cannot get out through the employee passage, Lin Ke said with certainty. Everyone asked a mix of random questions, and seeing Lin Ke's tired face, the waiting officer immediately approached. If anyone has questions, we can talk slowly later, let Lin Ke rest well for a while now. Lin Ke looked gratefully at the officer, he was indeed very tired. Soon, Lin Ke disappeared from the meeting room. The duck-billed cap watched his departing figure, showing a thoughtful expression. He poked the gold-rimmed glasses in the ribs. Aren't you a little jealous of this guy? The golden-framed glasses responded softly, focusing back on their terminal. The duckbill hat glanced at another peer, wisely deciding not to approach. He certainly didn't want to confront trouble. Soon, the latest information about the Rule Bazaar Tales was sent to the residents of Dragon Country through various means. The staff also told them to be sure to watch the Dragon Country TV station at 3 in the afternoon. Everyone realized something important. In the live broadcast room of the Rule Bazaar Tales world, some fans had already started to rally for a fan club. How could a national hero not have his own fan club? How about I be the leader? Amin said with a smile before the live broadcast. No problem, a goddess pairs with a hero. What the hell, this time Crazy Kerr really made a fortune. What are you saying up there? Say it again if you dare. I'm sorry, brother, it's the goddess Amin who made the fortune. Amin stepped out of the live room and turned to the agent beside her, saying, I'm going to Lin Ke's live broadcast at 3 this afternoon. Chapter 42, Bizarre Tale Factory. This chapter is updated normally, still missing 5 chapters, working hard on writing. In Eagle Country, Sakura Country, and other countries, due to consecutive failures, the temperature dropped directly to minus 45 degrees. Before a new round of low temperatures caused large-scale casualties. The punishment for failing 3 times in a row descended. Half of the citizens died mysteriously. Among them were many important positions, including medical personnel and researchers. In a moment, except for Bear Country and Dragon Country, the entire world fell into an apocalyptic panic. Some small countries disintegrated completely. Clin Shield stood by the conference table, his face filled with sorrow. Just now, his young grandson had mysteriously died in a safe house. Did Eris enter Dragon Country? Clin Shield asked his assistant. He successfully crossed the border 10 minutes ago. But the equipment might be 2 hours late. Clin Shield nodded, his expression serious as he said, tell old Jack to prioritize Eris's material supply. If he dares to play tricks on me at this time, I'll let him taste the flavor of the 2-headed dragon. The assistant's expression stiffened, Your Excellency, General Jack has already. At 3 in the afternoon.
exactly 3 hours after the Rule Bazaar Tales ended. The first official live broadcast of Dragon Country regarding the Rule Bazaar Tales officially began. Amin, wrapped in a black down jacket, stood in the hotel lobby. The agent hurriedly ran over from the elevator. "How is it? The live broadcast is about to start." As soon as she saw the agent, Amin immediately went up to meet him. The agent shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. "No, Minister Wu doesn't dare to accept either." Amin's expression darkened. "Not expecting to freeze here for over an hour, begging for favors, and still failing. Then I'll wait here until the live broadcast ends." Amin stomped her foot hard. Today, she absolutely had to see Lin Ku. The agent's mouth moved, but he swallowed his words of persuasion. Immediately, he arranged a hotel room for her, repeatedly assuring that as soon as Lin Ku finished the live broadcast, he would notify her to come down. Once in the hotel, Amin quickly turned on the TV in her room. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Ku, an ordinary person. The bizarre tale world is not as terrifying as everyone imagines." Watching Lin Ku talk confidently in the live broadcast, Amin found it hard to imagine that this man was just an ordinary librarian a few days ago. 2 hours flew by quickly. Lin Ku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Walking out of the live room, he felt his limbs slightly weak. This was much harder than surviving in the bizarre tale world. Seeing Lin Ku come out, 2 people in camouflage immediately walked over. The 3 of them took the exclusive passage straight to the top floor. They would take a helicopter from the rooftop to the nearest base and then transfer to return to the emergency base. Everything was in place to ensure Lin Ku's safety to the greatest extent. Once back at the emergency base, Lin Ku had no time to rest and immediately met with the think tank group for a meeting. Explain the content inside the envelope of the safe. Lin Ku, I have always had a question. The man in the duckbill cap looked at Lin Ku, who was resting on the sofa, with a hesitant expression. Go ahead. Lin Ku closed his eyes to rest. He was already numb from being asked today. The man in the duckbill cap looked at him seriously. During the 3rd level of the illusion, why did you choose that way? Lin Ku rubbed his hands together to warm them and covered his eyes. After a few seconds, he replied, the rules always wanted us to follow them, I just wanted to see what would happen if I tried to break them. The result was good, don't you think? Lin Ku lowered his hands, opened his eyes, and smiled slightly. The man in the duckbill cap nodded and smiled as well. Indeed, very good. I really hope I can enter the Rule Ghost talk tomorrow. The 2 exchanged smiles and each went to their rooms to rest. The next day at 11:59 a.m. a red countdown appeared. Lin Ku slowly exhaled, his gaze becoming sharp. Welcome to the Rule Ghost Talk world. This world, Ghost Talk Factory. Basic task, please survive for 7 days in the factory. Warning, in the Ghost Talk world, always remain alert, do not get contaminated, do not get contaminated. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Ku found himself lying on a bed. He immediately sat up and began to look around. This was a standard 6-person room. 6 beds were arranged as upper and lower bunk beds. Lin Ku's bed was in the middle position. There was an entrance with a separate toilet and shower room. Definitely the Rolls-Royce of factory dormitories. The other 5 beds had people sitting up, looking at each other. There were girls on 3 beds opposite. Was the middle one Zhang Shui? Lin Ku frowned slightly, he didn't quite like this girl's personality. The girl near the balcony had a long ponytail and wore exquisite makeup. The girl near the bathroom had short, neat hair. They all looked to be in their early 20s. Ding dong. Lin Ku immediately took out his vibrating phone. The Spring Festival is coming soon, if we all work 7 more days, we can go home for the new year. To ensure a smooth return home, please strictly follow the rules below. Lin Ku glanced at the others, besides Zhang Shui and the beautiful woman, the expressions of the other people had turned very tense. It seemed that this task was a bit daunting. Ding dong. The notification sound kept ringing. Lin Ku quickly lowered his head to check his phone. Rule 1, the dormitory is absolutely safe from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning. Once the dormitory is locked, it can only be opened from inside. Rule 2, there will be a room check at midnight, definitely do not open the door. You do not need to turn off the lights at night, they will turn off by themselves. Rule 3, if you see a person wearing a white high hat in the dormitory hallway, immediately go find the dorm manager, remember not to look back. If there are any problems in the dormitory area, you can find the dorm manager. Rule 4, no late arrivals, early departures, or absenteeism at work, you must remain quiet in the workshop. Rule 5, do not answer questions from the production team leader. As soon as work hours are over, immediately leave the workshop, do not linger. Rule 6, there are no dogs in the factory, if you see a dog, definitely do not feed it. You cannot decide which part of your body you will use to feed it. Rule 7, be wary of the union, there is no one in the union. Rule 8, do not go to the manager's office. Do not eat the meat buns from the cafeteria. Do not leave the dormitory after 1 a.m. Rule 9, do not talk to people in the restroom. Never overeat at any time, and do not easily trust others. Rule 10, do not talk to people in the deaf dormitory, and do not eat anything from inside. If you must stay overnight in the deaf dormitory, please wrap yourself in a quilt, leaving no part exposed. Rule 11, the cultural room is absolutely safe. You can stay for a maximum of 3 hours at a time. You must remain quiet in the cultural room, otherwise, you will be punished by the administrator. Rule 12, the entertainment room is safe. You can stay for a maximum of 2 hours at a time. Not all colleagues here are normal. To ensure you and your roommate have a pleasant 7 days, please remember the above rules. After reading all the information, Lin Ku immediately jumped off the bed. Chapter 43, The Tragedy in the Workshop. Repaying debts, still 4 chapters, will continue after waking up tomorrow. As Lin Ku jumped down, the other 2 young men also jumped down. Hurry, there are only 10 minutes left. Seeing that the 3 women across had not reacted yet, Lin Ku immediately shouted. Zhang Shui glared at him and quietly mumbled. What's the rush? There are still 10 minutes. However, the incredibly beautiful woman quickly got out of bed. Her bright eyes kept sizing up Lin Ku. She looked like a curious baby. The short-haired, capable girl had already found her shoes and started putting them on. The 2 boys exchanged glances and walked outside together. Lin Ku watched Zhang Shui crawl down slowly. He came over, grabbed her collar, and pulled her down. What are you doing? Let go of me, you jerk. Zhang Shui struggled to break free. Lin Ku gave her a cold glance before walking out of the dorm. The beautiful girl's gaze flickered between Zhang Shui and Lin Ku. Seeing that Lin Ku was about to leave the dorm, she immediately followed. I hope you don't hold us back. The short-haired girl glanced at Zhang Shui before leaving. In the emergency base, a middle-aged man's face was ashen. He looked ashamed as he said to Li Yunlong, I'm sorry, Li Lao, it's my lack of discipline. Li Yunlong's expression was also grim. He did not expect that things would go so poorly at the start of Long Nation. The one causing trouble was still his subordinate. If she can come back this time, take her back and discipline her for a few more years, don't disgrace old Zhang. Zhang Shui's face was very ugly. That jerk Lin Ku actually made her lose face in front of everyone in the world. She must take revenge for this grievance. Looking at her phone, it was already 7:54, Zhang Shui dared not delay any longer and immediately ran to the workshop. The distance from the dorm to the workshop wasn't far. Running at full speed, Zhang Shui arrived at the workshop in 5 minutes. She immediately clocked in and went to her own workstation. Zhang Shui leaned against the table, breathing heavily. Lin Ku, who was sitting opposite Zhang Shui, frowned slightly upon seeing her state. The workshop needed to maintain silence, and her behavior might break the rules. But now wasn't the time to talk, so Lin Ku couldn't remind her. At 8 o'clock sharp, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. He looked a bit dazed, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Reaching the center of the workshop, he clapped his hands. Now we will start the morning meeting. Everyone in the workshop immediately walked up to him, lining up according to memory. All the memories about the factory appeared in their minds as soon as they opened their eyes. Lin Ku took note. There were 4 production lines in the workshop, each with 6 people. Apart from Zhang Shui and that beautiful woman, the other people from the dorm were not in this workshop. This made it very troublesome to find out about the others' situation. Lin Ku's expression became serious. Although the team task only needed 1 person to succeed to complete the national task. But Lin Ku didn't believe that the team task could be handled by 1 person alone. From Lin Ku's understanding of the bizarre rules, team tasks were definitely scarier than individual ones. The production team leader stood there babbling for over 10 minutes before finally announcing the morning meeting was over. Great, I'm starving. A man, whether due to a bad memory or something else, suddenly blurted this out. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The man immediately realized something, his face turning pale. The dazed production leader seemed to have suddenly come to life at that moment. He stepped right in front of that man. Did I tell you to speak? The production leader's fist struck the man's face. Wave. Red mixed with white thick liquid spread out. The man's head shattered like a broken watermelon, splitting apart. Ah! Several screams echoed. The intense visual shock right in front of them made those with weak hearts break down. Zhang Shui tightly covered her mouth, her eyes revealing deep fear. She had almost screamed just now. If it weren't for Lin Ku suddenly blocking her at a crucial moment, diverting her attention. Lin Ku glanced over the chaotic crowd. A total of 5 people screamed. Fortunately, that pretty woman had a decent heart. Although her face looked terrible, she didn't scream. Bang!
At that moment, the man's corpse finally fell to the ground. The production group leader turned his head, his mouth splitting open, revealing an evil smile.
Damn it, run!
The two men who had accidentally screamed felt their legs turn to jelly.
They immediately turned and ran towards the door.
The production group leader ignored them, only walking towards the three who were already collapsed on the ground. The bloody scene played out again. Everyone watched in horror, their hearts pounding. No one expected that in less than half an hour since entering the world of strange tales, 6 people had already perished.
Lin Ke knew that the two who ran away would not have a good ending either.
Sure enough, 10 seconds later, screams of despair filled the air outside the workshop. The two men seemed to have gone through something incredibly painful. They screamed for a whole minute before falling silent. Zhang Shui finally felt the terror of the strange tale world.
The proud expression on her face transformed into fear.
Lin Ke saw a group of people standing foolishly in place, too scared to move.
He walked over to the pretty woman and Zhang Shui, signaling for them to follow him. After finishing the morning meeting, it was breakfast time. They must return to their workstations before 8:30.
It takes 2 minutes to walk from the workshop to the cafeteria.
It was already 8:18, leaving them with little time to eat breakfast.
Once outside the workshop area, the pretty girl patted her chest and whispered, "I almost died from fright." Zhang Shui immediately nodded vigorously, tightly pursing her lips, her face full of shock. Lin Ke didn't speak, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. The path was filled with people in work clothes hurrying by. Some of them still had tear stains on their faces. Lin Ke frowned slightly, the expressions of these people were too real, not at all like NPCs. He temporarily set aside this doubt and continued to memorize his surroundings. Between the workshop and the cafeteria, there was a 2-story building, which was the entertainment room. According to memory, the first floor of the entertainment room was mainly for board games.
The second floor was for internet cafes and billiards. This place would be the busiest after dark.
The cafeteria was large, with 10 windows in total. For breakfast, only the 3 windows on the left were open.
The far left sold buns and pastries.
The middle one served noodles and wontons. The third was for porridge. As Lin Ke and the others walked over, people were already leaving, having finished their meals. Seeing long lines at the noodle and porridge windows, Zhang Shui immediately walked towards the far left window.
Reg. 5-inch.
Seeing that it was Lin Ke who was covering her mouth, the woman immediately stopped struggling. She released her grip on the pretty woman's mouth. Lin Ke softly said, "It's best not to say that word.
You never know what might happen."
Zhang Shui also noticed this scene and waved her hand, saying, "It's fine, I remember."
"I won't buy that."
Zhang Shui stepped up to the window, peered inside, and her face instantly became extremely unattractive.
Only meat buns?"
Zhang Shui looked at the staff member with a blank expression, stammering her question. The staff member completely ignored her, picking up tongs to grab a bun for her.
Zhang Shui immediately became frightened and took a step back. Rule 8, do not go to the manager's office. Do not eat the meat buns from the cafeteria. Do not leave the dormitory after 1 a.m. What happened to those who broke the rules in the workshop just now?
She still remembers it vividly. At this moment, she only felt a rush of urgency to pee. Fortunately, as she left the window, the staff member put the clamp down. Beside her, Lin Ke let out a sigh of relief at this scene. Although he still didn't know what would happen if his roommate died. He always felt that it wouldn't be a good thing. Zhang Shui slyly returned to the back of the line.
At 8:23, the three found a spot to sit down.
Subtracting the 2 minutes of walking time, they had 5 minutes left. Looking at the steaming hot food, the three had a feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears. Lin Ke glanced at the 2 women, who didn't know where to start, and picked up his soup noodles to walk to the sink beside him. Pour out a little of the soup, it will cool down faster this way. Zhang Shui said with a look of grievance, "But I like it with soup, I can't eat it if it's too dry." The beautiful woman immediately imitated Lin Ke and poured out most of the soup in her bowl. Lin Ke couldn't be bothered to deal with Zhang Shui, who was acting like a princess. He picked up a bite of vermicelli and blew on it vigorously before taking a mouthful.
It's a bit hot but still acceptable.
Soon, Lin Ke finished his bowl of noodles. The beautiful woman also ate more than half. But Zhang Shui only took a few bites, burning her mouth to the point of tears.
At 8:57, Lin Ke stood up, and the beautiful woman quickly followed.
Zhang Shui looked at her almost untouched soup noodles and picked them up.
"Lin Ke, my name is Chen Yun, you can call me Amin."
On the way back to the workshop, Amin finally found the chance to introduce herself. She stared at Lin Ke, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. Lin Ke just nodded and said lightly, "Hello, I hope you can listen to my suggestions more in the coming days."
Amin smiled, her expression a bit stiff. "Am I so famous, yet he doesn't recognize me? Why are you walking so fast?" Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Zhang Shui caught up, angrily saying.
Lin Ke stopped, his gaze sharp as he stared at her.
How could you get in there?
Zhang Shui's face turned a deep shade of red, almost bursting with anger.
Back in the workshop, there were 30 seconds left.
Lin Ke deliberately observed the meeting room from earlier. The bloodstains on the floor had completely disappeared.
The foul smell in the workshop also strangely vanished.
As if nothing had happened just now.
Lin Ke frowned, feeling that things might not be simple.
Sure enough, 10 seconds before work time, a strange thing happened. The 6 people who had just died lined up and walked in.
All 6 looked unharmed.
Their faces wore various expressions.
As if the ones who were just shot in the head were not them at all. Lin Ke's expression became serious.
2 rules suddenly flashed through his mind. Rule 1, the dormitory is absolutely safe from 8 at night until 8 in the morning.
Once locked, the dorm can only be opened from the inside.
Rule 2, the dormitory will be checked at midnight, do not open the door. You do not need to turn off the lights when sleeping, they will turn off by themselves.
Now there is big trouble.
At 8:30, a box of acrylic panels and a box of protective film appeared out of nowhere on Lin Ke's desk. The work in their workshop was very simple. All they had to do was stick the protective film on the acrylic panels. As Lin Ke repeated the work, he pondered the hidden meanings of each rule. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Because he kept making the same movements, Lin Ke felt his arms starting to ache. It seemed that this job was not as easy as he imagined.
Lin Ke noticed that many people were constantly shaking their arms.
This detail made Lin Ke very concerned. If it was just him, Zhang Shui, and Amin being the chosen ones, then the others were just tools. There was no reason for them to be so easily fatigued.
Unless they were also newbies like the chosen ones.
A man stood up, shaking his hands, glanced at the team leader's direction, and quickly sat back down. After a while, seeing that the team leader had no reaction, he stood up again. This time he did not hurriedly sit down, but waited for a long while. The team leader still had no reaction. Others also noticed this situation. One after another, they mimicked him, getting up to relax their bodies.
Suddenly, the team leader stood up.
All the people who stood up immediately sat back down. They all looked at the team leader with anxiousness. The team leader walked over to the man sitting diagonally across from Lin Ke. That man, Lin Ke remembered, was one who had been caught while trying to escape. Seeing the team leader walking towards him, the man showed a look of fear on his face.
Bang! The man's head burst open with a sound. Hot blood splattered onto Lin Ke's body.
He remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the workbench in front of the man. On it were 2 stacks of acrylic boards.
Lin Ke immediately understood the reason. It must be because of the experience from the morning meeting.
This time, no one was startled into screams.
Only Zhang Shui, who was sitting opposite Lin Ke, turned pale.
The man who had his head blown off was right next to her, so naturally, red and white splattered onto her. Seeing her condition, Lin Ke estimated she was about to throw up. Fortunately, Zhang Shui had decent endurance. She managed to grit her teeth until 11:30. She just stood up, not even taking a step towards the exit, and the team leader stood up as well.
No one is allowed to leave, everyone will work an extra half hour.
The team leader's blank gaze swept over everyone. Zhang Shui collapsed back into her chair, her body trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ke immediately stood up. He walked to Zhang Shui's side and directly pulled her up. Zhang Shui looked at Lin Ke with a face full of terror, forgetting to struggle. Dragging her to the workshop door, Lin Ke let go directly. Looking at Zhang Shui slumped on the ground, Lin Ke took a deep breath.
Are you scared, silly? Have you forgotten the rules? At this moment, Amin also came out.
Seeing Zhang Shui slumped on the ground, she hurriedly came over to help. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shui suddenly pushed her hand away and shouted loudly, "I don't need you to care." After saying that, she quickly scrambled to her feet and ran away. Lin Ke looked at her back with a grim expression, and for a while he turned to Amin and said, "Let's go eat." Soon, the two had their meals ready. 3 dishes and a soup, the meal looked pretty good.
Most importantly, it was free. Lin Ke noticed that the far left window was still open.
He deliberately went over to take a look, and there was still a steamer of white buns inside. Anyone who received the text knew the rules. Rule 8, don't go to the manager's office.
Don't eat the meat buns in the cafeteria. Don't leave the dorm after 1 at night.
So who would be foolish enough to come by buns? Chapter 45, Zhang Shui's death. Hurry up for updates, still those 2 chapters, let the urging grow fiercer. I can still get up and type. Lin Ke had already observed the layout of the cafeteria enough in the morning. He found a spot that was beneficial for observation, yet not easily discovered. Soon, Lin Ku and the others saw it. A man wearing a green hat, looking timid, sat at the table closest to the window with a food tray. He glanced around for a few seconds. Then he rushed to the window. He quickly stuffed a bun into his pocket. Then he hurried back to the table. Since he wasn't too far away, Lin Ku clearly saw the slightly panicked expression on the man's face. This indicated he knew the rules forbidden him from eating buns. Will he end up like those people this morning if he eats the bun? Amin saw the man swallow the bun whole and immediately turned away, unable to look. Lin Ku stared at the man and whispered, "No. But why does he want to eat a bun?" "I know." A woman's voice appeared behind them. Amin immediately turned her head, her face showing a look of surprise. "It's you." Lin Ku did not turn around, continuing to watch the man in the green hat. He remembered the woman's voice. A capable short-haired woman sat down next to Lin Ku. "I just saw him." "Where?" Amin asked curiously. The short-haired woman smiled at Amin, revealing a row of white teeth. "In the doghouse next to the security room." He exchanged a glance with the dog, then hurriedly ran away. Lin Ku nodded, considering it a greeting, but did not speak. He saw the man who had eaten the buns put down his chopsticks with a look of disgust after just 2 bites of rice. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he ran toward that window again. This time he directly brought back 8 buns, quickly stuffing them into his mouth as soon as he sat down. His expression was wild, reminding Lin Ku of those customers in the deli waiting for barbecue. Amin and the short-haired woman clearly noticed this too, their faces becoming somewhat unpleasant. "Hello, my name is Lin Ku, what should I call you?" Lin Ku turned his head and smiled at the short-haired woman. "Li Mei, the charm in Ghostly Charm. I've always watched your live streams. What do you think about this situation?" Li Mei asked curiously. Lin Ku whispered, watching the green hat man's back. "First, those who exchanged glances with the dog need to eat buns. Second, they can't eat normal food. Third, they are still human. Fourth, exchanging glances with the dog should belong to a triggered task, allowing the choice to feed the dog or accept another task." Upon hearing the 4th point, Li Mei's face showed surprise. She had thought of the first 3 points as well. But how did he come up with this 4th point? Lin Ku glanced at the 2 women but did not explain, instead suggested that everyone split up to gather as much information as possible. Oh, the phone actually has a group chat feature. Amin seemed to have discovered a new land. "Are we in dorm 404? Amin shyly looked at Lin Ku. Lin Ku nodded and took out his phone. On the main page, there was indeed a group chat icon added. Going in, there were already 2 groups inside. One was a factory general group of 1085 people. The other was a 6-person group for 404. Buzz. "Where is everyone?" Amin's avatar appeared on the left side of the message. "We are in the entertainment room." The man by the balcony immediately replied. It seemed that the 2 men belonged to the same workshop. Lin Ku thought for a moment and sent a message. "Then we'll go to the cultural room and the restroom, communicate immediately if there's important information." "Okay." Lin Ku reminded, "There are dogs by the security room, you'd better not go there, and especially do not exchange glances with the dog." After waiting several seconds, a reply finally came in the group chat. "Be careful of those wearing red armbands." Seeing this sentence, Lin Ku's heart jolted. He had seen someone wearing a red armband. Just moments ago in the dining hall, the man who had been killed twice by the team leader appeared again in full form. He had a red armband on his right arm. Just as Lin Ku was about to inquire about the details of the red armband, a message popped up in the group chat. "Help me, I can't get out of the dormitory." Lin Ku's forehead thumped wildly. "This woman." "You all go to the cultural room to gather information, I will go back to the dormitory to see if I can help her open the door." Lin Ku quickly calmed down and said to the 2 women. Li Mei frowned and said, "It's not safe, my suggestion is to not go." Amin nodded in agreement. Lin Ku said seriously, "If we can't get her out, we might have big trouble tonight. I will act according to the situation, you try to see if you can gather ways to deal with the abnormal colleagues." 12:05 p.m. Lin Ku arrived at the dormitory door. The pounding on the door became more frantic. "Help! Is anyone there? Please help me open the door." Zhang Shue's voice was filled with despair. She had just stormed away in anger, thinking to lie down in the dormitory for a while before going to eat. Unexpectedly, when she prepared to leave at 12, she found that the dormitory door couldn't be opened. She had tried countless methods to no avail. She even considered climbing out of the balcony. But the balcony was all welded shut with iron bars the thickness of her thumb. The only exit was the dormitory door. Bang bang. Lin Ku knocked on the door and said loudly, "The outside is locked, I'll go find the dorm supervisor to open it." "Hurry! I don't want to die yet."
Zhang Shui finally responded and burst into tears. Lin Ku immediately ran toward the dorm supervisor's office on the first floor.
A lady in her 50s, the dorm manager, was sitting there reading a newspaper, with a cup of hot tea steeping on the table.
"Auntie, the door to our dorm has been locked from the outside with a padlock. Could you help us open it?"
Lin Ku walked in, carefully observing the change in the dorm manager's expression the whole time. Upon hearing his words, the dorm manager didn't even glance up from her newspaper. She simply pushed up her reading glasses on her nose.
"No way, no way. The dorm lock will only disappear automatically after 8 p.m.
Lin Ku asked again, but the dorm manager just kept staring at her newspaper, completely ignoring him.
Helpless, Lin Ku borrowed a hammer from the dorm manager, planning to break the lock by force.
Just as he stepped out the door, the dorm manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "If you break the lock now, the dorm door won't be able to lock tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Ku was shocked. With a serious face, he placed the hammer back in its original spot.
12:15 a.m.
Lin Ku told Zhang Shui the cruel news and then left directly. Zhang Shui's heart-wrenching scream made him feel uneasy inside.
But reality was just that cruel. 12:20 a.m.
Lin Ku met up with the two girls in the cultural room. Since the cultural room had to remain quiet, the three of them created a small group.
"How's it going?" Li Mei asked first.
Lin Ku shook his head, then typed, "Only our dorm was locked with a padlock from the outside, other dorms are fine. I guess the dorm will automatically lock if you enter during unsafe hours, and only after 8 p.m. will it unlock."
"So, she's going to skip work this afternoon."
Lin Ku put down his phone, his expression a bit heavy.
Just speaking out loud could get your head blown off.
Everyone knows the punishment for skipping work, there's no need to think about it.
It would only get worse. Chapter 46, Red Armband. Zhang Shui is completely finished. "What have you guys found out?" Lin Ku asked in the small group chat.
Amin immediately replied excitedly with several messages.
"I just asked the person eating dumplings.
After staring at the dog, you just have to eat meat buns for 7 consecutive days to return to normal. He also said that if you hear a dog barking in the factory, you need to immediately hide in a safe area.
And he said that if you suspect your roommate has a problem, you can open the door at night if you hear a dog barking outside the dorm. Someone will come to deal with it."
Lin Ku looked at Amin in surprise, not expecting her to gather so much information in just a few minutes.
"Did you exchange information with him?" Lin Ku asked curiously.
Amin revealed a proud expression and quickly typed another message. "I just used the information about not being able to return to the dorm during the day to exchange with him. When I step in, even if I don't exchange information, he'll still obediently tell me everything." Lin Ku scratched his nose, thinking this beautiful woman might not be too sharp.
Why would someone just give you information for free?
If it were me, I'd at least need to trade 2 pieces of info for every 3 they give me. Li Mei, standing nearby, noticed Lin Ku's reaction and realized Amin's little stunt was all in vain.
"What should we do tonight?"
Li Mei asked, worry on her face after sending the message. Zhang Shui was locked in the dorm and definitely couldn't go to work this afternoon. Skipping work would get her fired.
Tonight, she might even turn back into a human and be living in the same dorm with us. What if, during the dorm check tonight, Zhang Shui goes crazy and tries to open the door? Then we'll all get caught in the check too.
Thinking of this, Li Mei felt an overwhelming sense of unease.
She sent another message in the group, "Do you have any plans?" Lin Ku understood Li Mei's worries very well.
However, he already had a solution in mind, so he wasn't too worried. What caught his attention more were the clues given by the person with the green hat. If eating meat buns for 7 days could return someone to normal, then when he left the dog's den, he wouldn't have looked so terrified.
And when he ate the dumplings, he had done it secretly.
It is obvious he is afraid of being found out.
This indicates that what he needs to do is not meant to be seen. He definitely lied about the first piece of information. There is too little information available for analysis to make a judgment on the second one.
Instead, it was the third piece that made Lin Ku the most suspicious. If there is a problem with the third piece, then the task of the green hat becomes very clear. However, Lin Ku did not share his analysis with Amin. He did not want to dampen the enthusiasm of this not-so-bright beauty. After sorting through his thoughts, Lin Ku finally answered Li Mei's question. "You don't need to worry about Zhang Shui, I will take action." Li Mei looked at Lin Ku with a puzzled expression, and seeing he had no intention to explain, she did not press further. Meanwhile, Amin was lost in the joy of collecting information. He wandered around the crowd with his phone in hand. Lin Ku observed and found that most people had serious expressions. Some individuals even wore expressions of deep fear on their faces. Perhaps it was not just their dormitory that was facing problems. Moreover, as time goes by, more and more abnormal people appear, and survival will become even harder. Tomorrow, perhaps the number of people coming here will significantly decrease. By then, perhaps they could exchange more useful information.
Amin wandered in the crowd for over 10 minutes but still did not obtain any useful information. As expected, the person with the green hat had issues. Lin Ke thought this with certainty on his way back to the workshop. 1 p.m. A woman's chilling scream echoed through the dormitory area. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks. Seeing the seat opposite Lin Ke was empty, others immediately realized something. The scream lasted almost half an hour before it finally stopped. No one dared to imagine what kind of fear she had experienced. 5 minutes later. Tap, tap. Zhang Shui appeared at the door of the workshop. She looked no different from the morning. Even the proud expression on her face was the same. Lin Ke's gaze fell on the team leader. The team leader showed no reaction, still sitting in his seat scrolling on his phone. He seemed to ignore Zhang Shui. It seemed that the team leader was only responsible for managing the order in the workshop. Late arrivals and absences were to be handled by something else. Lin Ke silently noted this, his gaze falling on the opposite side. Zhang Shui walked to her seat and even glared at Lin Ke. Lin Ke ignored her but raised his vigilance in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Shui had become a time bomb, no one knew when she would explode. Although no dead colleagues had yet been found directly attacking people. But they definitely were not just simple tools. There might be some mechanism that, once triggered, would lead those abnormal colleagues to attack the normal people nearby. It's just like how being killed twice turns one into a red armband. Just now, the other two boys in the dormitory had sent detailed explanations. In the morning, the red armband in their workshop suddenly tore the team leader into pieces. They did not see how the incident started. They only heard a man say, "Kill him." Then they saw a colleague with a red armband rush to the team leader and tear him into pieces. Finally, they saw a man standing beside the workstation, smiling very strangely. They suspected that it was that man who commanded the red armband to kill the team leader. A colleague who appeared normal ordered the colleague with the red armband to kill the team leader. Lin Ke silently noted this. His gaze inevitably fell on the guy next to Zhang Shui who wore a red armband. He looked no different from the morning. He still wore a deeply troubled expression, stuck to his post, and did not act out of line. It seemed that the red armband was not aggressive until triggered. So what are the conditions for triggering it? Is it a specific person mentioned by a roommate? A spell, perhaps? Or maybe a certain object? Woof woof. The sound of a dog barking came from outside the workshop. Lin Ke's mind slid over a rule. Rule 6, there are no dogs in the factory area. If you see a dog, do not feed it. You cannot decide which part of yourself to use to feed it. Lin Ke suddenly had a strange thought, what if a dog ran in while he was working? The barking outside the workshop came to a stop. Everyone's faces looked a little tense, not understanding what was about to happen next. Lin Ke paid special attention to those who had already died. Apart from the man with the red armband, the reactions of the others were like normal people. He stood up. His expression became stiff. His eyes began to turn blood red. He turned his neck from side to side, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Lin Ke, sitting diagonally across, could clearly hear the crackling sound of bones rubbing together. Meanwhile, the group leader seemed unaware of any of this, still looking down at his phone. Kill him. A man stood up trembling. He pointed a finger at the group leader. Lin Ke's gaze swept over the man's face. Panic, fear, and anger. He quickly concluded that this man was not one of them. His eyes turned toward the man with the red armband. The man with the red armband indeed showed no reaction. At that moment, the group leader stood up. He walked towards the man. Lin Ke realized the man was about to be in big trouble. What made him think he had the ability to command the man with the red armband? Besides the barking of the dog outside, the other reason should be related to the man's identity. Ah. Why? Why won't you kill him? You lied to me. Moments later, the smell of blood filled the air, and the screams ceased. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Lin Ke fell into contemplation. The man had just said someone had deceived him. This deceiver was clearly seen as a normal person by the man. A normal person, why would they deceive him? What benefit would the man's death bring to the deceiver? The man with the red armband returned to his seat. Lin Ke noticed that 2 boxes of acrylic panels were piled up in front of him. This meant the man with the red armband could ignore the factory's rules. The strong smell of blood made the afternoon even harder to bear. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the group leader routinely asked everyone to stay for overtime. Normal people completely ignored him and all ran out of the workshop. Lin Ke noticed that those who had died before all sat still, not moving. A hint of doubt flashed through Lin Ke's mind. Were they staying just to work overtime? The cafeteria was much emptier in the afternoon.
Lin Ke saw several people sneaking in to eat meat buns. These people he had never seen before, they were probably from other workshops.
The people coming to the cafeteria all hurried along.
The bloody horror of the day had nearly terrified everyone. The rules never said the cafeteria was a safe zone.
What if a murderous creature burst out? After eating, hiding in the entertainment room or the cultural room until 8 o'clock would be the safest way to go back to the dormitory. Li Mei and Amin decided to first check the entertainment room.
They would go to the cultural room when the time was right.
At 8 in the evening, they would head straight back to the dormitory.
Lin Ke, however, planned to take a walk around the factory while the number of deaths was still low on the first day.
He felt that blindly following the rules might not ensure survival until the 7th day. Only by collecting as many clues as possible could he more effectively avoid risks.
Walking around the factory, Lin Ke discovered that the whole factory was enclosed in tall iron fences.
The only entrance and exit was the big gate. Next to the big gate was a guard room.
Beside the guard room was a separate small room, with the red words "doghouse" written on it. Having received information about the dog, Lin Ke did not approach but observed from a distance for a while.
He saw no dogs inside and did not hear any barking.
Behind the doghouse was the public restroom. Beyond was the workshop building. Then came the recreation room, cafeteria, cultural room, and dormitory. The dormitory next to the gate was empty, with no one living there. As he walked, Lin Ke felt a sudden urgency and hurried into the public restroom to relieve himself. Just as he was in the heat of the moment, a man's voice came from the next stall.
"Do you think you can survive just by following the rules?"
Lin Ke felt a tightness in his chest, and his scalp tingled. The rules related to the restroom immediately flashed through his mind.
Rule 9, don't talk to anyone in the restroom. Never be greedy, and never trust others easily.
Lin Ke felt a bit more at ease. As long as he didn't speak to anyone in the restroom, he should be safe.
At that moment, a woman's voice joined in. "If following the rules won't let you survive, what about breaking them?"
In the dim restroom, two eerie voices echoed around him, creating an indescribably strange atmosphere.
Lin Ke's skin crawled. Just as Lin Ke wondered what the two would say next,
the voices of the man and woman rang out simultaneously. "Whether you follow the rules or break them, you will die.
The one who made the rules wants to kill everyone."
Hearing this, Lin Ke gasped sharply.
Could what they said be true? Who were they?
Why were they here, telling him these things? Lin Ke waited in heavy silence for a while. No other sounds came from the stall.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Ke sent a message to the small group chat. "Are you all free?
Come to the public restroom next to the workshop." At 6:12 p.m., Amin and Li Mei arrived in front of the public restroom. The sky had darkened by this time. There were almost no people walking around the factory area.
Lin Ke shared his recent experience in the restroom with the two. Upon hearing that Lin Ke wanted them to each enter the restroom, both women turned pale.
Amin bit her lip, her long fingers nervously swirling together.
After struggling for a while, her gaze grew determined. "Okay, I'll go."
Lin Ke nodded at her. "As long as you overcome your mental barrier, it won't be dangerous." Amin nodded, her pretty face tense as she walked toward the restroom.
She looked almost as if she were heading to battle. "Are you sure there's no danger?" Li Mei frowned, her voice slightly trembling.
"I thought you were quite brave," Lin Ke said, looking at her curiously.
Li Mei rolled her eyes. This had nothing to do with being brave. What girl wouldn't be afraid of such strange things?
"Put that aside, I just got a clue with Amin over at the entertainment area, analyze it."
Lin Ke nodded and kept his gaze focused on the restroom exit. If Amin ran into any trouble, he would dash in immediately. Li Mei didn't notice Lin Ke's expression.
She lowered her voice and said, "This afternoon, someone saw those with red armbands entering that empty dormitory building."
"How many people?" "3. Lin Ke was silent for a moment and asked, "Did you hear any barking?" Li Mei nodded, puzzled. "How did you know there would be barking?"
"I heard it too when I passed by that dormitory building just now," Lin Ke replied. "It seems now that the actions of the red armbands are always accompanied by barking," Lin Ke murmured softly. Li Mei nodded, her face darkening as she said, "I suspect that green hat guy is plotting against us." Lin Ke looked at Li Mei in surprise.
"What do you mean? Do you look down on people?" Seeing Lin Ke's expression, Li Mei shot him a glare. "He said if there's an issue with a roommate and you hear barking outside at night, you can open the door, and someone will come and handle it. Based on my deduction, the ones who appear must be the red armbands. So far, all clues indicate that the red armbands won't take initiative against normal people. So who the red armbands are targeting could be the normal people."
Li Mei finished her guess in one breath, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Ke. She was confident that her deduction was correct. But after all, she was a complete newcomer in the world of strange tales. She wanted to know if Lin Ko, who had passed twice, had any unique insights. Just as Lin Ko was about to speak, they saw Amin's tall figure stepping out. The two immediately went up to her. Amin's lips were somewhat pale, and her face still bore a look of terror. Lin Ko frowned slightly. Could it be that she encountered other bizarre events inside? Amin held Li Mei's hand, and her expression finally relaxed a bit. Lin Ko asked, "How is it?" Chapter 48 Analysis. This chapter is a normal update, there are still 4 chapters left, striving to write more. The glasses and duckbill cap were crazily sending messages. Due to Zhang Shue's outstanding performance. And some keyboard warriors stirring the pot. The people of Long Country fell into great panic. Fortunately, no one knew Zhang Shui was from the emergency base, otherwise even the Long Country officials would be implicated. Many messages questioned whether the chosen ones of Long Country might not survive the first night. According to the rules, no one can open the door during the check. I guarantee with my dog's head that this Zhang Shui will definitely cause trouble at night. The chosen one isn't stupid, just directly restrict her ability to act. There was an immediate response in the messages. Bro, the rules of Strange Tales aren't that simple. What if the rules don't allow the chosen ones to bind her? Then just keep her outside, don't let her come in. Good idea, but I think the possibility of doing that is 0. Since the rules are set this way, there must be a back door for these internal ghosts. According to what you said, as long as there is one internal ghost in the dormitory, will everyone be done for? No, there are 2 directions of thought. One is to find a way to solve the problematic roommates before the check. The other is to find a way to avoid the check. The duckbill cap quickly sent out messages. The group leader killed by the red armband hasn't appeared again. That should also be effective against internal ghosts. As long as there's a way to command the red armband, it can solve Zhang Shui. As for avoiding the check, no useful clues have been found yet. Then let's first analyze the way to command the red armband. When the red armband acted twice, there were barks from outside the door. Once the red armband killed the group leader, and once it did not act. Why is that? I got it. The problem lies with the 2 people commanding. The glasses suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. He immediately switched to the scene in the cafeteria. To deal with this crisis, the emergency base took direct control of the first live broadcast room of the Strange Tales world. The glasses and Duck Kidney took on the roles of analysts and commentators. They aimed to dispel the public's fear as quickly as possible. Everyone look at this person eating buns. He is the man from Workshop 7 who commanded the red armband to kill. And the man from Workshop 4 is eating rice, not buns. So, only the person eating buns can command the red armband to kill when there are barks outside. The glasses said firmly. Then hurry and connect to tell this news to the chosen ones. The short-haired analysis just now was off. Don't rush upstairs, it's still early. What if there's other more important information? We only have one chance to connect, this is just the first day. Didn't Comadman say he thought of a solution? We should trust him. He has never let us down. Hey, this Comadman is too annoying. Why keep the solution to himself? It's driving me crazy. Everyone help to find if there are any side effects from eating buns, and we should decide whether to connect later. Seeing the public's emotions finally return to normal, the duckbill cap let out a slight sigh of relief. Turning to look at the glasses beside him, he found that the latter was still frowning. Is there anything else missing? The duckbill cap's gaze fell on the large screen. Amin shot a glance at Lin Ko, finally realizing that this man truly did not understand women at all. However, in this strange and bizarre world of ghost stories, it was really not the time to worry about such things. Amin adjusted his mindset, and a lot of the fear in his heart faded away. The whole process was exactly as you said. I kept track of the time, the sound appeared 3 minutes after I entered the restroom. Amin glanced at Lin Ko and continued, in other words, if you enter the restroom for too short a time, you won't hear this conversation. This situation looks like some kind of information prompt, and it has a specific trigger mechanism set up. Lin Ko nodded and said to Li Mei, later, I'll go into the women's restroom with you to see if the prompt will appear normally. 5 minutes later. Amin, who had been anxiously waiting, finally saw the 2 of them walk out. He immediately stepped forward. I received a prompt on my side. But once I entered the restroom, I didn't see you anymore, Li Mei said first. Lin Ko showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he said, I didn't see you either, and there was no prompt. It seems that the restroom essentially serves as a place for providing information, and each person gets one chance to obtain fixed clues. I just don't know how reliable the clues provided here are. Amin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, do you suspect that the information here might be problematic? Is it because of that last sentence in Rule 9? Lin Ko nodded and analyzed, it seems that all the people who died did so because they violated the rules.
It seems that as long as we follow the rules, we won't be in danger. Except for the red armband, its attack mechanism is not among the known rules? Amin asked uncertainly.
The red armband appeared on the first day, later, there will inevitably be blue armbands and green armbands. As time goes on, the number of deaths will increase geometrically, making it harder to obtain effective information. After Li Mei finished speaking, she suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Perhaps we won't need 3 days, apart from the people around us, it will be difficult to tell if others have died, Lin Ku added. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent.
Yes, those who have died once look no different from before. The entertainment room. Amin and Li Mei said in unison.
Rule 12, the entertainment room is safe, and you can stay for a maximum of 2 hours at a time.
The colleagues inside may not all be normal. Lin Ku looked at the two women in surprise, not expecting their reaction to be so quick.
Compared to when they first entered the ghost story world, they were like different people.
Starting tomorrow, the entertainment room will definitely be mixed with a large number of abnormal people. We will give up on obtaining clues from there. Especially watch out for those who actively exchange clues. But it's not all bad news.
At least so far, those abnormal people have not actively attacked normal people yet, Lin Ku said with a smile.
Amin forced a smile and said, after today's ordeal, I don't share your optimistic viewpoint.
I feel that it's only a matter of time before those abnormal people start attacking others. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about your method for dealing with abnormal people, Amin said with an expectant look at Lin Ku. If the method isn't too harsh, then their safety could be greatly improved going forward.
The duckbill cap looked at the golden-rimmed glasses. What do you think Lin Ku's method might be?
I can't guess, but it definitely won't be the red armband, the golden-rimmed glasses said in a serious tone.
Why? Someone immediately asked in the bullet screen.
The golden-rimmed glasses looked up and slowly said, let's not mention how the dog barking sound came about.
The cafeteria has already closed. Where is he going to eat the meat bun? Chapter 49, another 404. Donations prompt updates and repay debts, still owe 3 chapters, more updates tonight.
The duckbill cap was stunned. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room instantly fell silent. Yes, the cafeteria had long since closed. No one in dorm 404 has eaten meat buns today. Even if the sound of barking dogs and red armbands lucky appeared at the dorm door, they had no way to command them.
Yeah, how did we overlook such an important issue just now? Now we can only take another path to avoid the dorm check. Has anyone found relevant clues? The comments section fell silent.
Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he frowned, staring at the screen, waiting for Lin Ku to reveal the answer. Hearing Amin's question, Lin Ku smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to say, I'm just afraid you would panic.
Amin pressed his lips together and softly said, right now we can hold steady.
I plan to break the door when I go back later, Lin Ku said.
What? Are you crazy?
Amin exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise.
If you break the door, what will we do tonight? Li Mei also looked at Lin Ku in disbelief, murmuring, do you want to use Rule 3?
Rule 3, if you see someone wearing a white high hat in the dormitory corridor, go find the dorm manager immediately, and remember not to look back. If there is any problem in the dorm area, you can find the dorm manager. Lin Ku nodded, his expression serious as he said, until we find a way to eliminate the abnormal person, this is the only feasible plan I can think of.
But how can you be sure the dorm manager will help us arrange another dorm? Li Mei asked in confusion.
I can't be sure, but I think the probability is quite high. Lin Ku put his hands in his pockets, the wind at night was a bit strong.
Do you have any evidence?
Amin had calmed down at this time and asked with a frown.
Do you remember the content of Rule 10? Lin Ku countered. Rule 10, do not talk to people in the death dorm, nor eat anything inside.
If you must spend the night in the death dorm, wrap your whole body in a quilt, and do not expose any part.
Amin immediately recited it. But how does this relate to the dorm manager arranging us another dorm?
Amin stopped halfway, his eyes shining with hope.
Does it mean that if someone with a problem goes to find the dorm manager, they will be arranged to the death dorm? Amin murmured. Li Mei also understood at this moment. Then she thought of something and worriedly asked, what if Zhang Shui follows us? What if the death dorm is also checked?
Lin Ku smiled but said nothing.
After thinking for a while, Amin tentatively asked, the quilt sealing spell?
According to the description of Rule 10, the biggest feature of the death dorm is not to prevent strange beings from entering, but as long as you cover yourself well with the quilt, you won't be harmed. Lin Ku looked at the two girls and said seriously, if you have a habit of kicking off your quilt at night, I suggest you best not sleep tonight. The guy with gold-rimmed glasses stared blankly at the big screen.
He hadn't considered this direction at all.
However, the guy in the duckbill cap was already used to Lin Ku's peculiar ideas.
He quickly sent a comment, now everyone can rest assured. But what if the dorm manager doesn't allow going to the death dorm? Or what if the death dorm doesn't appear, a comment questioned. At 8 p.m., the three returned to the dorm on time. When they pushed the door open, Lin Ke saw Zhang Shui already sitting on the bed. She was leaning against the wall, scrolling on her phone, with a face mask on. He really didn't know where she got a face mask in this eerie place. Amin showed clear desire upon seeing the face mask on Zhang Shui's face. But she didn't dare to ask Zhang Shui for one. The two boys had not returned yet. They hadn't seen anyone in the cultural room earlier, unsure of where they had gone. While the two girls tidied up their personal hygiene, Lin Ke sat in his seat, resting his chin on his hand, thinking about all the clues he had gathered. He couldn't return to the dorm during the day. Those who glanced at the dog without feeding it had to eat buns. Those killed twice by the team leader would turn into red armbands. Those who ate buns could command the red armbands to kill when the dogs barked. After work, the red armbands would head to the deserted dorm building. The toilet will provide a clue hint. Thinking of this, the hint from the toilet appeared in Lin Ke's mind. Whether you follow the rules or not, you will die. If this hint is correct. Lin Ke's gaze became sharp. That means, besides the known rules given, there are many hidden rules. And these hidden rules can only be revealed through specific event analysis. Lin Ke suddenly remembered the situation in the afternoon with the red armbands. A spark flashed in his mind, could it be like this? Lin Ke stood up and turned around, he would know by trying. He walked to Zhang Shui's bed and asked a strange question. Why did you come to work so early this afternoon? Zhang Shui glared at him and said in a low voice, don't talk to me, when I start work is none of your business. After saying this, she lowered her head to continue playing on her phone. Hearing this answer, Lin Ke's lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, Zhang Shui's memory had a deviation. Then do they still remember the rules? Lin Ke's mind started to calculate how to verify this well. 8:35. The two male roommates finally returned. Both of them looked not so good. The boy on the bed by the balcony looked a bit dirty and disheveled. Lin Ke's expression turned serious as he immediately went over. What's going on? The boy by the balcony shook his head. I'm fine, I have a big piece of information. After saying that, his gaze turned towards Zhang Shui. The meaning was clear, he was afraid that if she heard, it would cause an accident. Li Mei came over and created a group face-to-face. Amin also put down the mirror he was holding and gathered around. The five of them briefly introduced themselves. The boy by the bathroom was called Zhang Wei, and the one by the balcony was called Li Lei. In the real world, they were good buddies and had not expected to be called into this strange tale together. Zhang Wei seemed a bit dull and didn't like to talk much. Li Lei, on the other hand, was quite chatty. Guess what we found tonight? This is definitely a big secret. I'm sure that no one else has discovered it yet. Can you guess? Li Mei immediately rolled her eyes at him. Lin Ke was a bit speechless, just say it directly. Li Lei saw the looks of several people and felt a bit shy. I'm used to it, so I'll get straight to the point. Tonight, when Wei and I were about to go eat, we saw a few people with red armbands sneaking into that empty dorm building. We followed them. We followed them all the way to the 4th floor, and they entered dorm 404. The same as our dorm number? Amin asked curiously. Yes, then in less than 2 minutes, the old man who guards the door appeared. 538, Zhang Wei added. Li Lei took a mysterious glance at everyone and covered his mouth, saying, he also went into 404. Chapter 50, The Sound of Barking at Midnight, Rewards for more updates. Rewards for more updates, still 2 chapters owed, let the storm be stronger. The old guard is in cahoots with the red armbands? Li Mei frowned. Li Lei turned to look at Zhang Shui on the bed and saw she had no reaction at all. Too lazy to type, he directly lowered his voice and said, I secretly peeked out the window and saw that after the old man went in, he turned into a dog. Lin Ke showed a look of surprise on his face. The guarding old man actually turned out to be a dog. Li Lei saw everyone's expressions and showed a triumphant smile, saying, there's even more explosive news. Hurry up and say it. Amin urged. Li Lei chuckled, the guy selling meat buns also came. He purposely paused before continuing, brought over the corpse of our workshop group leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's expression became serious. Some of the meat was fed to that dog, and some was made into meat buns. After those meat buns were made, each one had been licked by that dog. The picture was too beautiful, and Amin instantly felt a bit nauseous. And then? Lin Ke saw that Li Lei had stopped again and immediately asked. They put the group leader's bones together and placed them on the bed. After doing all this, they left 404 only at 8 o'clock. I originally wanted to go in and take a look, but Wei Zi is timid, so we came back first. After Li Lei finished speaking, he looked like he was still craving for more. At that moment, the two women looked at him as if he were a monster. Li Lei didn't mind at all and seemed to enjoy it very much. In the following time, the 5 people whispered to each other, exchanging some information. The time reached 9:50 p.m. Li Lei suddenly leaned close to Lin Ke's ear and whispered, Wei Zi and I got a bundle of rope, let's tie her up first. Although Lin Ke felt that the chance of success was small, he still nodded. Li Lei listened for a while. Hearing no movement outside the dormitory, he immediately opened the door and carried in a large stack of rope that was at the door. Lin Ke quickly shut the door. Zhang Wei walked unhesitatingly to Zhang Xue's bed.
Amin and Li Mei saw this scene, immediately understood what they were going to do, and gathered around. At this moment, Zhang Xue slowly raised her head and looked at Li Lei, who was holding the rope.
What? You want to tie me up? Zhang Xue's mouth slowly opened, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Whoever touches me will die. A chilling aura instantly filled the entire dormitory. Lin Ke's brows furrowed deeply. Zhang Xue's change was something she hadn't anticipated. He could feel that this was not a bluff. Perhaps this was another hidden rule, normal people touching abnormal people would die. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to take action. Li Lei hesitated for a second, his face showing a hint of determination as he grabbed the rope and approached Zhang Xue's bed. Seeing this, Lin Ke immediately stepped forward and pushed down his hand. I suspect that normal people touching abnormal people will be contaminated. Has anyone seen anyone come into contact with an abnormal person? Li Mei asked. No one knows each other, who would randomly touch someone else?
Not to mention those who have died.
Everyone is just trying to avoid it. Amin said from the side. There's no need to take that risk. Lin Ke said calmly. So what should we do? Are we really going to break the dormitory door? Li Lei looked at Zhang Xue, unwilling to give up.
At this moment, Zhang Wei walked over and gently patted his shoulder.
Reluctantly, he turned around and sat back in his seat.
Lin Ke took out the hammer he borrowed from the dorm manager and walked to the door, preparing to break the lock.
Woof woof. A barking sound came from downstairs. Lin Ke immediately stopped. The other 4 also heard this sound. They all ran to the door, nervously listening to the sounds outside. The barking quickly reached the 4th floor. The 2 girls turned pale. Lin Ke and Li Lei exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. He had a feeling. That dog was very likely coming for them. Sure enough, the barking turned toward them. Woof woof. It seemed to stop at the door of 401. Amin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't come to our side. A look of relief appeared on her face. The barking stayed outside 401 for about 10 seconds before continuing on. Woof woof. A strange thought suddenly popped into Lin Ke's mind. Could it be that they were looking for someone? Thinking of the information exchanged at noon between the Green Hat and Amin, Lin Ke had a flash of insight. The Green Hat told others that if they suspected their roommate had issues, they could open the door when they heard barking outside at night, someone would come to handle it. Those who believed him would definitely open the door after hearing the barking if there were abnormal people in the dormitory. Then, bang! The door of 402 unexpectedly opened. What are you doing? Ah! Run! Ah! The piercing screams quickly disappeared. Amin's expression became very ugly. With the example from 402, she understood that she was tricked by the Green Hat guy. If it weren't for Lin Ke's previous analysis, she definitely would have opened the door to let the dog in to take care of Zhang Xue. Those who died could have been people from her own dormitory. She never expected that the sleazy Green Hat guy would be so cunning. But why did he lie and harm others? The barking of dogs stopped at 403. No one opened the door. 10 seconds passed. The clear sound of barking filled everyone's ears. Lin Ke and Li Lei's eyes both turned towards Zhang Xue's bed. The latter was still sitting on the bed, obediently scrolling through her phone, showing no intention of getting up to cause trouble. Lin Ke let out a sigh of relief. If Zhang Xue really came down at this moment, it would be a huge problem. Woof, woof. An extremely fierce aura came through the iron door. It made everyone hold their breath. 10 seconds passed. The barking did not leave like it did from the other 2 dorms. Instead, it continued outside 404. Lin Ke felt his palms getting a bit sweaty. It wasn't until a minute later that the barking reluctantly left the entrance of 404. Lin Ke wiped the sweat off his face and slowly put his ear against the door. Swish, swish. 3 extremely faint rubbing sounds almost simultaneously rang out. Outside were the footsteps of 3 people, completely drowning out the sound of the dog walking. Where did that barking come from? As the barking faded, Lin Ke and others finally calmed down. Amin lowered her head and quietly said, "Sorry, I almost got everyone in trouble today." Li Mei hugged her shoulder softly. It's okay, who would have thought he would be so bad? But, aren't there only normal people in the cultural room? Why would he want to harm us? Amin asked with red eyes. Normal people harm others, there must be a benefit, Li Lei scoffed. It's fine. I was already suspicious that the third piece of information he provided had problems. Now it's confirmed. Lin Ke shook his head indifferently, his gaze sharpening. And his actions just validated one of my guesses. Amin shot Lin Ke an angry glare. This man must be a tough Barbie. Hey, what else are you hiding from us? Li Lei, who had already walked away, quickly appeared, curiously looking at Lin Ke. Chapter 51, Occupying My Bed? This chapter updates normally, with 2 more chapters still owed, trying to complete today. Streamer, quickly analyze what Crazy Ku is guessing about. I guess it's about the red armband. Is it possible that it's about the person eating buns? The person in the duckbill hat glanced at the one with gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing he was deep in thought and had no intention of answering the comments, he had no choice but to forcefully analyze. From the earlier incident, we can gather several useful pieces of information. First, although there were dog barks outside, only the footsteps of 3 people were heard. Second, when 402 was attacked, there were the screams of 5 people. Third, the barking started at 9 o'clock. The person in the duckbill had awkwardly paused. The person eating buns must help the red armband kill a certain number of people to return to normal, Lin Ke said calmly. Alright, the first point was also a lie to me. Amin angrily stomped her foot. Those who made eye contact with the dog fabricated false clues to frame others in order to survive, how despicable. Then everything makes sense, Li Mei muttered to herself. Li Lei showed a knowing expression, then frowned. What about the red armband? Lin Ke pondered for a moment and said, I suspect the red armband is the so-called guild. They work during the day just like us and come out at night to kill. The basis for their night killings is the people they have exchanged information with in the past. Li Mei asked in confusion, but how do you explain the group leader who was killed during the day? He definitely didn't exchange information with anyone. Do you think the group leader is human or a strange being? Lin Ke looked at Li Mei and asked lightly. This Li Mei had never considered this question. The others also fell into deep thought. A punch exploding ahead cannot be counted as human, right? What if I said they are actually the chosen ones completing a creepy story task, what would you think? Li Lei's mouth widened in shock. He was truly stunned by Lin Ke's imagination. That's not possible, humans don't have such power. Zhang Wei, who had been silent, interjected. Lin Ke looked at him in surprise. He explained, is the chosen one necessarily a human from Blue Star? What about humans or non-human beings from other planets, or even other universes? The man in golden-rimmed glasses suddenly widened his eyes. Lin Ke's words struck through the fog in his heart like a lightning bolt. Xiaowei, Manager Chen, that child, and the chef were clearly not just ordinary tools. It turned out they were likely chosen ones from other civilizations. Previously, he couldn't understand why Xiaowei gave the blue hairpin to Lin Ke. Now he finally understood. Because the other side was not just a piece of AI. The man in golden-rimmed glasses immediately switched to the video recording of Workshop 4's production leader. Soon, someone noticed the clues. When the leader walked in, his gaze was dazed, and his body was tense, clearly a state of extreme nervousness. When that man spoke at the morning meeting, anger was evident on his face. The man in golden-rimmed glasses guessed it was because his mission had been disrupted. It was very possible they were from different rule systems. Damn, after what Ke said, I really think several NPCs inside look a bit like real people. So, are we fighting against aliens? Amin cautiously asked. Lin Ke shook his head. At least for now, based on known rules, we have no conflict of interest. After saying this, Lin Ke picked up his phone and took a look. He turned and opened the door, smashing a hammer down on the door lock. Are you coming? Lin Ke turned back to the group who still hadn't come to their senses. I suggest you stay. Generally, the dormitory is relatively safe. At this time, I'm not sure if I will run into someone wearing a white hat. Too many people might cause trouble. 10:10 p.m. Lin Ke walked into the dormitory manager's office. The dormitory manager aunt raised her head at the sound of footsteps. Seeing it was Lin Ke again, she showed an impatient expression. Why are you here again? What do you want? I'm here for repairs, the door of our dormitory is broken. Lin Ke replied calmly. Impossible, it's not time. The dormitory manager's expression darkened. Seeing the hammer in Lin Ke's hand, she immediately understood what was going on. You broke it yourself, didn't you? The dormitory manager said with a cold smile. Lin Ke shook his head innocently. Anyway, he wouldn't admit it. Okay, a bit clever. Come fill out a repair request.
The dormitory manager took out a repair request form from the drawer and handed it over with a mocking expression. Lin Ke took the repair request form, glanced at it, and immediately understood why the dormitory manager looked like that. The first sentence on the repair request form was in big red letters. Items in the dormitory can only be reported for repair once a week. Combining with what the dormitory manager nearly blurted out earlier, Lin Ke knew that the dormitory door would definitely suddenly break one night. And he had already used up the opportunity to report repairs in advance. By then, he would have to solve it himself. Lin Ke's expression turned grim. This was something he hadn't anticipated. But right now, to solve Zhang Shui's problem, they had no better way. They could only take it step by step. Wait, you all find a deaf dormitory and stay there for a night. The dormitory manager said coldly as she took the repair request form. You don't need me to introduce what a deaf dormitory is, do you? Closing the drawer, she picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Lin Ke returned to the dormitory and told the others about the repair request. Everyone's mood became heavy. Even Li Lei, who usually talks a lot, fell silent. This was almost a deadlock. In the live broadcast room, people were cursing wildly, saying all kinds of things about Lin Ke. The man in the duckbill cap couldn't stop them. The man in golden-rimmed glasses couldn't stand it any longer and directly sent a floating screen message. If it were you inside, could you do better than Lin Ke? The number of people cursing immediately halved. The man in golden-rimmed glasses lowered his head, looking at the big screen, hoping that the door would break before they could find a way to break the situation. Walking to the blackened door of room 402. Lin Ke glanced back at the four people behind him and emphasized again. Do not talk to the people from the deaf dorm, and do not eat anything inside. When sleeping, wrap yourself in the blanket and do not expose any part of your body. Got it, you're starting to sound like my mom. Li Lei said impatiently. Lin Ke stepped forward and knocked on the door. Unexpectedly, the door of 402 opened by itself. Lin Ke cautiously walked inside. The original group of people in 402 warmly welcomed him. Come on, come in and sit, don't be shy. Li Lei's mouth opened as if to speak, but suddenly saw Lin Ke's sharp gaze and immediately snapped back to reality. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. It seemed like he really needed to change his chatty habit. Seeing that the 6 people in 402 were not on the beds, Lin Ke pointed to the beds, indicating everyone to get up there first. Just as Lin Ke was about to climb onto a bed, a man grabbed his shirt and said in a sinister tone, What? You plan to take my bed without saying a word? Chapter 52, The Secret of the Deaf Dorm. This chapter updates normally, still owes 2 chapters, we'll try to finish today. Lin Ke slowly turned his head to look at the man. The man remained unfazed, holding onto Lin Ke's shirt with one hand. Amin immediately jumped down and walked over. Li Lei and Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment before climbing onto the bed. Li Mei jumped down and ran to the balcony to find a broom. Lin Ke glanced at the other people in 402, all were busy on their phones in their spots. Some people occasionally burst into loud laughter. Lin Ke looked at the man and felt a surge of confusion. Why did no one else react? What made this man target him? Lin Ke waved his hand to stop the 2 women who were about to intervene, signaling them not to act rashly. He began to ponder in his mind. This man. He was sure he had never seen him before. If there was anything that distinguished him from the others. Lin Ke thought of the blue hairpin in his left pants pocket. This? Could it be possible? Lin Ke felt his heart uncontrollably racing. He slowly took out the blue hairpin from his pocket. The man immediately loosened his grip, his eyes becoming dazed. Seeing the man let go, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ke simply jumped down. He was quite curious about this phenomenon. Why would something unrelated in a bizarre world react to Xiaowei's item? Xiaowei, who exactly was she? Lin Ke walked around the man but couldn't find any clues. The man just stood there quietly, neither returning to his seat to play on his phone like the other people, nor bothering him again. Lin Ke put the blue hairpin back into his pants pocket. The man still showed no reaction. Strange, it couldn't have just been his imagination. After researching for more than 10 minutes, still in the dark, Lin Ke had to set this matter aside for now. At 11 o'clock. The lights in the dorm flickered but did not go out. Lin Ke was momentarily stunned, then remembered Rule 2. Rule 2, the dorm checks in at midnight, do not open the door. You do not need to turn off the lights when sleeping, they will turn off by themselves. He glanced at the others who were still awake and immediately sent a message in the group chat. The lights just flickered, it should be time to turn off the lights and sleep. Everyone, cover yourselves with your blankets quickly. The others then reacted, quickly rolling up their blankets, not daring to leave any part exposed. Lin Ke took one last look at the locked dorm door and wrapped himself up. Since the blankets in the dorm were not very large,
After wrapping himself in the blanket, Lin Ku dared not move around. He lay still for a while, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud knocks on the door rang out. Lin Ku opened his still somewhat hazy eyes. Instinctively, he was about to sit up from the bed. Suddenly, he thought to himself that he was in the death dormitory. He immediately stopped moving. A gust of cold wind slipped into the blanket. Lin Ku shivered all over. He was completely awake. He slowly took a breath, then exhaled slowly. That moment had really been too thrilling. If he had sat up, he might have been gone. The lights in the dormitory had gone out at some unknown time. Looking out from the blanket, there was not a single ray of light. The howling wind swirled around in the dormitory. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 unexplainable cries. Staring at the dark screen, the man in the duckbill cap turned to ask the technician, "Is there a device malfunction?" After the technician operated on the terminal for a while, he shook his head. "It's strange, how come Lin Ku and the others just fell asleep, and the screen went black?" "Was it blocked again?" the man in the duckbill cap murmured. "No, it's because the environment over there is quite dark, so you can't see the screen clearly," the technician replied after glancing at the technical panel. The man in the duckbill cap nodded and cut off the live broadcast sound. "Have we not contacted anyone from other countries yet?" The technician shook his head and added, "Even domestically, we can't connect to the live broadcast from other countries. It should be the work of the ghost story world. Moreover, the perspective of the live stream is now locked." "I understand." The man in the duckbill cap nodded. Since Lin Ku entered the office of the dormitory management, the split-screen function of the 6, now 5, chosen ones from the Dragon Country had disappeared. The perspective was locked on Lin Ku's side. It seemed that without realizing it, Lin Ku had touched some of the operating rules of the ghost story world again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the door grew louder. Lin Ku could clearly hear the iron doors creak under the unbearable load. Footsteps sounded. Someone was walking towards the dormitory door. Bang. The door of the dormitory was opened. Ooh. Lin Ku felt the temperature around him suddenly drop. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps resembling high heels echoed on the ground. Lin Ku recalled what Li Lei had said at night. Was it possible that what walked in was that skeleton stripped of flesh? Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped in front of Lin Ku's bed. Through the blanket, he could feel that thing was staring at him. "Do you want to know the secrets of the ghost story world?" a man's voice echoed in Lin Ku's ear. Lin Ku rolled his eyes. This bizarre thing was too foolish. "Tomorrow morning, your team leader will be killed. On the 3rd night, your dormitory door won't close. On the 4th night, you will encounter a person wearing a white high hat." The more Lin Ku listened, the more serious he became. Could what it said really be true? "If you want to know what happens next, come find me at 4:04. After saying this, the strange footsteps walked away. Just like that, it left? Did it not deliberately pull the blanket or entice him to speak? This was a bit illogical. This bizarre thing specifically ran over to tell him those few words? The more Lin Ku thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. In the end, he didn't know how long had passed before he drowsily fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. Cautiously, he took out his phone from under the blanket. It was 7:02 in the morning. Lin Ku immediately lifted the blanket and sat up. He had been trapped for a whole night, almost suffocating him. Taking 2 deep breaths of fresh air, Lin Ku's gaze turned to the other beds. Zhang Wei and Li Lei were still sound asleep. Amin was sitting on the bed in a daze. Under the disheveled black hair, a delicate face still carried a sleepy cuteness. She seemed not yet fully awake from her dreams. Li Mei, however, was no longer on her bed. Hearing soft flipping sounds coming from under the bed, Lin Ku bent down curiously to take a look. He saw Li Mei seriously flipping through a black-covered diary. Lin Ku immediately got out of bed cautiously and leaned over. Seemingly hearing a sound, Li Mei's body jolted suddenly. Immediately, she closed the diary. Seeing this scene, Lin Ku's brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly felt a very strange sensation. Just when he wanted to speak, he remembered that he was still in the death dormitory. Immediately walked to Li Mei's side, pointed at the diary. Lin Ku then noticed that her face was very pale. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Li Mei slowly opened the first page of the diary. A few bright red big characters appeared. The Secret of the Death Dormitory. Chapter 53, Why Are You Kicking My Stool? Finally settled the rewards and updates, thanks again to Hong Chen and Gu. Who to kill? Li Lei immediately asked. Lin Ku looked at the onlookers who were equally curious. Disperse, disperse. Lin Lei understood and stopped asking. What's so impressive? Someone in the crowd complained. Lin Ke glanced at that person and walked toward the window. Let's have breakfast first. The fewer people know about this, the less the variables. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ke and Li Mei murmured for a while in a corner. Amin noticed that Li Mei showed an obvious look of astonishment. Clearly, the person Lin Ke wanted to kill was very special. 8 o'clock. The team leader waddled in with a big belly. Li Mei's expression was a bit flustered, unsure if the swap with Amin would be discovered. The team leader completely ignored her. Relieved, Li Mei closely observed and indeed found many abnormalities about the team leader. Especially during the morning meeting, there were multiple short pauses. If he was an NPC implanted with memories, such situations shouldn't happen. Of course, it might also exist to make it more realistic. So Lin Ke had to verify during this period before 8:30. After the morning meeting ended, everyone went to have breakfast. Only the team leader and Lin Ke were left. Seeing that the two were not leaving, the team leader was obviously stunned for a moment. Lin Ke took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. The expression on the team leader's face became rich. He clearly didn't expect Lin Ke to take such action. Nervously, he took the paper. What are the rules you need to follow? The team leader looked up, shock written all over his face as he stared at Lin Ke. Lin Ke handed over another piece of paper. The team leader solemnly accepted it. He suddenly took a deep breath, his face turning pale. Lin Ke and Li Mei exchanged glances, finally confirming they weren't wrong about the situation. After a long time, the team leader's emotions stabilized. I can't say, but what you said should be right. The team leader took a deep breath and asked with a serious face, do you have a way? Lin Ke nodded affirmatively. Then quietly watched him. The team leader showed no hesitation. What do you need me to do? Lin Ke's lips curled up as he took out another note. It read the activity range and rights. The team leader displayed a look of I knew it. He wasn't stupid and could roughly guess Lin Ke's purpose. Naturally, it was to use him to gain more survival opportunities. He mentally reviewed his own rules to ensure he wouldn't say anything he shouldn't. Then slowly said, not allowed to leave the workshop, kill those who violate the workshop rules. Lin Ke thought for a moment and pulled out a piece of paper from a stack in his hand. The woman who was late yesterday afternoon, why didn't you act against her? The team leader replied, non-workshop deaths are not my responsibility. This answer surprised Lin Ke a bit. Lin Ke took out his phone, typed a line in the group chat, and then showed it to the team leader. Who in the workshop has died outside? The team leader's face froze when he saw this, I can't say. Lin Ke didn't press him and changed the question. How do we handle eating and sleeping? The team leader pointed to a small office in the corner of the workshop. This meant he had never left the workshop at all. But why does he always come in through the door at 8 in the morning? Lin Ke's gaze sharpened as he stared at the team leader, waiting for his answer. Li Mei took a step forward, ready to act at any moment. The team leader looked at the two and smiled wryly, walking out from inside means here. Lin Ke stared at him for a while, not detecting any abnormality. However, this detail made him somewhat concerned. So he typed another line on his phone, can we go into that office? Hearing this question, the team leader's expression became somewhat strange. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. There won't be any danger, it's just the experience isn't very good. Lin Ke turned back to take a look at Li Mei, seeing her shake her head, he put his phone away. He took the paper the team leader handed back and stuffed it all into his pocket. The workshop returned to silence again. Until the first person who went to eat breakfast came back, nothing happened at all. When someone walked in, Lin Ke's gaze was fixed on the team leader. They had just agreed that as long as a person who had died outside the workshop came in, the team leader would nod his head. After everyone walked in, the team leader nodded a total of 16 times. That means, except for the three of them, there was only one person in the workshop who had not died. In just one day, their workshop had almost completely perished? Lin Ke felt a vague sense of worry in his heart. Those inner ghosts that were uncontrollable by the team leader might bring a lot of trouble later. He had to think of a way to deal with them. But this was not the time to consider such things. Lin Ke kept working, killing 6 weird creatures can restore normalcy. There are a total of 6 pages, each containing a secret. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, the last secret had some substance. This is indeed a good thing. Why does Li Mei look so pale? Killing the weird creatures doesn't carry any psychological burden. It may just be a bit of trouble. Lin Ke stroked his chin, beginning to contemplate the possibility of killing the weird creatures. 7:15 a.m. Lin Ke temporarily gave up his thoughts. He woke up the 2 snoring guys. The group returned to dorm 404 to wash up. As he entered, Lin Ke noticed that the place he broke last night had returned to its original state. Damn it, I can finally talk, I've been dying to communicate. Lin Lei started chattering nonstop as soon as he got back to the dorm. Everyone ignored him. Lin Ke suddenly remembered something and asked, "Did you all hear knocking last night?" Everyone looked at him in confusion and shook their heads. "I didn't hear any knocking, I went to sleep around 2. Lin Ke, did you have a nightmare last night? Quick, tell us what you dreamed about." Li Lei asked, foam in his mouth as he leaned closer. Lin Ke moved aside in disgust and recounted the details of the man's appearance last night. Lin Lei, while drying his face, mumbled, "In other people's dreams, it's a wise old sage, in your dream, it's a skeleton. Is there any possibility that what it said is true?" Amin said worriedly. Last night's repair request hinted that the dorm door might break. If Lin Ke's experience was true, then tomorrow night, they would face a gigantic problem. They might face total disaster. Everyone realized this point. At that moment, the atmosphere on the balcony became a bit heavy. "Don't think too much, we still have 2 days," Lin Ke said in a calm tone. He then looked at Li Mei, who had been keeping her head down. "Don't worry, I will help you find a way." Li Mei responded with a slight and slowly raised her head, her expression becoming determined. "Today, we will have breakfast first, then go to the workshop," Lin Ke said to everyone. Amin asked, puzzled, "Why?" "Lin Ke wants to stay in the workshop during breakfast to see if he can find any useful clues," Li Mei answered from the side. Amin's face flushed, she felt her intellect was lacking in the world of strange tales. 7:30 a.m. The cafeteria was filled with many people. It seemed many shared Lin Ke's thoughts. Among them, a group of people was particularly eye-catching. Lin Ke counted, there were 5 people eating meat buns. Unlike yesterday when they were sneaky. Today, they gathered together, boldly munching on the meat buns. Seeing this scene, Li Lei whispered, "I wonder if they can still eat after seeing that dog licking the buns." Zhang Wei poked him, signaling him not to talk nonsense. The guy in the green had spotted Amin in the crowd at a glance. A smirk appeared on his face. He didn't expect the big beauty wasn't killed last night. What a pity. He eyed his companions, tapping them on the shoulder, and pointed toward Amin. "Wow, such a lovely girl, lads, don't steal her from me." The big man's eyes lit up, drool almost spilling out. "Hey girl, let's go on a date this noon, and I guarantee you'll soar high." The big man swaggered over. The shining bald head glimmered under the sunlight. Amin's face turned angry, trembling in fury. In her life, she had never been teased like this before. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He turned and whispered to Li Mei, "Go catch him." "Ha?" Li Mei exclaimed in confusion. For a moment, she didn't understand what Lin Ke meant. Equally weird. Lin Ke softly uttered 4 words. Li Mei finally reacted. Weird creatures can corrupt normal people. She strode towards the bald man without hesitation, her face showing righteous fury. In her life, she hated men who bully women the most. The bald man saw Li Mei walking towards him, and surprise appeared on his face. He waved his hand disdainfully and said, "Go away, I'm not interested in butch lesbians." "Damn, don't touch me." The bald man shook off Li Mei's hand, recoiling as if shocked by electricity. Lin Ke stared intently at the bald man. The bald man's hand began to turn black, extending upward. "What the hell, what's going on? You towards me." Before the bald man could finish his sentence, he had completely turned black. Boom. The bald man's surface cracked with countless fine lines. Before long, he turned into flying ashes that dissipated in the air. The green hat and others who had been sitting and enjoying the show almost had their eyes pop out. Having succeeded in deceiving a batch of people last night, they were now full of confidence, preparing to make another grand move today. Unexpectedly, the fiercest among them, the bald man, was taken out by a woman. The 4 people who were eating buns exchanged glances, and immediately ran away. This woman didn't seem to be any ordinary person, she could actually pollute others in the world of strange tales. Li Mei was also stunned herself. She didn't expect the effect to be so exaggerated. Li Lei, standing behind, patted his chest, his face showing a look of fear. Just as he was leaving, he wanted to put his arm around Li Mei's shoulder. If Lin Ke hadn't stopped him in time, he might have been the first one to disintegrate into ashes. Amin looked at Li Mei with a mix of fear and envy in his eyes. The onlookers all dropped their jaws in shock. Some quick-witted ones immediately thought of the bizarre pollution. They quickly distanced themselves from the unknown people beside them. Who knows what kind of thing the person next to them is? For a moment, the cafeteria was filled with the sounds of chairs scraping against the floor. Li Mei showed a strange expression on her face. Just when the bald man disappeared, she heard a cold voice. "Kill count 1. How could the bald man be strange? Li Mei quickly walked to Lin Ke's side and whispered to explain the situation. Lin Ke thought for a moment and guessed, before they helped the red armband kill,
they were still normal people.
Now, they are no longer.
So, my pollution is also effective against the strange.
Li Mei's face showed a joyful expression.
Lin Ke shook his head. It likely can only pollute the strange that becomes so after normal people's death.
That's fine, you just turn Zhang Shui into ashes later. Li Lei said to Li Mei with excitement on his face.
But Lin Ke shook his head. No, there are more important people to kill.
Chapter 55, Lin Ke's Purpose.
Zhang Shui struggled to get up from the ground, her face filled with anger. She grabbed a chair and was about to smash it at Lin Ke.
But she didn't have the chance anymore.
The team leader's punch exploded her head.
Red and white splattered all over Lin Ke.
The team leader stood there in shock.
He was stunned.
Just now, he actually broke through the restrictions of the rules.
This had never happened before. He turned to look at Lin Ke. Li Mei's face didn't look good. Zhang Shui was splattered all over her too. And she completely didn't understand what Lin Ke's actions were for. The person killed by the team leader would come back to life in the afternoon during work. At night, they would still go back to the dormitory together. It was completely meaningless.
Zhang Shui was still a ticking time bomb at night. Lin Ke looked down and applied the film, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth.
Indeed feasible. Rules can be broken. Since the team leader could, then they could definitely as well. So, why wait for the strange to come knocking? Attacking is the best defense. Lin Ke's face showed an excited expression.
The team leader, who had been secretly observing him, suddenly felt a chill run through him. It seemed that something terrifying had been released in front of him.
Lin Ke worked while searching for useful information in his mind.
The prediction of that thing last night had been broken by him.
I don't know if it will appear tonight again.
But having dealt with Zhang Shui, there shouldn't be anyone opening the door for him tonight.
What will he do?
Moreover, today's actions have verified another of his suspicions.
11:30 p.m.
Lin Ke called out to Zhang Shui outside the workshop.
He now needed to deal with this ticking time bomb.
What's up?
Zhang Shui looked at Lin Ke with an unhappy expression. Lin Ke showed a helpless face and said, "Don't you remember? The manager asked you to go to his office this morning."
Zhang Shui looked confused.
She whispered, "Is that so?" "I don't remember." "That's exactly why I called you."
"You should hurry, don't keep the manager waiting too long," Lin Ke smiled.
Zhang Shui suspiciously glanced at Lin Ke but didn't say anything more.
Lin Ke followed Zhang Shui, and he breathed a sigh of relief when she entered the manager's office. Now, it depends on whether Zhang Shui can come out from there or not.
If not, tonight will have to be tough for Li Mei. She'll have to control Zhang Shui. 5 minutes later.
A piercing scream came from the manager's office. Immediately after, there was the sound of chewing. Lin Ke calmly stared at the door of the manager's office, his eyes becoming brighter. The chewing sound indicated there was a carnivorous animal inside.
Plus, there's the guard dog. So, could it be that the seemingly normal house manager also turns into some kind of animal at certain times? Things seem to be getting interesting.
It was impossible to confirm that Zhang Shui had been eaten by some monster and could be revived.
Lin Ke leisurely walked towards the dining hall.
Passing by the public restroom, he suddenly remembered he hadn't gone in to listen for clues today. In the dim cubicle, Lin Ke waited leisurely for the voice to arrive.
3 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the cubicle. "Hurry up inside, I'm in a rush."
Lin Ke frowned slightly.
Was it that his way of opening was wrong? What's going on today? He couldn't speak in the restroom. If the person outside didn't actively provide clues, how would he be able to get them?
It seemed that getting clues in the restroom was becoming more difficult.
Knock, knock, knock.
"Big brother, could you hurry up?
I'm about to burst." The voice from outside interrupted Lin Ke's thoughts.
A flash of inspiration struck him. He took out a blank piece of paper from his pocket and slid it under the door. After a few seconds, a delicate white hand picked up the paper from the floor.
Lin Ke was puzzled. The owner of this hand shouldn't be a man, right? "Big brother, you're really interesting. What good is a piece of paper to me? I have paper too, want to see?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a white handkerchief was slid back underneath the door. Lin Ke quickly picked up the handkerchief.
It indeed had writing on it.
"When the morning star rises, all the dogs are asleep." As soon as Lin Ke finished reading, the words directly vanished. He knew that the morning star referred to Venus. When Venus rises as the morning star, it is usually between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Could the dog in the clue refer to the guard dog? This clue seemed to be of little use. Because according to Rule 8, one shouldn't leave the dorm after 1 a.m.
Whether the dog sleeps or not holds no significance for the chosen one.
Strange, why would there be a meaningless clue? Lin Ke frowned as he exited the public restroom. What went wrong?
Lin Ke arrived at the dining hall. It was almost 12 o'clock.
There were basically no people left. He casually ate a little bit.
Just as Lin Ke was about to get up, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Without hesitation, he rolled to the side.
Bang!
Lin Ke quickly got up from the ground and ran to another table.
Green Hat chased after him with a stool in hand. Seeing it was Green Hat, Lin Ke's expression immediately calmed down.
He ran around the dining table leisurely.
Damn it, if you have the ability, don't run.
The Green Hat missed Lin Ke several times.
It couldn't catch up, either.
Furiously, his veins were popping out.
Why are you chasing me?
Lin Ke asked, puzzled.
It seemed he had not offended this Green Hat, right?
Instead, it was the Green Hat that had wronged him once.
Why am I chasing you? You are a disaster.
The Green Hat, with red eyes, stared fiercely at Lin Ke.
If we don't kill you, we will eventually be killed by you. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, instantly thinking of that lackey in the workshop. Is the one in our workshop also from your dorm? Are all 6 of you from the dorm lackeys? Lin Ke asked. Yes, the 6 of us originally planned to live together, and now I want to kill you to avenge them.
The Green Hat shouted and charged at Lin Ke again. This time, Lin Ke did not run. He dodged the chair that the Green Hat threw, sweeping his leg to knock the Green Hat's leg.
Bang!
The Green Hat lost his balance and fell hard. Fortunately, a lackey like the Green Hat did not have a contagious nature, otherwise, Lin Ke would have really found it difficult to deal with him. He picked up the chair from the ground and smashed it hard onto the Green Hat. The Green Hat immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig.
I ask you to answer, how did you become a lackey?
Having taken that hard hit, the Green Hat immediately wilted.
When I passed by the security office, I happened to see that dog come out, and accidentally made eye contact. How many people do you need to kill to return to normal? 15. How many have you killed? 10.
Not bad, if you had set us up last night, you'd be done.
The
Green Hat looked somewhat scared. Lin Ke sneered, it's okay, I don't hold grudges.
Can you bring out the red armbands? Red armbands?
The Green Hat's face changed slightly. He still relied on the union members to kill to complete his task. What would happen if this guy killed them all?
They don't listen to us.
The Green Hat said with a bitter face. Lin Ke sneered again and hit him with the chair. Don't worry, I'll leave one for you to complete your task. But you have to be quick, tomorrow I can't guarantee anything.
Lin Ke said ominously.
Hearing this, the Green Hat immediately softened.
Yes, between 8 and 10 tonight, we can summon them to a designated place. How do you summon them? Lin Ke asked curiously.
I wouldn't say it's a summon, it's like we can connect to their perspective, we're like navigation.
Lin Ke nodded and did not probe further. He asked again, tell me the information you have.
You'd better not lie, if I happen to know what you say and you lied, this chair won't have eyes. The Green Hat provided a new clue.
On the 5th day, all the internal strange beings will attack normal people in unsafe zones.
Hearing this, Lin Ke's face turned serious. His morning worries were confirmed, no wonder those who were killed were revived. It turned out they were being delivered a big gift here.
Lin Ke had a flash of insight and finally understood the first piece of information provided by the bathroom.
As time went on, the rules would change.
Merely adhering to the original rules would lead only to death.
According to the current situation, by the 5th day, there would be hardly any normal people left. At that time, once Lin Ke and the others stepped out of the workshop, they would be besieged with no way to escape. Even if they had a death messenger. Counting at a rate of 2 per day, they could only eliminate 6 internal strange beings. There were still 20 internal strange beings in the workshop. And other workshops. Lin Ke thought of the more than 1,000 people in the total group, and his scalp tingled.
This couldn't go on.
He had to find a way to eliminate the internal strange beings on a large scale. Lin Ke fell into deep thought for a moment.
12:22 p.m. Lin Ke went to the cultural room and connected with the others. He quickly sent the information he had just obtained from the Green Hat to the group chat.
Seeing the message he sent, everyone else's faces turned grim.
Amin looked dejected. Zhang Shue's problem, the issue of the dormitory door not locking on the 3rd day, still hasn't been resolved. Now there's another problem with the internal threat actively attacking. Why is this terrifying world so hard this time?
Lin Ke, with a calm face, explained, Zhang Shui has already solved it. As for the issue of the dormitory door not locking, I also have an immature solution. The biggest challenge now is how to deal with the huge number of internal threats. Li Lei glanced at the cultural room. There were not even 50 people in the cultural room at noon today.
Even if some went to the entertainment room or other places, Lin Ku estimated that the remaining normal people should be less than 100 now. Tomorrow, this number might be cut in half again. By then, there will be at least thousands of internal threats to deal with. Isn't that the same as a zombie siege? Li Lei turned pale. If what he said is true, we definitely won't make it past the 5th day. Lin Ke gave him a glance. As for the known ways to completely eliminate internal threats, they are the manager's office and the death messenger. But these two methods are too slow. We just need to find a way to kill internal threats on a large scale. Amin said, if only we had weapons of mass destruction. Li Mei rolled her eyes at this statement. She still wanted to hold a heavy machine gun and spray bullets. After a long silence, Lin Ke saw no one was speaking and suggested checking if they could get clues on how to kill internal threats on a large scale from others. Unfortunately, until work began, they hadn't exchanged any useful information. After dinner, Lin Ke decided to go to the entertainment room alone to search for clues. This was Lin Ke's first time entering the entertainment room. Various entertainment facilities were set up inside. There were not many people in the entertainment room. Lin Ke walked around the first floor but found no useful clues. He headed towards the game room on the second floor. Just as he walked up, he saw a small sign hanging at the stairway. It read, "Animals are prohibited from entering." Animals? Guard dog, animal manager. Lin Ke had a sudden idea. Does it mean that they are prohibited from entering? He immediately searched inside but found nothing. Lin Ke stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then asked in the group chat, have any of you seen similar signs saying what is prohibited from entering? Soon, Zhang Wei replied, there's a sign at the stairway on the 5th floor of the empty dormitory building, saying prohibited from entering. Then Amin replied, there's a sign in the dining hall corridor leading to the kitchen, saying non-dining hall employees prohibited from entering. Lin Ke, did you discover any clues? Li Lei asked curiously. Do you think these could also be rules? Li Mei immediately sent a message in the group chat, are you suggesting that those who enter against the sign will disappear? Not sure, but we can tell this lead to the people in the cultural room. At 7 in the evening, Lin Ke met with a boy named Xinlan from 403. Now, 403 only had him left as a normal person. Xinlan agreed to Lin Ke's suggestion without hesitation. At 8 in the evening, Xinlan used some excuse to lure 5 internal threat roommates out. Lin Ke followed them to the empty dormitory building. You all go up first, I left something behind, I'll go back to my dorm to get it. Xinlan stopped at the stairway, watching all 5 internal threats step onto the stairs leading to the 5th floor. Did you see anything unusual? Lin Ke stepped out from the shadows. Xinlan shook his head, looking a bit pale. They look like nothing unusual happened. Let's wait and see. Lin Ke calmly asked while standing next to Xinlan, do you remember things before coming to the factory? Xinlan looked at Lin Ke strangely and said in confusion, haven't we always lived in the factory? Lin Ke nodded, not explaining. It seems that besides the chosen ones, the tools on their side had their memories wiped. They waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. Xinlan's face relaxed. It seemed that the 5 inner monsters really disappeared. The 2 no longer lingered, after all, being outside the dormitory at night could bring unexpected dangers. Next, they just needed to mobilize all the survivors to eliminate the inner monsters in a similar way, significantly lowering the danger level on the 5th day. Lin Ke promptly shared this good news in the group chat he just created. The more than 70 people in the group were quite excited, with a dozen of them immediately taking action. There were varying degrees of inner monsters in their dormitory. As soon as they returned to the 2nd floor, Lin Ke suddenly felt a chilling sensation. He immediately grabbed Xinlan's arm and whispered, there's danger. Lin Ke pointed to the corner of the staircase. Xinlan's mouth opened in terror. There was a shadow on the wall, clearly wearing a very tall, pointed hat. A person wearing a white tall hat? A chilling, terrifying aura instantly spread. Chapter 57, is the dorm supervisor's office safe? The cold winds suddenly rose. The temperature around them dropped several degrees in an instant. Lin Ke looked at the shadow on the wall, a strange expression on his face. That thing said the person in a white tall hat would only appear on the 4th day. Why did it appear now, on the 2nd day? Is that monster lying? Or is it because he saved the team leader in the morning? He thought the possibility of the monster fooling them was small. Although he didn't understand why, it seemed that the monster really wanted him to go to room 404. So Lin Ke leaned more towards the second conclusion. Now, the person in the white tall hat appeared earlier than expected. Would the inner monsters that were supposed to riot on the 5th day also appear early? Things seemed to be getting a bit grim. Lin Ke patted Xinlan's shoulder and reminded her, don't panic, let's go find the dorm supervisor, and remember not to look back. Xinlan nodded and closely followed Lin Ke down the stairs. The lights in the hallway flickered once. Then they went out completely. In an instant, darkness enveloped everything around them.
They could only vaguely see the outline of the stairs. A cold wind blew from behind. They could faintly hear some strange whispers. Lin Ke felt a chill rising from his heart. Although he knew that as long as they didn't look back, they would be temporarily safe.
He still couldn't control the fear within. Lin Ke did not hesitate.
He remembered there were 12 steps on each side of the staircase, he wouldn't go wrong. Soon, he reached the first floor. Looking around, the only light still on was from the dorm supervisor's office. All other places were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything.
Lin Ke did not think too much and pulled Qin Lan toward the dorm supervisor's office. He directly pushed the door open and entered. "It's you again."
The dorm supervisor looked up at Lin Ke, her face suddenly showing some displeasure.
"Dorm supervisor, the person in the white tall hat is behind us."
Qin Lan was probably very frightened by the white tall hat, her speech a bit disjointed. Upon hearing his words, the dorm supervisor jumped up from her chair.
"Impossible, today is only the second day."
Her tone was filled with disbelief. She rushed past the two like a gust of wind and ran outside the dormitory.
After a few seconds, the dorm supervisor returned with a pale face.
"You too, as long as you don't go out before 10 o'clock, there won't be any danger." After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Ke clearly saw a look of panic on her face.
Could it be that the early appearance of the white tall hat posed some threat to them?
Lin Ke's mind started to race. He began to calculate whether he could use the white tall hat for something.
Soon, the lights in the office began to flicker as well. Qin Lan seemed to quickly move away from the door. The dorm supervisor's office was small.
Besides a shelf piled high with clutter at the door and a desk,
there was only a single bed at the back. Yet it only had a bedboard, not even a mat. Lin Ke calmly walked to the door and opened it.
The cold wind howled fiercely. A white figure slowly walked out from the darkness. It was tall and thin, with a very pale face and an unusual red hue on it. On its white tall hat, there were several crooked red characters written.
"Come with me." The white tall hat stopped at the office door, its strange eyes without whites staring at Lin Ke.
Lin Ke felt as if his soul was being pulled away by some kind of force.
He quickly turned his face away. How bizarre.
Qin Lan saw the white figure at the door and let out a scream, rolling quickly under the bed.
"Let's go."
The voice of the white tall hat had an echo, with a faintly captivating feel. It made Lin Ke feel that he really should go with him. He pinched his thigh hard. Lin Ke woke up completely. He looked down at the flowing white long robe of the white tall hat and provocatively said, "Why don't you come in?"
He. The white tall hat let out a strange laughter.
"Okay." As soon as the voice fell, it floated in front of Lin Ke. Lin Ke felt a chill rush towards him, and his body hair stood on end.
He stiffened and did not retreat.
The dorm manager had just said that as long as they did not leave this doorway, there would be no danger.
"You've got some guts, but you are a bit too weak." The white tall hat floated to the desk. It glanced at the chair, and a hint of disdain appeared on its handsome face. Lin Ke did not expect it to actually come inside. "Can I take a look at that thing?" The white tall hat extended its palm. Its fingers were slender and long, looking nothing like a man's hand. Lin Ke naturally understood what it was referring to. He quickly took out the blue hairpin from his pocket and placed it in its palm. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lin Ke's mind. Wasn't this the hand that stuffed the paper into the toilet? "Ah, you found me out." The white tall hat no longer wore a stern face, showing a gentle expression. It returned the blue hairpin to Lin Ke. It sighed softly. "You need to grow up quickly, the time is running out." After finishing, the white tall hat's figure reappeared at the door outside. When Lin Ke looked at it again, he found it had changed its appearance. Not only was its face covered in rotten flesh, but also a 10-centimeter long scarlet tongue dangled from its lip, looking creepily terrifying. Lin Ke rubbed his chin, frowning tightly. He was sure that it was not an illusion. "Are we going or not?" Qin Lan's head peeked out from under the bed as she asked. Lin Ke shook his head. Qin Lan immediately shrank back. Tap, tap, tap. Strange footsteps came from outside. 3 skeletons without any flesh or blood appeared behind the white tall hat. Skeletons? Could they be those made by the watchdogs? Kiki. The white tall hat suddenly laughed. One finger pointed towards the office. The 3 skeletons marched in neatly. Lin Ke's face changed. He had a bad premonition about what was going to happen. 2 of the skeletons approached him, their bony hands reaching out towards him. Lin Ke immediately stepped back. But the office was so small, where else could he retreat to? Meanwhile, Qin Lan, who was hiding under the bed, had been dragged out by the skeletons. She was gripping the foot of the bed tightly, shouting in fear. Lin Ke's expression became very serious. Looking at Qin Lan, he knew that the skeletons were quite strong. If they dragged her outside the office, what to do? Have the big guys thought of a solution? The one in the duckbill cap frowned, his mind continuously searching for information about the skeletons. Aside from Li Lei mentioning them once in the empty dorm building, there was no more information. What should we do now? The golden wire glasses were staring intently at the big screen. His eyes were bloodshot. There must be a way. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, thinking of a possibility. The golden wire glasses stood up abruptly. I have an idea. He grabbed the communicator on the table and began to apply for a connection. Dragon Country requests off-site support, do you accept? Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Ke unhesitatingly chose to accept. Upon hearing the successful connection sound, the golden wire glasses immediately shouted into the communicator, rush over quickly. Chapter 58, The Chance to Escape the Factory. Lin Ke pushed aside a skeleton's hand without hesitation, using his shoulder to slam into another skeleton. Tear. One of Lin Ke's sleeves was directly ripped off by the skeleton. Quick, close the door. Jin Si's voice was urgent. He saw the skeleton that had been pushed aside already catching up. If they didn't hurry, the door might not close in time. Bang! The office door was slammed shut with force. It made a deafening noise. The skeleton nearest to the door reached out its bony claw to twist the doorknob. Lin Ke grabbed the familiar hammer. With one swing, he shattered its bony claw. Don't get tangled up with it, quickly push the shelf over to block the door. Jin Si urged. At this moment, Lin Ke also came to his senses. Naturally, he wouldn't engage with the skeleton. With one swing, he knocked off another claw reaching out toward him. Lin Ke took a step back. He grabbed the upper level of the shelf and pulled it forcefully toward the door. Crash. Countless items tumbled down. Clang. The metal shelf crashed heavily to the ground. Come over quickly, don't let them move the shelf. Lin Ke stepped on the shelf and smashed down a skeleton's claw with the hammer. Seeing Qin Lan foolishly lying under the bed, he randomly grabbed something and threw it at him. Qin Lan finally came back to his senses. He picked up a large wrench from the ground and started playing a whack-a-mole game with Lin Ke. According to the dorm supervisor, as long as they held out until 10 o'clock at night, they would be rescued. No one knew how long had passed when outside the door, the supervisor's angry voice rang out. What are you doing in there? Why did you block the door? Lin Ke looked at the skeletons that had instantly turned to ashes, collapsing on the ground. So damn tired. Bang, bang, bang. Quickly, open the door for me. Lin Ke glanced at the equally exhausted Qin Lan and smiled. Auntie, we can't open it for now, you'll have to wait a bit. 10 minutes later, looking at the mess of the dormitory, the supervisor's face fell. She shot a fierce glare at Lin Ke, muttering softly, every time you show up, there's no good news. Now get the hell out of here, and don't show up in front of me again. On the way back to the dorm, Lin Ke invited Qin Lan to move in. After all, 403 had only him left, and 404 just happened to have an empty bed. Qin Lan brought a new clue. Last night at 3 in the morning, someone saw a truck drive in through the main gate. It didn't leave until 4 a.m. Li Lei immediately sat up. Damn, does that mean we can secretly crawl under the truck to escape? Qin Lan looked at him in confusion, saying, but there are guards at the gate, they will check. Li Lei laughed, happily saying, today, Lin Ke got a clue from the bathroom. During the time from 3 to 5 in the morning, that watchdog will be sleeping. Really? Qin Lan's face showed excitement. If that's true, then they wouldn't have to worry about the danger behind them anymore. As long as they could escape this terrifying ghost place. Others also showed joyful expressions. In just a day and a half, they had already been exhausted both physically and mentally. But Lin Ke's expression turned serious. He looked at Qin Lan, did you discover that clue yourself or hear it from someone else? Qin Lan saw Lin Ke's worried expression and felt a bit flustered. He scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, this morning during breakfast, almost the entire cafeteria was talking about it. Lin Ke looked at the others, speaking seriously, this is a trap. Qin Lan felt a bit ashamed, arguing, it can't be, hundreds of people know about it. If it's true, we can hear the sounds at night. Our building isn't far from the main gate. I'm not saying that the truck coming at night is fake. I'm saying someone is deliberately luring you to crawl out under the truck, Lin Ke said in a deep voice. Li Lei had a skeptical expression. Lin Ke, are you overthinking it? This info came out when the clue from the bathroom hadn't even come up yet. Besides, you found the clue for the bathroom too. Ah, I remembered. Amin exclaimed in surprise.
No wonder when we talked in the group this afternoon about worrying about the fifth day's strange attacks, they all seemed unconcerned. Li Lei glanced at Lin Ku and whispered, "It's probably just a few of us from the dormitory who missed the breakfast in the cafeteria, so we don't know this news. Anyway, I must check tonight whether the news is true or not. You can leave if you want." After saying this, he turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Set an alarm for 2:50, and remember to wake me up."
Zhang Wei showed a hint of hesitation, but after thinking, he said nothing.
Amin occasionally glanced at Lin Ku, his face full of conflicting emotions. Lin Ku noticed the expressions of the few people and sighed lightly in his heart. Since they wouldn't listen to his advice, he didn't bother to say more. "I'll follow you." Li Mei suddenly popped her head out from the bed. After saying this, she withdrew again. In just a few minutes, the once united 404 dormitory split into 3 factions. Amin looked at Li Lei, then at Lin Ku, unsure in his heart. Staying with Lin Ku meant certain death during the 5th day's strange riot. Going with Li Lei and the others came with the risk of being deceived. For a moment, Amin found it hard to decide. Lin Ku didn't dwell on this matter any longer. After tidying up his personal hygiene, it was already 10:50. He climbed onto his bed and went to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. At midnight, the sound of someone knocking to check the dorm made Lin Ku sit up. He looked around and found everyone was awakened by the noise. Zhang Shui, this strange entity, had already been eliminated. Naturally, no one went to open the door for the person checking the dorm. After a few seconds, the person checking the dorm left. Lin Ku listened for a while, frowning slightly. The footsteps sounded a bit strange. Particularly light. It didn't sound like a human walking. Lin Ku kept this in mind, turned over, and continued to sleep. Buzz, buzz. The sound of the phone vibrating woke Zhang Wei up. He tiptoed to wake Li Lei, Qinlan, and Amin. The few stood quietly on the balcony, waiting for the roar of the truck to start. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the low rumble of the truck entered the ears of the 4. "It's here." Li Lei's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. "Let's go." He glanced at Qinlan and Amin and turned to walk towards the dorm door. Zhang Wei and Qinlan immediately followed him out. Amin hesitated a moment as he walked past Lin Ku's bed, but still left. Once the 4 left, Lin Ku opened his eyes and sat up. "You're awake too?" Lin Ku looked at Li Mei, who was sitting on her bed, and said softly. "MHM." They were so excited, I couldn't possibly stay asleep. Lin Ku jumped down from his bed. "Let's go take a look." Li Mei obediently jumped down. She hesitated for a moment and voiced her doubt. "Rule 8 says not to leave the dorm after 1 o'clock. Why are they all fine?" Facing Li Mei's question, Lin Ku smiled. He slightly organized his words and explained, "This is a little trick played by the rules. In this world of strange tales, all punishments for violating rules are carried out by people. Rules like this that have no execution targets can be completely ignored. Or, to be precise, the execution target of this rule is that guard dog. As long as we don't run into it and its underlings, everything will be fine. You see, the cultural room needs to be quiet. There's a clause added at the end saying otherwise you'll be punished by the administrator. And in the workshop, you can't answer the foreman's questions and must stay quiet. The executor is always the foreman." As they walked outside, Lin Ku analyzed for Li Mei. Since they were worried about being heard by those ahead, the two leaned close together. Li Mei felt her face slightly warm. Not long after leaving the dorm building, Lin Ku saw many people appearing ahead. The two couldn't be bothered to hide, just trailing behind those people from a distance. Looking up, there were at least 40 people. There were more than 10 people behind Lin Ku. They probably wanted to leave but were afraid of the risks. So they watched from a distance to see how the first group of brave ones fared. Soon, a crowd arrived behind the cafeteria. A large truck was parked there. Someone was continuously hauling things into the cafeteria. The staff responsible for selling meat buns was supervising nearby. After about 10 minutes of unloading, it seemed like the truck was emptying out. The person unloading and the supervisor walked in with their arms around each other. After waiting for about 5 to 6 minutes, the person unloading still had not come out. Li Lei and the others could no longer hold back. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Wei. They both ran over together. Seeing this, the others rushed over as well. Although they had heard the truck wouldn't leave until 4 p.m., what if it left earlier tonight? If they missed the chance tonight, who knew if the truck would return tomorrow night? The scene became a bit chaotic for a moment. Fortunately, everyone still remembered to stay quiet. If the cafeteria staff discovered them, none would escape, and there might even be life-threatening danger. Li Lei and the others cautiously opened the truck's rear doors. Inside, all the goods had indeed been cleared out. Without any hesitation, several of them quickly squeezed inside. Soon, at least 30 people had squeezed into the truck.
It was packed tight, it was already difficult for anyone else to get in. Those coming later had to accept their bad luck. A good-hearted person even helped close the truck door for them. Let's go back now. Lin Ke glanced at the person closing the door and turned to leave. Li Mei was momentarily confused. Why did they leave as soon as the door was shut? Back in the dormitory, Li Mei asked about her doubts. Lin Ke sighed and said in a low voice, "The one who closed the door just now was from the group that ate buns this morning." Hearing this, Li Mei's heart trembled. Was this really a trap? At 4 in the morning. The truck started its journey on time. Those who hadn't boarded the truck looked on with envy at its retreating figure. They began to fantasize about their own release tomorrow. Back in the dormitory, Lin Ke did not go to bed. He stood on the balcony all night, and no one knew what he was thinking. The next morning at 8. The group leader noticed only Li Mei was left beside Lin Ke and showed a puzzled expression. But he didn't bother too much with it. Once today was over, he could retire successfully. During lunch, there were noticeably fewer people in the cafeteria. The original plan to exploit the no-go signs was declared bankrupt after last night's group left. Everything seemed to have returned to square one. The shadow of death continued to loom over Lin Ke and Li Mei. Only they two remained in Long Country now. And tonight, the dormitory door might malfunction on its own. Li Mei was unsure if her identity as a harbinger of death would be effective in front of the inspection personnel. To guard against possible variables, she hadn't used her killing chances today. After lunch, the two simultaneously walked into the shared restroom. This time, as soon as Lin Ke entered, he heard a voice from the middle stall. "Hey outside, brother, do you have some paper? I dropped mine in the hole." Lin Ke expressionlessly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and stuffed it in. "Damn, brother, you're using such hard paper, can your butt handle it?" "Forget it, I'll give it back to you." Once the voice fell, the paper was tossed back out. However, Lin Ke didn't immediately pick it up. He just stood there quietly. "Brother, your paper." The man in the stall spoke again. Lin Ke still remained unmoved. As soon as the man spoke, he confirmed one thing. The 3 times the clues were issued from the stall had different voices. The second time was still that man wearing a white tall hat. Why did they have to switch people every time? There was no need to be so troublesome just to give out a clue. Moreover, this was an isolated space. Lin Ke suspected. He came here to get clues, also as part of someone else's mission. Just like now. Lin Ke did not pick up the paper with the information. Without it, that fellow could not complete the task. "Hey, are you still there? Just make a sound. You're making me very anxious." Lin Ke bent down and pulled out another piece of paper from his pocket, stuffing it in. Luhan felt that today was truly a day of bad luck for him. Almost contaminated in the morning. Even during the evening routine, he could get stuck. The fool across from him actually didn't look at the clues. So angry that he just wanted to swear. Seeing yet another piece of paper being shoved in, Luhan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and picked it up. A method for large-scale extermination of tools? Luhan laughed. He just wanted to open the door and take a swing at that idiot across. "Big brother, this thing cannot exist. All problems in the world of strange tales can be resolved in this strange tale," Luhan explained earnestly. Seeing the other person's situation, it should be set up so they cannot communicate. No wonder he got no response after talking for so long before. Lin Ke, after hearing the response from the partition, bent down to pick up the paper with the information written on it. The workshop is only allowed to enter during work hours. If you need to enter the workshop outside of work hours, you must obtain the production team leader's approval. Lin Ke frowned slightly, another clue that seems useless for now. Exiting the bathroom, Lin Ke walked towards the empty dormitory building. He decided to go check room 404. From his observations over the past 2 days, only Li Mei had appeared as a death messenger in the entire factory area. Lin Ke suspected that the so-called death dormitory notebook was created by that person that night. Since the other party targeted strange objects, there was a possibility they were teammates. Of course, mainly because he had 2 exemption cards on him, Lin Ke was not worried about his personal safety. Room 404 was dark and gloomy. Even during the day, it gave a cold and eerie feeling. The ground was covered with mottled, dried bloodstains. A strong stench wafted through the air. Lin Ke furrowed his brow slightly. Crack, crack. A sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed. Lin Ke felt the temperature drop sharply around him. Crack, you have come. 6 skeletons sat up at the same time. Their eyes glowed red, staring intently at Lin Ke. Chapter 60, What to do about checking the dorm at night. Seeing the livestream go dark again, the person in the duckbill cap showed a disappointed expression. Those 6 skeletons clearly looked formidable. Lin Ku rushing here might hide some big secret. Damn, why is Ku crazy not trying to solve tonight's problems and running here? Actually, running away last night was the right choice. Big brother, are you still stuck on this? Didn't Ku crazy say that the one closing the door is a pawn for the dumpling eater, 100% trap? Don't listen to the guy upstairs with the hole in his head. Quickly analyze this move by Ku crazy. I think it's very confusing. To be honest, I'm also baffled. Let's see what the streamer says. The guy with gold-rimmed glasses straightened up, tidying his somewhat messy bangs. The other side wants to use Lin Ku and them to deal with the strange. That notebook is the deposit. Lin Ku is now going to negotiate a deal. Streamer, I have a question. Why do those skeletons help the administrator and are also controlled by others? The guy with gold-rimmed glasses became serious, explaining, I think the force opposing the administrator should be very powerful. But they are restricted by rules and cannot appear. So they can only manipulate the strange and the strange tale to trade with the chosen ones. Damn, why does it feel like a chaotic battle from the 3 kingdoms? A glint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the guy with gold-rimmed glasses. This fascinating world of strange tales made him very eager. The 6 skeletons sat up simultaneously. Their eyes glowed red, locking their gaze on Lin Ku. A chill that penetrated to the bone made Lin Ku shiver. One skeleton jumped down from the bed, sizing up Lin Ku up and down for a moment. He, this is great, ah. You are even better than I imagined. Lin Ku looked at it expressionlessly, without saying a word. Is the death note useful? The skeleton walked over, its voice full of arrogance. Not really. Speak about your request. Lin Ku pulled over a chair and sat down. The skeleton stared at Lin Ku for a while, and seeing he had no reaction, slowly said, I want to kill those few beasts. Benefits. Lin Ku said faintly. 1 page of the death note. As the skeleton spoke, a black-covered notebook appeared in its hand. Each time in the monster world, you can earn 1 random rule. Is that enough attraction? The skeleton walked next to Lin Ku, looking down at him. Lin Ku responded with an O, extending his palm. The skeleton tore off a page from the notebook and placed it in his hand. Activate side quest, kill the manager, the dorm supervisor, and the doorman of the monster factory. Reward, death note, single page. Failure erases the chosen one. Lin Ku's gaze fell on the death note. A line of red words appeared. Rule, temporary, you are immune to bizarre attacks during the daytime. A burst of brilliance flashed in Lin Ku's eyes. This rule was simply overpowered. In the monster world, all beings other than normal humans could be called bizarre. This means Lin Ku had nothing to fear from the watchdogs now. Exiting the empty dormitory building, Lin Ku walked towards the dorm supervisor's office. He casually sent a message in the 404 dorm group. Stay in the safe zone after work. Soon, Li Mei replied, what are you going to do? Lin Ku did not reply, directly putting away his phone and walking into the dorm supervisor's office. Why are you here again? Upon seeing Lin Ku again, the dorm supervisor nearly exploded. Lin Ku innocently shrugged and picked up a hammer from the shelf. I just came to borrow a hammer. After finishing, he casually closed the door. The dorm supervisor finally sensed that something was off. She stood up and transformed into a half-human tall big cat. Seeing her form, Lin Ku was taken aback. She looked so much like the one he had devoured. Half an hour later, Lin Ku walked out of the office. His expression seemed exceptionally tired. From the open door, a bloodied big cat could be seen quietly lying in the ruins. It seems that a bizarre being without its powers isn't that hard to deal with. Lin Ku murmured to himself as he walked towards his next target. With the powerful rule backing him, the side quest was completed successfully in a mere 3 hours. In some unknowable space, a mass of pitch-black fog muttered, how can it be so fast? Lin Ku sat on a resting bench by the roadside, taking out his phone. The group chat had dozens of messages. All were sent by Li Mei. A smile appeared on Lin Ku's cold face. At 3:20 p.m., Lin Ku walked into the workshop building. In 42 workshops, 21 red armbands were discovered in total. The red armbands hammered to death by the chosen one indeed directly went down. The green-hatted man watched in horror as a red armband's head was smashed open by Lin Ku, scaring himself urine. At 5:02 p.m., having cleaned up all the red armbands, Lin Ku was almost drenched in blood. Upon entering the workshop, a wave of bloody smell immediately frightened everyone. Li Mei saw his appearance and covered her mouth tightly to suppress a scream. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Ku waved his hand, indicating he was fine. He walked straight towards the small room where the team leader rested. The team leader, who had been sitting at his desk, immediately stood up. You cannot enter. His expression was extremely tense. Lin Ku said calmly, don't worry, I will be fine.
After speaking, he pushed past the team leader and entered. The room was very dim. It was simply furnished. A bed, a table, and a chair. It seemed out of place with the factory setup. Lin Ke walked to the desk, and a white figure appeared on the chair. It was the man in a white high hat whom he saw for the first time last night. How did you guess? The man looked at Lin Ke, revealing a surprised expression. There are abnormalities either here or on the 5th floor, Lin Ke said lightly. He took out a blue hairpin from his pocket. What is her identity? Lin Ke hesitated for a moment, asking a bit nervously. The man's gaze fell on the blue hairpin, and a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. But it was quickly suppressed. You shouldn't casually take this treasure out in the future. If you encounter someone knowledgeable, it could cost a life just to grab it. You won't, Lin Ke said with certainty. The man smiled sharply and stood up. You are not worthy of knowing right now. My name is Xia Bayan, come find me in the impermanence hall when you are qualified. After speaking, he gently patted Lin Ke's shoulder. Lin Ke felt a blur in front of him, and he was already back at the workshop entrance. Once back in the workshop, Lin Ke's gaze lingered in the direction of the small room for a while before he returned to his workstation. That night, when he returned to the dormitory, Li Mei immediately checked the door. Indeed, it couldn't be locked. It seemed that the strange thing from that night hadn't deceived Lin Ke. Li Mei's face turned very grim. She was now equivalent to the bazaar, not afraid of the dorm checkers. But Lin Ke was just an ordinary person. If the dorm checkers came in, would they be killed? What will you do when they check the dorm tonight? Li Mei asked worriedly, looking at Lin Ke. Chapter 61, The Murderous Poker. Next is a bold attempt by the author, hoping everyone will like it. Lin Ke smiled and said, can you guess if anyone will check the dorm tonight? At midnight, Li Mei sat in her chair, nervously listening intently. The expected knocking sound did not ring out in the darkness. Is no one checking the dorm tonight? Li Mei recalled Lin Ke's earlier words. She asked in surprise, how did you do it? Lin Ke said lightly, I killed the thing that checks the dorm. Huh? Li Mei exclaimed. How did you know what it was? Lin Ke chuckled, the dorm manager, isn't it their responsibility to check the rooms? Li Mei showed a bitter smile, why didn't I think of that? Lin Ke smiled, it's okay, you just need to experience more. On the 4th day, Li Mei killed the 6th internal strange in the workshop. The black notebook in her hand disappeared. At the same time, a cold notification sound rang out. Due to all administrators in this horror world being killed by the Chosen One, this horror world will reset in 1 standard hour. Lin Ke felt a flash of white light before reappearing in the emergency base. When Li Yunlong saw Lin Ke return, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. He just stood up and hadn't taken a step yet. A cold voice rang in everyone's ears. Due to the temperature in 98% of Blue Star's countries falling below -50 degrees after this settlement, the civilization protection rule is triggered. All surviving individuals of Blue Star must go to the survival base through the transfer portal within 12 hours. The transfer portal will activate in 3 minutes and disappear after 12 hours. During the civilization protection period, the horror world will be open to all survivors. Please enter the horror world quickly to obtain more survival points. Survival points, each person must consume 1 survival point per day during the civilization protection period. Blue Star survivors start with 1 survival point. Hearing this series of notifications, everyone was stunned. Their faces immediately turned pale. Does this mean Blue Star has been sent back to the novice village? In the future, everyone won't be keyboard warriors but will have to rise up together? Li Yunlong's face instantly fell. This was not civilization protection at all, it was clearly Blue Star's human extermination plan. Don't be fooled by their bravado on the bullet screen. How many people can survive once they really enter the horror world? Lin Ke was also stunned upon hearing this series of notifications. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. But for things he couldn't control, Lin Ke had learned to set them aside and ignore them long ago. Just then, his task settlement notification also arrived. Congratulations, Dragon Country's Chosen One Lin Ke has completed the task, receiving the following rewards. Ability points *2. Exemption card *1. Stamina potion *1. Due to the outstanding performance of Chosen One Lin Ke, rewards are doubled. Since the civilization to which the Chosen One belongs is under civilization protection, an additional reward of survival points *100. Hearing about the 100 survival points, Lin Ke's eyes lit up. Compared to others who only have 1 survival point, doesn't he become a millionaire? Leaning lazily against the chair, Lin Ke let out a gentle sigh. In Dragon Country, although the temperature is very low, it is not yet unbearable for survival. Once he enters the survival base, he must enter the world of horror stories. Who can guarantee they will survive every time?
standing at the front of the line. The person in a duckbill hat curiously asked Lin Ke beside him, "What do you plan to do without the rules from the Death Note to help you?" Lin Ke looked at the giant light pillar ahead and calmly said, "Use the exemption card, and first kill the dorm manager." "What about afterwards?" the duckbill hat pressed on. Lin Ke turned his head to glance at him, then turned back, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. The person next to him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't take it any longer and pulled the duckbill hat. He explained, "They can completely hide in the workshop and not go out." Would that team leader really drive them away? The duckbill hat thought for a moment and then understood. It's the restroom rule. The Dragon Country officials considered that most old, young, women, and children were unwilling to enter the survival base. After collecting some opinions, they adopted a policy where young adults would voluntarily stay behind. In the end, those who entered the survival base were all young adults aged 18 to 30. About 100,000 in total. Watching the number of people behind them increase, Lin Ke and the others stopped waiting and walked into the teleportation passage. After a slight feeling of dizziness, Lin Ke found himself in a huge plaza. The gray-brown, hard ground extended endlessly, with no end in sight. Lin Ke took a step forward and felt the space fluctuate. He had already appeared on a plaza. In the center of the plaza, there was a white light pillar with a diameter of 10 meters. A line of words floated on the light pillar, "Transit Hub for Horror Stories." Hundreds of meters away from the light pillar were rows of low houses. Besides that, there were no decorations at all. This is truly an imposing place. The duckbill hat walked to Lin Ke's side and sighed. The person with gold-rimmed glasses also came over, looking at Lin Ke with a somewhat sharp gaze. Lin Ke nodded at the two, greeting them silently. Once here, everyone was a free person. Lin Ke walked towards the nearest house. He wondered if Li Mei had come. The house had no doors, just a semi-transparent light curtain at the entrance. After stepping inside, a gentle prompt sound echoed. "Welcome to the survival base, classmate AI is at your service. The room has been bound to your sole information, it cannot be entered without an invitation. This is the daily consumption list for the survival base, please take a look." A piece of paper materialized out of thin air. 1 day's worth of food costs 1 survival point? A set of basic living facilities costs 50 points? Lin Ke suddenly felt that his 100 points were not as attractive anymore. He looked around at the empty room. It was indeed large enough, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Lin Ke simply decided to purchase a set of living facilities. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, Lin Ke made himself a cup of tea. He picked up a book on the table and began to read it with great interest. On the second day of survival, Lin Ke was awoken by the cold system prompt sound. Warning, detected that the survivor has not entered the world of horror stories within 12 hours, please proceed immediately. After the countdown ends, 1 survival point will be deducted per minute. Lin Ke suddenly jumped up from the bed. And he realized that he had unknowingly got a high-tech watch on his wrist. On the watch face, a red countdown was ticking away. He suddenly felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. 3 minutes later, Lin Ke arrived next to the light pillar. There were many people standing by the light pillar, each of them also wearing the same kind of watch. Just by looking at their expressions, it was obvious they had been warned. It's Lin Ke the madman. As Lin Ke approached, a murmur spread through the crowd. Lin Ke ignored them and walked directly into the beam of light. Welcome to the world of rule horror. This world, poker murder. Basic task, please survive for 3 days in this dormitory building. Warning, in the horror world, please remain alert at all times, do not get contaminated, do not get contaminated. Lin Ke slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were several blood-red big characters. Murderer Lin Ke. Chapter 62, You Can't Be the Killer, right? First of all, thanks to book friends Hong Chan and Gu Di for their rewards. This week, cumulative rewards of 2,000 coins will add 2 chapters, and future additional chapters will follow this rule. Murderer Lin Ke. Beside it was the number 48 and an image of a spade jack. What is going on? Is it starting as a murderer? Lin Ke immediately looked around. He found himself in an ancient fan-shaped hall, with a circle of small rooms surrounding the hall. Everyone around was staring at the words on the wall and the playing cards. No one's gaze fell on him. It seemed no one knew who he was. Fortunately. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly observing the others. Everyone was dressed in identical black outfits. There was a number on the chest and back of each person. The vast majority of faces showed expressions of anxious fear. In the middle of the hall stood a black stone tablet. Lin Ke quickly squeezed through the crowd and walked over. Understanding the rules clearly at any time is essential for surviving better. Rule 1, everyone has a playing card identity tag, and the killer can see their own playing card. Rule 2, each suit has at least 2 killers, and killers can kill 1 civilian during the kill time. Rule 3, the names of the killers and the playing cards of the killed will be displayed on the high wall. Rule 4, the round time is 4 hours, after the round ends, a voting round occurs, and the player with the most votes is executed. Rule 5, all killers dead, remaining players pass. Rule 6, all players with the same points dead, killers pass. Rule 7, each killer can only be released once and can only enter a civilian's room. Rule 8, there are no duplicate identity playing cards in this scene. Is this actually a murder game? Lin Ke gasped in shock. He turned to look at the wall that had his name. At the very top, there was another line of the same blood-red text. Murderer Zhang Chunquan. Behind it were the numbers 36 and hearts 6. Between these two lines were the numbers 18 and hearts 4. The name appearing on the wall clearly indicated his identity as a killer. And the middle hearts 4 should be the player who was voted to death in the last round. Lin Ke lowered his head in thought. There were no memories in his mind from before. This means he was directly thrown into an ongoing game and was missing at least 2 rounds of information. Now, he could only analyze the existing rules. When he was observing the crowd earlier, Lin Ke noticed that the highest number was 53. And the largest room number surrounding the hall happened to be 53 as well. According to Rule 8, there are no duplicate identity cards. That extra person's identity must be the wild card. However, there was no mention of any information about the wild card in the rules. This point made Lin Ke very concerned. Is there a possibility that by killing the person with the wild card identity, one can win directly? Lin Ke's gaze immediately shifted to the crowd. 3 playing cards were turned up on the wall. This means there are still 50 people left on site. Who could be that wild card? Subconsciously stroking his chin. Feeling the hard stubble, Lin Ke froze. He didn't have stubble. Wait. Lin Ke lowered his head to feel. Damn, this definitely isn't my body. There's no reason for a certain part to shrink that much. Is this time for the world of ghost stories for the soul to enter? Lin Ke frowned. If it is the soul entering, why not directly use the name of this body? Why insist on using one's own true name? Lin Ke always felt that something was off. For a moment, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just then, a crisp voice rang in Lin Ke's ear. Did you come over to study the rules and discover something? The woman's voice was bright and pleasant to hear. Lin Ke almost exploded with anger. It was obvious that the round had just begun. Those common players must be frantically searching for the killer. If he were suspected, it would lead to his doom. He definitely had to hide his identity. First, stay low and figure things out. With so many people in the hall, as long as he didn't attract attention, the chances of being directly voted out were very small. However, with the sound of this voice, all of that became impossible. All eyes turned towards him. Feeling the intense stares, Lin Ke's heart raced. He tried to suppress the urge to curse and shot a hard glare at the woman. Damn it, you interrupted my train of thought. Lin Ke was afraid that he would accidentally reveal a flaw, so he had to strike first. His mind raced with thoughts. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the woman wearing number 12. At this moment, if he dared to wander his eyes, he would definitely face death. Hearing Lin Ke's words, many people showed disappointed expressions. Number 12's face revealed a look of panic. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I thought. I think you did it on purpose. A bald man wearing number 28 stepped out from the crowd. He stared at number 12 and said through gritted teeth, You must be afraid that number 8 saw the flaw, so you hurriedly interrupted him, didn't you? No, that's not it. Number 12's face went pale, stepping back repeatedly. She waved her hands to deny it continuously. From her appearance, she seems truly not to mean it. Humph, a good act, but unfortunately she can't escape my sharp eyes, she must be the killer. Vote for her, she must be the killer. In an instant, the crowd was filled with anger. However, Lin Ke was surprised that not a single person stepped forward to strike. According to Blue Star's customs, shouldn't they attack to vent their anger at this time? Or is there some sort of restriction here? Are they not allowed to attack other players? In any case, with the hatred now shifted, Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. I really am not a killer, you must believe me. Number 12 slumped to the ground and burst into tears. Everyone looked at her coldly. Some showed no concern. Mistakes are mistakes, as long as it's not themselves getting voted out. Others blindly followed along, lacking their own judgment. They listened to the wind as if it were rain. As for if there was a killer fanning the flames, Lin Ke had no way to judge. He still didn't know who his teammates were. According to Rule 2, there should be at least 7 or more. At this time, a woman wearing number 34 stepped forward. She cautiously said, is it possible that she really isn't the killer?
Number 28. The bald man immediately turned his head, a sinister smile on his face. You're defending her, you must be her teammate. So, you are also a killer. Number 28's hand almost jabbed into number 34's nose.
The latter was scared and hurriedly stepped back. I'm not, I just think she's kind of pitiful.
Number 34 immediately explained to the crowd, showing a look of regret on her face.
Oomph, a do-gooder. Number 28 sneered and disdainfully turned away.
Lin Ke quietly took a step back to avoid getting caught up again. A sinister voice suddenly sounded beside him, you're not the killer, are you?
Chapter 63, How Could It Be White?
Lin Ke's breath caught suddenly.
He knew his face must look very bad right now. Your face looks so bad, I can't have guessed it, right?
The man in the number 9 shirt, with a sharp chin and monkey-like features, stared at Lin Ke. Lin Ke took a deep breath, suddenly jumped up, and slapped number 9 hard across the face.
Slap. The crisp sound of the slap left everyone stunned. Which fool just hit someone?
With a soft hiss, Lin Ke felt a flash of white light.
His body went numb. A jolt of electricity shocked him to his core. An indescribable pain surged through his entire body. Lin Ke fell to the ground, nearly fainting. He finally understood why those people had managed to hold back just moments ago.
Seeing Lin Ke's miserable state, everyone frowned and took a step back. Number 9 covered his swollen cheek, looking pitiful. He had only wanted to intentionally provoke number 8. He didn't expect the seemingly gentle man to have such a fiery temper.
He didn't even fear the electric punishment.
Now both of them had become targets of everyone's suspicion. He truly had bad luck to provoke such a fool.
You just said number 8 is a killer, do you have evidence?
Number 28 not only had sharp eyes, but his ears were also very sharp. Number 9's face stiffened as he retreated into the crowd. He forced himself to remain calm and said, I just wanted to test him, I didn't expect him to react so strongly.
Number 28 tilted his head, half smiling, and said, is that so? I see you want to divert attention. You want to save this number 12, right? Number 28 said coldly, looking straight at number 9. Hearing this, number 9 immediately froze. The expression on his face turned cold. He lowered his hand from his cheek and stepped closer to number 28. Don't think that just because you're loud, you're right. Just pointing at someone makes them a killer? I think you might be the killer, number 9 said ominously. Ha ha ha, me a killer? That's hilarious. If I were a killer, I would be struck by lightning. Number 28 glared at number 9, if I were a killer, I would kill you tonight. No, I don't want to get stabbed later. Number 9 quickly slipped into the crowd. Damn it, what if the killers actually stab themselves to pin the blame on this big fool? Many eyes scanned number 9, number 28, and number 12 back and forth. Clearly, these three had become highly suspicious targets. Once their performance was deemed unsatisfactory, they would surely be eliminated. But some people are just born that way. They love to show off, wanting to be leaders. If number 28 could prove his innocence, those who blindly followed would definitely look to him for guidance. At that time, anyone who wanted to vote against him would have to weigh their own strength. Lin Ke tremblingly got up from the ground. It really hurt so much. But everything was worth it. This unexpected turn helped him clear his suspicion. He even successfully shaped a silly persona. People like that are generally uninteresting to killers. Commoners wouldn't dare to provoke. Absolutely the best protection. However, that wasn't enough, he still had to eliminate someone with the same score to pass. This was not an easy task. Most of the time, it still depended on luck. Lin Ke's eyes scanned the crowd. He wasn't in a hurry. The task deadline was 72 hours. And one round lasted 4 hours. That means he still had 16 rounds of opportunity. In one round, he could kill 2 people. That means he could still kill 32 more people. It was impossible not to hit someone with his score. Time passed quickly amid mutual suspicion. A cold reminder rang out. 3 minutes remaining in the round, please complete your vote within 1 minute. A black panel appeared before everyone. The panel was marked with numbers 1 to 53. Lin Ke turned to look at the panels of others. He found the edges of the panel wrapped in a haze. It was impossible to peek at anyone's screen. There was no way to determine who anyone else voted for by their button positions. Many people's eyes instinctively glanced at number 9 while voting. It seemed that number 12 was in deep trouble this time. Lin Ke chose number 12 without hesitation. Killing a civilian would only be more beneficial for him. Voting finished, the person to be executed is number 12. No, I am not. Don't kill me. Room 12 ran wildly toward room 12.
A red light fell from the sky, piercing through her entire body.
Thick blood instantly gushed out.
A rich smell of blood spread everywhere.
Everyone's faces turned a bit unpleasant.
Please immediately enter the room corresponding to your number, the door will close in 2 minutes. The silent crowd began to walk toward their respective rooms. Lin Kuo honestly walked toward room 8. Although the rules did not specify what would happen for entering the wrong room, Lin Kuo had no desire to try at all.
The taste of the recent electric shock was still fresh in his memory. When he arrived in front of the room,
Lin Kuo found there was no actual door.
Only a white light screen. From the outside, it was impossible to see inside through the light screen. Lin Kuo cautiously walked in.
He immediately turned his body and looked outside. His sight was completely blocked.
Moreover, not just vision, even sound was blocked.
Inside the room, there was absolutely no way to know any information from outside. And it was impossible to judge where the killer would come from by footsteps or anything. All doors are closed. Lin Kuo discovered that the originally white light screen had turned a bloody red. It turned out that white meant open, and red meant closed. And Lin Kuo also found that he was bound by something he didn't know, completely unable to move. Just a moment ago, he was still wondering.
How could civilians be so easily killed by the killers?
It turned out there were rules at play. Being unable to move while being killed was indeed too cruel. Then the cold prompt sound rang again. Killers, please go out, choose a room where the white light screen is on, please complete your choice within 3 minutes.
Hearing this prompt sound, Lin Kuo suddenly had a flash of understanding. Rule 7, each killer will only be released once and cannot enter the killer's rooms.
This meant that only the civilians' rooms would light up with a white light screen. A killer who has exited the room can easily know who the civilians are. During the voting phase, they could target specific individuals.
So just now, was 28 possibly the killer?
He turned those civilian players into focus cards,
making civilians suspicious of them all. Then in the next round, as suspects, they could be eliminated. One more civilian could be killed while lowering their own risk of being voted out. This play was indeed too well executed.
As the killer in this round, as long as they were not too foolish, they would surely cooperate with 28.
Leaving behind the 9 and 34. Randomly choosing a quiet knife to eliminate.
Those quiet ones mostly like to grow secretly, preparing to shoot at a critical moment. While analyzing in his mind, Lin Kuo suddenly froze. The red light screen in front of him had unexpectedly changed color.
How could it be a white light screen? Chapter 64, Civilians Cannot Possibly Win? Rewards Increase Updates.
Thanks to all the readers for the rewards, still owe 1 chapter.
Lin Kuo's heart raced. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The high wall. Lin Kuo's face turned extremely ugly.
Thinking about the possibility of becoming the next victim of a brutal murder, Lin Kuo felt disturbed and anxious.
The screams lasted for more than a minute before finally fading away. Lin Kuo's emotions slowly began to calm down. This strange tale seemed to particularly enjoy playing with people's hearts.
In such a terrifying environment, people remained in a state of mental tension for too long, easily becoming irritable. The ability to rationally analyze would get worse and worse. As time passed, it was hard to say whether someone might do something crazy. While adjusting his mindset, Lin Kuo reanalyzed the farce that had just occurred. If number 28 was really the killer, his actions clearly benefited him by allowing him to kill more civilians.
But after killing a few rounds, what then? Not all civilians are clueless. Surely someone would start to suspect.
At that time, number 28 would be the most conspicuous card in the game. It would be hard for him not to be voted out. After all, civilians couldn't see the cards. Under the constant pressure of death, chaos would surely ensue. Number 28 would likely be voted out by the 5th round. As a killer, he'd be better off hiding and developing himself quietly. Anyway, everyone could only guess against each other. This way, his gains would be even greater. If according to this logic, then the possibility of number 9 and number 34 being killers was quite low. Instead, those who remained silent aside had greater suspicion. Lin Kuo decided to focus more on those bystanders later. The cold reminder echoed again. The killing has ended, all killers return to your rooms immediately, all rooms will open after a 10-second countdown. As the countdown ended, Lin Kuo did not hurry to come out. After waiting a few seconds, he slowly stepped outside. Sure enough, most people made the same choice. After all, coming out too early would attract attention. Lin Kuo's gaze fell on several people closest to the high wall. The most eye-catching was still number 28. He was flanked by 2 other people, namely number 17 and number 33. Hearing footsteps come from behind, number 28 suddenly turned around, scanning the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold as he strode towards number 9.
Was it you who killed number 11 last night?
Number 9 was unafraid, his triangular eyes squinting, revealing a sharp gaze.
It's quite quick to accuse someone else, he sneered.
Lin Ke's gaze lingered on the two for a while, then shifted to the high wall.
The killer was Li Min. The victim, number 11, was a quiet guy.
Lin Ke had no real impression of number 11, he was likely a quiet person. The killer of the third round indeed chose to kill someone irrelevant, just as Lin Ke had thought when he was a killer.
Everyone's attention was focused on number 28 and number 9. He could quietly observe everyone's reactions from the side.
When needed, he could pretend to be a fool. Number 28 and number 9 erupted into a fierce argument.
Everyone else adopted a cold, watching attitude.
Only number 34, that woman, appeared hesitant to speak up. A few people crouched on the ground, their faces pale, clearly frightened.
Such fear cannot be faked.
Lin Ke estimated that if it went on for another 2 rounds, they wouldn't even need anyone to kill, they would go crazy themselves. There were too many people, and as Lin Ke observed one by one, he felt as if his eyes were about to go blind. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He spotted someone doing the same thing as him. A girl with a ponytail. Her number seemed a bit unlucky, number 44. Their gazes crossed briefly in the air before quickly parting. However, both labeled each other as dangerous. At this moment, number 34 seemed to finally lose her patience. She walked up to the arguing number 28 and number 9, gathering courage and said, "You two should stop fighting. Why make it hard for good people?" The two arguing people paused for a moment upon hearing this.
Number 28 turned to see number 34. Instantly raising an eyebrow, she opened her mouth to curse, "Damn woman, what's it to you? Get lost."
Number 34 was immediately scared and retreated repeatedly. Next to her, number 9 glared with triangular eyes, roaring at number 28, "You big man only bullies women. Why don't you shout at those killers? What's the skill in showing off against a woman?" Number 28 was provoked by this, and his eyes turned red. He turned around and shouted at all the onlookers, "Get out here, you bastard." His blood-red gaze swept across everyone's faces. He looked like he was ready to devour anyone. Under his fierce stare, most people chose to turn away and dodge. Others chose to ignore him. Lin Ke silently tagged these two types of people in his heart. Those who dodged were guilty, while those who ignored were confident. Just then, Lin Ke's peripheral vision caught a flicker of unusual color on number 44's face. It seemed she wanted to say something but was forcing herself to hold it back. Lin Ke's face paled in shock. A thought surged in his mind. He finally understood why number 44 looked like she wanted to speak but didn't. And he finally understood why numbers 28 and 9 had been fighting nonstop. A single vote could only kill one killer. The commoner who stood out to lead would definitely be hated by the killers. They absolutely wouldn't survive the next round. As a commoner, the best way to avoid danger was to lay low. Or like numbers 28 and others, to pretend to be foolish. But, with that, commoners could never hope for victory. No one would be that suicidal, knowing they would die, yet still step forward to lead. Was there any way to expose the killers without drawing their attention? Thinking of this, Lin Ke gently tapped his head. Damn it, he entered to find his name turned into that of a murderer. It confused everyone. He forgot he still had a page of the death note. While no one was paying attention to him, Lin Ke secretly took out the death note. His gaze fell on the death note. Lin Ke showed an expression of shock. How could this happen? Chapter 65, Crazy Self-Destruction? Thanks to book friend, I will slap you for the reward. The death note's torn page in his hand was gradually disappearing. Lin Ke froze. How could this be? Had he been tricked? Was there a limit on how many uses this page had? That cunning skeleton, I'm keeping a note of this. However, thinking of the rules he just received, Lin Ke felt much more relaxed. He looked towards the two people still pulling at each other in the crowd, and his expression became strange. He had a very bold plan. As long as he operated properly, he would surely be invincible. The rules of the Death Note's torn page were simply too useful. Lin Ke secretly decided that next time he met that guy, he would definitely take him down. His gaze swept around the crowd. He no longer hesitated and was ready to execute his mocking plan. Lin Ke forcefully pushed aside number 15, who was blocking his way. Number 15 immediately turned around, glaring coldly at him. Lin Ke instantly shot back a glare, while defiantly raising an eyebrow. He whispered, "Trash, don't block the way." The muscles on number 15's face visibly twitched. He was evidently extremely angry. However, he said nothing and instead took a step to the side. He just continued to look at Lin Ke with a cold gaze. Lin Ke didn't expect the first person to fall into his trap so quickly. To further probe, Lin Ke decided to go harder. He disdainfully glanced at number 15, who had stepped aside, and spat, waste.
Veins visibly throbbed on number 15's forehead. He stared fiercely at Lin Ko, his fists cracking loudly. After a while, he turned and walked into the crowd. Lin Ko watched his retreating back, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. That person didn't explode under his provocation, his patience was truly impressive. According to Lin Ko's analysis, when faced with unreasonable provocation, one could roughly divide the reactions into 3 types. The first type is the timid and afraid type. This type of person is either a civilian or a killer. When faced with provocation, they will definitely hide into the crowd at the first moment. The second type is the hot-tempered type. This type is just like the personality displayed by number 28 now. They explode easily and find it hard to control their anger. If they were only civilians, they might restrain themselves appropriately. But once they have the identity of a killer, they definitely cannot suppress their emotions. The third type is the deep scheming type. This type likes to calculate and emphasizes planning before moving. They will not reveal themselves until they are sure. If they are civilians, they will inevitably play it safe and will run away at the first sign of provocation. If they are killers, they will certainly endure greatly. They will only act when they are completely sure of their own safety. Number 15 seems highly suspicious. Lin Ko relied on the reckless persona he had just put on. He crashed through the crowd toward the center. This immediately caused quite a stir. Some people hurriedly avoided him, while others showed anger. The reactions of the minutes fell into Lin Ko's eyes. Soon, Lin Ko squeezed next to number 28 and number 9. He glanced at the two with disdain. He mocked, since you both say the other is a killer, why not just take them out tonight? Is shouting here useful? No brains, just guessing blindly, standing quietly on the side and waiting for orders. You're making my head hurt. Number 28's forehead throbbed with veins, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He pointed at Lin Ko, his tone icy, and said, "Do you think I won't kill you right now?" Lin Ko casually swatted his hand away. You definitely don't have that ability right now, who knows later? Number 28 stared at him, breathing heavily. What do you mean? Are you suspecting I'm the killer? Lin Ko looked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Aren't you? Ha, that's a joke. Ask everyone, am I a killer? Number 28 laughed in anger, pointing at the crowd, he roared. All those he pointed at took a step back instinctively. No way. If number 28 is a killer, would he dare to be so arrogant? Not necessarily, maybe he just wants to create a contrast. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. What you're saying is that number 9, who has been arguing with him, is also suspicious? I think that number 34 looks a lot like one too. Yeah, perhaps they planned this performance together. Otherwise, let's vote for number 28 later, he looks fierce and should be a killer. Voices of discussion rose in the crowd. Number 28's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Lin Ko glanced at him and ignored him. He turned to number 9, who was standing by watching, and smiled. You just said I was a killer, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you come out again, so you're a great detective, catching everyone as a killer. Number 9 scoffed coldly, remaining silent, just standing there with his arms crossed, tilting his head to look at Lin Ko. Seeing him like this, Lin Ko continued to mock. Are you two working together to perform a duet, making sure everyone avoids voting for you? Hearing this, number 9's expression changed. He immediately shouted, what nonsense are you saying? He pointed randomly first, I was just retaliating. Oh, so it's another random pointer. Lin Ko wore a look of understanding and smiled mysteriously, so it means you two are good people then? Number 28 shouted loudly, I am a good person. As soon as his words fell, the cold prompt sound rang out. 3 minutes remaining in the round, please complete your voting within 1 minute. Lin Ko frowned slightly, he had not exposed the identities of the two before the time was up. Looking at the voting panel in front of him, Lin Ko suddenly had a bright idea and shouted, number 28 is a good person, everyone remember to vote for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pressed on number 28. Voting ended, the person to be executed is number 17. The prompt sound rang out, and a middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. The red light fell, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Ko looked at the corpse on the ground. A slight frown appeared on his forehead. Why is it the 17th? Please enter the room corresponding to your number immediately, the door will close in 2 minutes. Lin Ko quickly entered room 8. As he entered the room, the expression on Lin Ko's face relaxed. He rubbed his face hard. In the last round, he had nearly made a fatal mistake. He had overlooked a very important detail. Rule 1, everyone has a playing card identity tag, and the killer can see their own playing card. Rule 1 clearly stated that only the killer can see their identity tag. And he had never seen his identity tag from the beginning to the end. How could it be possible that he was the killer? He had been tricked because of a name. If it weren't for the color of the light curtain, he would still be feeling proud. He almost became a foolish person who delivered the knife to the killer. Was it because of continuous smooth progress that made him overly confident? Killers, please go outside, choose a room where a white light curtain lights up, and complete your choice within 3 minutes. The prompt sounded. The killer stepped out of the room and walked towards room 8. If you dare to jump out, be prepared to be punished. Standing at the door of room 8, a sinister smile appeared on the killer's face. He seemed to see the expression of despair and wailing on room 8's face. He raised the short axe in his hand and walked towards the light curtain. Chapter 66, You Must Be the Killer. The room echoed with footsteps. Full of fear, he watched as the killer drew closer. One axe. One axe. Thick blood flowed wildly. The killer's face showed a look of resentment. He kept murmuring, "Why? The killing is over, please return to your room immediately, all rooms will open after a 10-second countdown." Lin Ke walked out of the room. He didn't look to see who had been killed on the high wall. Instead, he went straight to the door of room 15. As room 15 came out, he immediately saw Lin Ke. The expression on his face twisted for a moment. Then it slowly returned to a blank face. But Lin Ke was not going to let him off. He stood in front of him and mocked, "Don't you know who died? Is there a need to look back?" Upon hearing this, room 15 trembled violently, and his face instantly turned pale. How could he know? He must be tricking me, it has to be like this. "I don't know what you're talking about," room 15 finally steadied himself, forcing calmness as he said. At this moment, many eyes were already turned towards them. After all, Lin Ke's previous sentence almost meant that room 15 was the killer. Lin Ke looked at room 15 and pressed aggressively, "You clearly know, otherwise why did your face turn so ugly just now? Someone exposed your identity, scared you, huh? Did you just want to kill me? Can you come in? Want to kill me? Not a chance." Lin Ke's tone grew more urgent, forcing room 15 to keep retreating. "Ah. Why, you bastard, why can't I get in?" The expression on room 15's face turned extremely insane. He suddenly charged towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke just stood there, watching him coldly. Room 15's hands grabbed Lin Ke's throat. "I'm going to choke you to death." Room 15 let out a hysterical scream as he tightened his grip. Warning, detecting that player 15 has violated the rules, please stop immediately. At this point, room 15 had gone completely crazy. He only wanted to kill Lin Ke. He didn't care about any warnings. A red light directly pierced down from his head. Red and white mixed together, splattering all over Lin Ke. He slowly pushed aside the lifeless room 15, revealing a charming smile. He didn't expect that room 15 would lose control and be killed directly by the rules. Saving one more spot, it had to be said, was a good thing. "So, now no one should doubt my identity, right?" Lin Ke turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone. Everyone was suppressed by his aura. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a strange silence. Even the usually impulsive room 28 actively avoided Lin Ke's gaze. "Of course not, room 15 has already proven that you are not the killer." Number 9 was the first to step forward, standing up for Lin Ke. The others hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Do you know who the killer is?" someone in the crowd immediately asked. Lin Ke looked in the direction of the voice. It was a thin man wearing the clothes of number 21. Seeing it was number 21, a strange expression appeared on Lin Ke's face. "If I say you are the killer, would you believe it?" Lin Ke walked towards number 21, smiling with a hint of mockery. Number 21's face turned pale, and he anxiously said, I am not." "If you are not, why are you so flustered?" Lin Ke retorted. I just fear being wrongfully accused. I really am not." Number 21 was completely at a loss, weakly defending himself. Everyone looked at number 21 with suspicious eyes. This round, number 21 was easily voted out. Before entering the room, Lin Ke's gaze scanned the high wall. The dead included number 36, hearts 6, number 48, clubs J, number 18, hearts 4, number 12, diamonds 9, number 11, diamonds 7, number 6, diamonds K, number 17, spades 2, number 15, diamonds 10, and number 21, hearts 3. It was fortunate that there wasn't a repeated number among them. None of the killers could escape. "Killers, please exit, choose a room with a white light curtain lit up, and complete your choice within 3 minutes." Hearing the prompt sound, Lin Ke slowly closed his eyes. He silently chanted the number 13 in his heart. The identity of number 13 immediately revealed itself. Civilian, hearts 5. The rules displayed on the recently dead page read, the ghost card, starting from the 4th round, can investigate one player's identity each round.
Killing 52 players allows the holder of the ghost card to win. Lin Ke wasn't sure if this hidden rule was originally there or if it changed because of the dead page. As long as this rule is unknown to others, he could continue to take advantage of the conflict between killers and civilians to commit murder. The biggest challenge here was to ensure one civilian and one killer survived until the end. Additionally, he must ensure that not 3 civilians with the same number died. This called for making good use of the ghost card's investigation function. He needed to plan the deaths of players with different numbers systematically. Lin Ke rubbed his chin, starting to organize the information already in his mind. In the last round, he did not investigate number 21. Instead, he investigated number 22, the killer, Diamonds 1. As for what identity number 21 was, Lin Ke had no idea.
Why didn't he vote number 22 out?
He had just observed number 22 carefully. This was a typical timid type of player. He kept his head down the whole time, not looking at anyone else.
A killer like this is much easier to keep until the end. And easier to manipulate.
As the killing time ended, Lin Ke strode towards the high wall. Others instinctively cleared a path for him. This round, the one killed was number 37, Clubs 1.
It was fortunate to be a 1. If that's the case, let's first sacrifice number 9. Lin Ke turned around, his gaze landing on number 9, who was hiding in the crowd.
Feeling Lin Ke's gaze, number 9 slowly turned his head. Lin Ke smiled faintly at him.
It's unfortunate, but the killer this time is actually our number 9. Hearing Lin Ke's words, number 9's body jolted violently.
He looked at Lin Ke in disbelief. It seemed that the earlier number 21 really was the killer.
Otherwise, number 9 wouldn't be so shocked. You're lying, I'm not the killer at all. Don't think just because you have the ghost card you can do whatever you want.
Number 9 charged forward, angrily pointing his finger at Lin Ke's nose. Lin Ke merely gazed coldly at him, not saying a word.
Do you have anything else to say? You are the killer, otherwise, why didn't the killer kill you last night? Knowing full well you can see who the killer is, how could they leave you alive?
Number 9's face turned red as he bellowed.
The crowd around him became agitated upon hearing his words. Someone immediately questioned, why didn't the killer kill you?
The crowd grew even more chaotic. Number 9 immediately reorganized his thoughts and shouted, only the killer can see other people's identities, he knows others' identities, so how could he not be the killer? Number 28, who had been hiding at the back, also stepped forward at this moment. Pointing at Lin Ke, he shouted loudly, if you weren't a killer, you would have been killed a long time ago.
Do killers have a screw loose in their heads, letting you live while waiting for you to vote them out one by one? Everyone's gaze toward Lin Ke became mysterious. Chapter 67, did she forget to say it?
The first round of additional updates for rewards is finished.
Thanks again to the friends for their rewards. The first round of rewards for this week is complete, and subsequent rewards will be automatically counted in the next round.
Lin Ke glanced at number 28.
He looked again at number 9.
Then he glanced at number 26, who was the first to stir up trouble in the crowd. He always wore a smile that seemed neither fully amused nor serious.
Number 44, why don't you help me explain?
Lin Ke turned around and spoke to number 44, who was standing at the back of the crowd. Number 44 was obviously stunned for a moment.
She clearly didn't understand why the flames of battle suddenly landed on her.
After a brief hesitation, she calmly said, the killer doesn't not want to kill him, but rather can't kill him.
Why? Several people asked in confusion.
Number 44 said nothing, only pointing towards the slab.
Rule 7, each killer will only be released once and can only enter the civilians' rooms.
Upon seeing this rule, the faces of number 9 and number 28 turned very sour.
What else? Lin Ke smiled at number 44.
Just now, number 9 said only killers can see others' identities.
In fact, as a civilian, there are no clues to give us this information. He spilled everything. Everyone instantly understood her meaning.
Number 9's face went pale, and he collapsed to the ground. His mouth moved, but no sound came out.
Number 9 was voted to be executed.
Then number 44 was killed by someone. Lin Ke looked at number 44 on the high wall, his gaze somewhat dazed. There was no choice, you made me feel threatened. I had to get rid of you first.
Number 9 was the 2 of diamonds.
Now, 14 people had already died. Lin Ke's gaze fell on number 28. With the groundwork laid in the previous 2 rounds,
no one questioned Lin Ke's authority anymore.
Under Lin Ke's precise control, soon only 1 civilian and 1 killer remained. Standing in the hall, Lin Ke looked at the 2 people who were almost on the brink of collapse.
Number 22, I didn't expect you to hide so well, you even tricked me.
Number 22 hung their head and did not respond. Meanwhile, the only remaining civilian, number 3, had an excited expression on their face.
He looked eagerly at Lin Ku and asked, "As long as we vote him out, we'll win, right?" Lin Ku nodded affirmatively. If number 22 was voted out, the civilians would indeed win.
But it would also mean Lin Ku's failure.
Only by getting both of them out at the same time could Lin Ku achieve victory.
And to accomplish this, Lin Ku had been intentionally targeting number 22. It was to break him, making him completely lose the desire to survive. It was all to make him give up his actions at the last moment of voting.
The voting panel appeared.
Number 3 quickly cast his vote.
Lin Ku's gaze was fixed tightly on number 22. Good, he didn't vote. Lin Ku pressed number 3 at the last second. Voting ended, the ones executed are number 3 and number 22. Number 3's expression of joy instantly froze.
He looked at Lin Ku in confusion, as if asking why it was like this. As the red light fell, he could no longer ask anything.
Congratulations to the Joker player for winning. Hearing the cold prompt sound, Lin Ku let out a deep breath. His expression instantly relaxed.
This time, the dual game of calculations and feelings had nearly exhausted him. Lin Ku lay on the ground, just wanting to have a good sleep.
Congratulations on completing the pre-task.
Please go to the transmission hub to accept a new task in one day. Lin Ku suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground.
This time, the bizarre world hadn't ended yet? Boom! A huge sound echoed in the hall.
Lin Ku saw the high wall filled with death notices slowly rising.
A dark, pitch-black opening appeared.
A cold wind blew out from the hole. It was so cold that Lin Ku shivered. He swallowed hard, 1,000 wild horses galloping in his heart. After tossing and turning for dozens of hours.
You tell me that was just an appetizer?
Lin Ku raised his wrist, looking at the watch that had appeared out of nowhere. He stared at the 24-hour countdown on the watch. Even the donkey from the production team needs to rest, right? He stepped out of the teleportation beam. Lin Ku walked toward his house. To make it stand out from the other houses, Lin Ku had spent 40 survival points to upgrade and remodel it. Amidst a cluster of low houses, his two-story building had a feeling of standing out like a crane among chickens.
At this moment, there were not many people in the square.
Upon seeing him, some people quietly gasped in surprise.
About 200 meters away from the house,
that lady who had hesitated for a long time finally walked over. Lin Ku had noticed her long ago. She was about 1.7 meters tall, slim in figure.
Her appearance wasn't stunning, but her features were unique.
With a simple makeup, she gave a sense of elegance. In short, the feeling she gave Lin Ku could be summed up in 2 words.
Comfortable. Hello.
The lady's voice was very soft.
She lowered her head, looking a bit shy. What's wrong?
Lin Ku thought for a moment and asked directly. Hearing his somewhat cold tone, the lady buried her head even lower.
I want to ask you for a favor.
If Lin Ku hadn't consumed a few bottles of physical potions, enhancing his senses, he would have doubted whether he could hear her clearly.
Go ahead. Lin Ku didn't think too much.
After all, they were both from the Long Kingdom. If he could help, he wouldn't refuse. Li Shuyun raised her head, her long eyelashes fluttering over her bright eyes, making her look particularly cute. It was hard to imagine how cuteness and elegance could perfectly blend in one person. I want to borrow 5 survival points from you. Li Shuyun glanced at Lin Ku, and her head immediately dropped again. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Ku was stunned for a moment.
Survival points can also be traded? This isn't money, how can you trade it? I will return it.
Seeing Lin Ku's silence, Li Shuyun thought he was unwilling, and her voice dropped even lower.
It's fine, but how do you trade these survival points?
Lin Ku scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to ask.
Li Shuyun let out a surprised exclamation.
She raised her head in delight, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Ku.
Is there a problem?
Lin Ku asked uncertainly as he saw the lady staring at him.
Put.
Li Shuyun laughed, covering her mouth.
Lin Ku was even more confused, not understanding what was wrong with her. After seeing Lin Ku's silly expression, Li Shuyun finally managed to stop laughing.
She extended her right hand, revealing a delicate pink watch on her wrist. Other than the color, it looked exactly like Lin Ku's watch. She skillfully operated her watch, and a translucent trading page popped up.
Lin Ku was dumbfounded, realizing this thing was actually this impressive. Li Shuyun brought the watch closer. A request to confirm the trade immediately popped up on Lin Ku's watch.
However, Lin Ku didn't click confirm right away but stared at Li Shuyun.
Who taught you how to use this thing?
Li Shuyun tilted her head back, exposing her long, white neck, proudly saying, I figured it out myself.
I'm a mechanical genius. I see.
Lin Ke lowered his head, contemplating slightly, and a smile gradually appeared on his face.
How about I hire you as a tutor for 5 days with these 5 survival points? Chapter 68, Mysterious Silver Pipe and Reward.
Hearing Lin Ke's words, Li Shuyun's smile froze. Her white teeth bit her red lips.
An expression of anger appeared on her face. Lin Ke was momentarily confused.
He didn't understand why she suddenly showed such a look.
He didn't seem to have said anything wrong.
Li Shuyun stared at Lin Ke for a while before coldly saying, "Okay.
But today is not okay, let's start tomorrow."
After saying this, she looked at Lin Ke, her eyes revealing a stubborn expression.
It's really ridiculous.
Lin Ke muttered softly.
Then he clicked to confirm the transaction. Tomorrow, wait for me to come back and notify you.
After saying this, he turned and walked toward his house.
Lin Ke was too lazy to think about Li Shuyun's matters. 5 survival points might be a fortune for others.
But for Lin Ke, who once had 100 survival points, it was just a mosquito leg. Back at home, he threw this matter aside.
He took a hot shower and had a good meal. Lin Ke lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep.
He felt that the upcoming world of strange tales would be filled with dangers. He had to keep himself in the best condition.
There was still an hour before entering the strange tale.
After sleeping for a full 20 hours, Lin Ke decided to go out for a walk. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the girl from yesterday standing not far away. It seemed she had waited for quite a long time. Lin Ke walked straight towards her. At this moment, Li Shuyun also saw Lin Ke, her expression somewhat shy.
"What's wrong?" Lin Ke asked curiously. I'm sorry about yesterday."
Li Shuyun lowered her head and said softly, her little face flushed.
Lin Ke looked at her strangely but did not speak. He still couldn't figure out what happened yesterday.
Li Shuyun bit her lower lip and said quietly, "This is for you." After saying this, she took out a silver metal tube, about the size of a thumb, and handed it over. After she went back and told her sister what happened yesterday, her sister teased her a lot. She also understood that she had been too sensitive. She worked overnight with the new technology she learned to make a small gift as an apology.
Lin Ke took the metal tube.
It didn't feel like metal, it had elasticity and was warm to the touch.
This unique property was something Lin Ke had never heard of before. "What is this for?" Lin Ke played with the silver tube in his hand, curiosity on his face. From the outside, it didn't seem to have any special function. Li Shuyun's face immediately changed from shy to lively. She leaned into Lin Ke's ear and spoke rapidly. Before finishing, she reminded him, "Be sure to use it with strength, or it won't work." Lin Ke nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his face showing joy. "Is there more?"
Lin Ke asked, tilting his head. Because Li Shuyun had just leaned in to talk in his ear. Their faces were almost touching in that moment.
"Ah!" Li Shuyun let out a soft sound and wanted to step back.
Her face burned bright red.
"No, there's no more,"
she said, lowering her head and fiddling with the hem of her clothes, speaking softly.
"Oh."
Lin Ke felt a bit disappointed.
He played with the silver tube in his hand. Suddenly, he remembered Li Shuyun borrowing survival points yesterday. He immediately connected the two thoughts. Does this silver tube consume 5 survival points? Lin Ke looked at Li Shuyun curiously.
Li Shuyun shook her head and said softly, "Actually, the cost of making one silver tube is about 0.1 survival points. This time, it's mainly the first production, lacking experience, and this is the only successful one."
Li Shuyun said a bit shyly. Lin Ke nodded and didn't ask for the specific manufacturing method.
Different fields have their expertise, professional things should be left to professionals. As for himself, he should just focus on making money.
"Aha, you can make a few more next time to get used to it, it's fine."
Lin Ke casually comforted. He then stood still and calculated the clever uses of the silver tube. With it, he wouldn't be completely powerless in the world of strange tales. If used well, it might even turn the tide.
Li Shuyun watched Lin Ke blankly for a while.
Seeing that he had no intention of speaking further, she felt it was boring and left. Lin Ke stood there blankly for almost an hour. Only when the watch alarm went off, indicating there were 3 minutes remaining in the countdown, did he wake up. He moved his somewhat numb body and hurried towards the transmission hub. When he arrived at the transmission hub, he noticed that there were significantly fewer people around today. Although unsure if other people's strange tales world is the same as his own. But it can be foreseen that the elimination rate is definitely not low. I hope everyone's luck is not too bad. Lin Ke took a deep breath and walked confidently into the teleport hub. A flash of white light. Lin Ke discovered he had actually appeared in the hall from the last round. All the room doors had turned into playing cards. Only room 8 still had a white light curtain.
Does this mean he should go in?
Lin Ke glanced around, and there were no hints anywhere.
He cautiously walked over. The white light curtain no longer blocked his view.
Lin Ke could clearly see a statue standing inside the room.
It looked just like the ghost card. Besides that, there was nothing else in the room.
Lin Ke thought for a moment, and should be no danger, so he walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he quickly turned around and looked at the light curtain at the door. The light curtain showed no changes. Lin Ke then let out a sigh of relief and walked up to the statue. The ghost face on the statue instantly came to life. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless ferocity.
Chosen one, do you wish to become the messenger of the rules?
It quietly stared at Lin Ke, its voice calm yet solemn. Black ripples rippled around the statue, making it seem full of mysterious vibes. Lin Ke stroked his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "What are the rights and duties of the messenger?" "Maintain the authority of the rules and eliminate those who dare to challenge the rules. You will gain the powerful strength granted by the rules." The voice of the ghost-faced statue echoed repeatedly in the room.
Lin Ke's brow furrowed slightly. How is it considered a challenge to the authority of the rules? Lin Ke asked curiously.
The ghost face did not answer immediately, it seemed to be thinking or receiving information. After a while, it replied, "Those who alter the rules and exploit the loopholes of the rules shall die." Lin Ke's heart moved, he immediately thought of the woman selling tea leaves. So they were the rebels.
After pondering, Lin Ke asked, "What if I refuse?"
After saying that, he stared at the ghost face, his expression becoming unusually serious.
Lin Ke's answer seemed to surprise the ghost face.
It remained silent for a while before saying again, "Before entering the third world, you still have one chance to choose." After saying this, the blood color in the ghost's eyes faded. Soon the entire statue turned into nothingness.
Only a black box was left in the statue's place. This should be the reward for the pre-task before passing, right? Lin Ke picked up the box and opened it. Inside was actually this. Chapter 2 is still being typed, just a little longer. Chapter 69, a hand covered in long hair?
Inside the box was surprisingly a golden ghost card. After Lin Ke took out the ghost card, the black box disappeared. The material of this playing card is somewhat strange. It is neither paper nor metal, and certainly not plastic. It is somewhat similar to the silver tube Li Shu Yun gave. But it is slightly less elastic, and a bit harder.
It has a warm feeling in the hand. The texture is somewhat similar to jade. But he doesn't know what it does. There isn't even a description.
Just as Lin Ke was thinking, the wristwatch emitted a beam of light, shining on the ghost card. The golden playing card looked shiny under the faint light.
Several lines of text floated up.
Playing card Little Ghost, can be used once in each Strange Tale world to detect skills, cannot probe beings beyond the level of the Strange Tale world.
Equivalent to a scouting skill? And only usable once per Strange Tale?
This Strange Tale world's rewards are way too stingy.
The faint light disappeared.
The ghost card also disappeared with it. Lin Ke suddenly felt a special connection with the wristwatch. He could feel that as long as he thought about it, he could take out the ghost card from the wristwatch.
Isn't this just like storage space? But I don't know if real items can be stored inside.
Lin Ke took out the silver tube from his pocket.
With a single thought, it actually worked successfully.
He tried to take off another shoe, but it failed. It seems only items from the weird world can be collected into the watch space. As Lin Ke put his shoe back on, a line of red text floated on the watch. "Please proceed to the cave entrance within 1 minute, or face erasure." Upon entering the cave, Lin Ke felt a strong pull hit him. A flash of white light, and he found himself on a street.
The street looked very dilapidated.
Everywhere were poorly maintained houses. Only the hotel in front of him seemed somewhat normal. At least its sign was lit, the words Poker Hotel glowing with an eerie red light.
Looking at the sky, it should be evening now.
The clouds were heavy, gray, and gloomy, and the wind was both fierce and cold. Lin Ke raised his wrist, and the watch showed it was 6:12 p.m. Lin Ke pushed open the rusty hotel door and walked in.
Inside the hotel was surprisingly warm.
To the right of the entrance was a half-height counter, where a long-haired girl in a blue maid outfit was dozing off. Next to the counter was a hallway with a sign hanging above it, "Take the elevator." On the center wall of the lobby hung an exceptionally beautiful mural. The painting depicted the King of Spades.
Below the mural was a Western-style fireplace.
At that moment, the fire in the fireplace was blazing brightly. Lin Ke surveyed everything in the lobby at the door, feeling a bit strange. There was surprisingly no cold hint of sound that rang out.
Could it be that he had not truly entered the weird world yet? But the countdown on the watch had just disappeared.
Lin Ke slowly walked to the counter, thinking perhaps this girl was the one to guide him. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze swept across a paper posted on the counter, and he immediately stopped.
Dear traveler, welcome to Poker Hotel. For your comfort during your stay, please be sure to follow the rules.
Rule 1. This hotel only has staff in blue uniforms. There are no staff in black or green uniforms. If you see anyone in other color uniforms, please go immediately to your room. Rule 2. There is no fourth floor in this hotel. If you accidentally arrive on the fourth floor, please go directly to room 404, lock the door, press the call button, and wait for staff to come to your rescue. Rule 3. Breakfast provided by this hotel includes bread, milk, buns, and noodles.
There are no eggs, fried dough sticks, or soy milk. Rule 4. Do not eat food of unknown origin.
If you are too hungry, you can go to the fourth floor, where food can be provided for you.
Rule 5. Entering a room will randomly grant you a playing card. Re-entering another room will refresh the card.
You can refresh up to 5 times a day. After reaching the limit, you cannot enter any more rooms.
Rule 6. Please do not let anyone see your playing card. Do not speak to any staff members, and be sure to lock your doors and windows when you sleep at night.
Rule 7. There are no travelers in red high heels in this hotel. If you see a person wearing red high heels, please stand by the wall and do not make eye contact with her. Rule 8. If you find half a playing card in your room, please change into the clothes in the wardrobe and go immediately to the fourth floor. Rule 9. Do not enter a room with multiple people at the same time. If the number of people exceeds 2, please jump out the window and tear up your playing card. Thank you for staying at this hotel, and may you survive for 3 days. The signature was a king of spades.
Lin Ke let out a slow breath. Fortunately, he was sharp-eyed to see this announcement.
Lin Ke looked up. The girl sitting behind the counter, who was dozing off, had woken up at some point. Lin Ke noticed that her eyes were actually red, and 2 small sharp teeth were showing.
She looked a bit like a little demon. Am I pretty? Why don't you just stay here and watch as much as you want?
The young lady's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a pair of shallow dimples. Lin Ke frowned slightly.
Does he need to check in?
Seeing that Lin Ke did not react to her words, the young lady's expression turned cold. She jumped down from her chair, appearing to be less than 1.5 meters tall.
Extend your palm, I will check you in,
she said with a straight face, looking displeased.
Lin Ke extended his palm, showing no concern for her bad attitude. He was thinking.
The world of weird tales seems to particularly enjoy silencing people. Hiss. A strong pain surged through him.
Lin Ke instinctively pulled his hand back. But the young lady's seemingly delicate little hand did not budge.
Lin Ke watched helplessly as she used a small knife to draw a pentagram on his palm.
All right. Go up to the 3rd floor and choose a room number you like.
A bright white light at the door means no one is inside, a bright red light means someone is inside.
Don't break the red light unless it's necessary, it's very dangerous. That's it.
Don't look for me if there's nothing, don't look for me if there is something. After saying this, she jumped back onto the high stool, resting her chin on her hand, and began to doze off. Lin Ke slowly withdrew his hand. The pentagram he had drawn had already disappeared. After ensuring that he remembered every word the young lady had just said, Lin Ke walked toward the corridor. When he turned around, he found that the orange flames in the fireplace had turned green at some unknown time. Noting this confusion in his mind, Lin Ke did not linger. According to the rules, upstairs is the main battleground. What concerns Lin Ke is that so far, all the rules have nothing to do with the assassin. Therefore, there are likely to be more hidden rules upstairs. The elevator doors opened, and the green light looked a bit eerie. Lin Ke had long since become accustomed to the strange aesthetics of the world of weird tales. He walked inside, and the elevator doors slowly closed. A paw covered in black fur reached in.
Chapter 70, Goodbye, Chef.
The elevator doors slowly pulled apart.
The owner of the paw walked in.
It was a bear standing over 2 meters tall, covered in long fur.
It saw Lin Ke. A look of disdain appeared on its face.
It extended a thick finger and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. This humanoid bear was robust, and its strength must be immense. In the cramped elevator, there was almost no chance of survival if it attacked. Confirming that the bear had no intention of attacking, Lin Ke felt a sense of relief in his heart. With a thought, Lin Ke revealed a hint of interest.
Could it possibly be another traveler in the world of weird tales?
Thinking of this, Lin Ke decided to follow it and get off the elevator on the 3rd floor. In the world of weird tales, any suspicious place could hold important clues. The elevator slowly ascended. The bear seemed a bit restless.
Its wide-open mouth kept panting.
Hey, that humanoid thing, do you have any food? The bear scratched its belly and suddenly spoke in a gruff voice. Lin Ke shook his head. A look of confusion spread across his face. There was no watch on the upper arm of the bear.
Did he guess wrong? Was it just a character in the story?
Hey, I'm starving.
I should have eaten breakfast before coming in. The bear looked dejected, scratching its belly endlessly. Lin Ku even worried that it might take a liking to his more than 100 kilograms of meat. Finally, the elevator reached the third floor, and as soon as the door opened a crack, the bear thrust its paws into the gap and pulled it open with force. Lin Ku was stunned by this action. Dinner, dinner. The bear muttered softly, walking out of the elevator and quickly running toward the other end of the corridor. Lin Ku followed its shadow. At the end of the corridor hung a sign for a restaurant. No wonder this guy came back to the third floor, it turns out there's a restaurant here. Lin Ku followed him. To survive here for 3 days, not eating or drinking is definitely not possible. He hadn't considered this issue before. Arriving at the door of the restaurant, Lin Ku glanced at the notices stuck on the wall. Please follow the rules below when entering the restaurant. 1. Do not waste food. 2. This restaurant only serves eggs, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. 3. No entry into the kitchen area. Strangely, these rules seemed to conflict with what the front desk had said. What is going on? As Lin Ku pondered, he noticed the bear in front of him had stopped, so he immediately halted too. His gaze swept around the restaurant. The setup of the restaurant was very simple. At the back was an open circular doorway leading to the kitchen. Outside were 2 rows of long tables for 2, totaling 8 tables. The tables were completely empty. Strangely, there wasn't even a single stool. Let alone any waiters. Bang! Hey, where is everyone? Are they all dead? The bear slammed a paw on the table, roaring impatiently. Lin Ku frowned, this bear was too reckless. What kind of situation was this, shouting without knowing what was going on? Wasn't that courting death? Oh, a distinguished guest has arrived. A weasel in a green apron popped out from the kitchen. Its small eyes darted around the 2 of them. It approached the bear and asked with a bow, "What would you like to eat?" "Meat." The bear glared at it and said loudly. The weasel replied with a smile, "Distinguished guest, we don't have any." The bear shot it an irritated glance and asked, "Then what do you have?" "Eggs, soy milk, and fried dough sticks." The bear's gaze turned cold. It looked the weasel up and down, sneering, "Now I do." With that, the bear's massive paw swung out. The weasel didn't react in time, and its head was crushed. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a foul stench spreading through the air. Lin Ku noticed a fierce glint in the bear's eyes. He immediately took a step back. A serious look appeared in his eyes. This bear's strength was truly frightening. "Chef inside, come out and prepare meat for Bear-san." Bear-san picked up the weasel's body and threw it at the kitchen door. Tap, tap, tap. A middle-aged man wearing a tall chef's hat and a white chef's uniform walked out. It was him. Lin Ku's face revealed an expression of surprise. The middle-aged chef glanced at Lin Ku and broke into a wide smile. He quickly walked over, kicking a pair of wooden clogs beneath his feet. "What luck, this time let me cook up something good for you." "Hey, chef. Do you think your dad Bear-san doesn't exist?" As Bear-san turned around, his massive paw swung toward the back of the chef's head. Smack! Bear-san froze. The chef, having taken a solid hit, acted as if nothing had happened and continued walking forward. Lin Ku stared dumbfounded at the scene. What material was the chef's head made of? It was too hard. "Huh, looks like you're doing well, huh?" As the chef reached Lin Ku's side, he sniffed and showed a surprised expression. Originally bored, he came to greet a familiar face. Unexpectedly, he actually caught a whiff of that guy's scent from Lin Ku. Meeting an acquaintance, he wondered if he could take a shortcut. He laughed, "Aren't you angry?" The chef casually replied, "Angry? It's just a beast." Bear-san, who was dazed in place, immediately had his eyes turn red upon hearing this. His muscles suddenly bulged. The long fur on his neck stood on end. Roar! A shadow lunged forward. Lin Ku was momentarily stunned, and the chef turned around, giving Bear-san a slap on the face. Bear-san instantly transformed into a black whirlwind. He began spinning in place. "What to eat?" the chef asked while walking toward the kitchen. "I won't eat," Lin Ku cautiously said. His eyes landed on Bear-san, who had finally stopped. The bear looked a bit dizzy but seemed unscathed. A gleam of intelligence flashed in Lin Ku's eyes. He had just clearly seen a murderous intent on the chef's face. Yet he only made a move to teach Bear-san a lesson. The chef was not an easy opponent. How could he show mercy? It must be the rules here that limited him. Once he had figured this out, Lin Ku's eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, as long as he uses the rules well, he can deal with the bear 3. Realizing this, Lin Ku did not linger in the restaurant any longer. As he walked out of the restaurant, several doubts swirled in Lin Ku's mind. Why did employees wearing uniforms of other colors not enter the room without any issues? Why were all the foods provided by the restaurant not available at the hotel? Is there a connection between this and the rules at the front desk? After thinking for a while without finding any clues, Lin Ke stopped. He planned to choose a room first and see what his first card was. This is the third floor. Room 404, which is repeatedly mentioned in the rules, must be very important. Moreover, there is a rule regarding jumping out of the window. Lin Ke decided to go to room 304 first. Consider it as a preliminary reconnaissance to make the window jump easier later. Just then, the light in 304 turned on, and there was no one inside. Lin Ke turned and walked towards room 304. At that moment, a light in the corridor flickered. A cool breeze swept in. All the lights in the corridor went out. At the moment the lights went out, a familiar eerie feeling struck. Lin Ke immediately became alert and scanned his surroundings. The lights in the restaurant were still on. They were just much dimmer. Except for the area in front of the restaurant, the rest was pitch black. Creak. The sound of a door opening echoed in the quiet hallway. Lin Ke's entire body tensed up. He quickly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. A thin figure walked out of room 312, which was right next to the restaurant. It was hard to see clearly. He could roughly tell it was a woman. So annoying, the power's out again. Tap, tap. The woman walked over in this direction. She seemed to be a staff member. Preparing to check the switch in the electrical box by the elevator. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. His taut nerves slowly relaxed. He turned the handle of room 303, wanting to get inside. But found that the door did not respond at all. When the power is out, the room door won't open. The staff member's voice sounded again. Lin Ke instinctively turned to look at her. Tap, tap. The female staff member was already very close. She was wearing a blue uniform. And a pair of red high heels. Red heels? Lin Ke's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Rule 7, there are no guests in this hotel wearing red high heels. If you see someone wearing red high heels, please stand close to the wall and do not make eye contact with her. He immediately took a step back. Turned sideways. Pressed tightly against the wall. What a strange guest. The woman mumbled as she walked past Lin Ke. She even glanced at him a few times. Lin Ke quickly and decisively closed his eyes. It wasn't until the tap-tap footsteps faded away that he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the retreating figure in red high heels. Yet Lin Ke found himself in a daze. This woman was not like the other strange ones he had encountered before. She didn't come with special effects, turning into all kinds of weird monsters. Instead, she felt more like a normal person. A normal person had become strange? Lin Ke lowered his head, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He thought of the cat girl at the front desk. Thought of Bear 3 in the restaurant. Lin Ke slowly raised his right hand. The palm of his hand had somehow lit up with a red pentagram pattern. The fire in the fireplace turned green. Suddenly, Lin Ke had a ridiculous thought. Is it possible that he had now become strange? The pentagram that the cat girl drew on his hand was role in the transformation. The more he thought, the more he felt this possibility. Lin Ke's breathing became rapid. Would he not be able to turn back after completing the task? Slap. The entire hallway lit up. Lin Ke immediately turned around, twisted the doorknob, and rushed into room 304. He shut the door. Leaning against the door, he quickly scanned the room. The room was not big. To the right of the entrance was a small shoe cabinet. To the left was a bathroom plus restroom. Lin Ke walked into the restroom. Look at the self in the mirror. Except for the eyes turning red, there seemed to be no other inhuman changes. A heart that was hanging finally relaxed. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lin Ke pulled out a playing card that appeared out of nowhere from his pants pocket. It was a diamond 4. Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat. Although the rules did not say what the playing cards were for. But such a small card made him feel very uneasy. No way, he had to change it quickly. What if this was to compare sizes with others? His diamond 4 would surely be doomed. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning echoed. Someone came in? Lin Ke quickly turned around to look at the doorway. The door slowly opened. A short, completely green creature walked in. The little green man entered without even looking at Lin Ke, directly pulling out a playing card from his pants. Clearly, he was very familiar with this process. This person was clearly not new to this. Lin Ke felt his throat go dry. A translucent light screen appeared in front of him. Compare size, Spade K is the largest, Diamond 2 is the smallest. Then 2 playing cards appeared on the light screen. Lin Ke's expression became serious. He was very likely to lose. Sure enough, his playing card disappeared. A cold prompt sound echoed. Points -2, current points 0.
Please go to room 404 immediately when points are below 0. Immediately, Lin Ke felt as if an invisible giant hand grabbed him and yanked him out of the room. Looking up, Lin Ke found himself inexplicably on the second floor. Compared to the desolation of the third floor, there were quite a few people moving in the corridor here. Most of the lights in front of the doors were lit in red. Could it be that these people were teleported to the second floor because they failed PK? Lin Ke glanced beneath all the people. Fortunately, there were no people wearing red high heels. According to the prompt, entering a room should allow him to obtain another playing card. But he didn't rush, instead standing in the corridor watching others. Because all the rooms on the second floor had red lights on. People entering the rooms never came out again. Continuously, people appeared out of thin air in the corridor. But there were barely any people on the third floor just now. It was impossible for so many people to fail and be sent over. Were these NPCs of the plot? Or was the second floor connected to multiple different dimensions of the third floor? Lin Ke felt a little confused for a moment. Without clear rules to guide him, he suddenly didn't know what to do. It seemed that just standing here for 3 days would complete the task automatically. According to the analysis of the Dragon Kingdom think tank, the world of horror stories was likely a trial ground for selecting talent. All the strange rules and tasks inside had their purpose. A game that randomly refreshes card faces and compares sizes. Apart from knowing who had better luck, could there be any other purpose? Lin Ke's eyes slightly narrowed. He took a deep breath and walked towards the closest room. Pushing open the door. It was decorated exactly like the third floor. The people in the room were sitting on chairs. Seeing Lin Ke enter, they nervously stood up. The man looked no different from an ordinary human. Lin Ke took out the playing card that had regenerated in his pocket. It was a club 5. The card face was a bit small, but there was still a chance to win. However, the man's anxious expression suggested his card face was probably not much bigger. The light screen appeared. The man's playing card disappeared. Points +1, current points 1. Please go to room 404 immediately when points are below 0. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became more lively. He looked curiously at the man who was still standing in place. People who came to the second floor should all have 0 points. Now the man had negative points. He should be directly teleported to the 4th floor, right? A red beam of light fell. The man was instantly pierced through. He didn't even have time to let out a cry. Lin Ke felt his legs go weak for a moment. What if the one who lost just now was himself? But the prompt clearly said to go to 404 when the score is below 0. Why did the man get killed directly? Chapter 72, Who Are You Really? Thanks to all the friends for the rewards. This week's total rewards will add to the second round of updates. Chapter 1, still owe 2 chapters. Could it be that this is actually a trap? Failing deducts 2 points. Negative points will lead to annihilation. When below 2 points, one should go to 404. To avoid being killed due to negative points in the room. Without any hesitation, Lin Ke turned and opened the door to leave. He had a 5 of clubs, the chance of winning was too small, and the risk was too great. As Lin Ke stepped out, the room's light turned white. A figure that had just appeared rushed in quickly. Was it that little green person from before? Lin Ke was a bit stunned, not expecting him to also come to the second floor. Just when he was lost in thought, the green shadow flashed out again. Like a whirlwind, it rushed towards the direction of the dining room. Lin Ke instantly reacted. That direction was likely not the dining room, but leads to the 4th floor. He immediately followed after. The little green person was an experienced player. Clearly very familiar with the area. Reaching the end of 212, it indeed was not the dining room, but a stairwell. The stairwell was dark, pitch black, unable to see anything. The little green person had already vanished. He cautiously stepped inside. A cold, chilling wind blew past. Lin Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. In the darkness, he could vaguely see that it was a downward staircase. Below was complete darkness, like an abyss without a bottom. Why was it not an upward staircase? A doubt flashed through Lin Ke's mind. The person had already gone down. This staircase was unusually long, seeming endless. Lin Ke raised his wristwatch. The time showed 9:20 p.m. The last time he glanced at the time it was 9:18 p.m. This staircase had a problem. Could it be an illusion? A silver tube appeared in Lin Ke's hand. He threw it hard at his feet. A silver light exploded. It caused Lin Ke to slightly squint his eyes. The surrounding space seemed to ripple with transparent waves.
Pop. It seemed something had burst. The surroundings instantly lit up. Lin Ke looked left and right. He found himself standing on the first step of the staircase. This time the staircase was going up. Lin Ke began to ascend. His brow slightly furrowed. Without the silver tube, he would have to use the exemption card. And if he didn't have the exemption card? Would he be forever lost on that downward staircase? 18 steps. As Lin Ke stepped onto the last step, this number suddenly sprang into his mind. For no reason, he thought of the 18 levels of hell. Lin Ke did not look back and stepped forward out of the staircase. This was a hall. The hall was empty, with only a square table. Behind the square table sat an ugly man dressed in all black. He wore a tall black hat on his head. For some reason, seeing him, Lin Ke immediately thought of the white hat Yi Bian. Could these two be related? What are you standing there for? Get over here. The man in the black hat rolled his eyes, speaking with a gloomy face. Lin Ke ignored him and looked around, searching for the passage to another room. Tap, tap. The man in the black hat knocked on the table. Stop looking. If you want to go to the 4th floor, come over here. If you don't want to go, just roll back through the entrance. Lin Ke walked over with a blank expression. Thinking that the man in the black hat, dressed in black, should not be a hotel staff member. What is going on here? Lin Ke asked a bit awkwardly as he reached the square table. Having ignored him just now, he now had to ask, which made Lin Ke feel somewhat embarrassed. The man in the black hat glanced at him sideways. First time here? Lin Ke nodded. A hint of joy flashed across the man's face, and he smiled, saying, How many exemption cards do you have? Any vitality potions left? Lin Ke immediately took a step back, on guard. This guy, he didn't look like a good person. Hey, what do you mean? Your uncle is famously honest with both young and old. Trade, understand? The man in the black high hat sat up straight and said seriously, the information about the hotel, props, and secrets of ghost stories can all be exchanged. Lin Ke lowered his head and thought for a while before slowly saying, I'm not interested in those. I have a question. One question for one exemption card or one bottle of physical enhancement potion, ask anything you like. The man in the black high hat said grandly. Who exactly are you? Lin Ke looked at the man in the black high hat with a serious expression. He was more curious about what the world of ghost stories was. But he knew that the man in the black high hat would surely not be able to answer that question. The man in the black high hat's gaze focused. He didn't expect Lin Ke to ask such a question. After scanning Lin Ke up and down a few times, he slowly said, You are too weak, not worthy of knowing. First, complete all the ghost stories in the first round. Only by surviving can you qualify to know more. Lin Ke frowned slightly. Why were they all emphasizing that he was too weak? How can I become stronger quickly? Lin Ke looked at the man in the black high hat. A hand stretched out in front of him. Lin Ke felt a bit speechless. He saw the man in the black high hat have a look that said, If you don't give first, I won't say anything. He could only take an exemption card out from his wristwatch. The exemption card placed in the man in the black high hat's hand instantly vanished without a trace. He snapped his fingers, and a light curtain about 1.5 meters tall appeared in front of Lin Ke. It began to play the wristwatch user manual. It turned out that the small wristwatch contained so much information. Lin Ke's facial muscles twitched. It seemed that the female tutor he hired with 5 survival points would be of no use now. Raising his right hand, Lin Ke tried to summon the function list according to the light curtain's instructions. Warning, insufficient permission level. Seeing the red, bold warning floating text, Lin Ke turned to look at the man in the black high hat. Pay more, the man in the black high hat said cheekily. Lin Ke shot him a sideways glance and dropped his arm. How do I get to the 4th floor? Hey, aren't you curious? I'll count it as half an exemption card for you. Ask one more question, and I'll count it as 1 exemption card. There's a little secret on the 4th floor that can greatly increase your survival rate. The man in the black high hat looked at Lin Ke with eager eyes. Not interested. Upon hearing this, the man in the black high hat's expression wilted. He picked up a brush from the table. Name. Lin Ke. The man in the black high hat wrote Lin Ke's name in the air. A flash of black light passed under the brush, and Lin Ke instantly felt that the world before him seemed a bit different. Not far behind the square table, a doorway appeared. Walking out the door leads to the 4th floor. The man in the black high hat leaned back in his chair and weakly said. Lin Ke nodded and walked toward the doorway. Are you sure you really won't ask? Once you go through that door, you won't have this chance again. Seeing Lin Ke decisively walk out, the man in the black high hat showed a regretful look. His group of little rabbits had recently consumed the exemption cards a bit too quickly. It was hard to catch a newcomer. What a pity. The man in the black high hat lazily leaned back in his chair. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be dozing off. Upon exiting the door, Lin Ko found himself in the location of the restaurant. But behind him was not the dining hall, but a patch of darkness. Without lingering, Lin Ko quickly walked toward room 404. The fourth floor was dimly lit, and the walls on both sides were covered in graffiti of playing cards. Click. Lin Ko pushed the door and walked inside. Room 404 was unlike the other rooms. Inside it was empty. Only on the right side against the wall was a large refrigerator. Lin Ko walked over. He found a piece of paper stuck on the refrigerator. There is no food you want inside the refrigerator, please do not open it. The refrigerator only has meat, if you want to eat, please open the top layer. If the top layer does not have the meat you want, please open the bottom layer of the refrigerator. Looking at these words, Lin Ko was a bit puzzled. He no longer hesitated, raised his wrist, and pressed the calling button on the wristwatch. Then he froze. How could it only be 9:25 now? Just now, I clearly stayed at the Black High Hat for at least several hours. Could it be that time there is stagnant? Lin Ko furrowed his brows. This time, the bizarre rules of the tale gave a sense of discord. It felt like a defective product stitched together from several fragments. Just as Lin Ko was lost in thought, the door opened. Lin Ko immediately looked over. A person in a green uniform and hood came over. He was holding a set of green uniform in his hand. The newcomer silently handed over the uniform. Lin Ko hesitated for a moment and quickly put on the green uniform. A marvelous scene took place. Lin Ko transformed into a person exactly like the green uniform. His height, weight, and shape were all identical. Even the watch on his wrist vanished. It was almost impossible to distinguish between the two persons. However, Lin Ko could not feel that he was wearing a uniform at all. It did not affect his ability to hold or use things. Give me the playing cards. The voice in the green uniform sounded strange. It was like glass sliding over a cement floor. It sounded extremely uncomfortable. Lin Ko took out the playing cards and handed them over. Sizzle. The 5 of clubs was neatly torn in half. The green uniform casually threw the half card on the ground. That half card mysteriously disappeared. It did not fall to the ground of 404. He returned the remaining half to Lin Ko. When you encounter someone picking up that half playing card, kill him. Lin Ko took the half playing card and curiously asked, what should I do now? You go to the second floor and bring those lost wastes to the kitchen on the third floor. The green uniform left the sentence and turned to leave. For a moment, Lin Ko was a bit confused. Was he conscripted? This time's bizarre tale seemed quite different from the previous ones. Lin Ko thought for a while and decided to do as the green uniform said. But he was a little curious. He had paid attention when he came here. There was clearly no elevator on the 4th floor. How was he supposed to go down to the 2nd floor? Did he have to go back the same way? Lin Ko stepped out of 404. In an instant, he was stunned. Outside was a mottled and dilapidated corridor. Before his eyes was a dark expanse. There was not a trace of any person's presence. Lin Ko instantly thought of his previous experience in the supermarket tale. It was a similar feeling. But before, he hadn't noticed it carefully to complete his task. Walking in the corridor this time, a sense of decay and rot assaulted him. On the walls and floor were marks corroded by unknown substances. Aside from thick dust, it seemed quite clean. Lin Ko walked towards 412. At the end of the corridor, half of the wall had disappeared. A vine was tied to the doorknob of 412. Lin Ko walked to the edge and bent down to look. Below was a void, with no end in sight. It seemed that this vine was the tool to go down to the 2nd floor. Fortunately, Lin Ko was not afraid of heights. Otherwise, he would become a soft-footed shrimp. He climbed down the vine. When he reached the 3rd floor, Lin Ko deliberately stopped. Oddly, the walls here were not damaged. Soon, Lin Ko discovered that it wasn't that the walls were intact, but that someone had repaired them with bricks. However, after a long time, the marks were no longer obvious. If he didn't look closely, he couldn't tell at all. Why was only the 3rd floor repaired? If it was repaired, why not repair the 2nd and 4th floors together? With a head full of questions, Lin Ko dropped to the height of the 2nd floor. Lin Ko did not immediately jump into the 2nd floor corridor. Instead, he hung on the vine, carefully observing inside. The 2nd floor was a bit exaggeratedly ruined. Only a few dozen centimeters of floorboards were left connected to 412. The corridor inside looked better than the 4th floor. The traces of corrosion were not very serious. It was also a dark expanse. In a distant place, nothing could be seen.
Lin Kuo carefully sensed, and there was no sound at all.
It seems like there is nothing.
Lin Kuo muttered softly and then jumped from the vine.
Both feet landed on the corridor. The surroundings suddenly lit up. Noisy sounds entered his ears. Lin Kuo immediately stood up straight.
The scene before him was full of double images. It seemed as if his left and right eye saw completely different sights. Lin Kuo quickly covered his left eye with his hand.
He saw people appearing out of thin air, walking into the room.
He switched to using his other eye.
It was a completely desolate scene.
This extreme contrast made Lin Kuo feel very uncomfortable. After trying for more than 10 minutes, he finally made the strange vision in his left eye completely disappear.
Fortunately, those people coming and going seemed to not see him at all.
Not a single person came over to disturb him.
Lin Kuo remembered the instructions from the person in the green uniform and walked to the stairs to the second floor. In his current view, the stairs to the second floor had completely transformed.
It became an incredibly spacious room. In the room, there were at least a dozen people continuously walking in circles.
No wonder he couldn't reach the end on the stairs before.
It turned out he had been going around in place. Lin Kuo walked up to a man. He was thinking of how to pick him up.
A green beam of light appeared not far away.
The man next to him very cooperatively walked over to Lin Kuo's side.
Lin Kuo immediately let him into the light beam.
Like taking an elevator, the two slowly rose up. They directly penetrated through the ceiling above and appeared in the kitchen on the third floor.
"Throw him in the bucket."
A somewhat brutal voice sounded. Lin Kuo turned his head to look.
The cook was bare-chested, waving a kitchen knife slightly larger than a palm.
Flashes of the knife light cut through the air, and the person pulled from the bucket was dismembered into countless chunks of meat. A skeleton with no flesh appeared on the ground.
Lin Kuo stared dumbfounded at all of this.
A word suddenly popped into his mind.
"Human butcher. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, don't you want to eat?" The cook, as if not recognizing Lin Kuo, shouted loudly. Lin Kuo didn't explain, suppressing his inner resistance, and threw the man into the boiling water. The man's screams quickly faded away.
Lin Kuo returned to the green light beam,
repeating the same action over and over again.
He didn't know how long it had been.
When Lin Kuo returned to the second floor, it had already become empty. He walked back through the corridor.
It had returned to its broken and mottled appearance. Outside the broken wall, the previously dim gray sky had something rising up.
It was dawn.
Lin Kuo stood on the edge of the broken wall. He looked at the green light ball hanging in the sky.
"Do you know what that is?"
Lin Kuo slowly turned his head. The person in the green uniform appeared beside him out of nowhere. Lin Kuo glanced blankly at the green uniform. He turned back to look at the green light ball. It seemed that the light ball had an endless attraction. "Don't look at it, that is the source of the strange phenomena." The green uniform person placed a hand on Lin Kuo's shoulder, and the two instantly appeared in the dining room on the third floor. Dozens of people in green uniforms sat straight at the dining table. Like carved statues, they were completely still. They pressed Lin Kuo onto a chair beside the table. The green uniform person gently clapped his hands.
The cook came out pushing a barrel taller than a person. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire dining room. Looking at the large pot of fragrant, stewed rotten meat in front of him, Lin Kuo's stomach churned. He knew what kind of meat this was. The cook walked over. A plate of fresh intestines was placed on the table. It emitted a strong, rich smell. He pushed it in front of Lin Kuo. "Here's a side dish for you. Freshly made, original flavor." The dozen or so green-clothed people all turned their heads in unison. Their eyes revealed jealous emotions. Lin Kuo lowered his head, completely unmoved. "Not eating?" The cook's eyes began to turn blood red as he squeezed out these two words. Lin Kuo looked up at him. That sharp killing intent made his eyes sting. The hint from outside the dining room flashed through his mind. "Do not waste food. Would not eating mean death?" Lin Kuo slowly closed his eyes. "Then let it die." The flash of the knife cut through, and all the images became fragmented. Lin Kuo felt his soul being torn into countless pieces. Countless tragic lives played out in his mind. In just a few seconds, Lin Kuo felt like he exploded. The information was too much, it caused a complete crash. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Kuo felt his consciousness return to his body. He slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were unfocused, and he looked somewhat dazed. Beep, beep. The call button on the watch kept flashing. Lin Kuo finally regained his senses. He was back in room 404. The half-eaten playing card in his hand seemed to indicate that everything just now was not an illusion. Lin Kuo looked down, tightly gripping his fist. A rule flashed in his mind. Those who are strong can ignore the above rules. Those who are weak can only become food. Crack. Tap, tap. Familiar footsteps entered the room. It was Red High Heels. I'm so annoyed, can you all just stay on the third floor and not run around?
This familiar voice pulled Lin Ke out of his confusion.
He forced a bitter smile. What was wrong with him? Suddenly becoming so dramatic. The world has always been like this, what's there to feel sentimental about? The Red High Heels glanced at Lin Ke by the door, without stepping into the room. Come with me. After saying that, she turned and walked outside. Lin Ke put away the chaotic thoughts in his head and followed her out. No matter how big the secret, there will be a day to unravel it. For now, complete the task first. Lin Ke followed behind the Red High Heels. He felt her back was somewhat familiar. At the same time, a question rose in his heart. According to the rules, when seeing someone in red high heels, one must immediately stand against the wall. Why was he safe following her now? Lin Ke went through all the rules in his mind. He thought of a certain possibility. Soon, the two arrived by room 412. The red high heel pointed to the stairs and said, "You go down first." Lin Ke stared in shock at the stairs in front of him. How could there be stairs leading to the third floor here? Shouldn't there be a dining room below? Why aren't you moving? Seeing Lin Ke stand there for a long time without moving, the red high heel looked a bit confused. Lin Ke instinctively looked up at the red high heel. She was a round-faced girl, wearing light makeup, looking ordinary, with a ponytail at the back of her head. At this moment, she was looking at him with a puzzled expression. For a moment, Lin Ke thought he was hallucinating. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Why did she look so familiar? Just the temperament was too far off. If you don't go down, when the sun rises, you won't be able to enter the room. The red high heel said, adorably wrinkling her nose. Lin Ke took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the stairs. The red high heel watched him walk down the stairs and mumbled softly, "What a strange person." Lin Ke walked onto the corridor of the third floor. He turned back to glance at the staircase behind him. Where was there any dining room? Lin Ke felt a bit dazed for a moment. Everything seemed too strange. Recalling the red high heel's earlier reminder, Lin Ke looked at his watch. 5:45 a.m. Had a whole night passed? Lin Ke suppressed all the doubts in his heart. He hurried towards room 304, where the only white light was still on. Entering the room, Lin Ke took out the playing card from his pocket. The half-eaten 5 of clubs had turned into a 7 of diamonds. He put the playing card back into his pocket. Lin Ke turned around to lock the door. And found that the door couldn't be locked from the inside. There was a piece of paper stuck to the door, but he didn't know when it got there. After the sun comes out, do not open the window, do not be exposed to sunlight. There is only you in the room, if you hear strange noises, immediately cover up and pretend to sleep. Do not get up for any reason. If you habitually place a cup of water by your bedside before sleeping, if you wake up and find the water is not full, do not drink it. You cannot be sure if someone else has drunk from it. Before 6 in the afternoon. Do not open the door no matter what happens. Lin Ke turned around and scanned the room's layout. It was not much different from what he had seen before. It was just a large single room. At the far end was a bed, with no bedside table. And there was definitely no so-called water cup. He pulled the curtains tightly, walked to the bedside, and suddenly felt very sleepy. But his mind was clearly awake. He started yawning repeatedly, his eyelids fighting against each other. Sleep now. Lin Ke mumbled drowsily and fell onto the bed, snoring. 2 blurred figures appeared in Lin Ke's room. If we do this, will old Bai chase us with a knife if he finds out? Are you afraid of him? It's not that I'm afraid. Anyway, it's not good. Were you soft-hearted when you scammed his exemption card? That's different. Our deal was mutually agreed upon. If you slip up in front of old Bai, I'll tell him this. Just watch if old Bai punishes you or me. Hey, I can't help it, even a clever woman can't make a meal without rice. Alright, as if anyone is any different. This strange thing is probably reaching its limit, who knows how long it can hold on. Let's go, this little ghost is very sensitive. The 2 figures disappeared. Lin Ke turned over. His eyes were closed, and his expression was somewhat stiff. He was certain that the speakers were the black hi-hat and the chef. These words were deliberately spoken for him to hear. For now, he still couldn't fully understand what they were saying. But Lin Ke knew he was in big trouble. And it was the kind that was urgent and dangerous. He would respond as needed. Lin Ke finally relaxed completely and fell asleep. Tap, tap, tap. A knocking sound echoed. Lin Ke sat up from the bed, his eyes hazy. Room service, your breakfast has arrived. Breakfast? Lin Ke was still a bit dazed from just waking up. He instinctively started walking to the door to open it. Just as he reached the doorway, a man crawled up from the ground. His face was full of confusion. Strange, how did it feel like something just pushed me? The man touched his head, seemingly unable to see Lin Ke's presence at all. Lin Ke immediately noticed that the man had no watch on his wrist. His eyes were normal black. The man seemed to hesitate for a moment, not lying back down on the bed. He thought for a while, seeming to hesitate about something. Lin Ke was also a bit confused. He couldn't understand what the situation was for a moment. That guy seemed to have finally made some kind of decision, suddenly running towards the window. Lin Ke was startled in his heart. He immediately jumped down from the bed and quickly ran towards the bathroom. After the sun comes out, do not open the window, do not be exposed to sunlight. This rule flashed through his mind. Half of Lin Ke's body had already stepped into the restroom. Swish! The curtains parted to the sides. Green sunlight poured in. He almost got caught in it. Lin Ke frowned slightly. Could that man see him or not? What kind of state was he in right now? There's nothing here. I'm really silly, how could I believe such an outrageous rule? Swish! The room darkened again. The man pulled the curtains back up. Lin Ke propped his chin and thought for a while, deciding to take a bold attempt. He walked out quietly. The man who was sitting by the bed in a daze completely ignored his presence. Lin Ke walked to the bedside table. Taking advantage of the man not noticing, he picked up half a cup of water and took a sip. The man seemed to hear the sound. Immediately, he looked over with a tense expression. Lin Ke finally confirmed that the man couldn't see him. Before long, the man began to grow anxious. He paced around the room. Several times he walked to the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, then retreated. Lin Ke thoughtfully watched the man. Is it possible that the man encountered similar rules when checking into the hotel? But the rules might not be the same as what Lin Ke saw. Lin Ke guessed a bit. The clues the man received should be similar, like not leaving the room, strange events, or pulling back the curtains. From his state, it's not hard to analyze that the man was clearly entering the weird story world for the first time. He still held a skeptical attitude towards all of this. However, it's worth thinking about that he was pushed a bit while he was sitting on the bed just now. But he showed no signs of contamination. This means that not all strange existences in the weird story world are polluting. Looking at the watch. 2 p.m. There are still 4 hours until 6 p.m. Lin Ke quietly observed the man like this, waiting for every moment to come. The restless man finally felt thirsty. He picked up the cup of water by the bed. In one gulp, he drank more than half. Then Lin Ke saw a terrifying scene. The man seemed to melt like ice cream, turning into a large puddle on the floor. Crack! The cup lost support and shattered on the ground. A strong, rotten smell of decomposing flesh instantly filled the entire room. The whole process took less than a second. The man didn't even have time to let out a scream. Just like that, he completely disappeared. Is this the power of? Everything seemed to indicate that the bizarre tales he was experiencing were just the tip of the iceberg in this world. To survive, one must possess great power. And the source of all this came from the world of bizarre tales. Lin Ke took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. 6 in the afternoon. Lin Ke opened the door and walked out. The restaurant on the 3rd floor had turned into a staircase. He patted his slightly flat belly. He took the elevator directly down to the 1st floor. Walking to the counter. The cat girl in a maid outfit still looked like she hadn't woken up. Only when she heard Lin Ke's footsteps did she slowly open her eyes. If you want to eat, figure it out yourself, don't bother me. The cat girl glanced at him and impatiently said. Lin Ke ignored her and took out an exemption card. The cat girl suddenly sprang up from her chair. She stood on the counter, her eyes locked onto the exemption card in Lin Ke's hand. Her expression showed extreme desire. What do you want? Chapter 76. Thanks to the book friends Hong Chan and Gu Di for their rewards. Seeing the cat girl's reaction, Lin Ke showed a knowing expression. He immediately turned and walked towards the elevator. The cat girl was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. She had been played. That person named Lin Ke was testing her. Determining things through her reaction. You better not get caught by me. The cat girl said fiercely to Lin Ke's back. Lin Ke ignored her. It is now certain that the cat girl is a being similar to the chefs. A worker in the bizarre tale world. They have no harmful effects. The exemption card has high value. Or rather, it is likely to be frequently used in more difficult bizarre tales ahead. At the same time, Lin Ke had another guess. These workers should not be able to directly take action against travelers. Arriving at the elevator, Lin Ke pressed the button. Suddenly, he noticed a strange mark on the elevator door. It looked like something had been stuck there before. The item left a mark after being torn off. Lin Ke immediately thought of the hints posted in the room. Could it be that there was originally a hint here in the elevator too? Oh no, what if someone tore it off on purpose? Thinking of the terrifying experience from yesterday, Lin Ke ignored the open elevator door. He decided to confront the cat girl. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a corner of paper sticking out from behind the trash can next to the elevator. Lin Ke immediately walked over, pinched it with his fingers, and pulled it out. So, it wasn't torn off, but rather, it had fallen and just happened to wedge behind the trash can? Lin Ke felt a surge of frustration in his heart. He looked down at the paper in his hand. The first line was a big warning. 2 large words do not appeared. Do not ride the elevator with non-human beings. If you find a non-human being in the elevator, please exit immediately and wait for the next elevator. There is no restaurant on the 3rd floor. If you see a restaurant on the 3rd floor, stand still, close your eyes, and tell yourself everything is an illusion. Open your eyes after 1 minute, and the restaurant will disappear by itself. There is only one staff member on the 3rd floor, do not trust anyone else. Lin Ke compared the paper in his hand with the marks on the elevator door. The shapes and sizes matched perfectly. Lin Ke was furious, crumpling the paper in his hand and throwing it into the trash can. He stepped into the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a fuzzy hand reached in. Lin Ke crossed his arms, watching coldly as this unfolded. A person with a monkey face walked in. Their eyes occasionally sizing Lin Ke up, seemingly curious. Having received a hint this time, Lin Ke walked out of the elevator without hesitation. The elevator door had just opened, and since he hadn't gone in, no non-human beings appeared. So there was a triggering mechanism here. As long as he walked into the elevator, a non-human would definitely appear. What if he just stayed on the 1st floor? Can't go up? Lin Ke raised his hand to look at his watch, and found that the time on the watch had actually stopped. Surely, such an obvious bug couldn't exist. Then he thought of another possibility. He quickly walked to the lobby. The cat girl heard the footsteps, looked up and saw Lin Ke. Her face immediately turned ugly. She saw Lin Ke wandering in the lobby, with an eerie expression on his face. Lin Ke glanced at his watch. In the lobby, it was ticking normally. Lin Ke turned around and glanced at the cat girl. Noticing her strange expression, he immediately knew he couldn't stay in the lobby long. Having confirmed this, he walked back to the elevator area. What Lin Ke cared about was that he had not found any stairs leading upstairs on the 1st floor. This was very unreasonable. Could it be that the supernatural entity had hidden them away? The elevator door opened again. Lin Ke stepped inside. Sure enough, something else came in. This time, it was a person with a mouse's head. It even leaned close to Lin Ke and sniffed hard. Lin Ke ignored it. As if it didn't exist. Just a moment after the elevator went up, the cat girl bounced into the elevator area. Patrolling every hour was just so boring. Her gaze fell on the elevator door, and her eyes instantly turned blood red. That guy who likes to wear a black top hat, did he eat the oil cakes and tear off the stickers again? The elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. The mouse man immediately darted out, quickly running towards the position of the restaurant. Lin Ke saw the restaurant reappear and immediately closed his eyes. Following the prompt, he waited for over a minute before reopening his eyes. At the end of the corridor, the brightly lit restaurant had indeed disappeared. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. He walked towards the position where the restaurant had been, wanting to see if it had turned into stairs. After just 2 steps, the door of room 305 suddenly opened. A man, looking sleepy, walked out. Lin Ke cautiously took a step back, his gaze sweeping over the man's wrist. No watch. Lin Ke frowned. The situation seemed a bit different from yesterday. Instinctively, he tugged at his sleeve, covering his own watch. The man finally spotted Lin Ke standing not far away. He yawned and said, "Are you also going to eat? Let's go together." As he spoke, he walked over. At the same time, he muttered, "This hotel is really bizarre, the restaurant is actually in the guest room and has set mealtimes." Lin Ke originally had no intention of acknowledging the man. However, upon hearing his mumbling, he immediately changed his mind. Maybe that's just their special feature. Lin Ke replied lightly. Unexpectedly, the man instantly became interested. Speaking of features, the poker game here is truly special, it's thrilling. After dinner, shall we go play a bit together? The man turned with an eager look. Poker game? Lin Ke was stunned for a moment, what was that? He suddenly had a feeling of just entering the world of the supernatural. Could it be that this is the correct way to embrace the supernatural world? Was he toyed with by those two guys all day yesterday? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lin Ke felt a mix of laughter and tears in that moment. This supernatural world was just too weak. Easily interrupted by that group of people. Seeing Lin Ke ignore him, the man thought he was unwilling. After considering it, he pulled out a golden playing card from his pocket, lifting it mysteriously in front of Lin Ke. This is what I won playing the game yesterday, and I heard it can be exchanged for treasures at the front desk. Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat when he saw that golden playing card. The pattern on this playing card was exactly the same as the ghost card in his hand. That meant they were probably part of the same set. He didn't know if this golden playing card had a unique skill. Lin Ke pretended to be curious and asked, "What a special playing card, can I take a look?" A sly expression flashed across the man's face. Immediately put away the playing cards. He whistled and mischievously brushed his bangs. "As long as you win against those guys wearing watches, you'll get a reward. I want to see it. If you win one tonight, you can take your time looking at it." Lin Ke silently thought it was a pity and then asked, "Since there is a reward, there must be a penalty, right? What are the stakes?" The man suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Ke in surprise. He seemed very astonished. "You don't know the rules of the poker house?" The man stared at Lin Ke for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. He put his hands in his pockets and slightly raised his head. "This place is a holy land. A place where you can exchange your life for money." Lin Ke looked at the suddenly overly dramatic man, somewhat speechless. However, he still cooperatively showed a curious expression. "The stakes in the poker house are very simple," the man continued. "Your life or a golden playing card." Saying this, he took out that kind of golden playing card and flicked it with his finger. Feeling quite proud, he said, "You can get a golden playing card just by winning one game. This is a great item. Besides being exchangeable for cash, it can also be traded for various good things." The man put the playing card away, smiling. "I only dared to come here after studying a lot of materials, but I didn't expect you to be even bolder than me. Tonight, let's team up? I'll look out for you." As he said this, the man reached over to put his arm around Lin Ke's shoulders. Lin Ke had already developed a habit of keeping distance from other things in the supernatural talk. He took a half step back, avoiding the man's movement. The man didn't mind, just smilingly watching Lin Ke. Seeing his expression, Lin Ke was 100% sure the man definitely had more to say. However, this was very normal. Lin Ke nodded, as if agreeing with the man's words. A glimmer of joy flashed in the man's eyes. He leaned closer to Lin Ke and said softly, "When we get closer to the restaurant, watch out. These guys like to bully newcomers." As they spoke, the two had already reached the end of the corridor, and Lin Ke finally learned that the man's name was Yu Haiyang. Just as Lin Ke was about to walk towards the stairwell, Yu Haiyang suddenly opened the door to room 311. Various noisy sounds came through. Yu Haiyang turned around and followed in. Room 311 looked unusually spacious. There were a total of 6 four-person dining tables. 4 of them were occupied, with a total of 8 people. Seeing the two come in, the others all cast scrutinizing glances. Only one woman remained unaffected. She was seriously eating from her bowl. Lin Ke's eyes were on that woman. She had long hair dyed in a rare blue color. Her expression was cold, with a fierce look. She sat alone, and it was clear she wasn't a person with a good temper. Yu Haiyang pointed to a table near the door. After they sat down, he whispered, "Don't provoke that woman, she's cold-blooded." Lin Ke didn't say anything and scanned each person with his gaze. His unabashed movements immediately caused several people to show displeased expressions. Yu Haiyang felt a bit gloomy seeing Lin Ke's actions. How did he end up bringing such a naive rookie? Ordering. To avoid Lin Ke really angering others, he quickly pushed the menu in front of Lin Ke. "The braised spare ribs here are really good. I don't even know what animal's ribs they are," I asked the waiter, but they wouldn't say. As he spoke, he pressed the call button on the table. After a while, a waiter in a blue uniform walked over. "Hey, I don't know where this hotel found these waiters, their attitude is particularly bad, always wearing a stinky face." Seeing the waiter walk over slowly, Yu Haiyang complained softly. Lin Ke could tell that the waiter was just a mindless servant. Interesting, these people seemed unaware that they were in a supernatural world. Moreover, they didn't seem bound by any rules. This time, the supernatural world became increasingly special. Lin Ke looked down at the menu. Nothing? He turned the menu over. Finally found it at the end. "What do you two want to eat?" The waiter came over and asked in a stiff tone. Lin Ke pointed at the 3 items at the end. "No way, are you here to eat vegetarian?" Yu Haiyang looked at Lin Ku in surprise. He scrutinized him carefully and asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you out of money?" "It's fine, this meal is on me, brother." Lin Ku just smiled without saying anything.
Yu Haiyang took it as politeness and ordered a large number of big dishes.
Soon, the food arrived. Lin Ku ordered bread and buns.
As soon as the food was served, it drew mockery from the people around. Lin Ku, of course, was unfazed.
If these people knew what kind of meat they were eating, I wonder if they would still be able to laugh.
Yu Haiyang tried to persuade him a few more times, and seeing Lin Ku remain unmoved, he lost the desire to continue.
He started to eat meat heartily. Unfortunately, there was no alcohol here. Yu Haiyang sighed inwardly.
After eating for a while, people began to leave one after another. Every person passing by looked at Lin Ku with strange eyes.
While everyone was eating meat, you were eating bread. This must be what being an outlier feels like. After Yu Haiyang finished a rib, he really couldn't eat anymore. He pressed the call button with some regret. The waiter came over and handed him a bill.
Yu Haiyang glanced at the bill, then looked back and forth between the waiter and Lin Ku several times.
"Let's go, I'll take you to see something." He didn't say anything else and walked towards the door.
Lin Ku naturally sensed his unusual behavior.
He just couldn't figure out where things went wrong. Following Yu Haiyang down the stairs, Lin Ku asked curiously, "Why not take the elevator?" Hearing his question, Yu Haiyang's expression became a bit strange. "You don't know that the elevator here doesn't go down to the second floor?"
Lin Ku was stunned for a moment. He clearly saw the button for the second floor when he took the elevator up just now. Yu Haiyang, on the stairs, seemed to ponder for a moment, then asked, "You should know that there's no such thing as the fourth floor, right?"
Lin Ku nodded, not understanding how Yu Haiyang knew this. Logically, he shouldn't be able to ask this question without knowing the rules. Seeing Lin Ku nod, Yu Haiyang's expression finally looked much more normal. He casually asked, "You should know that the elevator to the fourth floor is inside room 312, right?" Lin Ku's heart jolted, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he confidently nodded.
If he revealed any more, it would raise Yu Haiyang's suspicion. Although he didn't know what would happen if his identity was exposed, Lin Ku still habitually kept his identity hidden.
"That's good.
Make sure you remember not to take the stairs when you go to the fourth floor tomorrow," Yu Haiyang reminded. Lin Ku just nodded, not daring to ask why they had to go to the fourth floor tomorrow. He would wait for another opportunity to figure it out. It was likely related to the mistakes he made on his first day. He missed a lot of key information. The two quickly reached the second floor. Nothing strange happened. Everything seemed very normal. But this normality made Lin Ku feel a bit uneasy.
In Lin Ku's impression, yesterday's opening method was the normal way of the Strange Talk world, right? Today, it was too bland.
It felt like a vacation, lacking the tension and excitement of the Strange Talk world. Yu Haiyang pushed open the door to room 210 and walked in. Lin Ku saw a few words written on the door.
13 cards. Chapter 78, the game begins. The second round of rewards has been completed.
The third round has accumulated 1766 rewards.
Big shots, take it easy, my claws are worn out. 13 cards? Lin Ku immediately thought of a very popular card game on Blue Star. It seems that some places also call it running fast. In simple terms, the first to play all the cards is the winner. Could it be that the game Yu Haiyang mentioned is playing cards? This is quite far off from expectations.
Entering the room, Lin Ku saw everyone from the restaurant was there. The room was simply arranged. There were 13 stools placed in the middle.
Each stool had a number.
They were numbered from 1 to 13. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Yu Haiyang and the others didn't find it strange. It seemed the scene was similar to yesterday's. A man with a face full of flesh and tattoos glanced at Lin Ku and smiled. "Nice, a newcomer has come today." Lin Ku frowned slightly. The tattooed man's gaze felt strange to him.
It made him very uncomfortable. "Today we have 10 people, it seems only 3 cards can be rewarded." A woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes walked over to the tattooed man, unreservedly bumping into people. 3 cards, everyone has many opportunities, today we can unite against outsiders." A man in a black and white striped shirt stepped into the circle formed by the stools. "Then let's get started." As he spoke, it seemed he pressed something on the ground. Tap, tap. Heavy footsteps sounded from outside the door. Someone pushed the door and walked in. Lin Ku turned around. He saw 3 men in black clothes walking in. Their expressions were somewhat tense, glancing back from time to time. Lin Ku noticed they all wore wristwatches just like his. Seeing these 3 enter, the original people in the room all showed excited expressions. They looked like hunting dogs seeing prey. The tattooed man's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty ferocity. Such a gaze, Lin Ke was all too familiar with. These people seemed to have issues. Bang! The room door closed automatically. Lin Ke found a transparent sphere appeared in front of him. Inside was a small black ball spinning rapidly. He turned to look around. Everyone was in the same situation, including the 3 men in black who had just walked in. Soon, the black ball came to a stop. Lin Ke saw a white number 5 written on the black ball. Yu Haiyang and the others had already begun to sit down. This ball's function should be to randomly assign seating to everyone. Lin Ke should be sitting on stool number 5. It was positioned between the voluptuous woman and the man in the black and white striped shirt. The voluptuous woman was number 4, and the black and white striped man was number 6. The tattooed man was number 10, and Yu Haiyang was number 9. The 3 men in black were numbers 1, 2, and 3. Sitting on the stool, Lin Ke found everything around him had changed. They seemed to have arrived at a big tree. The tree's colors were strange, showing a faint red hue. It emitted a peculiar smell. It was somewhat like something rotten for a long time. All the stools had turned into tree stumps. Lin Ke noticed the sun in the sky was green. Under the green sunlight, Yu Haiyang and his companions appeared exceptionally excited. A thought flashed through Lin Ke's mind. These people were different from the Blue Star people. At that moment, several faint red tree vines emerged from the tree stump. Everyone was tightly bound to the tree stumps. Lin Ke frowned. These tree vines emitted an even more distinct stench. But Yu Haiyang and the others showed expressions of enjoyment. They seemed to really like the smell. Meanwhile, the 3 men in black had expressions just like Lin Ke's, looking somewhat unpleasant. What puzzled Lin Ke was that neither the men in black nor Yu Haiyang and his group spoke a word. Was this another hidden rule? While Lin Ke pondered, a green sphere appeared in the center of the circle. 13 playing cards spun rapidly within the green sphere. The cards were completely unrecognizable. Seeing this scene, Lin Ke was sure it was not the type of card game played on the Blue Star. Rather, it was somewhat similar to the game of comparing sizes he had just experienced. Before long, those 13 cards mysteriously disappeared. Lin Ke saw a card appear right before his eyes. It was a red heart king. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. This card had a high chance of winning. But he kept a stern face, not allowing any expression to show. Lin Ke remembered watching several classic movies when he was young. Managing expressions in poker was very important. He glanced towards the others, and each person had a ball of green light in front of them. In front of everyone should be a playing card. And that ball of green light was to prevent others from peeking. A light curtain rose in the middle. Lines of blood-red words appeared. Lin Ke's eyes instantly became serious. Victory condition: find the hidden heart card among the crowd. Rule 1, take turns to speak, each person has 2 chances to speak. Rule 2, use of any unconventional means is prohibited. Rule 3, if no one marks the heart card after 2 rounds of speaking, one person will be randomly eliminated. Shuffle and enter the next round. Rule 4, when the number of players is less than 6, the game ends. If the heart card is not marked at that time, all remaining players will be eliminated. Rule 5, accurately marking the heart card can earn random rewards. The sole winner receives 100 times the reward. Rule 6, killing the heart card can directly complete this horror task. The last rule's color was green. Lin Ke's pupils shrank sharply. He felt a chill rushing to the top of his head. This was basically a game of 12 people hunting down one person. Moreover, the person holding the heart card almost had no chance of winning. A shadow of death suddenly loomed over Lin Ke's heart. He completely failed to manage the fearful expression on his face. This inner fear was something he couldn't fully disguise right now. Rather than hide and make others more suspicious, it was better to not care at all. At least it would make others think he was just a weak player. Yu Haiyang and the others saw Lin Ke show a terrified expression and indeed showed disdain. Especially the tattooed man, who let out a mocking sneer. The 3 men in black also looked bad. It was obvious that it was their first time playing such a game. In contrast, Yu Haiyang and his group were very calm. They all looked as if they were used to it. Lin Ke couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did they not fear death? First round, first speaker. Player 1. Please get ready, player 2. All eyes turned to player 1. The man in black, player 1, instantly turned pale. Lin Ke noticed a 90-second countdown appeared on the light curtain. It should be each person's speaking time. The man in black also saw the countdown. He stammered, I am not the heart card, please don't mark me. Really, I am a spade 5. After saying this twice, he ended his speech. The following players 2 and 3 said almost the same thing. When it was player 4's turn to speak, everyone looked at her. She suddenly showed an extremely strange expression. abruptly turning her head to look at Lin Ku.
Lin Ku felt his heart racing as he saw the woman suddenly turn. But his face showed a bewildered expression. It was still the first round, and he hadn't spoken. There was no way she could know his card.
He must not show weakness.
The woman stared at him for over 10 seconds. Lin Ku's heart raced. It felt like something exploded in his mind.
Everything before him became infinitely fuzzy.
He slipped into that strange state again. Time seemed to stop. Everything he had seen before unfolded in his mind.
Lin Ku desperately searched for books related to acting.
Fortunately, during his time working in the library, he had read almost all the books. At one moment, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Lin Ku felt as if his soul was harshly tugged at.
His originally dazed eyes regained their brightness. "Ha, just a glance and you're scared like this, what a coward."
The woman's mocking voice reached Lin Ku's ears.
He glared fiercely at the woman.
His body suddenly struggled. He opened his mouth to say something,
then quickly closed it again. Anger flashed across his face.
Yu Haiyang watched the scene, a smug expression on his face. The reason he brought Lin Ku over was to find a scapegoat.
No matter what card Lin Ku got, he could easily be manipulated. It seems this kid is a bit lucky.
He didn't draw a heart in the first round. But just to be safe, he'll need to bluff him later. Thinking this, Yu Haiyang's gaze fell back on the woman in number 4.
This woman, right from the start, was bluffing Lin Ku, clearly seeing him as a newcomer.
If she draws a heart, it would be truly delightful. As for why she didn't go after the 3 men in black, Yu Haiyang guessed that the woman saw through them too.
"You have a watch too, right?"
Number 4 looked at Lin Ku, her tone very certain. Lin Ku's face showed a look of astonishment.
This time he was really surprised. How could he be discovered?
Number 4 saw his expression and giggled. "People like you can't even begin to imagine our terrifying nature." She paused, a mysterious look on her face, and said, "We are born with special abilities.
My ability is to see through your thoughts. You are the heart." Number 4 looked at Lin Ku, a victorious smile on her face. Her mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, dense teeth. The expression looked exceptionally frightening.
Lin Ku's expression first froze, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He smiled at number 4 as if to say,
"Come on, continue your performance." Number 4's smug expression gradually faded. Her face darkened. "Not bad, hiding really well, I hit a brick wall this time." After saying this, she directly ended the countdown. The 90-second countdown started again. Lin Ku looked at number 4 and smiled. "You think I'm a newcomer, easy to bully? Or are you deliberately putting on a show for everyone?"
He turned to the 3 men in black and calmly analyzed. "The 3 of them seem panicked, but I actually find them more credible. If one of you 4 is the heart, then your probability is the highest.
In the second round, you better speak well, I've got my eyes on you." Lin Ku smiled at number 4 and directly chose to end.
Number 6, wearing a black and white striped shirt, looked meaningfully at number 4. Without saying a word, he ended the countdown.
Lin Ku's heart sank suddenly.
Thinking that they were likely all from the same place, he wondered if they had already agreed on some kind of signal. But that couldn't be, the cards were completely random.
If one of them got the heart card, then they would become enemies.
It wouldn't make sense to follow any so-called agreement.
So did number 6 just want to show in this way that he wasn't the heart? The next scene made Lin Ku even more shocked. Numbers 7 to 12 almost all passed instantly.
This meant that in the first round, besides number 4 and Lin Ku, hardly anyone made any guesses.
Number 4's expression turned exceptionally ugly.
She shot a glance at the tattooed man in number 10. The tattooed man nodded. The others just looked coldly at the 2 of them. It was once again number 1's turn to speak. He seemed determined to coast along. He repeated what he had said in the first round and ended the countdown again.
However, number 2's 90-second countdown did not reappear.
A cold voice rang out in the air.
Number 1 is disqualified for negative play. As the words fell, the vines entwined around him immediately shrank. "Ah!" Number 1 let out a painful wail. The vines constricted tighter and tighter, quickly embedding themselves into number 1's flesh.
Then, a chilling scene appeared. Those vines, like blood-sucking tendrils, quickly drained number 1's flesh and blood.